Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. We are kicking off the decade with the Blast Premier Spring Series. We are going to be here live from 3 Mills in London. We do have the very best in the business, the best in the world competing here at Blast Premier.
Who were on the way up and up last year. I'm hoping that we get some good Counter-Strike.
We've had to take everything online. Blast have run into this challenge head on. We are pushing the limits of what's possible with the online broadcast.
1 versus 4.
For 754 days, we've been without a stage, without a stadium, without a crowd. But now Blast is finally back where we belong.
This is an incredible electricity in the air. Can you let me hear you roar?
Today in Lisbon, we will show everyone that we live and breathe Counter-Strike.
The return of the Royal Arena and a chance for a new monarch to now be occupying the throne.
Send off 2022 in proper fashion. Let's do this, Abu Dhabi! It all comes down to this, to define how we end the last season in CSGO.
It's time to make your country proud. Get loud! Abu Dhabi, make some noise!
It feels like the stage has been set wonderfully. It is you who sets the stage with us. Make some noise!
Day 2 at the Fall Groups in Copenhagen are upon us, and 2 things are certain, Mr. Bobski. We're going to have a lot of Counter-Strike being played today. We're going to have some awesome action, and there's going to be a lot of Danes taking on the desk today as well. We had Cadian coming in with Sam, Tech Girl. They'll be joining you guys later for the late games, and I have you to accompany now for the first 2 games of the day. How are you feeling after day 1, getting back into action?
I'm feeling good. I think I was a little bit surprised at what Cadian said about us too. I'm done carrying him on Faceit, that for sure. But yeah, let's have a great day 2.
I mean, one bench talking to another. I guess there's some synergy in that one. We had some games going on yesterday. We had some results that we may as well dive into. And I think what happened yesterday was more or less normality restored after a pretty interesting beginning. The first game, Spirit versus OG, a quick 2-0. No big surprise in that one. However, Complexity versus Heroic.
Yeah. I mean, it wasn't pretty. I think we spoke about before the test that, wow, that's a gift for Complexity, no longer facing Dexter. All of a sudden, you have a coach. But they wasn't even enough to get them to 3 maps, and yeah, it's a devastating loss.
One thing is Heroic winning that game, but Complexity not even taking a map. How big of a surprise is that for people who didn't watch yesterday?
Yeah, I mean, I think you said it, the context yesterday, right? They haven't lost more than one Vertigo in like 180 days. They are really, really solid on Vertigo, and especially the new one, they've actually shown that they're able to play it compared to many other teams, but they still managed to lose it to Heroic, which is, yeah, I mean, just baffling in many ways.
It's baffling in many, many ways. We did have another group being played out yesterday as well, Group B, and we may as well take a look at those results as well. Obviously, a little bit closer affair in that one as well. Starting off with Vitality taking on GamerLegion, a 2-1 victory for Vitality. They got the win, but they had to fight for it.
Yeah, I mean, I think just before I left the green room and said goodbye to Tech and Katie, and I said, just keep an eye on GamerLegion. I think it's going to be close, right? And they were kind of laughing, I think it's going to be a 2-0. But yeah, what GamerLegion is doing is know what other teams is able to replicate. They become like I'm not sure what to say, but like the talent factory of like tier 1 Counter-Strike. All teams are right now looking at GamerLegion and being like, who can I pick from this roster in maybe 6 to 8 months?
Yeah, I'm curious to see what GamerLegion can do today. We can't see the opponent. That's going to be Falcons, and the reason for that is that Falcons couldn't do anything against Astralis. A relatively convincing 2-0 for Astralis. Surprised by that? Or?
Yeah, I mean, I'm always surprised when I see the score, but I see the pre-killing device in a couple of situations, right? I think it's a weird project, really. I think they are facing an issue right now that they're so low on the rankings that they get terrible seedings. So they have these really hard groups, but they're still, like, in some way a top team, but it's not easy.
It's not easy. Not easy at all. We did have a lot of action yesterday. That also means we have some plays of the day, the traded plays of the day that we may as well dive into. We have 3 selections for you coming up, and we were voting about it yesterday. First one coming in is none other than Slent with the AWP. Had a fantastic showing yesterday, and we spoke about it. A player that we need to look out for. Well done on Mirage, you know, circling around with the AWP and getting a nice quad kill. Well done by Slent.
Yeah, and then another Orber, maybe who's not having such a great time at the moment. Sunpeo is a guy who was really finding his form in the last year, but this year it's not been the same. He's still doing work with the rifle here on Dust 2, actually getting a pretty nice couple of kills. I love that he's already ready for the rotation of Jabby in that point and secures a round for Falcons.
It's a nice round by Sunpeo, but I would love to see a highlight with the AWP from him instead of the rifle. I think that's a healthy sign for the Falcons. Another healthy player, a guy we're going to speak about later on as well, is none other than TeSeS. I know you're praising him a lot. You have an argument that he's perhaps one of the 5 best players in Denmark as of right now, and he's showing that with the Deagle yesterday. That was a fantastic round, fantastic quad kill coming in right here. TeSeS really fired up yesterday, really played good Counter-Strike, and I guess we're going to have to see more of that from TeSeS and Heroic today if we want a close game in the first one here.
Yeah, I mean, I think the argument of him being top 5 is pretty solidified. The question is now, is it top 3, is it top 4? Like, where is he? He's a really well-rounded player and has an amazing aim at times.
We'll have to see later. We'll have that discussion. For now, though, let's take a look what we have on the menu for the day. As said, 4 games are taking place here in the studios in Copenhagen. Falcons versus GamerLegion will be the final one of the day. Astralis taking on Vitality. Complexity versus OG. But before that, let's dive into Heroic versus Spirit. It's 2 teams that, I guess, coming into this game have a different approach to it. We have Spirit right now entering the arena, entering the studio, arguably the best team in the world, or at least in the conversation to be so. And then we have their opponents, who yesterday surprised us a lot. Heroic winning against Complexity. That's where I want to steer this conversation in first and foremost. We know they're playing with a stand-in. Dexter, unfortunately, haven't been able to show up to the tournament just yet. Some visa issues, which means they're playing with Saw, the man who's walking in here in the picture. Now, yesterday was a massive surprise. We didn't see that win coming in from Heroic. Now, one thing is beating Complexity, another one is taking on Team Spirit. Quick thoughts on that one?
I mean, I think Spirit must be smiling all over the place, right? They first meet OG, and then after that, you meet Heroic with a stand-in. I mean, there's a potential to have a game here, but facing Spirit with a stand-in is not going to be fun.
It's not going to be fun, right? And we did have a lot of questions yesterday, how they're going to approach it. Are they going to play Saw on the AWP? Are they going to play him as a rifle? We did get to learn that they're going to play as 5 riflers. Now, going up against Shiro, who's just going to most likely have a field day on the server. How do you even prepare for a game like this?
I mean, I think we saw glimpses of what they did well yesterday, right? They were really good at the executes, and a good execute can always counter an Orber, and I think that's the point that we're really trying to make here for Heroic.
Yeah, we're trying to make points for Heroic. We're trying to figure out what they want to do. We had James speaking to Kixan coming into the game to learn a little more of their approach into the game.
I want to start by touching on something Nert said to me in the winners interview, that Saw was helping out a lot in terms of not just the input he had on the server, but how vocal he was being. What exactly is he doing? How much is that helping you?
Yeah, he's helping a lot, obviously, with his experience, with his comms. He's bringing some ideas, also helping me with in-game coding, and he's pretty good with nades, so we got a really good player here.
That's a good coach situation to have, considering normally this could go very badly. But also, no AWP, a lot of rifle players coming in. How much does that change things up for you? Do you just plan to be more explosive with it?
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty hard to play without the AWP, so we're trying to adapt a little bit. We're trying to play maybe a bit more aggressive and going for some more aggressive plays with the rifles. So, yeah, we cannot play just normal. We need to change something, and we're trying to do it.
I want to also look at your map pool, because you have quite a unique map pool in the sense that you ban out Inferno, but I don't feel like you have like a home pick map. You often go for like the other team's weak map with it. Where does this idea come from, and are you still trying to find your like home map? Because obviously Heroic is still kind of going through changes. You haven't had that much time with even your main roster.
Yeah, I think last season we didn't have too much time to practice because of all the events, so that's one of the reasons we couldn't get one map that is really good for us. But we practiced a lot before the season started, so we have some maps that we think are good for us, but we will see this in the next season.
In terms of the maps coming into this game though, right, we look at Spirit, and Mirage sometimes has been a bit questionable for them. Then obviously the Vertigo one was in the old time, we said you could kind of have an advantage there. Does that give you a good sense where you might be able to have a game here?
Yeah, I think so. I think our Vertigo has been good recently, and I think Vertigo is a map where you don't need dope too much, and also it's one of their weakest maps in my opinion, so I think we definitely have a chance here.
Interesting thoughts going into the veto right here. Interesting to hear from Kuxin in terms of how they're approaching the entire thing. With Saw, first and foremost, the veto. He speaks about, you know, picking Vertigo. It's perhaps a weak map for Team Spirit and a map where you can hide the fact you don't have an AWP. Do you agree with that assessment, or is it just you know, trying to grasp in blind here?
I mean, I think it's one of the maps where you can execute your way out of things, right? I think if you do the ramp control properly, you can actually Molotov off everything while not losing a player to the AWP. I think it's a little bit of an easy argument saying that it's going to be a better chance of that reason. I don't think Spirit is a bad team tactically, so it's going to be interesting to see if they can actually execute their way out of things.
Well, they have to try to do something, right?
Yeah.
And one of the things that they are focused on right now is trying to make Saw feel as comfortable as possible. I think all of us were surprised yesterday to see him actually play. Okay, let's be honest here. He didn't play good Counter-Strike on the server, but he was not a liability to the extent that we thought he would be.
No, I mean, before the game, we thought like, oh my god, this is going to be bad, right?
Yeah.
It's not going to be great. But he shows up and he actually has a couple of good rounds where he does impact and have a good amount of sense of when to be proactive and when to stand back and let the other guys do it. I mean, sometimes we just see players who stand in who wants to like, okay, I'll do the game. But he's experienced enough to know, I'll let TeSeS, I'll let Nerds do the things, and I'll try to stay back a little bit.
And we were observing the body language yesterday as well. Yeah. Again, when you're coming in as a coach, obviously you're used to having a say in how you approach the game. But on the server, he was communicating a lot. He was being very vocal, trying to help the teammates. And it did feel like he was much better suited for that stand-in role that we thought he would be.
I mean, I think Saw deserves a lot of praise generally. I think the Endless lineup last year, I think he's also shown a lot of positives with this Heroic lineup. And he was also an IGL at some point. So it's relatively easy and natural for him to step inside a team and trying to dictate the things, right? I think Kuxin would be more focused on his individual things and then let Saw do the things, because right now Saw already knows the playbook. Like, there's no difference between those two normally, except that he can't call anything Saw. But now the roles are kind of changed, so I would love to see Kuxin also actually showing up a little bit of the individual level that we sometimes saw back in the Apex.
Yeah, let's see. Well, it's Saw's birthday today, so maybe he'll get another present for that one as well. It's going to be tough against Team Spirit. One player that will have to help him in achieving a great birthday, I guess, is none other than TeSeS. We spoke a little bit about it. Right now, you have a point that you want to make across that he's a top 5 player in Denmark, and he's, would you say, severely underrated or just slightly underrated?
I mean, it's too early to say severely, but like individually and just looking at what he does for the team, he's severely underrated in that aspect. Yeah. But he needs more quantity. I mean, he needs to do this for a longer period, but like just raw skill-wise, he's top 3 right now in my opinion. I think it's either him or Jappy who's like balancing on that third spot, but like don't underestimate this guy's aim, because I remember back in the days when you guys talked about Heroic and also, oh, TeSeS is the support guy, but he's a really good entry. Do you know why he's a good entry? It's because he's so instant in his duels, right? He loves to run first. He doesn't care about like his individual ego or anything. He's a team player with a big T.
A team player with a big T, and I guess that's what's needed today, going up against Team Spirit, going up against Donk, going up against Shiro. Now, we have been talking a bit about Spirit coming into this group. It looks like a relatively easy task for them to win out this group, but we did see yesterday that OG were able to pressure them on Mirage. We did see them, you know, get off to a slightly, I wouldn't say worrying start, but maybe not the best start at the Esports World Cup. Are you worried at all for Donk, Shiro, and the boys here from Team Spirit going up against Heroic?
I mean, I'm not going to be worried if it's going to be close, but I think they might have a chance to actually make Vertigo close, right? I think they're very comfortable. I don't think when you go into a tournament and you have the first seed, you obviously expect an easy way, right? Or like an easier way, but I don't think they ever expected it to be this relatively easy compared to what you can face in the other groups. Right now you're facing OG, and then you face Heroic afterwards with a stand-in. I mean, to go to fall finals on that is relatively...
Yeah, it should be possible, should be doable, and let's dive into some of the context of it as well. We have Shiro on the screen right here. We have obviously Dong being a point of conversation. Two things I want to bring up right here. We hear Heroic saying that Vertigo perhaps is a map where you can allow yourself not to have an AWP. Is that a good thing, bad thing for Shiro? Furthermore, it's been a point of conversation for Dong that on Vertigo in the beginning he was playing the B anchor role. Now he's moved, now he's into a different position. The Heroic boys kicks and said that he thinks that Vertigo right now is one of Spirit's weakness. Would you agree with that assessment, that Shiro right now can be hidden away? You don't have to necessarily fight him all the time with the AWP, and Donk and Spirit as a whole right now maybe are showing a bit of weakness on Vertigo?
I mean, I think it's too early to say. I think they've had a lot of practice time in the boot camp, right? So maybe they've worked on the Vertigo itself. But I do think from looking at the old one, right, they were always a weak point. But as you said, they moved Donk away from that B side, that terrible anchor role. And for some reason, he was never A. But now he's there, and he's together with Shiro. I think it's going to be a nice combo over there. A lot of firepower for sure. So I'm just going to be curious who's going to dictate the pace.
And how has that transition been for Donk, what you've seen? Obviously, you said he was playing the B anchor role. We were all wondering why on earth is that? We saw it at the major qualifier, the major for that matter as well. Him being on A now, is that the right decision, and is that the right move for Donk?
Yeah, I mean, I think many people consider, like, why can't he just play B? Like, he has so good aim, right? But B is so technical in the sense of, like, you're often going to be presented by boost, executes, flashes, who's very direct, where you have to play, like, the angles and not really as much your aim. But on A, it's way more, okay, I'll strafe on the ramp, get one duel, get out. On B, it's definitely not that.
It's definitely not that. It's going to be interesting to see Donk play, going to be interesting to see Shiro play, going to be interesting to see if Heroic can put up a fight against Team Spirit. Another thing that's interesting is our prediction game. You guys are taking part in it as well on social media. We're trying to figure out who's going to win this game. And as you can see right here, everyone, as in absolutely everyone, is believing in Team Spirit. However, that was from yesterday. And we can see that there was a couple of misses, you know. A couple of guys were lucky enough to predict Heroic. I'm not sure if you were lucky.
I mean, I got 4 out of 4. I think it was a relatively good day at the office, both doing desk with you and also getting 4 out of 4. You can't really complain. But I see other people struggling a little bit in their first time in this predictions. Cadian.
Listen, it's early beginning, Bobski. It's going to be a long week, so you better calm down just a tiny little bit. These are the predictions for the day. Again, one player, I'm not sure if I can call him a player anymore, that's Anders, believes in Heroic and believes in the magic. Now, a couple of guys also went with OG against Complexity, and I guess across the board, we're a little bit more split today. So we have closer games on paper?
Yeah, I mean, I think relatively going into the second, third, and fourth game, I think there's a lot of debate of like who is the actual better team, especially on the day and what they've shown so far.
I'm excited to see some Counter-Strike today, and I'm excited to get the first game on the way. Before we can do that, we have a short little break, but coming up right after is Spirit taking on Heroic in the first game of the day at the Group 4.
Team Spirit!
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to day 2 of the Counter-Strike Carnage here at Full Groups 2024. My name is Henry G. Of course, this is Anders Bloom, and we've got Spirit and Heroic to kick things off today. I think that calls for a handshake.
It does.
Appropriate. Feels good, right?
Yes, that's how we get started.
Now, it has to be said, Dexter didn't make it.
No,
he's not going to be here. But Saw is, and he's arguably one of the best Counter-Strike players in the tournament right now. Best support player, perhaps, with the flashbangs he's producing.
It's magnificent. And you know what? Dexter as well is known for those like really aggressive slaps. It doesn't really fit into the handshake meta anyway.
No, exactly. If anything, he wouldn't work in this team. So I feel like Saw joining full-time is the only answer.
Yes. It's actually been magnificent. Like he was great yesterday. It was what a revelation. Been a really long time. I think it was like 1,300 and some days since he played last, and obviously then he played yesterday, and they actually ended up winning. But now they have to face up against Spirit, kind of a different caliber team. The odds, as you can tell by GGBet, are kind of reflecting that fact.
Hey, the odds are similar yesterday as well.
Yeah, that is
kicked
true.
off, and all of a sudden they managed to win 2-0 against Complexity. I'm not sure if that says more about Heroic or more about Complexity. I'd say maybe the latter. Those guys have had a really rough start to their second half.
Yes.
Spirit, though, took down OG. Wasn't necessarily the cleanest game. They absolutely owned them on Dust too, but Mirage, it was like 13-9. OG put up a bit of a fight. I don't know. I think from what we saw from Heroic yesterday, if the likes of Nerds and Shush can step up, Tessus had his amazing moments as well. They're still a deadly team. There's not going to be a walk in the park, and they've got nothing to lose. You can see how relaxed the Heroic boys look right now. And I think that's a massive part of it. They were just having fun the entire time, kind of just accepting their fate of playing with the coach. And the coach wasn't really a liability. He wasn't making too many mistakes. He wasn't just dying by himself too often. Sure, he obviously wasn't operating at the same level as Dexter would, but still, it was admirable. And they're playing Vertigo as well, Anders. We saw them actually take down Complexity. And yesterday, that was Complexity's best map. They hadn't lost it in like 7 outings, right? That was the whole stats we were working with. So they can definitely play this map, and I hope we have a decent game. Of course, jokes aside, Spirit are the heavy favorites going into this one. Another historical upset potentially if Heroic can take this, but we're going towards middle. We've got multiple members of Heroic, 4 to be exact, maybe now 5, as they get ready with their basic utility. Flash visit going over, and full send of a nice smoke down towards the elevator side, and this gives them access towards CT spawn.
Yeah, Saw just put up 1 flashbang, so they have to do something with it. It's going to be Kixan to open up. It's a nice kill on a chopper, and that gives them a little bit of space in the middle of the map to work with. They still have to get back past Magix, who's here. Sontix as well, but he's going to be going down. 1 more set of dualies to defend the B-bomb side, and they just hunt him down. The jumping clock around the corner. Donk is trying to salvage the situation, but surely it is too late here. 2 versus 4, make it a 2 versus 3. Shiro will get 1. If he gets 1 more, maybe the round is back on again, but recovering this in a pistol with no kit at the moment, I don't think it's going to be easy whatsoever. Shiro, he's got the dualies. Oh, he's good for the 1. Actually was airborne for that kill on Tessus. I don't even know how, but it will be Heroic to pick up the round.
Nice little strategy there. Interesting to know how they threw that smoke towards elevator, because all 5 players are towards middle. Maybe it's coming from T spawn for a skylight somehow. But yeah, it's smoking deep in elevators. Good flash for CT spawn. Bombarding their way through middle, finding all kills en route, and even the Julies couldn't shut them down. Kixan, nice little jumping shot himself there. Shiro managed to make it work. I think he was just dropping down off the stairs.
Yeah, it must
so
have
it
been
kind of counted as being mid-air, but I don't think it was. As we see a full eco now for Team Spirit. Convincing round from Heroic, just what the doctor ordered. Kick off day 2 here. Kixan on top of the generator. Opens things up with a clean headshot. Down goes Shiro.
Kixan was having a little bit of trouble in that game yesterday against Complexity over at the A ramp when they were on the CT side, but otherwise he was actually playing a pretty good game. So
the B bomb side was on an absolute lockdown for Heroic.
Oh yeah,
they had Nerds there who was
right.
getting backed up by the Saw flash from middle, and it was just unbelievably good. They didn't breach the B bomb side once. They didn't really even go middle. They just kept going A or B.
Yeah.
Every time they went B, they didn't get past the B steps.
It was wild.
It was.
Yeah, those flash setups from Saw they became kind of legendary really quickly. A fun boost here, but I'm pretty sure that they are watching on the other side, and with the sound being made, they definitely know what's up. So now they are absolutely going to keep an eye on it. Grenades being thrown left and right here from the Heroic team. They want to make absolutely sure that there's no one hiding in any corners. I mean, it's a lot of money to be thrown out like this, but it's definitely worth it. You're playing Spirit. You don't want to lose this round, even if it's just USPs. You should make sure that you spend the extra cash and just get it over the line.
Oh yeah, if you don't smoke it and even one player goes down, that's what, like $4,000 worth of kit going regardless. So you're better off making sure it's as clean as possible. Magic's looking for this 1 kill. It's a cheeky position. Unfortunate of his health. Don't think he'll be doing much with it. Another jumpy kill from Shush. 2-0 clean sweep. Oh, their handshakes are out early.
It really carried the broadcast yesterday. It's remarkable what handshakes can do to change everybody's mood.
I was just so used to the meta of the fist bumps or the high fives. Just a good old textbook handshake. You love to see it. The thing of beauty. But first gun round, and there's a bit of a bonus situation, if you don't mind me saying. We've got the MAC-10s.
Listen,
I've
been saying for a while, Henry, if I was coaching a team, I'd make it so that the middle player does, like, you know, double handshake down, and the ones next to him always do up, and then the outer players always do down. So it's one movement, like everyone on the team does it, like 3, 2, 1, and it's just one movement.
Okay, a bit more coordinated.
Yeah. Forget the Counter-Strike. I just focus on the handshaking.
Yeah,
part.
okay.
Or the high fives, I suppose.
Well, Donk is concentrating on the headshots as he opens things up against Coach Saw. Finds it towards the scaffolding, and it's going to be an early advantage here for Team Spirit. They've got a 5-on-4, got to start peeling away from the initial choke point of the ramp. And you can see that it's going to be heroic to say, you know what, we've got 3 Galils here. We've lost our MAC-10. Let's try and just keep this round as close as possible. Like, it's pretty unlikely you are going to win against the fully equipped CTs, but let's see whether they can get the bomb planted, make it uncomfortable. They still have the majority of their smokes here. 3 remaining as they start to gain some traction towards the top of that ramp. It's going to be Chopper flying in the way by the smoke. Got to look for a point of access here. Needs to be careful. He certainly is. Keeps the man advantage and chops one of them down to size. And Donk will find a second kill of the round. Looking very convincing here for Team Spirit. As just a couple of kills available for Nuts. Like we said, keep it as expensive as possible. If you can find one more, it'd still be a pretty decent round, all things considered.
It almost looked for a minute there like Donk running away, reloading, actually drew a bunch of the heroic players to hunt him down, and then Shiro sort of, you know, snuck up the back and ended up executing at least one of them. I think there was a lot of attention on Donk there, and I guess that's to be expected, the caliber of player that he is. Oh, it's actually very close to being a headshot. How sick would that have been? But again, he's being snuck up on. Did he realize? No, he didn't. I don't think he saw that, unfortunately. Shiro will take him down. And like you said, a little bit more damage would have gone a long way here.
Yeah, one more kill would have made it all worthwhile. Didn't really get much done, though. Getting 2 kills, and they lost that first pick. And the former Saw quite early on. Chopper nice by the MP9. Just had to find one to make it a success, which he certainly did. Shiro playing in front of the Molotov as well, gets himself a couple of frags.
You can see Kicksan, he goes up with his back turned to Shiro, right? I think that's because he's so focused on Donk on the other side, it was kind of lingering around. But yeah, 2-1 the scoreline. Spirit, they do love that. Chopper reinvesting into another MP9. It is one of his favorite weapons. Donk with another headshot, very, very similar as the last time. It's brutal being up against this guy. At range, he will get taken down by the coach.
Saw just outdueled Donk at a clean 1-on-1.
Yeah. Sit down, kid.
Yeah. 32 years old today. Happy birthday. So old.
Don't say that, Henry.
So old. Ugh. Who would ever be that old?
They say 30 is the new 20s.
Do they?
I say that.
So, okay.
I'm on that full copium at the moment, just coping incredibly hard.
Okay, well, this is actually looking pretty promising. Heroic actually have a 4-on-3 advantage after Saw bamboozles Donk at the top of the ramp with the AK-47. This kill will decide the round. And there it is. TSS confirms the 3rd in favor of Heroic. Magic's and Zontic still here for now. Ooh. At their peril, though, as Nerds will... Eva's in a 4 versus 1. They know exactly what Magic is. Nothing he can do. Very clean round.
You see Nerds toying with him?
What do you mean?
Just the jiggling the
jiggling
corner,
around that
really like getting in.
Sure. I thought you meant something to do off the server.
Well, that could be too. Maybe that's coming up. I hope so.
Yeah.
But that kind of micro movement, I think, is, you know, that's definitely a young man's game, isn't it? Getting that down. But yeah.
Taste for your own medicine, Donk. Didn't like that too much, did you?
Oh, that makes me laugh. That's great.
Nice, boys.
Nice, Rene.
Thank you.
All right, 3-1. It happened so early on that Spirit obviously do not have an economy on the CT side, so they are immediately back to this.
Straight to a full eco.
Double HE.
That's kind of insane. You would think with the 3 players surviving they had before, there'd be enough for at least a buy here, but certainly not. They've got like, no. Zontic, he's got some Kevlar.
They're going to try and double nade the stairs here. It could work.
Then they naded quad before, right? Yeah, so that's how they were doing it yesterday.
Not really the impact I think they were looking for. Unfortunately, the nades don't do quite enough here. Nuts to open up a little bit more. He is at a 9-1 scoreline, Henry. I know you've been a big fan of him for a long time.
Oh, yeah. Massive Nerds fan. Handshakes are out. I'm glad we're capturing every single one of those. I want to see how the energy develops. Because when you start losing those rounds, those kind of comedy handshakes, a little bit more difficult to pull off when you've lost like a 4-on-1 clutch. But,
yeah, you have to embrace the irony when you're losing, right? Like, you have to make...
I guess it's still, yeah, that's the thing. You have to agree with one. Even if we're losing, we have to keep it up. Otherwise, it looks a bit silly. Very clean and concise round, though. Walking into somewhat of a stack there, but no problems for Heroic. Their map pick 4-1 up on the T side of Vertigo. You can see it is a full buy now. Shiro versus AWP. Things about to get a little bit more problematic. Still not the best buy, though, but Zontix with the opening kill. Nice and clean with the M4A1S. Looking for the double. Delivers. It's a nice off angle as well. Does well to get both kills there. You'd think the trade would come through, but he plays it very nicely. Down to TESS to try and find a kill in return. Has got a slight gap there on the right-hand side of the smoke.
Yeah, a bit of a mistake on the B-bomb side to get them back in the round if Chopper is a little bit unaware that there's a player up there. I wonder if there's a similar gap on this one, because TESS has definitely spotted it out, but he might just be waiting and hoping that there are some CTs moving forward. You could see Shush on the other side here. So yeah, if anyone was to move forward, might be a way back into the round. But look at Zontix. How has he got here? He's all the way in T-spawn and pretty much about to win the round. He must have walked from middle and just slowly down the stairs. That's crazy to see. A missed shot from Shiro, and Zontix actually somehow doesn't win the round from that. I would have thought that was an easy knockout win, but somehow they were aware of it. Shush, I have no idea how he was checking that position, but he was. And it's a 4 versus 3 now. They do have a Molotov, so they could put some pressure on Chopper, who's still, this whole round, I think for like 40 seconds, Chopper's been just waiting back here. He doesn't have a smoke, so he can't get rid of the Molotov either. This could actually be doable, but I think it relies on one grenade to get rid of him.
Well, let's have a look. Do they have it? Grenades are being thrown in. There's the Molotov that flushes him out. Has to be a clean kill. Not going to be connecting with Chopper anytime soon. He finds the double with the Famous and finds the second round for Team Spirit.
That's a bit of a classic, though, isn't it? You throw the grenade, but you forget about the follow-up. Like, you're not 100% checking it.
Right.
They definitely had the chance to kind of crouch down and just wait for him to peek out, but they were already busy clearing the E-box at that point in time.
True, no one's looking at out the Molotoving it, right?
Yeah. You see it happen all the time, and I guess it's just like there's so much going on at that bomb site that you're just kind of hoping it's going to work out, but not this time.
All right, then. Well, we actually have a pretty decent gun round this time. You can see Chopper once again back on the MP9, a bit more aggro towards the A ramp. Shiro's burning to a crisp. He stands in the flames there, takes 50 damage. Still holding towards short, looking for that opening kill if possible, but it's already been found by Heroic. This kill for Shiro, though, doesn't connect. SS, brutal headshot towards short. Finds the AWP. And that surely is round, Anders. We've got the MP9. Molotov out of position, so now all the fights have to be arranged. Possible with the MP9, but not likely. You're going to see now one final attempt from Zontix. If he can find a kill on this side of the map, might be having something to work with, but smoked off, will have to spam. Now they know exactly where he is. We're actually going in towards B.
Oh, I love this.
Meanwhile,
no one's picked up the bomb yet. The bomb's still dropped in the middle of the map, so this is all just for territory at the moment. They're going to take down Magix. That's a fantastic start to the round here.
Nice smoke.
Chopper and Zontix, what do they even do? The Heroic have just won the entire map without even needing to have the bomb yet.
Well, there it goes in towards B. Chopper presumably goes down. You wouldn't overlook this position. Okay, apparently you would. Give the boost box a check, Saw. I guess it's Saw. He's not going to have all the protocols of the players.
Yeah, fair enough. But they know exactly where Chopper is. Tessus has got him boxed into the one side. Don't think Chopper can fight his way out of this one. Nuts appearing as if out of nowhere to catch his 11th kill and just 2 deaths. So Nuts still pretty much performing at a high level here. And Heroic win another round. This is, I mean, they're doing everything right in terms of keeping the Spirit economy as dreadful as it possibly could be.
Dude, they shot from Tetez. Oof. That was nothing to do with the HP, but that was a clean headshot from the AK. Shiro doesn't find the angle. Taken down towards B as well. Nuts. Brute forces his way in. Continues this astonishing first half he's having. 11 and 2, 139 ADR. 5-2, another eco. Anders, they've had plenty of these so far. The economy is at an absolute shambles. But Team Spirit, every time they win around, they get quickly reset. Shush this time trying to help himself towards that B bomb site. He's done very well at bullying him towards the Guardian box itself. B is essentially open, but they have got 5 CTs ready to swing in. They don't have much to work with and no longer have much firepower as 4 players go down. Just poor old Zontix here at the P250. He's got Kevlar as usual, but apart from that, no grenades. Hoping he can maybe steal a weapon here. Not going to happen. And Kixan confirms a 6th round.
If you remember yesterday, Shush had a couple of rounds opening up on that B bomb site. He is so supremely confident. I don't think he must have been just grinding, attacking that bomb site over and over again, because he just runs up there, whether they have rifles or not, and he's just so confident in his aim. It's actually just wonderful to see. But all right,
spit on that thing.
That's I wasn't. That meme just wasn't on my.
You didn't catch that one?
No, I mean I did, obviously, but I just didn't expect it to show up in a Counter-Strike game. But you know what?
It's that kind of took over. That's it. And you could be a worldwide star if you just came up with one meme. That's all it takes.
Yeah, well, maybe that's in the
wasted 10 years of your life in this Counter-Strike stuff. You just need one line on camera.
I know. Now Shush is trying to take a run at that same thing. Like, what's going on?
All right.
Don't tell me we're not living in a simulation.
Dude, I'm convinced after the last 2 months it must be. We must have entered some different sort of dimension. I'm not sure. Either way, Donk.
Kind of taking my breath. Like I need half a round and really get back.
Donk will be looking to fight back here. He's 4-7. He's been absolutely rocked here on the CT side. Money's still a bit of an issue. Chopper hasn't had an M4 yet, I don't believe. It's like MP9, FAMAS, or pistol every single round.
Yeah. He is such a versatile player, Chopper, though, that it probably doesn't even bother him that much, but it is obviously a downgrade. Sontic's going to get traded right away. It's Shush with a flash assist from Saw, and on that second one as well, Saw's just setting up his teammates beautifully. It's working out. They're going to get the bomb plant, and they're surely going to get the round as well. They just look at how far away Shiro is with the AWP. It's not worth it. Heroic, they're bullying Spirit. What's going on?
They kind of are. They're actually kind of just owning them. Like, you could see they were quite cagey towards B. They gave them so much control towards the step. There was no resistance whatsoever. Gave them full steps control, allowed a full execution to come through, and they get the opening kill, but Shush just absolutely obliterates them with the entries on that AK-47 by Shiro. That's your sniper going down as well. Donk, no kills in the round. 4 players surviving, but looks things here for Heroic as we go 7-2. Anders, what in God's name is happening here?
I'm going to be honest, if spitting on your monitor gives you this kind of advantage, like I might try that myself.
Gonna have to.
He's running completely wild here. Look at how confident he is. I'm awestruck by, like, he must have been spending so much time just on this one bomb site doing it.
Dude. They've been so good on Vertigo. Yesterday against Complexity, as we mentioned, it was the map Complexity haven't lost in like 7 outings. Like the only map that's been working out for them. They beat them. We thought, okay, it's just an off day for Complexity. Maybe they didn't really show up. But now Team Spirit, a team that's like, consider what, 2-3 in the world, down to yet another eco here. They have got the Donk M4. I say that as he actually gets removed quite early on by Saw again. He just out-dueled Donk once more, Anders.
He's so ready, isn't he? In the middle here.
What am I saying?
I don't know. Nobody was expecting this.
Saw now, I have to get the kill matrix out for Saw versus Donk. Battle of the Goats.
A coach. A manager.
Literally. Like, taking down the hottest prospect in World Counter-Strike multiple times in one-on-one duels with rifles. Like, I wish I was joking.
Well, Chopper with a very slim chance to win this one. Unfortunately, the health here is a really big problem for him. But the element of surprise is there. He's going to catch Saw. So that's a start. There's so much time on the clock here, and both Tessus and Kixan are a lot more healthy than he is. But there is a chance with the AK creeping around. What a headshot to bring it back into a 1 versus 1.
I need this.
Yeah, they do. You're right. This could actually be pivotal for the first half. If you win this somehow, maybe that's when it got spark Spirit to get back into the game. Bomb getting planted right in front. Tessus trying to stay covered and actually making a little bit of movement. Chopper, he's so patient, but Crosshair in the wrong position, and Tessus will take him down. It's close, It's real close.
Oh, he's had some disgusting clutches this tournament. That's another one. His aim just seems absolutely pitch perfect right now. at.CEST with another masterclass in the 1v1. Chopper, great effort there. He started with a CZ, ended up winning 3 kills in total.
Yeah.
Managed to scavenge an AK-47. Made it exciting, made it close, but ultimately, unless you're winning that round, doesn't have a massive knock-on effect. We're coming to the closing stages of this first half. A couple more rounds to go. And it doesn't look like Spirit are really showing up as of yet. If they can get 4, we're all right. That was an eco in the previous round, of course. But the Shiro Orb here, but no one's really got going on the Team Spirit side. Magic's 1 and 8, Shiro 4 kills, Dom 4 kills, Zontic had a couple of moments, I suppose. Like Chopper's been leading the charge, he got 3 kills in the previous round, which didn't equate to a win. As we set up towards that A ramp again. Seems sure she'll just be looking to get another double kill here over towards B. Nice little Molotov to flush out the close range proximity. We are going to see them getting a lot of freedom again, Anders. They've been granted so much space on either side of the map here, allowing them to get like full control of the B steps. A ramp. Shiro this time play more defensively, just off the edge of the crane.
You could do a lot of executes from here. Normally you have to pay with a couple of T's to even get.
If Saw comes up and one bangs him, like I'm done. That's it.
Well, they're throwing decent grenades at the moment. Shiro, that's so dangerous, making the jump up, and he's going to get caught by Nuts, who's hoping on that side. Again, Saw on the assist, but he is going to go down early here. Tess is trying to follow it up. Kicksan is no way out here for Sontics. He was sandwiched into the bomb site. 2 versus 2, and Chopper goes straight down. Nuts somehow now AWPing in the middle of the match, leaving Magix alone in a 1 versus 2. The bomb being planted again here. Heroic gunning for 9 rounds.
And I dare say they've probably got them. Like we said, Magix is 1 and 8 right now.
Oh, shit, right.
He would have to go above and beyond his current output just to win this clutch. Not gonna happen. Heroic go 9 and 2. They must have those fancy new keyboards, Anders. Everyone's been talking about.
I mean, that might be true. Like they
must be using those keyboards, I reckon. I think that's what's going on.
It could be the keyboards.
It must be the keyboard. I've never seen anything like this.
The handshake.
You can't be this good without those keyboards. Whatever those keyboards are, they've got them.
Could be the well-lubricated monitors. Like it's hard to know at this point in time.
Yes, of course.
They have it. They're stacking advantages.
Good job, boys. Fucking nice.
All right,
well, that is a good job.
After this, I'm just saying. I'm going to call it now. All right, final round. I can't believe this is what's happening. 9-2 and potentially 10-2. Shiro goes down once again. Everyone on Heroic is delivering. No more than Nerds though. 16 and 4. He finishes his half. Magic's finally having some output here. Gets his 2nd kill of the half. Doubles his total in the last round of this first half. So 4 on 3. Tessis on the AWP. Not known to be an AWPer. And that's fair to say.
Let's see if
AK-47 working towards mid.
Maybe Saw can set up some of his teammates once again. A couple of ways you could do that. Obviously, you can flash them in. You could also just, be the early entry and sort of, get the information. Walking in on the other side. Sontics looking for it. Saw is going to defeat him with a quick snap of the AK-47 and bring him down into a 3 versus 3. Still got 50 seconds here. Magic's just crouching down, and Tessis was not ready for it. Saw getting shot at the back, and it leaves Kicksan very unenviable position right now. Might have the element of surprise on one of them, but even that kill is kind of hard to find. The grenade could chase him down. It almost catches Donk, puts him on 3 health. But yeah, this looks not very winnable at all for Kicksan.
I think you might be right. Final round of this first half, and at least Team Spirit will find a round to soften the blow somewhat, Anders. I can't believe I'm saying this. It's 9-3 in favor of Heroic.
Get molly failed.
Train, mix low.
Come with me, boys. He's gonna peek now. One gap. Nice, boys.
Nice, René.
Good shit. Thank you.
Nice, good shit.
Good kill on the ramp.
Good shit, sir. Dunk got fucking deleted.
Let's do.
That he did. Donk got fucking deleted, Anders.
By a coach.
Yeah, a manager no less. Can you believe that? Like, it happened like a few times as well in one-on-one duels with Saw. Loving that.
I mean, I was expecting nothing like this when we started the day. I've got to be honest. Like, it's Spirit, they're playing Henry, they're playing Spirit for Christ's sake. But with a stand-in, Heroic are doing remarkable work.
There's a difference between having a good half and closing out the game, though.
That is true.
This is still going to be a very difficult game to close. We'll see whether this is where it starts, though. If Heroic win this pistol, I dare say it's done. We'll check things out now. Towards middle, Nerds. Certainly been the MVP of this outing thus far. You'll find Magics, but an equal trade favors Team Spirit in this particular situation. Spread to defense, very thin. Need to start exploring for some information now. You can see that starting to activate towards the B steps. Looking towards storage and seeing whether they can spot anything.
What a forward position from TeSeS. At least they're going to know if they go A very fast, but could he get more than one kill here? Maybe gets the first one almost for free, and not even that. That's a big problem right now. TeSeS on the escape, looking to just survive this one. They're hunting him down, almost getting him. Sontics on the other side of the map is going to be taking down Kicksan, and somehow TeSeS actually lives. It's taking a lot of time off the clock, but they have a one-man advantage here on the Spirit side, and they know as much as we do, winning this pistol is absolutely everything. If they want to get back into this game, this is how it's done. 45 seconds. They've got the middle. They're on the B steps as well. They can go pretty much anywhere. The bomb, though, is all the way on the other side of the A ramp, and he's rotating through the middle. Saw not quite ready for it. Shiro just crouched in the corner with a stolen USB to take him down. There is a player that can stop the bomb from being planted, though. Sneaking out right here. Oh, TeSeS is about to get sideswiped as well. Chopper will spin around for the headshot, and Spirit, they will win the round.
That may be the nightmare scenario now. Pistol in the bag. Wind in their sails. Do they force buy in the second, though? They've got some very capable Desert Eagle players. Former Nerds, TeSeS, Shush as well. Like, I'm sure there's a conversation to be had with this huge lead you have right now. The book says you don't buy handed. You take the full eco, and you try and have as many gun rounds as possible. But we'll see if they are that way inclined. They've actually gone for the more aggressive response here. They are going for the force buy. The MP9s, it means if you lose this, you're going down 0-3 to kick things off. The gap gets closer and closer. The economy is affected. We'll see whether it works out, though. If they win the round, yeah, it's arguably better than winning the pistol.
You're right, though. When you have this much of a lead, forcing into this round, you're right. I mean, if they win it, it might be even better, and they might be in a genius position here. Ooh, it's Donk on the other side. I don't know how he managed to react that quickly. Maybe he was looking already, but it didn't look like it. And now they're kind of sandwiched in, and the weapons are betraying them a little bit here. It's hard to win this fight with MP9s at range. A nice dink, but not enough to change the round, I think. Nerds and Shush left alive, and really only for a second here. So 1 versus 3 for Nerds. I think he realizes this is not going to be working out.
No. Just trying to take some loot with him. Upgraded pistol. Any fallen grenades. But that round is over. Saving the MP9 is about as good as it gets, and I suppose he might as well. If he can get one exit, it's another $600 in the bag. I think he picked up a Deagle as well, so at least he could drop that with the MP9. It wouldn't just be USPs. These are all very small details, but that's why he's going for it. See if there's any more money to be made here. Holding towards T-Spawn. Well done from Spirit, though. This game is officially back on after winning round number 2. It's a full eco next for Heroic. So 9-6, pretty much locked in. All of a sudden, that feels a lot more uncomfortable, doesn't it? An MR12.
Oh, yeah.
That gap becomes a lot closer. Donk's starting to feel it now. Starting to hit some shots. Getting warmed up here.
It's been Chopper that's been leading the board for Spirit so far, which is kind of interesting.
Great for him. Not amazing news for Team Spirit, I would say.
Probably not. But there's time to recover. Yeah, I think this game is back on. You said it at the start. Closing out the game is a different matter. We'll see if they can find a way heroic. They have a little bit of work within this round. It's not super impressive, but yeah, you hit the right couple of shots, then maybe it can work out. Shush is the lead at the start of the round here. And it's a 4 versus 5 very quickly. Tessus would love to pick up that deagle.
Oh.
All right.
What's just happened there? I looked away for a second and he's fallen off the map.
You just wanted that sense of freedom, I guess.
You don't see that too often, but I'm sure it'll all be fine. You can hear some typing coming through.
Hearing typing as well. That's a bit awkward, isn't it? It's kind of...
Hey, as long as they win the round, he's the only one that goes down, I guess it's not too bad.
Changing the vibes a little bit.
Yeah.
Okay, well, they're back on track, like you said. As long as they win the round, it's probably just a funny moment at the end of it. Tessus on his own. If he could steal any rifle here, might help out. Even a Galil, I think, would be happy to bring into the next round. Get some more grenades out if they need to. Well, that is looking a lot more difficult right now. And they're hunting him slowly but surely. Going to be 9-6 after this, so yeah, Spirit are well within striking distance of getting back into it.
Now, we saw Nerds yesterday with the AWP quite a lot. I feel like he's going to...
He was flashed.
Okay, that's wild. I feel Nerds is going to bring the AWP out because he got that extra money. With the MP9 kill, saving the weapon. We've got a bit of chat here. So, blind. Yes. Didn't have to say much else. Just didn't even want to type the full word.
You need emotes for that kind of thing, right? Like,
yeah, true. So it's going to be kicked on the AWP, not Nerds.
Okay. Yeah, that is a bit of a different feel. Up against Shiro, and the flashbang works just perfectly, but it doesn't even matter. He's still going to go down. Nice flashbang to set it up otherwise, but 4 versus 5. Tessus hoping to get lucky through the smoke, but nothing so far. Molotovs here outside of the B-bomb side as well. If they win this round, Spirit, it's Heroic's money gone, and it's Spirit. Like, at that point, they might even almost be favorites to come back and win the game.
Yeah, that's why I wanted to make sure we noted at the start of this half that it's going to be so difficult to find round number 13. We've had a fantastic first half, no denying that, but Spirit still are one of the world's best teams right now. And you can see that this level of skill is only increasing as each round goes by. They're starting to get warmed up. First map of day number 2, a little bit slow to get out of the trap, but we'll see if Heroic can maybe fight their way back into this one. Not as strong towards B today. Shush goes down with nothing, and Tessus will be fighting back, but ultimately gives us a position. We've got a 3 versus 2 of an open B bomb site. C4 going down momentarily. Very powerful smoke towards the back of CT spawn. Nerds is hoping someone pushes through it. Not really much he can do, and I think with Tessus on the AWP, he just had to save it, Anders.
Yeah, unfortunately. I actually think Shush's position was kind of powerful. It's just when there were 2 people going up that far on the stairs, it was a little bit too much. But if it had just been 1 person at a time or 1 person's under the corner, I think he would have had a better shot at it. But that's all in the past now. It's 9-7 for Spirit, and they are starting to wake up. And I mean, that is a scary prospect, right? We know how good they can be. They had a bit of a slow start. Chopper trying to carry their way through the first half as much as he could, but once the rest of them start to wake up, you just know it's going to get increasingly more and more difficult every passing round. But they will save the AWP at the very least.
This is the shot from Shiro, pretty much full blind as well. Pretty cool. The frustrating one. We give up to open up the rounds. There was the boost from TSS. Got them a frag back, but it felt like the damage had already been done. Made their way to an open B bomb site after finding that kill. Tactical timeout now, and bear in mind, they don't have a coach behind them, of course, so just going to be using this one to try and take the momentum away from Spirit, to discuss their options. They've got maximum loss bonus at this stage. Is that enough? They definitely saved a bit of weaponry before.
Yeah, Saw has to coach himself now. So confusing prospect them anyways.
Yeah, if you are just joining us, wondering what's going on, you've probably seen it online, but Dexter, visa issues. We were hoping he'd make it to today. They actually beat Complexity 2-0 yesterday with the coach stand-in.
Yeah.
We thought Dexter might make it today, but unfortunately not. So Saw is here, back in the driving seat, and to be fair, they are up 9-7 right now. Although the second half has not been too fantastic for them. And it's going to be a force buy on the CT side here. As mentioned, the maximum loss bonus only to get you so far, though. Kind of throwing that AWP around. They've got a couple of MP9s. Shush on the AWP this time. No to the M4. Same with at.CEST. But yeah, it's been one-way traffic in the second half. And Shiro once again opening things up. Let's get the chance for a second. If they dare peek him again.
He's certainly thinking about it, but if he dies here, then the B bomb site's lost and the round is over. So, they're pushing down the A ramp. I do like the aggression, and it is kind of working out. So, 2 versus 3, putting a little bit of pressure on here. Kicksan's going to go and try and pick up a. Oh, that's the bomb. Okay, that's interesting.
Yeah, it's just how do you really hold on to him, especially when your teammate's gone down. Nerds was, well, the meanwhile waiting it towards B. I believe they've got the C4 now, so yeah, there's not really much you could do with that one. It's such an awkward place for it to drop. But yeah, that is round. Kicksan will not be winning this one. It's going to be 9-8, a one-round game. It's a huge lead they garnered in the first half is all but depleted. Kicksan hoping to stay alive here. I think he's been spotted. Headshot. Damaged. Still fighting for his life here. Bear in mind, they didn't fully invest into this round. They saved the AWP and went for MP9s.
Yeah.
Instead, you can still see they've got about, what, $1,500 per player? So there still is a buy for maximum loss bonus. Shiro wants to go for the knife, I think. Sure. Oh, no. He wants to just get this one out of here. Oh,
that's awkward.
Okay.
I thought for a second Kicksan would keep running because he actually did have a kit, but at the end of the day, he's going to be found. It did make it expensive, so I guess credit to him for trying to really hurt them. But you can tell the confidence is just growing every round right now for Spirit. They're getting back into it here. Shiro is starting to get some really good shots with the AWP. That's a problem. Well, that's it. Spirit back online, heroic. Are they going to take more risks? Is this where you try to, like, they try to push the A ramp this time, but I mean, there are a lot of other ways on Vertigo that you could try and be creative. I think in the game against Complexity, we did see Shush or maybe Tessus go down the ladder at the middle of the map, you know, try to sneak it
They
behind.
were not being pressured by Complexity in middle whatsoever, though.
Yeah, that's true.
Complexity didn't try any sort of mid gambits at all. It was actually a little bit bizarre. So I feel like in these nice defaults Spirit are running, good protocols, you can, like, Shiro who's already conditioned them in middle now as well. Difficult to say, oh, and it's going to push middle, especially when you just lost 2 kills there in the previous round. Like we said, though, maximum loss bonus and saving about $1,500. Nerds has got the AWP this time. He's the mid player. When he picks up the AWP, you're going to see him go there at the start of the round and just try and find that first kill on Shiro. He holds a pretty classic angle, yeah, like it's a little bit closer, gives you a bit more of a deeper line than holding at the back box, as it were, towards the back wall.
Ooh, look at how quickly Spirit went away from this A ramp. They are just immediately on the B stairs, so this could signal a much quicker execute.
Full-on execution, yeah. In come the Molotovs. They've got an AWP on the retake towards middle, bear in mind. Shush, he needs to somehow get 1 kill and delay the bomb as long as possible and ideally not die. It's a really tall order here, Anders, but nice incendiary. Let's slow them down for sure. They haven't breached the bomb site just yet. Nerds is here. And so close to the spam. Doesn't quite find a kill. Nerds, though, he's in a prime position to shut this one down. Drops another smoke at the mouth of the bomb site. They still haven't crossed over. They're going to have to eventually. Haven't got the flashes to really make the cross as of yet. There's no utility left on the T side. And there's the double kill. Saw and Shush working in tandem. Shush holding on to this B bomb side, looking for their first round on the CT side. I dare say they've done it as well. A little bit too tentative there for Spirit. They just didn't find that moment to cross over until they depleted literally every single grenade. They had no flashes left and just had the dry peek yet. So I feel like that's just heroic doing a great job. The incendiaries are being deployed. Denied the entry completely, but I feel like you had to pull the trigger eventually of your team Spirit. You couldn't just all sit there while the rotations kept coming in, the flashes kept getting chucked over, and you left yourself with no utility. A little bit messy from Shush there. With 10 seconds, though, should be absolutely fine. I think he assumed the save had already come through.
Yeah, you're right. There was no... Like, they were right at the lip of the bomb site, and nobody pulled the trigger to say, okay, I guess I'll go for it first. I think Chopper got beat up quite a bit by grenades at the start, so it couldn't easily have been him. But somebody else needed to make that move, and nobody ever did. Also, Heroic kept re-smoking that main entrance so many times. I think there were like maybe even 4 smokes that landed there for Heroic that kind of kept that wall up and made it a lot more tricky. So overall, good job. Saw sneaks in a kill in the middle of all of that as well. It's good to see.
Okay, so he was pre-firing the left box.
Yeah.
A little bit unlucky. That's the first round, though. Heroic won in the second half. Need a lot more that comes from because...
Well, look at the money. That other round where, was it Kicksan that stayed alive to get some kills? Or was it Shush? I can't remember, but they had a round where they had the 4 kills, right? So there's not that much money on Spirit. And that kind of is significant right now. Going for the classic Axile boost. Oh, wow, he's so deep in there. Shush probably should have been dead.
Zontic should be winning that fight all day long. It's a little bit messy for him, but looks like it's going to be fine. I say that as Kicksan still alive and well towards middle. 3-on-3. So anyone's round, but advantage Spirit with the position in the open side. He's going to have to push this smoke. Have a disadvantage, but still comes out on top. This is very impressive. Kicksan delivering the goods here. Finding them the advantage. Molotov smokes going down. A stifling bomb site to operate within, especially the AWP. Shiro holds the smoke. Kicksan looking to throw himself in. Wants to be traded out here. Such an awkward position, and Nerds will find Chopper. It's the AWP in a 3 versus 1. Almost zero chance of winning this one. I don't know how he would do it. And it's going to be 2 rounds in a row. And as you mentioned, the money's pretty low for Team Spirit. They do get the bomb planted. Second stage loss bonus, though. They might need a tactical timeout themselves here.
Shush should have been dead, and Kicksan definitely shouldn't be winning that first fight going through the smoke. Like those are 2 very low percentage fights that Heroic end up winning.
That was kind of wild. Like, it's such an advantage on him. Like, he didn't, like, Shush like swung into him, like, had no idea he was going to be there. Zontic was on high alert, ready for those sort of kills, and he just didn't land the shot. Kicksan did so well, going through that smoke, and like no one's punishing that kill. That is wild. But this could be the GG moment here. They force ball, right? But it's 2 pistols, Galils, a couple of AKs. It's some map points, and then if you lose this, there really will be no money.
This is where you want to see a player like Donk just kind of change the course of the game for them. You know he's got the skill for it. You know he can do it, so get a proper Donk round in there, and it might be back on. Or they say that he just does get grenaded all the way down to 58 at the start of the round, but he'll get the headshot on TeSeS anyway. That's 1. Do it again, and again, the game is going to be right back on. So just need another one of those. 3-round difference here. It's not like there's a lot of money either on the Heroic side. They got to be careful as well.
Oh,
there we go.
What an absolute belter of a shot that is. Off, removed, Nerds. Taken out of position. Shiro with the 1 tap on the Tech 9 as well. That's a beautiful round. Just what they needed here to avoid map point. Donk's had enough. He has had enough of this nonsense. As we see them pick up a very clean round. All 5 players survived. They upgrade those Tech 9s into rifles, find themselves an AWP, and they are right back in the driving seat here. Shush knows that's a very important round.
It's one of the elements of being a Donk category player is having those like rounds like these where you just do it.
Yeah, that one is like obviously a nice free fire. The second one is redonkulous as we see him get 3 entries into the site. 4 for good luck as well. It's his best round so far for sure. Yeah, no, it's like, well, what can I do? Like, nothing I could do to stop that.
Yeah, that could easily be what changes this first map. Heroic, a lot of hard decisions to be made here around the economy. For Spirit, it's a second chance here. They did force up into the round, you're right, and if it had backfired on them, that might have been the first map lost right then and there, but Donk just wielding that power. What can Chopper come up with? He's very vocal. They just need, I think, one more good round here, and Heroic are completely out of cash. Look at it. Got $150 left in the bank.
This is the round. The big one. We're going to try that B attack again, potentially. 3 players will decide the map. Bear in mind, you got one of the best flashes in the business, though. Saw hooking them up with the alley-oops. He got 6 flash assists in the first half, converted the kills. Let's have a look.
Oh, shush. This is dangerous. Playing right in that borderland between the smoke and the flames. Zontix gets a kill on the Nerds, but shush, he can sense they're not going to be aware that he's here. They just Molotov this position, so...
Yeah, but every second that goes by, there's a chance that he could reposition. They got to check here. And you can see they're waiting for any sort of reaction across the map here. They've got their opening kill. Objective complete. You take down Nerds as well. He's been the deadliest player so far. We know he's a beast towards middle on that B bomb side.
Is Saw going to flash him in?
There's a flash.
Oh, you don't want to double down on that. He's got the right idea, but if they walk up under him...
You'd have to drop. That's Zontix. Okay, that's a nice shot. That's a really nice shot from Zontix.
Yeah. Not necessarily easy to aim almost straight up like that. 5 versus 3. There are still 2 people at the A-bomb site. The bomb is still in the middle of the map, so they don't have to commit to anything, but like you said, Donk kind of had enough, and whenever anybody's in his crosshair, they're just going to be dead right now. Tesses and Saw left with almost no chance to win the round, and definitely not now. So that's going to make it an 11-10 scoreline. But that's not even the worst part. The worst part is the money that is going to be left here on the heroic side. Saw trying to fight his way back, but he's pretty much boxed in.
Yeah, he's 6-15 right now, not having the same amount of fun he did yesterday. It's a free kill for Zontix. Great round from him. 3 in total. And yeah, like you mentioned, the money is now absolutely destroyed for heroic. So it kicked off. Zontix, nice kill on Nuts through the smoke, and then waiting for a boosted Shush. Takes him down, no problem. Donk, another banger. That could be up. Have to eco. No 2 ways about it.
2 HEs.
You've got some Kevlar, so it's not a completely foregone conclusion.
I was hoping for the full-on grenade stack. We don't see enough of those, Henry. 4 or 5 grenades.
Yeah, because grenades these days are not really
it's rarely
doing damage. They're doing this. They're popping smokes more often than not. People are like designing them to, yeah, like you said, people are just trying to pop smokes open, have a peek, have a look.
5-7 at close range. Pretty powerful weapon. But the Molotovs are probably going to offset some of that setup enough that it's going to make it awkward. Oh, look at how far away they fall. This is very smart. Spray. It's pretty good. I was going to say it didn't start that well, but he gets 3 kills in the end.
Very nice.
He's got 19 kills. He's overtaken Chopper now. Yeah. Got the full Donk effect going. That's awkward. Gets even more awkward now. Shiro's like, I want that fight back. But it doesn't really matter. They're going to be fine. They have plenty of money now on the T side. Heroic losing their grasp on this game. Such a brilliant first half. But Spirit have come alive, and yeah, it's becoming an issue. Damn.
No, it hasn't had the same impact in the second half at all. Was absolutely owning them in the first, but this has been nothing but one-way traffic for Team Spirit, though. Saw coming out on top, takes down in-game leader Chopper. Doesn't look like he's done yet. He wants to have another the cherry. We'll see him fall back, though. They've got the man advantage here. Whoever wins this round will be finding map point. Donk answers back. Finds Teslas back to the 4 and 4. Still working up towards this A ramp. Takes minimal damage on the HE. Facility being exchanged for now.
Yeah, gonna walk away from it. Connect with the other teammates over on the other side here, Donk. So, kind of giving up on the A ramp. Not that Heroic know that yet. They don't have anyone who's checking that position, so they can't rotate to the B bomb side. It's just Shush alone in this position. He's got Saw in the middle, but he's got one single flashbang to set up his teammate with. Like we said, against Complexity, some of those flashes going over were absolutely godlike. They're going to have to do that again, or might even get the chance here, because actually Spirit have changed their minds a bit. They're going back to the A ramp. after having vacated it for about 25 seconds.
They still have 3 smokes, Anders. So, yeah, they can smoke off all the key points back at the bomb side, both sides of elevators. Good incendiary at 30 seconds. But bear in mind, the CT1's only last 5.5 seconds at this point. Another incendiary. Okay, if you stack them, yeah, a good 10 seconds now. Smoke's being deployed, but this could be an uncomfortable finish here. CTs know they've got the advantage. Oh, exchange blows towards shorts. Dom goes down, but Shiro fighting with the AWP. Needs to try and get that bomb planted, though. It's down to Saw. Can he deny it? I don't think he can find it. Bomb goes down. Advantage Team Spirit for sure. Taking minimal damage from the spray. Shush down to 50. Saw, he has to step up, and he certainly is. It's a great frag. Makes this possible, but not going to happen. Team Spirit, after losing the first half 9-3, are the first ones to post map points. 12-11, playing for overtime now, are heroic.
Kixan inside of the smoke there. If he got that kill, I think it's a bit of a different round, but he just couldn't quite capitalize on it. Good round out of Saw here. Yeah, that fight against Shiro was probably the one that really changed everything. Yeah, I'm going to say it, Henry. I know it's been on everyone's minds, but Shush is playing better with Spit on his monitor.
Well, the second half did have to spit on it a bit more because he's actually stepping up. That's a nice kill to open things here. Looking for overtime at this stage. It's a rough round. They've got 5.7s, MP9s, 3 rifles. Opening kill in their favor. Is that overtime locked in? Next ramp will happen. Next fight will happen towards a ramp. Oh, just with the second through the smoke. He's got his teammate baited in towards the bottom of the ramp as well. Should be able to get at least one.
Yeah, Donk should be dead in this one, but yeah, Tess is going to be there to trade him. And the MP9 up close
for the win.
Well, Henry, I know you love the overtimes. There's a really good shot at it here. Magic's in a 1 versus 2. We're in the 24th round here now. He's got plenty of time. He's going to use some of that to his advantage, try and sneak around the bomb site, try and make it a 1 versus 1 before he's going to dream about that bomb. He could even go to the B bomb site if he wants to. Slips the net. It seems like they're not going to be able to spot him here, so this is interesting.
Very nice play from Magic. You can see the CTs playing in tandem, not wanting to give him 2 separate 1v1 fights. So they're playing it correctly, but they couldn't be further away from where Magic is finishing up here. He's going to have a nice open plan. He's got a Molotov, a nade, and a flashbang to work with as well. So he's confirming the B is clear. He might as well take the risk now and just go for the plan. He's come this far. CTs, I suppose, could be the B steps. Just going to use that Molotov to guarantee the plan going down. It does lose him. 3 seconds or so with the sound cue. Gets a reload in. This is it. Time to clutch.
1 versus 2, yeah. Oh, they're running up on him. They don't respect it all. He's going to get the headshot on Nertz now, ready to swing it. Shush, and there it is. He had no helmet. And what a huge clutch from Magix at the end. A dreadful start. I think he was 0-8 at one point, and then he comes back and makes up for it like that. Spirit will win the first map.
Wow, what a game, what a game, what a game, what a game, Bobski. I don't even know where to begin. I think it's only fair that we give praises to Spirit, obviously, for making the comeback, but we may as well start talking about Heroic, because everyone out there was noticing, we spoke about it coming into the game as well, they're playing with the goddamn coach. They're playing with Saw, and they almost pulled off a victory on Vertigo. What a game.
Bro, I just felt so bad in that last round. Like, they have such a good opportunity to just make it at least to an overtime, make that at least more excitement, right? Yeah. But they sit on the edge of the seat, and then they get that 2v1, and you just see Magix before he's like looking through him at the wall, and then you kind of know, oh, it's over. But what a game from Heroic, so positive.
So many things were working out for Heroic in the beginning of that game. We may as well dive into it in the first half, right? They were dominating on that T side. It felt like Spirit couldn't get anything done. They couldn't shut it down. Again, we spoke about the approach from Heroic being very simplistic, out of spawn calls, a lot of execute heavy. I think we have around 9 that we can show as an example, but they kept hitting the B bomb side over and over and over.
Yeah, I mean, this is the thing you have to do if you actually want to play good Counter-Strike with a coach, right? You have to make it simple. You have to do the basics, the robotic CS where everything is pre-planned. They did so many of these executes just out of spawn where they kind of knew, okay, I'm doing this, you're doing that. No, let's just play off the flow. No, the way we saw Spirit approach the T side.
And try to contextualize it for me. How much of this was Heroic doing incredible well well in the execution, and how much was it Spirit not hitting their strides basically on the CT side?
I mean, I think when you change around a little bit on the CT side, I know Sontek has been playing the B and the middle area a little bit for some time now, but I think it takes time to really learn the ins and outs, right? And I also think Heroic came with a lot of new stuff that they weren't really able to see through, right? I think the issue is here for Spirit that they wasn't proactive enough on the CT side. Like, they didn't force the duels early enough. They allowed them to play the execute heavy stuff. We often see it on maps, not as Mirage, not being allowed. Like, you need to take middle first to actually do it, right? But here on Vertigo, you actually have the ability to just execute straight off the bat.
And credit where credit is due. I think top of the scoreboard for Heroic, Nerds is a point of conversation we need to have. His ability to entry, his ability to be proactive, his ability to be annoying for Team Spirit. Another great performance coming in from Nerds. We spoke about him yesterday. You know, having the conversation whether or not he's within Heroic to maybe make a jump further into a better team, or if he's here to make them good. Another great performance from Nerds. Are we finally starting to see the real Nerds back again?
I mean, I think this is what everybody expected when he signed the contract for Heroic, right? He was a great player at ends. I don't think anybody underestimates that, but he has equal good talent around him at this point. I think if we look at TassES, he's surely an upgrade to some of the players that he played with beforehand, right? So it's really looking to come together, and I would have loved to see this roster with a 5-man lineup.
Yeah, me too, man. It's almost a shame that Dexter's not here to see the full potential. However, we gotta give them credit for almost pulling off a victory against Team Spirit. It almost sounds like we're praising Heroic for winning this map, but in fact, it was actually Team Spirit coming out ahead. You see the round distribution right here. A massive comeback on the T side, starting by winning the pistol, converting. Then they had a couple of slip-outs in the middle of the second half, and then they rounded it off by winning 5 rounds in a row. Well done by Team Spirit. Donk had a poor showing in the first half, and then in the second half, Bobski, he just came alive.
I mean, this is what you get on the T side, right? You dictate the pace of the flow, like how you want to take the boost and so on. On CT, he didn't have the best time. I think it was very obvious that they weren't really suiting him to have these executes coming in, but when he was allowed to strafe a lot more on the T side, it became a little bit easier to dictate. So many rounds where they tried to strafe out yellow, like this one, and he just kills them off. I mean, difference maker.
Yeah, a difference maker, and I would even argue it's hard to claim that it's a mistake for Heroic, right? They had to be proactive. They had to take the fight. They had to try something, and you can imagine how hard it is to play on the CT side on Vertigo with Saw having no AWP presence, having a player that by all means is not a player that can take those duels and can't really contribute in the fracking department. And then you have Donk coming alive all of a sudden in the second half where he just goes completely insane. So I guess we're not really that surprised that Spirit were able to make the comeback, but more so the fact that it was such a close game and Heroic was so close pushing it into overtime.
I mean, winning a pistol on the CT side for Heroic would have been done and dusted. I think this would have clarified them to win like maybe 13-5 or something along those lines, but they are managing their economy really well, and it makes it a lot easier for them to constantly just have the AKs in the hand of a guy like Donk.
In a hand like a guy like Donk. He did phenomenal with the AK-47. So did the rest of Team Spirit. Chopper in the first half had a good showing as well. For my money, that was way better than we could have expected coming into this one. We're jumping on a quick break, and then we'll be back with map number 2 between Spirit and Heroic. That's right. You should grab your tickets for the fall finals in Copenhagen at the Forum Arena. If you never watched Counter-Strike live in an arena, you should definitely try it out. For my money, it's the best way to watch Counter-Strike. Now, we have to watch more Counter-Strike between Spirit and Heroic on the map of Anubis. And I'm going to say it out loud right here. We had the same conversation yesterday with Complexity versus Heroic when it came to Vertigo. Complexity haven't lost the map in 180 days. Spirit, they haven't lost this map in 3 or 4 months, maybe even 5 months at this point. Is there any chance whatsoever Heroic can pull off an upset here?
I mean, the only argument is that the quantities are relatively low, right? I don't think Spirit has their best map yet, so they're constantly like picking different sorts.
You don't think Anubis is the best map?
I mean, I think they want it to be, but they want to like diversify a little bit, because if you constantly become complacent and only play one map, right, you become kind of weak in the playoffs. I think they're trying to light up their Mirage. I think we saw that yesterday. The win rate is not looking too good, but they're still picking it. Anubis is their safe choice, right? And I think they respect Heroic a little bit more today than what they did OG yesterday. And I think also that's one of the reasons why Anubis is now being played.
I'll present an argument for you, and I'm curious to hear if you agree. I think whenever I play Anubis, especially on the CT side, it's probably the hardest map in the pool right now, where you cannot hide a player. If you have a weak link within your team, whenever you're playing Faceit or playing Pox or whatever, you're bound to lose a lot of rounds, because you cannot hide. You have to find impact. You have to have productivity. You have to basically kill in order to withstand the pressure from the T side. Do you think that's going to be a massive issue having Saw on the CT side for Heroic?
I mean, it's a great point. I think this map resembles a lot of the qualities that Inferno has. Also, the way that you actually rotate between the sides is also through CT spawn, and you have to go all the back through enemy lines. The issue is that on CT side, it's very AVP dictated. If you ask me, I think you can lock down a lot of easy, because we see often C's like taking water control, they take B control, and they often don't do it with too much util. We often just see people strafing, because it's relatively easy to trade. As you said, you're spread very thin, so it puts a lot of pressure on each individual on CT, and therefore we see a lot of trades coming in, like where people just 2 guys, strafe connector, get the guy out of there. And I think this could talk into Spirit having a relatively easy time.
And I think that's an excellent point with the AWP that you bring up right here. And we've heard Heroic say that they opt not to go for it. They would rather play 5 rifles. Do you think that it's such an AWP-heavy map that they will have to address that? You know, that someone else from the team will have to pick up the AWP once in a while on the CT side to accommodate for that?
I mean, we've seen Nerds a little bit pick it up, but I would rather see them do the proactive plays. I think we see it a lot through middle, and also jumping into water as CT, like trying to push middle away and try to get that water control early on, like forcing it with the Molotovs through the window from B side, and like there's a lot of options. But the question is Spirit going to be ready for it, right? Are they just going to be playing the fast defaults? Then I think Heroic is going to be having a little bit easier time, because they can then use their util to actually dictate the pace a little bit better. But if Chopper and the guys is just going to play a lot slower at this time, I think it's going to be hard, because I think Heroic is not going to be able to play without utility.
Do you think that Spirit have any weakness on the CT side when it comes to Anubis? I'm remembering, you know, Shiro with the AWP locking down areas, Dunk obviously being hyper-mobile, Sontix arguably one of the best anchor positions player in that role. Do you think Spirit is just a well-rounded team with no weakness that Heroic can potentially take advantage of?
I mean, I think one player that we sometimes look at when we talk about Team Spirit, it's Magix, right? I think Magix has an incredible aim. Also displayed at the last part of Vertigo, right? But sometimes he has these games where he just doesn't really do too much, right? And I think he can be that 3rd star. I know it's incredible to say, because he is in the supportive elements in the same likes of Sontix, but I do actually think Magix has better aim, so I think the potential for him to actually achieve more is there.
I think the win condition for Spirit in this game is just not to suck, to be completely honest, to say that right now. If I were to challenge you a little bit and you have to give me a win condition for Heroic, what would it be?
I mean, I think Nerds actually being set up to be a little bit more dynamic instead of being stuck in cave and mid. Just, like, try to make him push all of a sudden, make him push A main, like make him be the first guy in on the sides and try to win off his aim, because he's displayed amazing individual qualities all over this tournament. If he can continue that and give them advantages on the CT side, I think it's going to be a little bit easier for Heroic.
And what about your boy TeSeS? If you have Nerds and TeSeS playing well at the same time, do you think there's a chance for a competitive map?
I mean, that's been the key to success, right? I think those two have been the names we mentioned if Heroic even want to remotely have a chance with their coach having on board, right? But this is also where I can see Saw actually being abused a little bit more, because there's no way to hide him, as you said, right? He's going to be forced to having either hold B main, cave, water, mid or A, right? He's going to be having to take duels instantly, and that is just such a treat for a guy like Dunk.
There's no doubt that Anubis is going to be incredible tough for Heroic. They were very, very close taking on and snatching off Vertigo from Spirit. Now heading into the second map, they will have to do even better than on Vertigo in order to make the game even remotely competitive. Bubsky said it, look out for Nerds, look out for TeSeS. Those two players are essential if we want to have another close game of Counter-Strike. To deliver the action for you, we got Anders and Henry on the mics.
On the mics and on your mind, Pimp. He likes us a lot, I think. He's doing a great job with the host as well.
Yeah, he is. Man of many talents, you might say.
Absolutely. Yeah, well, we've got the second map here, Anubis. I don't think it's going to get much easier for Heroic. I feel like they kind of had to win their map choice to stand a chance here.
Yeah.
It almost goes to overtime, but Magix denies it all with a beautiful 2 versus 1 in round number 24 to close things out.
Yeah.
Moving to Anubis, I feel like we might be done here. I feel like it would have been guaranteed 3 maps would ever happened if Heroic did win that first one, and it would have been absolutely blown out the water, following things up here. So I feel like they're in high spirits. They've already done an amazing job to even get this far in terms of they're in the upper bracket still, but it feels like this is maybe the end of the glory run.
It really could be. Unfortunately, as much fun as it's been, having Saw play in there, you know, it's been great storyline, handshakes.
Sure.
A little bit of spit on the monitor. Like, we've had a lot of fun with it, but I have a sinking feeling that it could come to a rapid end on Anubis. We'll find out as we do head into the game, ladies and gentlemen. Second map is coming up here. It's the first match of our day. We've got a whole day of Counter-Strike ahead still. So stick around.
We've got some great games coming up.
Yeah.
This is obviously Spirit Heroic, and then we've got OG Complexity, Vitality and Astralis, and then GamerLegion Falcons. Vitality and Astralis leaps off the page, of course. That's going to be a really fun game there, and we'll get into it. It's going to be the T-side start, the more favored position for Heroic, and they're going all guns blazing through the smoke. You're going to have to commit now, boys. Shush is going in by himself and causing an absolute ruckus, but it's going to be Zontix. Fantastic hand trick with that USP, mowing them down, and that's going to be the round in the bag. You can see they were going with some rock'em sock'em Counter-Strike there, fast in towards A main, but through the smoke. Like, you kind of had to go for it. You've made so much noise and everyone's so committed on the map.
Yeah.
As soon as one person commits, kind of everyone had to go for it. It seemed a little bit disjointed. They weren't expecting that sort of smoke to be deployed, but Zontix mopped them up in their hesitancy. So we are going to see Saw now, the coach, of course, trying to have at least a little bit of impact here, but not the start they were looking for. Bear in mind, a CT pistol is worth its weight in gold.
Oh, yeah. It's beautiful. Zontix, he made that look very, very easy with the 3 headshots. You can see how quick some of them are here. 1, 2, that's 3 bullets, and then a couple more here at the end to get rid of Kicksam. But ultimately, it worked out. I do like the attempt from Heroic. I don't mind that they're trying to go fast at it. I think it's a nice idea, but it didn't work out this time.
Certainly not. You can see the odds coming through from GG Bets. Doesn't look good for Heroic.
No.
According to the bookies, we'll see whether this full eco does anything for them. I doubt it, but time will tell, of course. Blocks across the board. Maybe a P250 in the mix. Haven't got my glasses on, I don't think so. But we'll see whether this is going to be another clean and decisive round. Zontix, of course, got the M4 out. No helmet, though, interestingly enough. The 3 kills, he definitely could afford one. He goes with the utility instead.
Yeah, it does leave him a little bit more vulnerable to the Glocks. It's like a...
That's why I'd be super far, but I'd be behind the cake right now.
Yeah, just stay away.
Otherwise, you maybe go down. And it's an open site where they've got the rifle as well. Just because of that helmet, like, it means you can be one-tapped by the Glock.
Not really worth it. Yeah, but he's reading your mind, Henry.
Yeah, let's get behind the cake. That's much safer.
50 seconds on the clock here, and we're not expecting anything. Like this, getting the bomb planted this round would be kind of a miracle on its own. More than likely, they are going to get completely crushed coming through. Oh, the grenade. Chopper, if you'd have thrown it, would have been a chance maybe to do some significant damage. He's still thinking about it. There we go, right down in front. That is a 5-man grenade. Doesn't happen too often. He's going to get a couple of kills with the MP9 as well, and the rest are going to get chewed up here. Is TeSeS last one left. Chopper, yeah, he's a little bit low on health. He could just stay alive in the round. Doesn't actually have to do anything here, but he'll get himself killed for no real reason.
Not too bad in terms of the full eco. They got a couple of kills. They will be recovering that rifle, though. 3 rifles to survive. There we have it. Should be the AK-47 now for Heroic. It will be indicative as to where this one is going. Need to be looking to steal one of these rounds away. It all started with Chopper mowing them down. So even the fact that he did go down, he farmed like one.
Yeah.
$1,500 cash.
It's not bad.
So he's absolutely fine. AKs across the board. Kicksan flying some early util. Shiro running away towards jail. Shush has been so good individually when they've needed him this tournament. Not attending with their AWPer Dexter. Here with the coach. A little bit rougher today. Had a fantastic first half on Vertigo. They were up 9-3 on their T-side campaign. Couldn't hold on. Lost to the last round of regulation. 12-11. We are going to see now, 13-11 I should say. We are going to see Shiro, M4 in hand, working in tandem with Magix. Beautiful thing.
Great coverage.
Nice little grenade as well, just to do even more damage on the other side. Good shot from Tessis though. Round still possible. 2-on-2. Chopper and Zontix to pick up the pieces here. And Saw working with Tessis suggests that the Dane will have to do most of the heavy lifting here. Saw has had his moments in the 1v1s. Took down Donk a couple of times with the duels on Vertigo.
Yeah. Undeniably. I was shocked that this has turned into a 2 vs 2. The timing for Magix to help out Shiro, who was... I'm pretty sure Shiro was going to get run down and killed because he was reloading and flashed in the corner. But Magix actually showed up just in time to save Shiro. And somehow they just get a couple of kills with the smoke and it's back into a 2 vs 2. 30 seconds. Nobody's really seen anyone on the heroic side for a long time now. So they're going to re-aggress towards it. Sontix holding this corner. The timing is with him. Saw's going to be going down, and it's a quick double kill for Sontix. Doing remarkable work at the start of this game. I mean, that one got close, and it was a little bit expensive, but it's still a 3-0 lead in favor of Spirit here. So they will take it. I think they're going to be quite happy with it. You see Shiro here. He should be dead. I think there's going to be a flashbang. Yeah, so right now, reloading flash, but Magic's on the other side. Just absolute great coverage.
Yeah, very impressive. Tessis did well. He got a kill cleaning through the smoke here. Yeah, okay. Bit unlucky for Shiro.
Не, пацаны, они никогда чай не разыграли, блядь, как настоящие силы.
Exactly. So, bit of a partial investment here for Heroic. Going for the fast-paced mid-play here. Chopper could get caught out. Second into the fight, but still taken down all the same. It's going to be an early frag for Kicksan here. Lots of damage taken on Rude, though. Kicksan down to 9. They are unable to recover the rifle as of yet, but there it is. Kicksan finds it, hands it over to Tesses. He's got a helmet. Decent HP as well. Then kill. And a bit of mid-control here as they wait for the reactors to come through. There is one. Magix has pushed outside of B main. Doesn't want to go any further. They've got no information as to where this one's finishing up just yet. In terms of utility, nothing available.
Magic's here. You've got to be able to stay alive. Gets double peaked and goes down. They have no money in the bank, Spirit. Even if they win this round, it's just look kind of dreadful for them just in terms of starting to build a CT side economy. So... Heroic, they're having an impact in this round.
2 guns now. Going in towards A. Zontix, another good round from him. Bear in mind, the Kicksan's very low indeed. Trying to recover anything he can. Finds the M4. It's going to have little to no bullets in it, though. No, he'll be dropped as Kicksan now left in the 2 vs 1. A single bullet would help take him down, and Shiro gets that information. Hits the headshot, the USP. Thankfully, and you're right, it's sort of costly round. The money's not going to be amazing with 2 players surviving the buys. Of course, C coming through. There might be a couple of concessions. Chop up. He did well to isolate the fight towards double doors. They did run him down with those Tech 9s, though. And we will see Zontix with another double kill. Dom taking good care of business here. That pretty much secured the round.
Say, depending on what team we're watching, it can be very hard to play the CT side of Anubis. Oh, the fact that they already have a 4-0 lead, even if their money's not that great, is still pretty significant.
4 rounds is a pretty average half for the CT side of Anubis.
Yeah.
I would say like that's a workable half already. Yes. So, yeah, this is not great for Heroic. They need to stop making. The thing is, like you said, that the rounds have been pretty close. Oh, nice body block. If they can win this round now, the money's still pretty weak. And it'd be opening up the door of opportunity to post like 2-3 rounds in a row. So not the most flattering scoreline, but they're certainly doing damage each and every round. Mid-control granted.
Surely that's the conversation they've been having on the Heroic side as well, just kind of knowing that, all right, just one round, and we've punctured that economy on the Spirit side, and we can have the conversation what happens from there on out. Some smoke showing up towards that cam position. They are making their way through the middle of the map with the bomb here, so they're very committed. Shush will find the headshot on Dog. That is a Big scout to take down at the start of the round here. Chopper almost getting killed behind that jump, but he will eventually. Kicksan's going to hunt him down. He'll catch Suntix trying to save the round by walking through the smoke here, but the B-bomb side's only defended by a single player in Magix in the corner. They should be able to get rid of him, but they might want to help for a little bit of backup just so that they're not fighting him one at a time, which they currently are. Oh, could he swing for another headshot? That would be miraculous. It's Sora on the other side here. Shiro does go down, and they're going to make a run for it. 25 seconds.
The bomb as well, bro.
Yeah.
That's going to be a disaster. The last player you want to go up against Magix in a 1v1 duel is the coach, probably, but he's got the bomb on his back. So, yeah, well played. Thankfully, Shiro goes down the other side of the map. He can hightail it out of there. And, yeah, Magix almost stole the show there. It looked like it was a done round, but that double kill he got, very scary for Heroic. But they've done it. They've broken through. Bear in mind, there's only $1,400 per player coming to the bank accounts of Team Spirit next round. So Magix saves his. He can drop like, yeah, I don't know, like a FAMAS or an MP9, I suppose.
Yeah, Trouble will take an MP9, right? Like, he's going to run wild with that.
Yeah, it's be like a couple of MP9s, couple of rifles.
If you want to, if you really want to. They could probably justify just playing around with the AK, having that as like a hero AK and just trying to do something with it.
The problem is Zontic's got 1,400, so he's double eco regardless. So
yeah.
Pretty much you're guaranteed the force buy into this one. I'm pretty sure that's what they'll go for, but yeah, you're right, doesn't have to go that way. Magix did so well here. If he takes down Sora as well, the round's over. Really scary time. So there's the buy.
Auto shotgun.
So it's an auto shotgun.
Yeah.
He gives Donk the AK, an MP9 shotgun. So yeah, 3 rifles and 2 SMGs essentially with that shotgun in the mix. We'll see what they can do with it. Like, the shotgun doesn't get a whole lot of love these days. Towards the end of CSGO, Simple kind of made it meta for like 2 months.
Yeah. I still got my hopes high. If nothing else, it is funny. Ooh, catching Nerds right, and with Grenade on top, and he's surely dead. Sontix will take care of him. That's not the best way to go down. You got no information, you did no damage, you just kind of stumbled into the corner and didn't even realize you were getting caught there. What bit of timing. Tessus, though, he is going to be sharp and ready to take down Chopper at the center of the map. So, still a 4 versus 4. The bomb lingering around towards T spawn, so they've made no real commitment yet, Heroic. They're probably waiting behind that one. Once you see a couple of players that are forward like that, you're probably expecting for maybe another play. See also Donk's been pushing outside of the B-bomb side a couple of rounds, so they are well aware, Heroic, that there is a little bit of a tendency on the Spirit side to be aggressive.
It's playing with almost no information here. Sure, that's exactly where they wanted the incendiary to go. Okay, that goes down. That's more like it. Zontic swinging into them, hoping the smoke would bloom. He's actually left the A side open now. That could be enough to win the round here. They're not sure where it's going to be clear. No smoke towards the camera, at least for now. Oof, chance for Shiro there. Very difficult shots. Nice flashes. Spots one towards the fishtail, and that's going to be Shush going down here. This will be a nightmare round for Heroic to give up, but it's going to be Saw fighting back with Tessus. Now the auto shotgun clutch.
Yeah, at range even, they're kind of low on health. It's doable. Bomb gets planted, but the auto shotgun will find and explode. Tessus now just Saw left. Oh, and he does! When he clutches it with 3 health left, it's the coach to step up.
I didn't think I would ever commentate a 2v1 with the shotgun in hand and a full gun round where it actually could win. But it looked like that was going to be perfect for Magix there. You had the coach, 40 HP, a reasonable range.
Yeah.
Exactly where he was. Wasn't a massive fan of this push by Chopper. I get it. Like, you've caused some aggro towards A. You hope that the mid player had peeled off, but such a gamble when you had the man advantage. It's a close round, but they're going to force buy again, Anders. Now, this is not the move I was expecting. They brought it down to a 1 versus 1. They know the money's low. They can win this round. They've already had a decent half on the CT side, like we said. They've got a bit of a buffer in that regard. So I guess they're just thinking, well, if we can pull this one off, if we can surprise them, it completely sabotages their finances on the other side. Just didn't expect them to bring out this sort of buy. Like, if you could justify like 1 rifle maybe, but it's the 3 MP9s and 2 pistols. It is not that strong at all.
Kind of done significant damage with the HEs even to begin with. It'll make it job a little bit easier with the MP9s that are up across the map. Magix still has 1 HE. So they could even do a little bit more. I don't think Heroic are necessarily panicked yet, but they might even themselves be a bit surprised at what they're running into. There's only a helmet on Donk, so everyone else is going to be really weak to the 2 MAC-10s that are on the T side. Could be a bit of an awkward fight right there. That grenade that was on Magic's not going to be doing anything.
Yeah, now the CTs have no utility. They've got 1 smoke remaining. Chopper's going to hold on to that as long as he possibly can. It's not a bad time to throw it, Anders. That's 20 seconds they last. And he dropped it at the 40-second mark. And, well, that's round. at.CEST somehow gets a double kill through the smoke.
They throw HEs on each other, but probably not going to make a difference here. Kicksan goes down. Sontix waiting for the bomb plant, hoping that it was going to be somehow out in the open, but they're not making that mistake on the Heroic side here. He'll get dropped as well. Yeah, I mean, I guess they were trying to hide in the smoke and just trying to, you know, surprise somebody with, you know, maybe waiting for the smoke to get blown open, but it didn't work out that way. So, a 3rd round for Heroic, and the force-up kind of coming back to bite Spirit a little bit here.
Yeah, this wasn't required, but as we said, they've already got a nice haul of rounds here. Like, even as posting 5 would be considered pretty decent. So they were hoping to answer back, shut down the finances. Could still find a couple more here. It's going to be Donk, who's got a couple of low HP players to deal with, but the bomb blast isn't affected too much, and there'll be 3 players alive. So a sigh of relief here for Heroic. They know there's a full eco coming up next. You're pretty much guaranteeing that with those 4 spies coming in back to back. Not sure that was the call, but let's have a look how at.CEST opened things up. So we've got the first, and then the second is unlucky Bashiro. Like you said, he's kept spraying through the smoke, gets himself a double kill. This is nuts. Finding Zontix at the top. You go 4-3.
This map is picked by Spirit. I mean, I'm assuming that this is going to be a pretty powerful one for them.
Yeah, they don't really seem to have like a home map per se.
Yeah,
they don't seem to have that one thing that we know that they can't be touched on. It's not like a phase on nuke or something like that. You know, like they seem to just be pretty well versed at every map they play.
They're just good.
Yeah, exactly. I think that especially after the break, still working that out.
Saved 1 MP9 there on Donk. Not really worth hyping up too much yet. Anyway, CZ 75 on Chopper. A weapon that's seen a bit of decline amongst the pros. A lot of people picking the 5.7 in some of these cases over the CZ, but there are a couple of players left that still know how to use it, so wouldn't be surprised if Chopper is one of them. Heroic are playing, yeah, they're being super careful. I mean, they've kind of been conditioned to be careful because, again, Spirit have been fairly aggressive in the early round. So it makes sense why they would want to just make absolutely sure, maybe especially now with the economy being what it is on the CT side, that nothing crazy is going on. Almost everyone on the Heroic side making their way through the middle towards the A-bomb site, which has just been vacated. So that's neat. Only chance I think now is to save something if you're going to find Saw. I mean, you can save a MAC-10, probably not that much fun, but yeah, if you can steal away an AK here, I think that's like the secondary goal of the round now if you're on the Spirit side. Tie up the game, 4-4. Not too bad.
Not too bad. Not really much to report this round, I'm afraid. They're going to be looking for exits towards the beach area. All 5 members of Spirits lying in wait. Might as well have a hunt with the MAC-10. See if we can farm some cash here. Bit of a save, I suppose. Chopper's got Kevlar. Might as well hold on to that. But we'll see if anything can be done. Someone's going to die, and it's going to be Chopper finding the kill on Saw. I guess he could recover the MAC-10. I don't know if they'll use it. Like, you don't see many teams saving a MAC-10 and using it at a gun round.
Chopper might be one of the few people that actually would. Him and Boomich, perhaps.
Yeah.
It's like a couple of crazy players like that.
Because it's known for its like run and gun and pushing through smokes and surprising your enemies. Not that useful to hold advancing Ts in angles. So I doubt they'll be using it. So it's the MP9 for Zonti to do throw away the MAC-10. He actually gets rid of that entirely. He's gone for the M4s here.
Okay.
I'm going to use the SMG. Interesting.
Well, like you said, 4 rounds is already pretty good on the CT side. If they can get a little bit more, then, I mean, so more the better for them. It'll be round number 9 here. Donk not had the most impact on the game just yet. Playing this dark position, which is a pivotal point on the map. Very often end up getting attacked from both sides. Yeah, you can see he's kind of half the time spinning around ready in case somebody tries to charge on through. Shiro misses a shot, but even worse, it's Donk going down, and now Shiro have to try and make up for that. It'll be good for the kill on the Kicksan, but he's starting to feel the pressure. That Molotov, okay, bounces up onto the high ground, so still a 4 versus 4. Oh, I say that, but Shiro goes down, and the bomb is getting planted here. Heroic starting to come alive a little bit now.
It's getting a little bit dicey out there. It's a 3-on-3 with the bomb down. Repositions coming through, but Chopper continuing to find headshots. Could be Magic chiming in as well. 3 versus 1. So, what have you got for me? Not a whole lot. Difficult round to really do much with. Decent effort from Heroic. Good openings. Managed to get the bomb planted, but Chopper way too strong on the retake. Kills through the smoke. Nothing but headshots there as we go 5-4. They claim the lead once again. Like I said, 5 will do on the CT campaign. But Heroic felt like they had that one. It slips away.
Yeah, there's a big opportunity there. I mean, definitely with the bomb planted, just wasn't quite enough, unfortunately. But yeah, for Chopper, who, you know, we were having that little, you know, academic discussion about keeping the Mac 10 or upgrading the M4, and you see him around like this where he gets 3 kills with it. That choice probably is a really good one looking back. So
true. Well then, we have got the AWP Shiro once more. A couple of AKs in their ranks as well now for Magics and Donk. Makes sense. Molotov allows him to actually stay within the double door area. Kicksan gets some decent territory, going to be forced in towards the dark room. Donk might not be aware of it. Doesn't seem to be.
yeah, that's interesting. You could tell the grenades are landing way behind any of the players that are pushed up, so he's further back this time, up on that plateau at the back, and Magix is there to try and just throw out a Molotov, keep them a little bit further back. Still plenty of time on the clock, but it looks like Heroic want to go for it, and they actually catch him with a flash and with the Molotov at the same time. Nerds is going to be taking down Chopper, and again, that B bomb side looking a bit vulnerable at the moment.
I'm not sure they can even justify going for this one. They've lost the opening 2 picks. Donk didn't really even fire off a bullet. Completely destroyed by the utility. You could see he was dodging the flashes, but then Molotov literally landed on top of him. You hear the sound cue, he gets pre-fired. Didn't stand a chance there. Chopper unable to find any impact as well. They do a little bit of damage, but very nice execution as a whole from Heroic. They got some basically through the execution, you just need to get one player into the dark room and push the CTs back. Once you have that established and you've got that quickly at the start of the round as well, it's a caller's dream. If you can get a player securely in towards dark, execute like that, it means you can actually pin to the bomb set in a very effective manner. And he saw how well it works out. Kicksan breaking through. He's unable to give out the quick calls as well. No input delay. The handshakes are back. See complexity behind them as well. They got a taste of the heroic medicine yesterday. That's what I mean with Kicksan coming out of dark. The execution, he knows what areas are vulnerable. They've got Molotovs down towards the default side of the bomb site and towards Temple as well. It means you can come out and just pre-fire the key positions. Utility damage. We don't normally cover that. That's pretty cool. Chopper there with a lot. 232.
Was he the one with the 5-mag grenade earlier?
Yeah, potentially.
Might have been. Either way, game is tied up once again. 5-5. I think it's essential for Heroic to win the last 2 rounds here. I think 7-5 is still going to be a fairly difficult second half, but anything less than that, and I think they're in so much trouble here. Sneaking through the middle, using Teslas. He's been playing good enough. Try and see if he can find a kill somewhere in the middle here. He's being allowed to get really deep in there, and Spirit are sick of losing the B bomb side, so they've stacked that with 3 people at the start of it here. But Magix, is he going to be ready for this fight? He's ready for the first, and the second, almost the third. That would have been sick. It's sort of take him down, but he did so much damage that I don't think Heroic can easily recover this round.
Nice positioning there from Magix, reads it well. 4-on-2, not impossible to win this round, but funny, difficult to see away. Giving up an absolute stinker of a kill, but thankfully Donk will make up for it. And it looks like it's absolutely fine. So crisis averted. And it will be Spirit taking the lead once more. 6-5. Final round of this first half coming up next. Money should be okay. Might not be ideal for Heroic after giving up a couple, but time will tell. This is where Magic outpositions them. Gets himself 2 clean kills. A little bit of damage to the third as well. Donk had to step up there. Things got a little bit hairy towards the end.
Yeah, that would have created a big opening. If Donk would have gone down to Shush, who knows what could happen. But here we are. We are in the 12th round, the last of the half. And you're right, the money was pretty decent. They've had to go down to Galil on Source, not really a big deal, I think.
Yeah, it's absolutely fine. So this is what we're looking for again. Maybe that same sort of idea. Get Kicksan in towards Dark. Execute accordingly. Maybe trying to get Nerds in towards main as well. Kicksan showing some presence in towards our Dark room. No damage inflicted, but got them on high alert. And they are going to be coordinating themselves back towards the A bomb side. This will be a full execution, Anders. You're expecting smokes, Molotovs down towards Camera, Bricks in Heaven. Molotov behind Cake, Molotov at the Fountain. Here come the Molotovs now. Flashbang in, deep breath. We'll see if Shiro can step up here with the AWP.
So far, he's not flashed, but he is headshot instead. Nerds with a nice one, follows it up on the Sontics, who did get a double kill right before then. So still 3 versus 3 here. About 50 seconds on the clock. The bomb is going to get planted pretty swiftly there. Shush in charge of that one. We've got some high-powered players still alive here for Heroic. This last round, absolutely pivotal. 6-6 is great for Spirit. If they get 7, it's going to be even better. Magic's good on the first one. Kicksan trying to get the multi-spray down, but it's not going to be possible. It's just Nerds left. And he's looking for this quad kill, clutch the grenade. Oh, it catches him at the back of the head. And Spirit will get round number 7 for themselves.
They certainly will. It was a 1-round game on Vertigo, and once again, Heroic have got them on the ropes, looking to avoid a 0-2 scoreline. We'll see you after the break.
And they've done a good job of getting the push and forcing Bit down. Little bits of health for Bit to hold with. You'd think this is impossible. You'd think.
They're putting so much pressure on, but
Split's coming out from Vent as well, so the back players.
Donk got another.
Nicely done. Donk comes out with 2. He got the gush, he cleaned him up, he kills the first rotate, and there's nothing else really here for Na'Vi. A very critical second pistol round win for Spirit. If they stave off the retake. Donk in with a 3rd.
Are we living in Donk's era? That's the question.
Zontix, he just trickles in with a single kill. JL trying his damnedest, but there's nothing he can do. They're coming for him. This is Spirit calling for the blood of Na'Vi to try and pave their way to yet another map win. Merely 5 rounds away.
Gauge the level that they're coming into this on, and I think Astralis is a prime name for that. He'll open up with 1. Brokey responds. These dual Berettas out from Donut quickly level the playing field, and so we end up back in this 3-on-3 with Brokey still hanging around a fight. That's because he's got Carrigan backing him up with the bomb down over here in mid. Phaser playing to contain. They lose Carrigan up in the window, and so now Brokey's got to do the heavy lifting.
Still a backstab on A. Reigns trying to contain it from CT. He's got Brokey's back at least, but Astralis moving into the site gets that kill. Brokey just fighting for survival, fighting for the ace. Those Julies can't connect the killing blow. Final shot does it, and he gets out as well on top of the bomb.
Monacy gets gushed by a teammate, I believe, on the entry, so that's going to make it a little awkward. Loses Nico. Can he clear back sight?
What?
Yes. He's in with 1. He's tagged down further to 20 HP. CTs take over construction, and bomb plant looks good. Now, there's flanks for both teams, right? You've got Zywoo coming up Banana, which is currently still smoked off, and you've got Nexa to make first contact. Easy execution on Apex. Now, that's the utility for the retake down. They were really banking on Apex to kind of get these CTs going. Monacy gets tapped out, flanks connect to success for both teams. CTs stranded towards the coffins. Hunter comes out with 3 kills. Clean headshots on his behalf at a G2 pistol win.
Flames up close, and alongside him he's got Mezzy. Can they hold on? Mezzy seems to think so. 1 kill from him, but there's that split out from middle. Apex makes up for it, 3v3.
High position.
That's been gifted. Apex picks that up, but it's a clean shot back from Shiro, continuing his dominance over this A-bomb site. Spinks is so wounded, and Shiro will finish him off. Zywoo moves in to a lost site. Tripping over the bodies of teammates. He's cut down. Shiro owns A.
What's up, ladies and gentlemen? You're watching Blast Premier Fall Groups 2024. We've got 16 teams fighting for 6 slots over at the Royal Arena towards the end of September. You're currently watching the Group A upper bracket final between Spirit and Heroic. One map down was 13-11 in favor of Spirit on Heroic's map pick, and we've got a 7-5 game here as Spirit in a prime position to close this one out 2-0. I think they probably will, Anders. Not going to try and spin it any other way. Would love to be a nice, close, competitive game. Histo will suggest which way it's going, but let's have a look. No, it's taken down just 3 points of health to kick things off.
Spirit now on the stronger side of the map. They've got a 2-round lead. They're in the pistol here. I agree. I think Heroic are in a lot of trouble, so a lot could come down to this. Nert's already one of the most powerful players. Drop low. Shiro, who we just saw the highlight from earlier, and he hits a headshot like that. Tessus goes down. He's ready for more. Takes down Nert's. Man is a machine. And now it's Kixan and Saw 2 versus 5. She already has a knack for that P250. It's beautiful work. Looking to see if he can get a third one in here. Why not add to the highlight? Saul wants to challenge him. He's going to get a bullet as well.
Well, now they know exactly where Kixan is. Nice shot, but he couldn't be further away from the action here. He'll find Chop up, bomb planted, job done. Nice flash. Maybe he gets a couple more kills. That's at least $600 in the bag, Anders. They are going to force buy in the second round, which they did on Vertigo as well on the CT side, just to note. Third kill. Absolutely. $900. It's over $1,000 in the bank now. So I might persuade them to force buy regardless. See if he can get 4.
He might as well.
Available. Deal or no deal sort of situation. Do you just bank this now? The Kevlar.
He's thinking about it. Oh, they're getting really close on the other side, aren't they?
It's going to bank, yep. Oh. So that's Kevlar.
All right.
$1,000. $1,900 on top. So you can get Famous and armor. That's something. Not much, but something.
Deal or no deal? Is that the show the very aggressive hostess?
In the UK, a guy called Noel Edmonds hosts it. I think they probably have a different host in every.
Well, I was thinking about the UK version. There's one with a woman who always says,
"Oh no, that's the weakest link with Anne Robertson."
She's great. I love her.
Very good. Yeah, no, different person, but yeah,
she's got strong aura, you know.
True. He's got with the M4. Didn't necessarily work out, but yeah, that Kevlar saved. Like we said, he'd have up to $2,900. So yeah, the M4 got deployed. They're looking to find it if possible. There's scrambling for it. Where is that M4? It's got to be there somewhere, presumably. So deeper smoke. Where is it?
Did it get blown up?
It might have got naded. I don't know. That's kind of nuts. Huge grenade.
It's tragic.
Speaking of which.
Yeah, losing that M4 at the start. No one. Well, I guess Chopper's been able to pick it up, so we have our culprit. Moving forward, there should be eminently winnable round here for Spirit. Already with a 3-round lead, looking to make it 4. I think it's just Shush at the moment who is defending the bomb side with the Deagle. And we've seen some fun Deagle shots coming out of Heroic in the past, but it have to be more than a couple of Deagle shots to make this round even viable. And I doubt that's going to happen here. 36 seconds. Chopper investigating, actually offering to give them back the M4. I guess that's nice of him. He's a gentleman like that. Or at least it was. Yeah, they didn't take him off on the offer, so he's thinking twice about it. Nert's looking to jump on him here if Chopper's even a little bit uncautious. And yeah, okay, they're going to get it back. It's not too bad, but the bomb's still going to get planted.
Yeah, there was a lot of moves from both sides to try and secure that M4. Chopper had it, but couldn't vacate the premises. So it's got to be a save here. This was the force buy. Might as well hold on to your Kevlar, your pistols, your MP9s, and of course that M4A1S in the hands of Nerds. So they're not looking for exits here. They want another go at the force buy in the next round. They want to be entering just as USPs. And not really much to say to close this one out. Just a couple of kills found in this particular round.
Yeah, one of the least eventful rounds we've seen yet.
Yeah. It's going to go in favor of Spirit, though. One step closer to the 2-0. That will lead them to the group final, of course, where they're either going to be playing the likes of OG, Complexity. Could be Heroic again, I suppose, because if If they drop down to the lower bracket, they'll have to be playing OG or Complexity. There are chances of rematches here.
It seems like, I mean, from Spirit's point of view, that all of those teams sound like teams they should be beating. So they're probably feeling quite good about this whole situation.
Yeah, well, bear in mind, we do have that next game coming up today. That will be OG Complexity, another stand-in affair.
Yeah.
Got Thomas, of course, as a stand-in and in-game leader for OG, bizarrely enough.
Yeah, they pulled him out of his vacation. They said,
yeah, he was in Italy.
We need you.
He was just on vacation with the lads.
Not in Dubai with his girlfriend.
No. No Bubba tea.
It's a 4-round lead at the moment here for those of you at home that don't do math. Sontics moving forward and a good spray. I mean, I don't know what they could have done there, to be honest. Kicksand with an attempted jump, but doesn't work out. So 5 versus 3 in this one. And they're still not really feeling any pressure here, Spirit, even with that kind of a double opening. You could have probably rushed the bomb side and just went to take that control, but they're playing disciplined Counter-Strike. Making sure that nothing slips out of their control, even in a round like this one.
All right,
Good shot, Nerds.
It's going to take a lot of damage, though. Even more so with the deadly bullet from the AK-47. Saw, good luck, my friend. 0 chance of really doing anything there. Naded down to like 20 health. Gun's looking his way. And an easy kill for Donk to close things out. 10-5. But that was technically an eco. That was saved weaponry, bear in mind, so the money's pretty decent. Feels like Spirit are in cruise control now. Bear in mind, this is the most T-sided map we have in the pool right now.
Yeah.
So the fact they're on the T side, they've had this good start. I feel like this is going one way, and that way is Team Spirit to the group final of Group A.
It's very hard to be convinced of anything else right now.
Because, yeah, you got Nerds, like, he's having to pick up the AWP quite a lot with this team, and he actually is pretty decent with it. Like, he's had impact across the tournament, but it's certainly not ideal. And, like, Saw doesn't seem to be having as much impact today, like, understandably so. He's up against some of the world's best players here.
Yeah. Well,
forget about that flash.
Don't worry about it, yeah. Sontic's having himself a very good game on Anubis. He's 13-6. He can be like a very, very exciting player. I mean, obviously you're playing next to the likes of Shiro and Dom. Sometimes you are just going to get outshined in that department, but every once in a while you get to see some really cool stuff out of Sontics too. So it's pretty early on in his career. 1 minute and 3 seconds. And some mid-control being attempted here from Spirit. Nice timing on the Molotov there to just segregate those two players and slow them down a little bit more, but Sontics might be waiting for a flash to set this one up. See if they can, or an HE to blow open the smoke. Either one is a viable choice here. He's ready for it, just stands up as the smoke fades. A good trade for Kicksand at the very least, but they've still lost Shush on that side. Deep grenade lands on 3 players and almost kills Donk outright. That would have been a way to get ahead.
Well, here we go. 30 seconds, Anders, and we're going to be finishing up in towards A. No two ways about it. Should be fine here for Saw. He at least gets his 1 kill. That's all we can ever ask of him. As the coach, now the AWP on the retake. No, it's not known to be a sniper. We'll have his work cut out for him, and you can see that missed shot might cost him the retake, but he makes up for it. Redemption on the second, and a nice blind spray from at.CEST to confirm the round. Good job. Heroic keep their head above water for now, and Nerds have missed that first shot. Certainly secured the round with the second. Hollow victory, I suppose. They've still got a lot of work to be done here. Spirit's finances should be okay with the bomb being planted.
I have a question for you, Henry.
Oh, God.
Matter of philosophy. You called that A-bomb side the fish, right?
No, you got the fish tail.
The fish, well, I guess there has to be, well, now it's real philosophy, there has to be a fish if there's a fish tail, right?
Yeah, like the bomb side is shaped like a fish. If you look on the mini-map. Like,
and there's a cake in the middle, so that make it a fish cake?
I guess you're right, yeah. I don't hate that.
Didn't think about that, did you?
Didn't think about it. You can see, like, look in the top right. You can see it's shaped like a fish. That's the tail towards the end.
Well, I always thought that, but I didn't want to say it out loud because I thought I was crazy. I thought that's...
No, a fish cake, yeah, that's nuts. Yeah, we'll give you that one. Right. For once.
A little W from me, I appreciate
that.
Yeah,
a little W. Smallest one possible, perhaps. Well, you got to take them. And a good flash. We are going to see Sontics operating towards A main. Very common for the anchors to hold these similar positions as well. Understanding the fights, the timings. As you can see, he's quite well versed, and it even baits out the AWP shot as well. Nice little jiggle to maintain the advantage here. 5 versus 4, but he is very, very low indeed. Nerds realizing he can't sacrifice full control.
That's so sick. Like, that's how much can happen in like 1 microsecond of Counter-Strike, right? You're like, you get the information, you bait out the shot, you know what's happening next. Tess is up close here. The timing is really good, but Shero's lightning fast on the other side, flicks him out of the round, and it's still a 2 versus 3 here.
Yeah,
in favor of Spirit.
This is still possible. Oh, I think Nerds still gets this. Yeah, okay, good job. He's actually looking pretty
That's so bold.
Yeah, he had to make a maneuver. He could set a kick. Sanchez isolated. He had 3 people coming towards him. He's at least alleviated some pressure. He finds his kill. Could be onto something. He did actually get it, but now, yeah, we've got a very difficult battle here for Nerds. Shiro is making an educated guess that he's going to stick towards the canals, and he would be correct in thinking so. He's just going to lock him in. Job done. Very well read.
It's like modern-day jousting.
Yeah.
Walking into each other with the ops out.
I couldn't help but notice in the famous talent predictions today, you are the only analyst, as it were, to put Heroic as the winners today.
The only one brave enough, many people have said.
True.
Brave.
Standing by your opinion.
Courageous in many ways. Yeah, I thought really the thing that persuaded them to push me over the edge were the handshakes.
Okay, fair enough.
Like that was their secret weapon that might have even had some sort of magical property.
For the camaraderie would get them through this game.
I've watched Disney movies. I know friendship is really the thing.
The most powerful superpower you can have.
Yeah,
right? Yeah. That's a good point. So it still could happen. I'm not saying it's not. It's looking unlikely now, perhaps.
Be a while before they make a Disney movie about Counter-Strike, but I won't rule it out.
I mean, you do very well. I think the whole CTT situation is already a problem.
There's a spin on it there. They can make it work.
Yeah? You think so? I think it's maybe held us back for a few years, just having that word.
It does feel like
associated with us.
Yeah.
Like, I wouldn't have hated it too much if when CS2 came out, they just went of attack defense.
Yeah, I think I've said this in the past too.
If that ever has cost us any opportunities of growth.
I don't think we're losing a lot, to be honest, by doing that. Like, we could do it.
Exactly. I mean,
they're on the attacking
side,
side, they're on the defending side.
If it does just kind of calm everyone down, then why not?
But Disney will have to wait. Spirit, on the other hand.
To be fair, Disney completely mangles everything they touch anyway.
Yeah,
sorry if they're associated with this broadcast. They might.
I was hoping. I was searching my brain to come up with a video. You're probably right. 11-6 is the scoreline, Henry. That means they're 2 rounds away from taking this in a 2-0 fashion. And again, like, they're playing super well disciplined Counter-Strike. They probably know what they're up against economically, but they're not taking any crazy risks. They're really trying to just ease out this game, win it without leaving anything to chance. I respect that from Spirit. I think it's important to have this kind of mentality, even though you know you're probably almost surely destined to win this game from the start. But yeah, you want to make sure that it stays in your control. Chopper going to be down. Nerds getting as close as he could with that one, but they've still lost the bomb site, which means the bomb is going to get planted, and don't think there's much Heroic can do about it.
Yeah, you might be right. Rated 2. And are you just saving the Galil here? Very, very unlikely. They're retaking this bomb site, defusing the bomb with no kit. I kind of fancy the looks of things, though. And that was their only effort.
He made that look so easy.
Yeah, he was just ready for that flash to come through. To be map point, Anders. 12-6. And that was the partial buy, so they've got money going forward here, but nothing is saved. And looks like we might be wrapping this one up. Bear in mind, like we said, we've got OG Complexity coming up next. Another stand-in. Steps into the arena. It's going to be Thomas this time. Looking to serve up the full English.
Yeah, another potentially tough game there, but we're excited for it nonetheless. What else?
Hey, I guess I just want to see how Complexity bounce back.
I know.
That's a team that's in disarray right now. That's a team that can't seem to win a game at this point. If they lose to OG. Oh, that is Heroic. Heroic is, like, compared to OG, let's be honest, like, Heroic's still a world-class Counter-Strike team.
Oh, yeah.
OG, I don't think, even with a full squad, you can call them that. Like,
no.
They haven't been impressive for years now.
It's been quite confusing.
Being part of the Blast ecosystem has kind of just kept the project going, really.
Yeah. It's been hard to summon up a lot of the excitement for, unfortunately. But
yeah, what else have they done? They get like 1 win every 2 months, and it's like, okay, they've got a map here and there, but they've just lost Heavy God as well. Like,
yeah, that's
down to me their best player.
It's all.
So yeah, if Complexity lose that game, I feel like there could be a bumpy ride for Complexity fans. They've got Cologne play-ins coming up as well. Oof.
Trying to boost in CS2. I mean,
don't do it. Broken game. It doesn't let you do it. Like, they say it can't be replicated. It just seems that every basic game I play, when I try and boost, I get the boost bug. So I could replicate it every game. All right, well, been a slow round. No one making any contact thus far. There's a closeout right here, right now. Oh, they've got the mid to B split coming in as well. CTs are none the wiser. Molotov's being deployed. Donk making himself known in more ways than one. There's the double headshot. Bear in mind, they've got a player towards the temple position as well as Chopper slips the net. Ladies and gentlemen, it looks like we are done here. Just going to be Shush rounding things up. Not known to be a sniper. As you can see, they have struggled in that department throughout this campaign. It was a really admirable showing, Anders, on Vertigo. They had them on the ropes at times, but it wasn't quite enough here. The power of Spirit pulls through. 13-11 on the first map and absolutely dominated 13-6 on the second. Zontic's MVP level performance as well. Shout out to Heroic. They will not be going to the group final, but Spirit certainly will be.
Spirit certainly will be moving on into the next stage, where we are looking at a Heroic that couldn't quite make it competitive for the second map. We were very, very impressed by their showing on the first one, came dangerously close, snatching away Vertigo, but here on the second, Anubis, it was never really a fight, was it?
No, and I also think when most of these players woke up this morning, I think everybody knew, okay, it's going to be tough, right? Maybe if we play our A game, we're going to get one map, but we are up against the best team in the world, and the chances of us making it in this playoff is relatively hard. But now they buy themselves a little bit of time to maybe get Dexter onto the roster.
We'll obviously see Spirit play further on in the tournament. Saturday next time they'll be in the fire, whereas for Heroic they drop down and still have a chance of making it. Are you impressed with what we've seen from Heroic so far for the first 2 days?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's some of the best Counter-Strike we've seen from Heroic, both tactically, but maybe also individually from fewer players like maybe Tessus and Nerds. I don't think many people expected them to have that level. Certainly not Tessus, right? But I had an argument that he was maybe the top 5. He's moving into the top 3 in Denmark potentially with what he's been showing at this point. I think there's a lot of room for improvement. It's going to be interesting to see how the dynamic changes once Dexter arrives within this roster, because we know Dexter is no small personality. He also fills out the gaps. He wants to take a little bit of space. Does that affect Tessus?
We speak a lot about Tessus, and you've been praising him, so let's hear from Tessus himself. James caught up to him just straight after the loss.
Heroic do fall here to Spirit, but they did put up one hell of a fight, at least on the first map. I don't want to start with that. On Vertigo, it was looking like a game you had. Did it feel like one that was almost in your hands you should have been able to take from them?
Yeah, I think everyone on the team kind of agreed that we actually should have closed that one out, even though we played with Saul, but it is what it is, and we also tried to reset as much as possible from the first map, and we were like, okay, in the first map we had a really good chance of winning, and that's a positive sign for us, and we just need to keep building on that. So it's all good for this tournament, at least.
And just overall, okay, you lose the series, but if you think of, if you had Dexter, do you feel like this would have been a very different story? Do you feel like that would have been a difference? Or do you feel like maybe because then there would be different expectations, the team would change? Can you give me your view on it?
Yeah, I think there's many factors to take into consideration, but you can't deny, and like you need to say that you have a better chance with Dexter. Like, of course, we would have a better chance, and it's annoying that we can't play with the full team, but that's how it is, and we're just trying to do our best right now.
And it's a positive step forward, though, right? If you can do this kind of damage, even with playing with Saw. How was just the vibes in the team? Because I know he's been very vocal, very positive with this all.
Yeah, like we are trying to be the best teammates possible and be the best team possible, and no matter what the situation is, we will try to get the most out of it, and I think we're doing that really well.
Still plenty of time to bounce back. Let's see if you can, mate. Thank you very much.
The mindset from Tessus is like what I've seen from Heroic so far. They can be proud of their performance so far. Obviously, taking down Team Spirit was a bit of a too big task, but the way they've been playing so far, Bobski, has been nothing but positive.
Yeah, and also we spoke before the game that we needed to Kixen as Saw was taking over more of the duties of the in-game leader, that he also showed like a bit of promise that we saw in the Apex lineup back in the days. He showed great spirit, and I think that's a positive sign for everyone.
I very much agree with that. This is what it looks like for Group A. We got got an overview right here. Spirit have won both their games 2-0 so far and is moving one step closer qualifying for the fall finals. Heroic still in contention, but we have to jump on a quick break because coming up after this is Complexity taking on OG. Later on tonight, we have Astralis Vitality, we have Falcons GamerLegion, but let's jump on to a quick little break so we can get going with Complexity taking on OG. One of those two teams will be eliminated today. And there we have it, my friends. OG arriving to the studio ready to take on Complexity. OG, a team that has been fielding a lineup with a stand-in. The stand-in is also in-game leading. We had a conversation about that yesterday. Also a team that hasn't won a best of 3 since April this year. I was checking it up. It is absolutely crazy that OG have found so little success. However, they're going up against Complexity, Bobski, a team that has also been struggling coming out of the break. They ended the season by winning a tournament. They were looking great. They were looking happy, but it's a different version of Complexity that we've seen so far after the summer break.
Yeah, I mean, it must be a crazy feeling, right? You re-sign the guy in the picture in the name of Horso again. You think, okay, is this going to be good? And then you instantly get clarification at that DreamHack. They win it against Falcons as well, like played relatively well. Then you go on break and everybody's like, okay, we found it again, right? Straight back into the World Cup. You lose to your local rivalry in the form of M80. You come here, you lose to a stand-in the likes of Saw. Like, it's not a great look, right?
No, it's not a great look at all, and it's kind of puzzling for me because I was starting to get back on the hype train. I thought they were playing well. They were ranked number 10, I believe, in the world on HLTV's ranking, and they were looking like a team that had established themselves. And now coming out of the summer break, it's not looking great at all. Obviously, there's a couple of issues within this lineup. You mentioned a couple of those yesterday. One being Floppy not performing, another one is Grim. Did you see anything in the game against Heroic that is adding to that worriness that you're having, or what was it all about?
No, I actually think they played a decent game. They didn't play well at all, considering what we can expect. But like, it was mostly the guy where we put the most pressure on, Elish. He was missing, and it really fell through the server. I think the issue with this lineup is that they're so dependent on one player. I almost get like Na'Vi Simple vibes back in the days before Electronic and so on. Right now, it seems a little bit worrying that they're dependent on this guy to win games. I mean, he's a consistent player, but Elish, is he a superstar like the Monesi, the guys who you can consistently expect to put up those numbers? I doubt it.
I doubt it. I'd argue he's been playing like one in complexity, but it's been very, very tough for him to find any help in and around the team. And I think that's an issue, right? That you have Elish, but you have no second star within the team.
Yeah, and it's also an issue is that obviously a lot of resources go to Elish as well, right? He is the one farming the most ecos within the team, and I think rightfully so. He's a very good player within the team, but it's just like, who's the second guy? I think it was Floppy when they did really well, but right now there's nobody. Holzerk has actually improved a little bit. I think it was actually a pretty good re-signing, but I also think it speaks volume of like, what is the landscape of Counter-Strike right now? You can't really get the great talents out there, and especially not when it comes to Aubers.
No, you're not wrong about that at all. I will argue that the player I was looking for towards being that second rifle star within the team would be Grim. Luckily for us, James caught up with him before the game, so let's hear what Grim is thinking about this matchup.
Grim, to start with, I got to ask, how worried do you guys feel, or how worried should we be for you, given what happened yesterday?
I'd say on Ancient, we just had a few bad rounds on T side, a few wrong calls that didn't go our way. They were pushing down B ramp and we couldn't figure out how to stop them. But I'd say when we reviewed the game, it actually went pretty well, and we know what to do next time for that. As for Vertigo, I'd say that we just couldn't really close the game out because we were definitely up in that game, but then we lost a few unlucky rounds and got picked. So I'd definitely say, I mean, they were playing really good. So I mean, even though they have a coach, you know, you could play with like less fear and more confidence, just because like, you know, like, and the expectations aren't as high, because if you lose, it's like, oh, I got a coach, but if you win, it's like, obviously it's so good. So I'd say I wouldn't be too worried. I'd say we definitely had a good talk after the game.
And does it affect your mentality at all, though, the fact that you come from a boot camp and then you go straight into something like this, or is it an easy one to brush off as a team?
I'd say it's definitely not an easy one to brush off, obviously, because we did lose a team with a coach and not 100%. But, you know, it's just at the end of the day, you just got to figure out how to go next and, you know, learn what you can and move on. So I'd say, yeah, doing the best job trying to do that.
That is definitely what it's all about. I want to also look at the fact that when I see you guys, right, I'd say you're quite a together team, but I want to see just how together you feel out of the server, not just in the server.
Yeah, I'd say I definitely saw some comments the other day about, oh, these guys don't like playing with each other, but I mean, I'd say that's quite the opposite. We have a really good team environment outside the game as well. Like we're always doing stuff with each other. We're always like going out to eat places. We're always talking to each other about how like our personal lives are doing. I'd say we're definitely not a team that like just shows up to work, basically. Like we're definitely enjoy each other's presence outside the game. So I know people can say what they want from the outside, but that's definitely not how it is inside the team.
Well, I can agree with you, because whenever I see you guys on flights, it's the whole team together, everywhere. This is a complexity gang wherever we go throughout all of it. Today, though, you've got OG, who obviously another team in a weird spot. It's a stand-in, and even their general results overall haven't been that good. Is this a team that could push you? Is there something you need to look at in the same sense of the pressure's going to be on you guys, like you're expected to win again?
I'd say the pressure's definitely on us just because they're heavy underdogs and we haven't been performing to our standard. I'd say definitely we shouldn't underestimate them though, because you know I think they have a new IGL now as well. Keto's not on the reins anymore, but I'd say yeah, there's definitely like we should be on our A game and not underestimate them, and just use this game to get some wins on our belt and gain some confidence going into the next games in the stage.
I agree with you. Thank you very much, Grim.
It's interesting that he's addressing the issues that we see from the outside. Obviously, it's a team that's fragile on the server, but also we've been questioning whether or not, you know, the chemistry between the players outside the server is good. According to Grim, it's a no news, so to speak.
Yeah, I mean, I think the argumentation is that many people look inside Complexity and they feel like, wow, they constantly speak about like their comms being low. They must surely not like be really close, because of course, if I'm really close with you, Pimp, I can like look over to the right and I say, I need 20% more from you today. Like, please speak up your voice. Let's have the hype going. But it's constantly this excuse, and therefore I somewhat conclude, are they not enjoying each other's presence? But that's clearly not the issue from the inside. So it's kind of hard to look where is the what is the issue of like the communication, because we hear it so often, right? And it's hard to judge why is it happening.
It is hard to judge why it's happening. Another thing that's hard to judge right now is OG. We don't really know where they're at as a team right now. Obviously playing with Thomas, man on your screen right here. He's the in-game leader. He's been signed for this event, so to speak, trying to come in and help OG. What are your expectations from this lineup? They're playing with a stand-in. The stand-in is the in-game leader. For me, it's very hard to wrap my head around.
I think it's unfair to have high expectations, and for some ludicrous reason, they don't have their starting 5 for one of the most important events of the year for them. I mean, I think it's fair to argue that could they potentially do an upset or two here, they could get some ranking points, they could get some invitation to some better tournaments. But right now, there are 4 players playing with a stand-in as an IGL. It's not looking good, Brev.
Did you see anything against Team Spirit, their first game, that gives you any hope that they can take down a bleeding Complexity?
I mean, I think when we saw Mirage, at least we saw they knew how to like at least approach the defaults and play a little bit loose Counter-Strike. Those maps could potentially play into the likes of a team with a stand-in. We did see it from Heroic, but they did it way more execute heavy, where on the other side of OG, I think they played it with a little bit more caution and tried to play a little bit more freely.
We didn't get to see much of OG against Spirit. Obviously, again, playing with a stand-in, going up against arguably the best team in the world. But was there any player that stood out to you? Any player from OG that you feel have a chance of perhaps dictating the game against Complexity?
I mean, the only player that I believe has like a future in this area of the game, like where we're staying right now at the group stage, I think Fico has like individual qualities where we're like, okay, this guy could actually become pretty good. Moto has a couple of rounds where you're kind of like, that's interesting, but he is also like a TSM prospect that wasn't good enough for that project, gets shipped over to OG. I think one player that we need to keep an eye out is for Fico. Like, is the development going to continue or is it completely stagnated?
OG is currently ranked number 49 in the world. They're taking on Complexity, who's ranked number 11. There's no doubt that Complexity are the heavy favorites, but we did see them yesterday struggle against the team with a stand-in. Henry and Anders is ready to bring you the action for what potentially could be another Complexity upset.
Could be, Pim. Time will tell. All we do know is one of these teams will be going home after this particular outing. It's the Heartbreak Hotel for one of them.
Oh, yeah.
Showdown, lying in wait. And I guess it's difficult to call this one because Complexity are looking very weak right now. But OG playing with the stand-in, of which is the in-game leader as well.
I know.
Really difficult to call this one.
Well, the odds seem to be favoring Complexity, so I guess that makes sense. That you know, they have their full lineup. They've looked rough for the new season, but still, they should be better. They should be better.
Complexity should be winning this one, hands down. It has to be said. I'm going to say that they are going to be the victors at the end here, but they need to hold their mental together. Against Heroic, they looked weak, they looked overwhelmed, and we heard from Grim saying, oh, they were just playing with more confidence and no fear. Like, still, like, you're playing against the coach, though. You should be able to at least give them a run for their money, not get 2-0'd. It's not a good look. And this is the same sort of situation. You're playing against another team with another stand-in who is also the in-game leader. Sure, it's going to be a difficult game, but one you should be converting here as their season is beginning to spiral. EWC was an absolute nightmare for them. This contextually, the opponents they lost to, like going down to M80, who just signed the new player as well. Like, come on, lads, we need to start seeing some signs of life in Complexity. They said they had a good meeting yesterday. I believe that's true. I'm sure they identified some of their issues, but need to show us that they are the world-class team we know and love. As we get into the action here, it's going to be Floppy to open things up. Nice shot towards Nexius. Gives them the early advantage. You can see it's a bit more pep in the step already from Complexity. And the team is opening kills. Grim delivering death at the B ramp there.
I think that kill from Floppy in the middle kind of forced OG to do this execute that they were going to do anyway, but probably OG were thinking, okay, we're going to get a bit of control, and then that'll, you know, shift the defense around on the B bomb side, then we can hit that really hard early on. But once they lost that early kill and Nexius going down, they just had to pull the trigger on this, and it didn't work out. Ran into the dualies now. Fiku and Modo going to be walking into a crossfire if I've ever seen one. Just multiple people coming. More going to be right around the corner here. Modo, 1 versus 4. He does get the first one onto Grim, but needs to get pretty much flawless headshots from here on out. He's got a chance here if there's a peek coming in, maybe. Doesn't look like it's going to be easy, though. Still 45 seconds. And the bomb is way up towards the B-bomb side, so it's not like he can sneak away and try to do anything else here. He's kind of committed to this fight.
Yeah, this trifecta surrounding him. Not really much you can do, I'm afraid. Just hoping that someone makes a mistake and offers up a one-tap. Even one more kill would be quite nice just for follow-up. Get yourself another $300. Oh my God, he's actually broken through. He's actually broken through. Oh Lord, not like this, Complexity.
No way. All right, smokes up. He looks for the headshot. He can't get it. Flummy will take him down. I thought he had it. Oh, he ran out of bullets and the Molotov got the kill anyway. Oh man, they were being so disciplined, Complexity, in that 1 versus 3. But I guess there's some tipping point where you're actually...
They're being too conservative,
yes.
Right? That was the thing. They could have had both players like challenging at the same time. If he comes through, fine. You should have been having the guy who has a bomb deep in the B bomb site. You've got the bomb within the B site.
Yeah.
And you have the 2 CTs challenging towards the double doors. They've actually like allowed him to actually run up, get the bomb,
that was
get
a sick
that close
attempt.
to winning it. That was not the way to handle it. Like, obviously hindsight is 2020, but you gave him way too much wiggle room, way too much respect there. Hold the bomb and then stop the choke point with 2 players. That would have been absolutely fine.
It's the kind of round, if I was scouting to pick up Moto, I'd be like, all right, that's some really intelligent Counter-Strike. He tried everything he could to bait it out. He realized, okay, they're being so careful that actually I might have another way because they're so careful.
Can you imagine the tilt had they have lost that round?
Oh,
Probably
yeah.
bails them out there. And it wasn't clean. He had to run through flames himself, go through it. He had to smoke the molly, run through it, and just about nail the shot. Speaking of which, Elite will find Nexius. They didn't force by here, so a bit of breathing room, at least for Complexity.
Yeah.
After that one was a little bit too close for comfort.
And again, it's Elige with the UMP. Trying to be a trendsetter.
Make it a thing.
I mean, he's got some significant cultural impact, as Maui Snake would say. I think he could do it. Second round on the board. Complexity. I don't know. It's never been easy being a fan of North American Counter-Strike. I feel like it's always a roller coaster. You see people screaming on Twitter for the same reason, you know.
Yeah. This is the Group A lower bracket final, guys. This will be the first team sent down to the showdown happening in a few weeks. No one wants to be there. We have 16 teams come to groups. 6 of them make it out directly to the finals of the Royal Arena. The others, the losers, have to come back, spend a week in a similar format with the last few spots available. See what can be done here. First gun round of sorts. Bit of a bonus situation, if you will, for Complexity. Considering they had such a clean round in the previous, they're operating with 2 SMGs and a FAMAS. SMG might be tested here. JT senses something's afoot. Quite slow, but tentative so far from OG. Haven't claimed too much territory on the map, trying to get themselves in towards Cheetah. First ding comes in. Cheetah down to 20 points of foul. Flashbang deployed.
Good position here for an MP9. They're going to suspect it, but you can't really clear both sides. And JT finds the perfect timing on that one. He can't defeat the AK, though. And Fiku will take 2 in return. Very capable player, Fiku. HE to blow that one open, but Holzer, it's a little bit too early. They're not quite there yet. And with the FAMAS on the other side, he doesn't really want to stick around for the battle through the smoke either. Wide swing, but Thomas will take him down. Does some damage to Elige on top of that, so it's a very winnable round right now for OG.
I think you're probably considering the save already. I know that sounds a bit crazy in a 3 versus 2, but your money's going to be somewhat tight going forward. You might as well hold on to this with the low HP, and it's exactly what they're going to do. Let's see, they've got decent utility belt as well. Flashes, HEs, incendiary, smokes, and you've got 2 guns here as well. Ideally, you'd like to upgrade that UMP, but better to hold on to it than just give it away for nothing. So saving towards the A bomb site. OG strike nice and early here on the T side of Ancient. Admittedly, had the firepower advantage this time. Nice work from Fiku, especially that strong double kill in towards the K position as well. Found JT, follows it up on Grim, and 3 players survive. So very compelling round there, nice and composed. Slow pace to begin with. Got that cheetah control, and then the floodgates open. We can see it from his POV as well. Waits that first shot. The second was an absolute beauty. Look at that.
He looked very at ease in that one. I do love those over-the-shoulder cam positions. Sometimes you get like a bit of a sense of how much pressure a player is under, how much they're moving, or if they're very animated or whatever. But yeah, he looked ice cold on that one, so we appreciate it.
Leash at that. Way downtown, monitor.
Yeah, how could he even see anything? Like?
I'd say kind of the opposite of Yekindau's got it like on his nose. Elige
Yeah, he's waiting for the monitor glasses to come out.
Yeah, the binoculars.
Oh, Nexius, there's a great opening. Fiku to trade the kill against Floppy. Floppy was having a bit of a rough time, I think, in the first match yesterday. I think he made up for it on map number 2, but yeah, we need Floppy up there. We know that he's got it at one point, one of the hottest prospects of the region. Haven't seen him with enough consistency yet on the Complexity squad in this lineup. Oh, good flash to set it up. JT just gets blown up. It's Thomas to set that one up. Holzerk and Grim, 2 versus 4, and just like the previous round, it's probably better to save. And again, it's just the UMP. You don't want to be saving the UMP 2 rounds in a row. That's a bad feeling, isn't it? But then what choice do they have?
Not many choices right now, that's for sure. And the money's going to be in the bin going forward as well. Holzerk and Grim holding on to the little they have. One towards Brokey at the back of 8. The other holding Red Room. Round is done. It's a formality at this point. Dot the Rides, cross their T's.
Maybe Hawker can get another rifle in the middle. I think that's what he's sneaking in there for. Picked up a couple of grenades there. And there's the M4. Okay. It's better. It's not great. OG are going to tie up the game. And like you pointed out, the money's not looking too good on that Complexity side. So
part of me just doesn't want Complexity to lose this. Just feel bad for them right now. Just say losing both your games.
All right.
In blast groups to stand-ins.
You're right.
I don't want that to be a memory of this tournament.
Yeah.
That's like, at least the team with the stand-in loses, like, you're like, they had a stand-in. But if you're the team that loses to both the teams at the stand-in, like, oh, okay. Well, we need to make some changes to something. No, I'm not saying the roster necessarily, but some changes.
I'll be honest, but just personally, I've been... When Elish left Liquid after having been on that lineup since forever, basically, was almost like synonymous with the team, right? It was Elish.
Yeah, he's like a franchise player.
But he had like, obviously a reputation of being, someone who could tilt a lot and maybe a little bit of an emotional player in that sense. I figured this could easily be sort of the beginning of the end, going to like a different squad. Like, how's it going to work out? I must say, he still plays amazing Counter-Strike. Like, I'm a little bit invested in Elish's career in that sense. Like, he's got a tough kind of, arc on his hands in terms of proving, what it wasn't just with Liquid. Like, I could do it. I'm still like a world-class player. I think he's playing really good Counter-Strike still.
This tournament, though, he posted a 0.60 rating.
Yeah, that's a problem.
So the games where they're losing and they need him to step up, like, you've lost a heroic of a coach playing and he hasn't turned up. Not saying that's his fault at all, but just kind of...
Well, it's fair. It's fair criticism, though. Round number 5 here. They've saved the 2 M4s. They got a couple of pistols, but not really much more than that. Couple of grenades. An HE at a flashbang on Holzerk. Flashbang definitely worth more in this context if you can set up some of those pistols to maybe do something, but I don't think it'll be easy. It's a good idea, but a lot of firepower on the other side. And over at this B bomb side, it is just JT with the P250. Don't think that's going to be quite enough to stop anybody.
You don't think?
Sound no expert, Henry, but
let's see.
I'll stake out that position,
All right. So they've got a lot of wiggle room here, and indeed, the P250 doesn't quite deliver. Gets dink. But, yeah, might as well be saving these M4s here. They saved 2 of them from the previous round. They were hoping to make it a little bit more of a dent than this. Right now, the objective would be find some exits and upgrade those pistols to rifles. And Elish is making a very compelling case to do so. 2 beautiful headshots.
Let's
connect
go
with the dome.
That's what I'm talking about. Show us some more of that. Give us the really fierce Elish that can absolutely change a game. I'd be interested to see that. 4 versus 3 here. Holzerk hoping to keep the M4 alive. It's kind of important that he does. Again, they've been saving it a couple of rounds. Not quite enough there, but the bomb will take down Keto.
And around a little bit, they could keep all 5 players alive. The fact they take down 4 of them, including one with the blast, that's actually pretty significant. Not the end of the world.
No, but it gives you something to fight for if you're Complexity, right? It kind of makes you think, all right, like we don't have to chew through like 3 rounds in a row before they run out of money.
Keeps them modest. That's worth from Elish. Excellent shots for Desert Eagle. Good gun round here for both teams. 3-2. 3 in a row though for OG. Let's have a look. Orbs out for Holzak. Same story for Modo as well. Very proficient sniper. Haven't seen the best of him in this tournament. And Thomas has called the early execution, trying to keep that fast-paced gameplay going to this first real gun round here. We've got the Orbs out. I think it's been shut down, though. You can call this one off. With the incendiaries being dropped and they've spotted players and heard multiple footsteps, you would just go, right, let's just call this one off. Back for the reset here.
Yeah, but it's still a very smart call for Thomas because there's so many rounds where there is nobody on the A-bomb side at the start of the round on Ancient for the CT side. That happens quite a bit. So sometimes you can just win, or you can't maybe win a round, but you can at least get onto the bomb side, get the bomb planted with the CTs being towards Donut instead of towards the A-bomb side. So
didn't love that pick from Holzak. Like, that's like the most common angle. Like, if you're flashing in first, sure, like get control, but just the slow creep peek. I don't know. That wasn't doing it for me. Guess you're just hoping there's no AWP on the other side, but yeah, that's what we're getting so far. I'll see, just trying to show a bit of presence in towards A. They can still finish up there. Just want to bait out utility.
They can only bait out the one flashbang currently. Nothing else left on Complexity. I don't know if Holzak's got a grenade on the ground over there, but good shot from JT. That's important. Back into a 4 versus 4 we go. The Liege are close and personal, and Floppy as well with a double kill. Remarkably well played. The Liege will take the next one there, and that's the round. In spite of having no utility, that's I think that could have been a hard round for Complexity to win, but
they did very well. Playing up close and personal, playing in front of any potential execution there as well. JT finds that important kill on the extremity of the map towards Cave, forces the hand of OG, in they go. Contact playing towards A, but they got a lot more they bargained for there. Liege and Floppy working in tandem. Tactical timeout used by OG. Bear in mind, they lost so many players against that Desert Eagle. Their money's going to be in a pretty compromised position. Lambert will be chiming in.
I must say, Lambert has the perfect mustache to be a coach.
He does, yeah.
It's unreal.
Very nice. Clean. He's got some authority.
Yeah. Look the part, be the part, I think. Proposition Joe wants that for anyone who's watching The Wire. All right. Cautious fist bumps coming out. We're past the era of the handshakes, unfortunately, but we'll take fist bumps if nothing else. Round number 7 is here, and we've got Keto with an opening.
Yo.
Oh, yeah, nice. Line him up. Knocks out Floppy and a Liege bolt.
That's kind of insane. Like that second kill towards Red Room, adjusting after you've just taken down the first as well. That's wild. And no wonder they're going to just go for a fast cave play, I think, there.
Well, listen, Keto's fighting to improve his own stats, right? They're miserable at the moment. He's quit in-game leading now, but he has been struggling in that department. JT's going to take 2 of them down. No trades coming through, and it's back into a 3 versus 3. They could sneak onto the A-bomb side. I think Grim is firing. Oh, maybe he's keeping an eye on it. Yeah, he's going to linger around smartly. Just at least have the information. The bomb is still on the other side, so might be a bit of fake news there. Wow, Complexity, they don't necessarily know, but I like the fact that they're grouped up. Like, you can see them almost shrinking back towards CT spawn. You might as well. You can play to retake either bomb side if you want to, but just don't go down one at a time. JT is a bit alone here, but huge off angle. Gonna get his 3rd kill of the round.
He's done incredibly well there, JT. The caveman striking back. Should be enough here. Keto would need to find yet another kill here. That's his 4th. He's on for the ace. And my God, he's gonna get it, Anders. What a performance. Don't see many aces from that man.
You really don't, but
if you're not aware, he is not the in-game leader at this event. He is given that responsibility over to Thomas, which is alarming for the project in general. Thomas is a stand-in, so like as soon as the opportunity came up, he just wanted to give that up. And Keto gets an 8 in total as an eco essentially of a hero AK. JT fighting back. He's incredibly strong in that cave position.
So, like a really drawn-out ace across the whole map, almost the whole round. Thomas is impressed. That's good to see. Back with Into the Breach. It was a real pleasure watching Watching the lads kind of, get animated. Thomas definitely one of those people.
Oh, yeah.
That does make it a lot more exciting to watch Counter-Strike. So, yeah.
He's a character for sure.
Timeout called from OG. They want to talk things through. Get back on track here. They have a great opportunity. The money for Complexity has been a problem all throughout the first part of this half. Remember how many rounds they saved those 2 M4s? Now, they have a little bit to work with this round, but it's not amazing. They keep lacking the grenades. If OG win this one, they probably bounce straight to 6 rounds.
Those are the sort of rounds that really demoralize you as well. Like, you've just lost to, 3 Glocks and a Hero AK. And it's Keto, it's Ace does as well. Like, how are we letting that one slip by, lads? How did we get absolutely bamboozled in middle by one player?
If he would have kept going, I wonder if he would have beat the reload there on Elige. Gonna be 1 kill. He can't follow it up, unfortunately. Elige gonna be going down, so 1-for-1 trade in the middle. Worth it for OG for sure. Will force the CTs to make some different decisions. You could see he's leaving JT alone over at the B-bomb site. I think Grim is the one who's rotating. Yeah, he's back in to try and see if he'd catch the kill on Nexius, who's doing his best to stay hidden in the corner. Oh, the timing is absolutely ridiculous there, but not quite going to get the kill, and he has to be careful. He's already tagged up.
Should be dead to this orb. Also confirms it. Almost found a gap, though. Going through the smoke. Grim's calling it. Aware of this, but the smoke going down makes things a little bit stifling. On this B bomb side, JT normally so good in that K position. Viku gives him a taste of lead. And we've got a 3-on-3, another round, but it looked like they were in a prime position to close this one out. Now they've got a retake with the AWP. 0 utility, Anders. And I don't see a kid in play. I'm sure there's one kicking around, but it's not in their hands right now.
If it is in the cave, that's a really big issue. You can't really run in there right now.
See ya.
Nice shot from Moto. Yeah, Floppy deleted off the round, and they are making a run for it once again. They don't have any choice either. I mean, I guess it's good that they're saving some weapons because that's all they're really going to have in the next round. This is starting to become a little bit scary. 5-3 the scoreline.
It's the way the rounds are going down as well. Like they have the advantages. They pull the rounds back, and then something goes wrong. It's very nice play from Thomas. Like playing in front of the smoke at the B ramp. They had no presence there whatsoever. Smoke goes down. Grim is isolated from the site. They start nailing some shots with the AWP. It's a really frustrating way to give it up as well. OG in it to win it. Keto with the ace. Most important round he's played this tournament. Could be enough to find them a victory here on Ancient. Complexity starting to shrink once more.
You know who could really use a mustache?
Who?
Son Pius, many people have said. Could
I saw Maui stream the other day. He was on MS Paint drawing him a mustache
and an eye patch.
And an eye patch. Okay, I only saw the screenshot.
Listen, I don't want to make any strong like anything, but once he drew the eye patch, he did like Son Pius did become much worse in that game. So don't know if there's necessarily a correlation there, but yeah, I'm not going to rule it out either. Haven't seen you yet with the mustache, have we, Henry?
Physically can't grow one. I can do some stubble on my face. I can't grow any beards or mustaches though. I can do like a goatee, like on the chin. That is maybe. Yeah.
We did glue one on you, didn't you? I remember that's one of my favorite
Chad's beard
pictures.
we glued on me. Yeah, we shaved Chad and glued his beard to my face.
I actually love that picture so much.
Yeah,
one of my favorite esports moments, really.
The lowest moment of my career, probably. Yeah.
P250 out, up close and personal for Floppy here, but Keto's almost snuck past him, and he does have some backup in the bomb side behind him, but still not necessarily easy for Floppy here. Oh, Keto might be offering himself up. This could work out. He'll get the dink for 92 damage. Which is not 100.
Certainly not.
Even I know that. They're saving these weapons, but they're not doing... Like, it's not like they're having that huge impact.
Now you've said it. Watch out for this Elige Deagle again.
You're right. I would have got 2 sick Deagle shots earlier. I want more. I was talking them up earlier.
Okay. You're going for like the anti-jinx then.
Exactly. 50 seconds on the clock. They've got the M4 in the right position, boosted up on top here. JT going to put up a smoke just to try and slow them down a little bit. None of them deciding to push through either. Elige burning in the corner, and Moto catches the shins of Grim. Will take down Elige as well. Great sniping here out of the Romanian player. And a 2 versus 4 after that. They don't actually have to commit to the bomb site, but I guess they can still use just the force of numbers here, the strength of numbers, to make their way through 25 seconds. And now they probably should just commit to it. JT only with the 1. And Holzerk, he saved the AWP all along. Hasn't found a single position for it yet.
They know it's Holzerk. Save that AWP. I don't think he should be going for this, considering healing off now. Spots 1, and that's, yeah, still going to be able to do anything here. He knows up. If anything, now he doesn't really know what's behind him. He hasn't given himself enough runway to get out of here. Player towards ready is locked in now. It's going to have to stay in spawn. Scope click may have been heard by Thomas, who will be striking as soon as the bomb goes off. He'll mask the footsteps. He's got a little bit before. That's going to cost him his life. Nice work from Holzerk. Does hold on to the AWP at the very least. 6-3 though. They won the pistol. They were 2-0 up, so there's been 1 round since then.
Yeah, they have really been struggling.
Well, there's a chance here, but Modo with the AWP hits 2 really nice shots. Elige got Molotov out of position. Modo hits his shots. Nice indeed.
The vibes are not exactly intact on the complexity side. Things are getting slowly but surely worse. Nice start here for Modo. Almost gets the next bullet in the chamber, but not quite. JT will take him down. Get some good results from JT so far in some of those fights around the B-bomb site. So 4-on-4 now. Mid-control still with complexity, but nobody at the A-bomb site. It's what I talked about earlier. Sometimes you can rush that A-bomb site, which they tried once. Surprise.
Yeah, I think Elige assumed that smoke was going to last a little longer there. He's calling B lane clear, but they had no intel towards their cheetah room. That really makes things difficult now. You can see they've got 2 players towards B. Floppy in a lot of trouble. They've got so much time to work as well. Minute on the clock, 4-on-3. Holzerk, Orp will have to step up here. It's currently towards the cave, working in tandem with JT. He's currently top fragging, which is not amazing news.
Being so patient, OG here. They really want to see if there's a mistake coming.
This is actually looking promising, though.
Yes.
I feel like they can recover this round. If they do go in towards cave, Holzerk either dissuades them with the first shot or they try and trade it out quickly. Oh, no. Okay, still fine. Okay, not fine anymore. Definitely not fine anymore. He had to hit that shot. 20 seconds. Oh, he's just being surrounded.
Okay, he actually threw the Molotov behind him. Oh, the spray, the wall bang! They're locked in behind the incendiary. That would have been so sick if you could have got down the ramp, but...
So egregious how quickly he died from the wall bang. It's not like the first bullet connects with the dome. Oh, another round.
If he didn't get wall banged, he's actually on the ramp sniping them, and they've got like 8 seconds left once the incendiary is gone.
Yep.
That could have been a really sick play.
Some wiggle room there for Holzerk to win that.
But that round was lost to patience for JT, right? Like, they felt like they needed info. They wanted to move forward, and it's like an army waiting on the other side. Because I think you're right. If they just held those angles, a very high chance that complexity come out on top.
Yeah, they've got no information, though. Like, as the in-game leader, he's trying to get something for his team. They've got Floppy isolated a lot on the A side with no utility. They've got an AWP and the rifle committed to cave, watching the same angle. You can't just sit there and just think, oh, they're probably going to come here. Like, it's unlikely 4 players walk through the cave. He had to go get something, got a lot more than he bargained for. It was just well played from OG, like allowing the CTs to play themselves, knowing they've got such a distinct lack of information. This is unfortunate, though. Elige, I'm not sure if he thought that the smoke had some more time on it. Oh, that's so rough. But yeah, like, as soon as Elige goes down, they were so, like, hamstrung as a defense. Holzerk did his best there. Like, he couldn't really much more. Like, in the right position, but completely surrounded. We're coming to the dying stages of this first map. It's the pick of OG, I suppose. Vertigo up next. You said it's a bit of a home map for complexity. Did lose it to Heroic, though, with the stand-in.
Yeah, but you're right. That Vertigo map should be feeling safe for them still.
You can get spammed. You can get Molotov. It's Holzerk, I beg your pardon. Okay, smoke buys him a bit of time here.
Yeah, see if he can relocate himself. Okay, but they're pretty committed to this right now. It's the 4-1 split with one player playing outside of the B bomb site to cause a bit of a distraction potentially. And actually look at the A defense kind of evaporating here. They're going to check middle with 2 from Donut, 1 from top mid, and that's kind of just when OG are decided to hit this, so could be a bomb plant coming through.
Molotov the default, Flash is coming through. Flash is quite effective on both sides of the equation. Floppy will strike first, finds Keto. Olzak willing to take these fights, he's got the rifle, prime position, finds Thomas as he goes to the plant here. Man advantage complexity, need to start converting some of these rounds, boys. 40-second bomb to be planted here. That smoke's going to dissipate momentarily. Gets away with the plant. And they have to go for this, Anders. They cannot let this one slip by again.
No, definitely not. Missed shot there for Moto, but sneaking around the back as Fiku and Grim had no idea that was happening. That was the 4th member, or the 5th member, I suppose.
And now they know CT spawn's clear.
Yeah.
They can just focus their efforts towards Donut now.
They're walking away.
It's done. Oh, man.
That's the 5th, I think, trying to save 2 rifles. 4th or 5th time they're trying to do this.
Yeah.
Kind of a sign that things aren't going too well.
Got the opening pick this time, courtesy of Floppy. Wasn't quite enough. Also kept him even, but the backstab from Fiku was the difference maker. I said that was a long con. He was over on the other side of the map. Rotates all the way around. Oh, no. Oh, okay. They survive with 1 gun. If anything, that has damaged his complexity further. Of course, there's money available on the T side, so Floppy, like, he even got gifted a kill, like, cleanly through the smoke. Like,
yeah.
They were outplayed, they were outpositioned. Moto hits an absolute banger. That's the backstab I mentioned. And that decided it. And then as soon as you get that intel, CD spawn's clear. They can only flank through Donut. Yeah, that's a round over. Like, you're not going to be able to retake that. Speaking of which, it's the last round of the half.
Yeah.
Got to buy. Famas saved M4. Need this one, Cole. Need this one badly. OG making them look very average right now.
Yeah, they actually are. Oh, and what an opening. Fiku there. A little bit of help from Keto as well. And the damage. That means that you have the B bomb side. The bomb's going to get planted right now. And for once, they're not going to be able to try and save the rifles. It's being the last round, so it's all in on the retake.
It's on a Liege.
Yeah.
But it's not looking good. That smoke going down especially makes things even more difficult in this retake. We'll see whether this is going to be enough. There might be a gap to sneak through spawn, I suppose. Have to go for this right here, right now, and that's if they get really clean kills on the entry. Ladies and gentlemen, it's anything but. It's another disastrous half of complexity here at Blast Full Groups.
45. He's trying to just bait me and Johnny out.
Pick me. Back in.
Yeah, I'm waiting.
Back in again.
Out. Ramp. With the bomb.
I'm smoking this.
Nice 1v1.
Banana.
Fucking sick try, Modo. Sick try.
Very nice try indeed. Close but no cigar. Had they won that round, Anders.
Oh my God.
Like they won the half 9-3, even losing the pistol. Bloody hell. Complexity, what is going on? This team, remember back at the start of CS2, they're in the grand finals of Sydney.
Yeah.
They were up there like this game clicks with these guys. Same roster.
It really was great at the beginning, but
like, the last few months have been woeful.
And again, they are playing a team that has a stand-in in-game leader.
I just won't buy it. Like, I won't have them saying, like, oh, they're going to play with no fear and stuff. Yeah, you should be winning this. Like, regardless, if OG at their full team, you should be winning this.
Yeah.
Anyway, let's get into it. First kill does go in favor of the North American organization. Bomb down. Got to convert both pistols with this sort of advantage. No kid in play. Thomas down 5 on 4. Retake will be attempted, of course, and Elige takes care of business. So both pistols look thoroughly in the bag. That's... Oh, not like this. Okay.
All right.
It's fine. That headshot alone decides, though.
I think so, yeah. It really slows down Modo, who probably needed to get a really fast double kill there. And like you pointed out already, there's no defuse kit. 10-second defuse, I don't think it's happening at this stage. I think already OG kind of know that, and they are just set up to try and get some more kills at the end. Keto will get one of them. Modo, a little bit of luck here. Going to be able to get another headshot. The bomb will consume him regardless, but so far, I mean, actually, we'll just make it back. Fair enough. Knew the radius very well.
Well, there it is. Both pistols, and the scoreline is 9-4. A lot of teams force buying in the second round on CT side. We'll see if they follow that trend. Nice work from Elige. Gets the majority of the impact here with the Glock. And the USP in the end as well. Nice work. Force buy is confirmed, I think. Yes. So the grenades come through the Kevlar. Famus there as well for Modo. Got to convert this goal. Got to start waking up in this tournament. Already lost a heroic with the coach stand-in, and now you're playing against OG with a stand-in / in-game leader in the form of Thomas as well. Like, couldn't ask for much more open runway in terms of context of your matches.
Yeah, you're right. Like, every other game is probably going to be harder. So from here on out, complexity. So Floppy will get the opening. There's nobody at the A-bomb site. No real surprise. So far, this looks like it's just time to save the rest. A bit uneventful to end the round that quickly, but from the point of view of OG, it's better to have what they have in the next round than to try and throw it away into a bomb site that's pretty well defended. Okay. I mean, it's something to work with at the start here. It's going to be 5-9.
Yeah, they've kept everyone alive as well. Going to get $3,500 per player into the next round. So money will be decent. Rebuy that utility. No problem, but OG will keep 4 players alive as well. So they'll have another go at it.
Yeah, well done. Elige currently chop fragging on that side. JT's he's playing very well over at the cave position. But apart from that, it's not too impressive for complexity at the moment. Thomas doing a little bit of studying right before the exam. We'll see if he can find the rounds here. I think, to me, when we saw them yesterday, OG, they looked better when they were playing a lot more loose Counter-Strike on the T side, when it was less structured and more sort of like, let's just go run somewhere and pick up some rounds. But we'll see what approach Thomas is going to try and throw at it here on the CT side if they want to take some more risks.
Oh, dude, they've got a bit of an ace stack going on here. This could be a bit of a disaster. Keats with a double kill. Thankfully, Modo is very low. So crisis averted, at least for now. They caught them just as they were boosting their Anders, so I feel like they should be fine here. Should being the opposite word. Thomas forced to fight, and fight he shall. Does well to get one with a 5-7 there, all things considered, but there we have it. 96. Complexity do find the 3-0 conversion here in the second half. Looked a bit scary there for a second. The double D from Keto.
It did.
If you get this third somehow, that could have been the round, but well handled.
I think they had just done the boost, so they weren't quite ready for anyone to peek in.
As soon as he went up, he couldn't even get a bullet off. But they still were 2 kills out of said boost.
Yeah.
So I guess it's not all for naught. Okay. Double tap.
6-9 here. This is the really important round right now for Complexity. If they win this one, I think we have an open game again. I think it's kind of back on first time that OG have money to really buy. See what they can make of it. They're in the middle with 2 players a little bit forward here. Moto almost caught sleeping, but you know, we'll get the job done anyway. Takes out Floppy, and that's probably good enough. Lose Keto though. 3 of them, actually all 4 of them right now towards that 3. 1 at Donut as well. Trying to fight their way through. Bomb is only just planted here, and it's a nice start as they take down Holzerk. That'll make the job a little bit easier. 2 of them wedged up at the corner there for Complexity. You could see the T's. They really want to get back in the action, and Moto will take down another one. Still a 2 versus 2, and Moto misses the shot. Grim! Nice triple kill to close out the round.
That's much more like it. That's a good round. Grim stepping up, 3 kills. To clutch it up. Got a bit dicey there. Followed the CT. Started to find some footing into that retake. But the 8 finish works out. And they are starting to close the gap here. A disastrous first half. And all they really posted was the pistol. They've done the same in the second. But the first real gun round is a lovely one here from Grim. Well played. Head on a swivel. Haven't seen many high-octane moments from him this tournament. So definitely a highlight package for him. And another eco. Partial buy for OG. Eagles 5-7s. No real stack here, but they have pushed 2 players in towards A main. Confirming that no one's there. Can maybe try and rotate these players back and try and defend off the B bomb site, which is looking likely where they're heading. Good shot.
Yeah, that's kind of mechanics on Elige that makes you a little bit hyped. You think, all right, they've still got a chance here. Should be an 8-9 scoreline here, even with the slight stack at the bomb site. There's so many grenades raining down that they can't even find a reasonable fight at the moment. Bomb going to get planted. Complexity starting to look a bit more alive at the moment. Maybe it was just a slow start, Henry. Maybe they just needed to wake up.
Slowest of starts, yeah.
Yeah.
Definitely looking much better in the second. Elige stepping up, finding high impact each and every round.
Stafford with smoke? I think it was. Can you see Keto jumping? I'm confused.
JT confirms around. There'll be no way they can do anything with this anymore. And there we have it. 5 players to survive here. Elige patrolling towards middle. We've got players in towards red. That's just making their way in towards the B bomb site, clearing out those close range positions. Grim will just go down with a blast, not the end of the world. Ancients. Pretty unforgiving map in that regard. And now, it's maximum loss bonus for OG. Haven't posted a round thus far. Need to start getting back on their feet here. Lambo will chime in. Final timeout of regulation is their map pick of Ancient. It's the lower bracket of Group A. Lose a series, you're going home. You have to return for the showdown in a few weeks' time.
Yeah.
Not a highlight for any teams here. They want to get it done early. They want to be part of the 6 teams that make it through this week.
That would make it a lot easier. Showdown is definitely
it's just another part of your schedule, whether it's travel and there's officials and there's a chance you don't make it. You just want to get it done here. Allows you to focus on other things.
Yeah, for some of these teams, they actually need that time to rebuild some of what's going on, right? It's kind of important.
Another gun round. Here we go. AWP of Holzerk. Taking quite a lot of damage there, trying to get the angle through the flames. See where we can step up. Re-smoking the B ramp.
really committed to that fight, Holzerk. He really wanted that opening, but it's eluded him for the minute. Look at Keto. He's really far pushed up over on the other extremity of the map, so there's a chance that he could be finding a good timing here. It's going to be Moto. Easy shot on Elige, who was a little bit slow around the corner, not really ready for the AWP to be there, I think. So 4 versus 5 here. OG. First real sign of life on them on the second half. Obviously, coming out of the first half, they were looking primed to take a quick victory here on Ancient, but it's been thrown into question now. And if they lose this round, Complexity going to take the lead all of a sudden. Floppy putting up a smoke just to keep whoever is on this side a little bit more honest. But like we said earlier, Keto was pushed up so far, and Grim certainly thinking about it. But even with the advantage of the AK, not going to be able to win that fight. Hunted down nearly, was next to us, but he does get the rifle out in time, and that should pretty much seal the round. The bomb is committed on the other side of the smoke there.
Yeah, it was a scrappy one. Somehow, though, slipping and sliding with those peaks with the M4s. Nice sprays connecting. First for OG, they'll be keeping the lead and posting double digits to go 10-8. Money should be fine, though. It's been some very clean rounds of Complexity. They've looked like a different team here on the T side. After winning the pistol, getting that clean conversion, the wind in their sails. But this one will slip away. OG keep 5 members alive as well. But the AWP for Holzerk still up. Didn't quite break through towards the bomb side there. But breaking the streak, ROG. Another organization that's not been faring too well the last few months. The roster has been in a bit of disarray, struggling to post any victories, losing their best player in the form of Heavy God. See whether they can balance things out here. Important round. Cole won't have a ton of money to give this one up, so important round here. They've got one more buy in reserve they could squeak out depending on the bomb plant situation. Good shot from JT, but Thomas, such a nuisance with that smoke. Keto thought he had that one in the lock and key.
Yeah, that looked like it should have been a one fight, but Grim jumps right into him somehow. Wins the fight as well. So, 4 versus 3. Nobody in the middle really. Smoto hanging around that donut position with the AWP, but he's very much alone on that side of the map. So, kind of uncomfortable, you have to assume. For the B side, Fiku and Thomas combining for a potential defense. But there's so much time on the clock here for Complexity to kind of, you know, make OG sweat a bit. They have no information about what's going on the map at the moment. So we saw how that affected JT earlier when he went into that push towards the cave. And similarly, you could see Thomas maybe losing a bit of patience here and saying, we have to know. We can't just leave our AWP on the other side. And yeah, they're starting to move forward a bit now.
Time is of the essence. Looks to be a contact play in towards the B site. OG, however, fixated on cave, hoping to win that duel, coordinate themselves back towards the bomb site. Trying to keep things silent here. Nice awareness from Grim. Oh, great shot. Great awareness in the second. Guaranteed round now. OG did keep 5 members alive previously, but they can do here. Moto's being hunted as well. Should be able to get this kill, but it does offer up his position. And it doesn't look like they're going to go for the hunt here. Their money's pretty questionable as well. So trying to keep 3 weapons alive, not challenge the AWP too much.
Yeah.
Just confirming he's not defusing. Just want to make sure he didn't run in there and just actually go for the 5-second defuse. This was absolutely under control. Well done, Complexity.
Yeah, just walking out of that B ramp, making no noise whatsoever. And Grim, it's another good triple kill for him. He's up to 13 overall. It's pretty good work. I mean, in terms of having a bit of a comeback here, Complexity, what they're doing is pretty admirable, right? They're putting in good work at the moment. If it keeps going like this, with the money, what it is on the OG side, I think Complexity could end up winning this map.
Well, it was a very disappointing first half, but yeah, they're definitely waking up now. Complexity.
1 round difference.
Yeah, 1 round behind, recovering the 9-3 deficit. Let's go. Saving the AWP Modo. They had 5 players survive the previous round 2. Flashes towards middle. Elige will strike upon them, and Keto goes down, getting a taste of his own medicine. He was the one finding those long-range duels in towards Red Room in the first half. And once again, Complexity with the man advantage here. Modo looking to find a frag and response if possible. Creeping beneath his scope, though. Won't matter. Thomas is there to punish Elige. Back to an even kill. Setting themselves up for a potential the execution here. One Molotov miss towards default. Vision granted the Fico for the cross still as well. And Modo starting to land some serious shots now. Thomas chiming in. Great work. Gave them a bit too much to work with there towards long-handers.
Yeah.
I guess they didn't have the smoke to work with, but yeah, the Molotovs will flush players out. But the AWP at the back just had way too much vision. They run into him one by one. And just weren't anticipating that sort of setup there. So back and forth we go. It all started off with a leech frag towards mid. It's Keto that went down. Like, that's what I mean. Like, the Flames were nice to flush them out, but they got 3 CTs fighting on all fronts.
Let's go! Let's fucking go!
That's the energy we're looking for. That's how we want to watch Counter-Strike.
We just go for the B rush. Lurk smokes in.
Okay. Some speed behind this one. Seeker's already calling it out.
So difficult to deal with.
Leg shot. Oh, his Moto gets that one, and he gets to throw the grenade. Does he? No. They're still alive on the other side there. Thomas pushing forward, but Elige, he had plenty of health to start with. He's going to barely win that fight. Keto on a flanking mission. 2 versus 3, but with Elige being low, this is kind of doable. Bomb going to get planted. That's being held by Holzuk on that AW. He's not going to miss that shot. Nexius goes down. I think Keto, he wanted to join his teammate over there, but it's too little, too late. Complexity will get round number 10 on their side here, and it's back and forth at the moment. Nobody wants to let this map go.
Yeah, that's a really simple approach, but a really viable one. A lot of teams will throw that lurk smoke I discussed, which is the one between the default side pillar towards long. It lands in the middle, and this is, it says you can lurk a player up, and CTs have to respect it, especially if you just rush with it as well. You can extinguish their utility at the start. It takes away a lot of vision on the bomb site and allows you to get in there. It doesn't work out too well for OG. They're unable to win the duel. They had opportunities, it felt like, to come out on top, but just couldn't quite connect the shots against the likes of Elige. Gets a double kill, and we get double digits for the North Americans here. Things starting to turn around with a saved weapon. I believe there is one more buy for OG available.
Oh, the fact that this is a leg shot,
yeah,
changes so much.
And Floppy, like the fadeaway kill, I think it was. Yeah, like literally,
wow.
Last bullet as it's retreating. Yeah, it's unfortunate. Modo knows it. It's just unlucky.
Look at Elige with 19 kills.
Yeah, he's killing him.
Pretty impressive work.
It's what, like, he was somewhat absent against Heroic. Amazingly showed up today. Here he goes again. It's Floppy to open things up. Keto gets dropped. They're not wasting any time here. Posting up the AWP towards Temple. JT patrolling the extremities, making sure that no one backstabs, but still Floppy maintaining control of the situation. They've got a completely open A bomb site here. You might consider the save, Anders.
Yeah, they are. Hard position for Moto to play in with the AWP towards Donut like that. I mean, in this case, they just flashed him out and killed him, but even if not, they probably had enough grenades to kind of smoke and Molotov out that position for quite a while, so not necessarily easy to play with. That will tie up the game. That means we're at 11-11. From such a one-sided first half into this, it's pretty amazing for Complexity. Again, they could have been losing this map already, and it could have been another disaster, but they've managed to summon a little bit of strength. Behind Elige, getting 19 kills. It's not bad. Grim, definitely with some huge moments himself. And there it is. Game is tied. Could go down to the wire. Could even be some overtime in play here. We do have a reputation to maintain.
There is a very strong chance of overtime here. Absolutely. It's been a long, drawn-out affair. Complexity entered this game looking weak, down on their luck. Much more assertive play in the second half. We're all tied up, 11-11. Make a wish, Complexity fans.
What a grenade to start with. It's Elige on the opening. Oh, 2 in the corner. Elige finding more headshots. They'll take down Moto. They don't know that Keto's in the corner, so he has the element of surprise, but how much can he do with it?
Johnny Jab's going to town right now. Tito. Oh, it's a bit awkward.
That's very awkward.
I don't think he saves the round, even if he gets a double kill there.
Probably not.
But still, like, the fact you don't even get a kill, and the person you dinged in the back of the head turns around and kills you. It's a bit rough, but...
Yeah, I'd actually love to see that third kill for Elish point of view. Like, it's a pretty quick reaction.
But what can he do? The round felt like it was done anyway. Doesn't matter too much that he didn't get those kills. There it is, map points against all odds here. OG, with the stand-in, were dominating in the first half.
You know, I can't remember what Elish used to look like with hair.
Your memory not work very well, or?
No, I just like...
I can.
My brain's just like... There are so many
commentated his events the last 10 years.
I know. And there are so many iconic pictures of him, right?
Yeah, I can remember exactly what it looks like.
I just completely... I don't have space for it, apparently. Like, just using
too much
it for something
important
else.
stuff going on up there.
Yeah.
This is the replay of Elige's fantastic contribution to that second kill, I think, of the Beauty. Rare Elige will kill as well. One more will do it, ladies and gents. This is the pick of OG. We move on to Vertigo next. Bit of a specialist pick of Complexity.
Oh.
I feel like that 2-0 would be locked in if they can close this one out. Oh, JT. Paul Zerk. Working in tandem here, and it looks like we might be done. A great game. Maybe a little bit
a great comeback.
One side on either half. But yeah, there we have it. It's going to be Complexity. Pretty much of a done deal here. That should confirm it. Elite with a monstrous performance there.
25 kills.
Yeah, they really were down on their luck. It looked like another classic Complexity performance, but Elite going Super Saiyan in the second half. I said 25 kills, keeps the dream alive. Now as we move on to Vertigo.
What a comeback from Complexity. What a comeback from Elise being the spearhead for Complexity. And there, I would say great performance on Ancient, but it was looking a little bit lackluster in the beginning. That first half gave me a lot of reason to continue my concerns for Complexity, but they found a way to fight back.
Yeah, I don't think the fans of Complexity will sit down after this game and feel like, oof, that was a clean win. The boys are back in town, like it's going great. But the guy who are normally doing the stuff for Cloud9, oh sorry, not Cloud9, Complexity is Elise, and he was, yeah, in so many rounds, so decisive.
He was fantastic, but I think we should start from the beginning of this game, you know, with the first half, because I came into this game expecting OG to perhaps being able to put up a fight, considering that Complexity are sweating a little bit at the moment. But for Modo and the boys from OG to play such a clean first half, that was very impressive and a little bit surprising for me.
Yeah, and I mean, I think it comes also from both Fico and Modo. We mentioned them before the game. Like, those are the ones that we can actually see a little bit of from, but it wasn't enough. I think that's fair to say, but I do think that considering that you have an IGL as a stand-in, which I've rarely seen, right? I think the one I can remember on top of my head is the Envious with Kerrigan back in days. Yeah. That was like a weird one as well, right? It's not happening too often. They actually did relatively well considering their circumstances.
Yeah, and I would argue OG did the same here. I think the T side was well structured, and the way they were playing in the beginning of the game was great, especially Modo. His AWP entering with the AWP in this game was fantastic. I'm not quite sure if I'm disappointed that they weren't able to continue that in the second half, or if that's more so a case of knowing the limitations of OG.
I mean, I think it's just when you have a player like Elise on the opposite side, I think it's just make things difficult to predict on how things is going to run, right? I think you're going to expect to hit like reasonable level of players, but all of a sudden you see a star player coming at you, and I think he just got a lot of rounds where you kind of feel like he made the difference.
Sure, and I guess one of the win conditions we spoke about coming into the game was that Complexity currently is a bit fragile. You know, they're easy to tilt, easy to make feel, you know, not comfortable on the server, and I think we saw some of that in the body language in this game as well, that some of the players were getting frustrated in the first half. Was there any point where you're thinking to yourself, okay, they lost it now?
Yeah, I mean, I think we dug in it to yesterday that it looks like they're very frustrated with each other at times, right? And I was questioning how good friends are they, and then they say in the pre-interview they love each other, like they do a lot of stuff outside the server, and I just have a hard time seeing it at sometimes. But this one was a great example of resilience, right? They're all the way down there at the bottom of the pit, but they still managed to somehow find a way through the light.
And I guess credit where credit is due. You see the frustrations coming out of the Complexity players, but you also see the round history right here, which speaks a clear picture. They were able to bounce back in the second half. They were able to mount a massive comeback. And I would argue, as you said coming into the game as well, it's all about one player. It's all about one person. When Elise is playing well, when he's feeling it on the server, it's very hard to stop him, and it's very hard to stop the Complexity train.
Yeah, and especially also maybe let's say if they played against Vitality, I would have feel like, oh, they would stop Elise, right? They wouldn't allow him to have such a performance. But when you're against the likes of OG, it's just hard time seeing him not having a field day like this one, right? He was the difference maker. Without Elise today, Complexity would have been down 1-0.
But that feels like that's the conversation we always have, that without Elise, Complexity, are they even like a top 20 team without him?
I think it's hard to argue that there are. I mean, I think looking at Floppy and a guy we have high expectations of, especially considering what we know he can be. But this time they're so dependent on one player, and it's very fragile, as you say. I think it also frustrates him a little bit. I mean, being the guy knowing, oh, if I have an off day, shit is gonna be rough.
Do you think that's an added pressure on Elise as well? That he knows that whenever he's joining the server, whenever he's playing a game of Counter-Strike, if he's not playing well, odds are that his team is going to lose?
I mean, I think if he was a new and unexperienced talent coming through the scene, I would maybe question a bit about how hard would it be for him to replicate, but he has so much experience. Like, he is probably the GOAT of North American Counter-Strike, right? I think there's so much room for him to just continue on this path. But I just hope he will one day get a deserving second talent by his side. I think Horswick is a great addition to the team, but we're constantly seeking who's going to be the third guy. We've seen Grim is not consistent enough. Floppy has a massive fallout. JT is the in-game leader. Who is it going to be?
Who is it going to be? I don't know, but I guess we'll have to find out. We have Vertigo coming up, but I think before we jump into Vertigo, we're going to jump on a quick break. When we'll be back, it will be with Complexity taking on OG on the second map, which will be Vertigo. OG is facing elimination. They have to win Vertigo if they want to stay alive at the fall groups. And Vertigo is a map that Complexity, historically speaking, have had a lot of success on. Up until yesterday, where they netted a rough loss against Heroic. Anything you saw yesterday that worries you on behalf of Complexity coming into this map?
I mean, sometimes you just have a complete off day, right? And I think yesterday was one of those cases for Complexity. It's not been looking great today either, but it's looking better, right? So for me to be worried on them losing to Vertigo to OG, I would be super surprised, because they are still a very good Vertigo team that many teams look to get inspiration from, especially when it comes to the CT side of things.
Yeah, because they were unbeaten on the map in more than 180 days, right? And then you lose to Heroic with a stand-in. So is it as simple as sometimes you're just having a day off?
Yeah, I mean, I think if you have a bad day, regardless of what map you play, you're not going to be able to have a sufficient level to beat pros at this level, right? I mean, if they play against me and you, it's probably going to work. But there's stuff who's been changing on Vertigo, and maybe also takes a bit of time for them.
So let's run with the idea that Complexity is still a great Vertigo team. What is it that makes them great on this specific map?
I mean, I think it's due to the T-play that we often see towards the A. I think they're very good at like coordinating the smokes on the ramp. I think some teams who are playing a little bit more individual side of things, that I, for example, saw earlier from Spirit, they just swing a lot. I think we have a lot of small details on Vertigo, especially with like pop flashes, re-aggressions, especially on the ramp area. But one thing that is also like noticeably different about Vertigo is that they open up the area to the left of it, and that changes the rotation drastically, because beforehand you would like throw counter flashes, you would stand there in the connect area trying to throw util out and try to help your teammates. But in this period, once you cross CT spawn, you're already in the fight, right? So it constantly just changes the perspective on how you have to do retakes. And I think a team like Complexity, who has so good structure on the CT side at times, I do think it helps them a little bit now, knowing that they can retake even easier.
Do you think the map is easier to play now, or is it harder to play given the update?
I mean, for me, I think it's been easier for CT side. I think you've always felt a little bit awkward towards the yellow area when you were CT, like you were stuck on that cone area, and all of a sudden they're executing. You were kind of like, oh, well, better use my aim now and get 1 or 2 kills. Now you actually have the possibility to do like a pop flash, go through, kill one, then go back. But like beforehand, you were only forced to duel.
You're OG, you're heading in against Complexity, you know you're facing elimination if you were to lose. What is it we have to look out for when it comes to OG? I know Moto has been playing well with the op, but specifically as a team, is there any way they can approach Vertigo that gives them a higher chance of winning this map?
I mean, from interviews, from what he said, Thomas himself, they try to play all maps. I mean, 6 maps, right? And I think that's sounds rough on 7 days. I mean, it at least takes like a week to get one map up to like speed. And here he's trying to do one of the most complicated maps within a day, right? With a relatively unproven roster with very little experience. Let's be honest, there's not a lot of them who's knowing how to play Vertigo. I know Keto back in Big had a pretty good shot at it, but I don't think that information is too relevant now.
No, I would agree with that. And you are going up against a great Vertigo team in Complexity. Again, I hate to ask you, but we've seen Moto a bit with the AWP. We also clarified that Vertigo is a map where it's a bit difficult to find that much impact with the op, or at least you can't be smoked out, you can't be Molotoved off your position all the time. So is there anyone else from the OG camp that you're looking towards if it's not Moto?
Yeah, I mean, I think Fico was actually a really good B anchor at one point. I think he has a very strong aim, and I think you're going to get a lot of headshot duels. I know it sounds kind of cheesy to say that as a position, but like when you're playing on the B side, you're often either facing the guy on the staircase, who's an headshot angle, or you're facing the guy boosting, or they're jumping up on the plank. So it's often just these instant duels where you're getting headshot fights. And I think this is actually where he's actually been pretty good.
Okay. I'll give you another worrying stat here for the OG boys. We speak a lot about Elise. We speak about it's either Elise or nothing when it comes to Complexity. But when it's on Vertigo, it's not Elise who's the highest rated player. It's actually Holzerg. Over the past 3 months, he's been averaging a rating of 1.35 on Vertigo. By far his best, statistically speaking, map. Why is it that Holzerg is playing so well on Vertigo while he's struggling on a lot of different maps for Complexity?
I mean, I think it's up to players sometimes. I did also have my maps back in the day, like Inferno Banana. I think I enjoyed quite a bit at times. I think Yekindar would say the same thing, right? Having good old memories of those days. But like sometimes you just have a natural flow of when it makes sense to rotate, and also which peaks are nice to make. And I think teams are very aware of this. So once you start actually picking up the pace on a specific map, then people are also starting to counter you more and like know your patterns and like know to flash this spot away. Maybe you find an OP one-way smoke that you use for a couple of times. I remember like back in the days when Valde found a one-way smoke on B Mirage, he would just sit there every single round, right? And I think those small things nowadays is what makes a good player on certain maps.
Yeah, and I think that is illustrated in the stats from Complexity as well. I'm just looking at it right now. Holzerg is averaging a rating of 1.35 on average on Vertigo, but the bottom fragger, the guy with the lowest rating on average the past 3 months is JT with 111, and up until Grim at 1.6 team, everyone else is in between. So when it comes to Complexity, there's no weak link, and is that an important factor to take into account when you're looking at Vertigo? There's no easy bomb side, there's no weak link, so to speak, on Complexity?
Yeah, I mean, the way the map is designed is that you can't really react by pushing behind, right? I think we do see a couple of maps who have this design. I think Inferno is also one of them, where it takes very long to push behind.
Yep.
So you already have to be on the push if you want to actually have that backstab opportunity. Here it's going to be way more rotates through the CT area, where you're going to offer util, you're going to learn your retake nades. I remember the old Vertigo so many times. People would play retake, they'll go back to that yellow position, like behind Heaven. They stand with their Molotov, trying to nade out the bomb, like trying to do an execute from this position. But I think teams have shown a little bit more resilience to that strategy.
Yeah, I would agree with that. Speaking of weak links, we'll hand over the game to Henry and Anders.
I feel like he's being kind of mean there.
I think it's love. I think.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's like, you know,
that kind of thing. Like, oh,
pressure.
I like you so much, I'm going to be horrible to you.
Yeah, I reckon that's the.
Well,
my
it's
sense of it.
Elimination on the line here. You can see the GG bet odds coming through. They are favoring Complexity and then some. Bear in mind, OG are essentially a mixed team here. They've got the stand-in of Thomas.
True.
So he's the in-game leader as well. They put up some good games though. They gave Spirit a run for their money on Anubis. They had Complexity just in the ropes there on Ancient. Like, no one's expecting them to win these games, but they are definitely making these teams work and sweat for it, Anders. And the problem is with Vertigo, we sort of stats there in the break. In the last 12 months, Complexity are 17-3 on that map. And they did lose to Heroic on it, but as Bubsky once said, it looked like they were having a bit of a rough day yesterday, which I think is totally fair. One of the roughest starts of the day here as well on Ancient. They recovered the 9-3 deficit. I feel like this should be smooth sailing. It never is with Complexity. I don't know why I'm saying it, but I hope for their sake they have a nice clean map here. Just get it done.
The morale is going to be high. You just had a huge comeback. Like, come on, get fired up. I want to see some energy coming out of this Complexity squad now.
Okay, nice little execution towards B. A split coming in and smoking off the Jennies. Get a swing round towards middle. Molotov's going in. Julies of Keto. Oh, the trades aren't really there. The Glocks are, though, going to be focusing towards the elevators right now, but Fiku's being a real nuisance. Got to throw a 3 versus 2, and they think it's going to be an A play. It's actually quite nifty from Elite. A good Molotov as well. They can't push that.
This is sick.
They were faking B to begin with, and now diving through the smoke. They suggested they're going through towards A. They can still win this round. You got Halzerk and a Liege. Liege on for an ace if he keeps this up as well. Let's see what they can make of it.
Glock on close range. Oh, but he gets completely trucked by Moto, and now it's just up to Halzerk here. Might be a good map for him, but this is too much to handle. A quick retake coming through here for OG. Oh, I wanted that to work out, because that was some very cool, not just the movement for Elige, but like the understanding in the moment of realize, okay, they've all rotated out of the bomb side. I can just jump over the smoke here.
And he had the Molotov as well.
Yeah.
So the fact they get the bomb down, that's something. If they do want to force buy in this following round, it'll be a mixture of Galils and Tech 9. So this is the moment he hightails it, gets those kills, like, you know what, peace out. Good retake though. Took them a minute to take that Halzerk in the back there. The Julies is the worst feeling when you start spamming them, nothing's connecting. It's like, oh God, please. Hope no one's spectating me. But he gets it in the end. We are going to see the Force. Complexity bring out AK-47. Johnny Jabs. GG bet odds suggest now gap it's a little bit closer after the pistol victory. First pistol victory for OG. Lost both of them on Ancient.
Or if they won any one of those, they probably win the map. So
I think so, especially that first half.
Crazy to imagine. Helmet on everyone there on the OG side, so they're definitely ready for some sort of force up here. I mean, they would be anyway, just because it's kind of the meta at the moment. Fiku could have easily been sprayed down there. He'll have to play a more backwards position on the map now. But other than that, quiet on all fronts here of the map. Bottom of the A ramp. Got JT, I think, holding an eye on that. So with the Deagle, making sure no one CTs is sneaking down. Gonna probably check this close corner as well on the right side. No, not even worried about it. Fair enough. The rest with the bomb are headed towards the B stairs. What can JT do? I guess if he gets a kill right here, that's gonna cause a bit of a problem on the OG side. Just has to show himself. Just needs to do a little bit here. Smoke goes up on the ramp in front, but what do they have? One flash to get through, maybe, on the other side. He's so close in there. He could have had that kill, but it still might work out, because Floppy's taking down Keto on the other side of the map, and they should get a bomb plant at the very least.
Good flash towards Spawn, slows down the rotation. Elige knows he's instrumental in this retake. He can deny everything. Floppy takes the aggro. Halzerk mows him down. It's a nice recovery from Complexity there. JT might not have got much done towards A, but he certainly provided ample distraction.
Yes.
And found a relatively open B bomb side. Did Complexity as they made their way through. Floppy with 2 nice openings. Good aggro on this one. And then consider Alicia's position. Always have to close it out.
Okay, well, that's going to be a quick tie-up here. They obviously made a fantastic comeback on the first map of Ancient. I doubt they want to do it again. I bet Complexity would love to just kind of come up with a hot start here. It really is their home map. They should be feeling a lot more comfortable on this one. Fiku, close range, but JT with the Mac 10 is going to easily dispatch of him. And now a lot of pistols on the other side, all trying to time the push down towards the ramp. And you know, they've done a little bit of damage here. JT's not that far from going down himself, so it could have been a more interesting round. But I think at this stage, Keto shouldn't have much more of a say in the round.
Certainly not. Maybe you can find JT. It's catwalk position now. Not going to happen. Well, there we have it. That's the force fight dealt with. Ika coming up next. We expect Complexity to walk through this second map. Quite frankly,
they should.
We expect them to walk through this weakened OG on Ancient as well, where it's a little bit more complicated than that. But fair play. You can see that OG, even with the stand-in, they're looking pretty deadly. The individuals having some great moments. We saw Keto, that ace in a gun round. That was pretty spectacular.
Yeah.
That was an eco, essentially. He had the hero AK and they had blocks and stuff. Like, he got a bloody ace. That was wild.
Moto's been hitting really good shots with the AWP, I must say, as well.
His team isn't messing about when it comes to individual skill.
So ready for it.
Mowing them down.
Very nearly a triple there with the Mac 10. But that's a lightning fast round. It's over and done with. We move on to the next one. Obviously, there's just an eco round coming out there from the CT side, so not too spectacular, but you know, you'll take it when you get those SMG kills.
Yeah, a quick round's a good round. Especially those full ecos. Get them done. Get them out of the way.
But the question is, could OG find some success early on here? It's going to be painful if they lose this round. Then that's where the spiraling truly could begin. They do not have the AWP either on Moto. So that seems like a bit of a downgrade. Thomas pushing, just actually charging down into the smoke. This is so scary, but it doesn't look like Elige has really considered it. So they've actually traded places inside here, almost costing the life of one player. It's Nexius at the back, and
he knows.
Oh, Elige, does he really know? It seems like he's got the right idea. Look at the brain on Elige.
That's crazy. He goes down, but still his job is done. Completely ruptures the defense. Over towards that A bomb side. JT making the call. Contact, lads. Slow and steady. Hold it together. Find those trades. Nothing too flashy required now. Fiku gives up his advantage. In terms of the peak, JT punishes him for it. Modo, sniper, nothing to do here. Now it's Complexity having a decent start for once. They are yet to have one in this tournament.
Yeah.
And they put themselves a 4-1 lead.
Brand new experience for them. That was a sick. I wonder, it'd be interesting to ask Elige exactly what gave it away. Was it just a feeling experience? Or did he actually hear something from Thomas on the other side? It just felt like the idea to turn around and blow open, even if he couldn't necessarily see Thomas behind the smoke, just knowing, all right, there's a chance here. That was sick. But a 4-1 scoreline in favor of Complexity is coming up, and all they get to save on the CT side is the AK on Moto. Not a bad weapon to save by any means, but it's becoming a bit of a struggle already for them. Elige, the reason they even could mount that comeback on the first map, obviously, he's playing very well at the start of the second map as well.
Unreal.
I need help. I need help. 51.
So a bit of in-game chat here. Floppy, I threw your burgers in the bin. Into the bin. +1.
Who's throwing burgers?
Who is throwing burgers in this day and age? An old school meme there for those who know. For about 100 new in chat. Get that one. Let us know if you do understand the reference. And we go to another gun round here. It's actually a bit of an eco. Partial buy, I suppose, for OG. They save a couple of rifles, but here the AK-47 can get it done here. That's a nice shot through the smoke. We'll find the danger man, Elige. Been playing very well the last couple of maps here. So advantage of swords for OG. Need to walk very quickly here before the rifles are scavenged, so we're going up the ladder.
It's kind of the queer advantage to have when you've got 1 AK and pistols on the rest, even if it is 4 on 5. But yeah, I mean, you can definitely still work with it. Some of them deagles. A minute on the clock here. Sneaking in, you see the crouching deagle just waiting for them. 1 headshot. Oh, Keto, it's even better than that. 2 straight banging headshots to bring it through. Floppy's nearly brought the round back, but Thomas will get rid of him, and they win the round.
They certainly do. Close but no cigar there for Floppy. He gets 3 kills in total. Still smiling. Still feeling good about this one. It's unfortunate. A couple of kills through the smoke at the A ramp. Up to the man disadvantage. They walk into the deagle. That's the kill with the smoke. An educated kill, considering he saw the bullets flying through. There's volumetric smokes, and Keto, he's actually had some pretty nice deagle sequences this tournament.
Let's go!
Let's go.
I like Moto's energy. It's good.
Second round on the board.
You need some people in a team that can get hyped up. You know, drag along the rest of the team. Don't want too much silence in a team. Especially maybe not when you're behind. It's a 4-2 scoreline here. And they do get to save that AK going forward, obviously. The rest of them buy up behind. But yeah, that's a bit of a gift winning that last round for OG. That makes a big difference. See if complexity will slow them down at all, or if they're going to be right back on the grind here. Elige looking to move up the ramp. He's proven himself in these positions over and over again, so... One little mistake here from OG, and he could crack open the bomb site. Had the right idea, I think. Getting a lot of control out here. I mean, this is where you have, when you have the utility on the T side, you can really execute from this position, but they are going to try and boost up. My God, Henry. That is a boost and a half.
We saw them try that boost yesterday, and they failed it, if you remember.
Yeah.
Like a sound cue. Now that was the idea of the boost. They wanted it to actually look down into towards CT spawn. We haven't seen much Vertigo at all this year.
Disgusted if I was Keto dying like that. Actually disgusted if that was me. Elige can't quite dodge the flash, but Grim will be there to take on over. It's still a 2 versus 3, and there is a massive flank coming in. They're in so much trouble. Floppy shoots Keto in the back, and Moto, I expect an unwinnable round here for him. If he had a kit and a smoke, I would give him, you know, 10% chance maybe. But with the AWP, no smoke, no kit, it's just too much in front of him. And he's also boxed in, so... Yeah, well played. That boost is... You're not thinking about that rotating out of the B bomb side. You don't think if you're in danger at all, it's from the middle, right? That's Keto getting killed from the boost right there. Nicely done.
Does he hold onto the orb? Looks like he should. And he will. Complexity looking to be in a very promising spot here. That 2-0 looking likely. They are holding on to these advantages. Lost to the Deagles in middle, but this is the boost we wanted to see yesterday. Didn't come through. This time it connects nicely. Left by 1,000 paper cuts. Shooting the kneecaps there, back in towards CT spawn. Keto needs to want to feel the pain. Feels like it's a done deal at this point. Complexity, even just one more round on the T side. They've got enough to work with. Tactical timeout used by OG. Bear in mind, it's the elimination game. So, giving this one up, you're sent packing. You are going home. You do get invited back for the showdown. But we have no idea what's going to happen for OG. Does Thomas stay?
Yeah.
I think he's just here for this tournament.
It sounded like he made that pretty clear talking to Banks yesterday. He was like, I've only accepted...
I'm not sure that includes like the whole ecosystem, like, oh, he's coming back for the showdown as well, and then the finals, or it's like...
Big question,
contracted for all of those, the full...
If they lose Thomas, maybe they can pick up Saw.
Might have to.
Whatever it takes for OG at this stage.
All right, so you got an M4 on the orb save in the previous round. Oh dear, that orb might be going down momentarily. It's going to have to peek. Holding a nice angle. Who blinks first? Here it comes, slowly but surely. And, well, it couldn't be much more perfect, that.
can't even save the orb and run away with it, no.
Exactly. In fact, they take down the second ensuing player as well. That's a bit of a rough one. Thomas technically can save the day. I think their objective now would be try and recover that orb if possible.
I guess if you're Moto in that position, there's a lot more pressure on you to peek than there is on Holzer.
Oh yeah, like if there's silence, like there's nothing coming towards middle, you're like, I can't sit here doing nothing. I need to get some information. Yeah, you knew he was going to peek eventually. And there it is, it comes in.
50 seconds on the clock. Barring some outrageous Deagle headshots, I don't think OG could do a lot in this round, and probably already half the plan is to save the M4 if you can on the other side. So Smokes making the Deagle shots that were already hard to hit, almost impossible here. It's just a matter of luck, really, if you get it through the smoke. It's not going to happen either. That'll be another round, 6-2 in favor of Complexity.
Grim patrolling that AWP as well.
Yeah, he knows it's tempting for them to try and pick it up.
Might as well. Give it a go.
Oh, sneaking up behind as well. Thomas, it's actually quite excellent work from him. 3 versus 3 now. Almost getting caught in the reload there. at.CEST now helping out. Okay, I mean, they're making it very expensive all of a sudden. Thomas will find his 3rd kill. Has to try and escape the blast.
The orb is actually not going to be saved. Oh, God.
Grim?
The orb's gone. They couldn't hold on to it.
That's wild.
Thomas did a boatload of damage to the M4. Grim was watching that orb the entire time. He gets backstabbed, but it smiles around. Thomas, good work.
I mean, if you were dreaming of a comeback, this is the round to get it in, right? You take all the rifles away from Complexity. You get to save the orb in the next round. You've got an M4 as well. If something was going to spark the comeback, it would have to be something like this. Not a lot to build on, but it's definitely something. I'm hearing typing going on, and they're running back into spawn zone.
We've got a tech issue. First one I think we've had all tournament.
I believe so.
Shout out to the admins.
It's pretty good. It's a good job. We'll see what exactly it is. Did you hear the drama yesterday, Henry?
Depends which drama you're referring to.
Well, Dupree stole a free breakfast at the hotel. I don't know if you realized.
Is it drama? He's entitled to one, I believe.
Yeah, but he gave the wrong room number.
Okay. So he stole someone else's breakfast?
Technically, yeah.
Well, I'm sure there'll be repercussions. The admins will look into that as well.
I think they should. You know, so I thought it was important.
Test him for bacon.
I'll say this much: they've lost 100% of the games since he did it. If you think that's important.
Yeah, karma will catch you eventually.
Yeah. Gotta be careful with that stuff.
So, very small technical issue there.
The admins have glued things back together again.
Yeah, the gaffer tape's out, holding it all together. And now another pretty decent buy, all things considered. They save another M4, an AWP. Love to post around here. Like I said, they kept them very modest. JT slipping the net once again. Tip of the spear, making his way through. York should have him though. It's going to be Modo. Ready and waiting for that particular frag. Should get a second here, no problem as well. Through the edge of the crane. Finds a lead. Should be enough to win the round here. Also knows he can save the day, but his shot doesn't connect. Modo looking for his hat trick. Not going to get it, but Grim will be traded out here. So that looks like more than enough to win the round here for OG and post their 3rd.
That's crazy though. The T's get that deep into it. Floppy finds a kill onto Thomas. I'm a bit surprised that OG... I mean, good shots on Modo there. But if that first peek from JT was led with a flashbang around the corner, I think they just get wiped out. Like, letting the T's that far under the A-bomb side is so dangerous. So I thought there was a moment for a timing there. It's a good headshot from Floppy. Needs to find about 2 more of those. He's got 40 seconds. It is winnable. Bomb in a really awkward position, but that's a problem for later.
Yeah, that later is going to arrive sooner than you think. There was sub 30 seconds. He has 0 intel as to where they are. That's unfortunate with the timing there. Fika will find him on the flank. Like we said, though, 6 rounds already. Already looking like a pretty decent half Complexity. Money, I think there's enough for a buy here, but they'll be running a little bit low on funds after this one. Modo, great round from him. Stepping up and they needed him most. Just as JT started to breach behind enemy lines.
It's not a single flashbang.
No. Trying to go for that element of surprise to contact play. Hold it together. Hold it together. Hold it together. There we go.
Oh, you brought him back, Henry.
Yeah.
Maybe what he needs, like a calm voice in his one ear.
in his one hit. His one good air.
Don't slam the inanimate objects.
Yeah, we need that mouse to win. Don't do that. All right. It looks like a B execution for Complexity. Got nice stairs control, smoked off for now. In terms of the execution, it won't be a very thorough one, admittedly. But they are going to maybe just flash over and get in there.
Oh, this could be deadly, couldn't it? One good flash is all it takes. Look at him running down. Floppy is such a nice attempt, but they don't know about the second man on the bomb side. Nobody's Molotov this corner either, and Keto will find a shot onto JT. So very tight defense here. But if that opening kill goes to Floppy, then it's Keto alone on the bomb side, and there is a chance all of a sudden. Elige surely getting hunted here, trying to find a position at the back of the stairs, but they are all around. A little bit sloppy, but Pika will get the job done. And it will be another round for OG.
Really nice one.
Yeah, that's a close round. All thing. I mean, even if it ends with 4-on-1, I still think you have to think about it in terms of who gets that opening. And it wasn't that far from Floppy.
Yeah, nice idea. If he gets that kill, the thing is they were so fixated on him as this quad player at the back. He was always going to mow them down. Modo, Patronic middle as well. Good understanding of the round. Eco now, saving up for final round. The first half, full eco. It's very essence, no Kevlar. Massive nades. Soften them up. Let's see if anything can be done here. I doubt it.
They're keeping their spirits high on the OG side, I must say. Even if it's a bit of a tough game for them. Every time they win a round, you can tell they rally behind it. They're ready to go. Thomas doing quite good work once again. Just making sure they have to pay the price. They're trying to recover that M4 somewhere, but not going to be allowed at all. Another round for OG. Going into round number 12 is coming up here. The last of the half, and could be tied right up the middle. I mean, that's still probably a pretty good half for Complexity, but at least OG have a chance to fight back. Which, at one point, didn't look like that was going to be the case. It looked like it was pretty much going to be a very one-sided game here, but I don't know. They're proving a couple of things, OG. It's Moto with 11 kills, kind of leading the charge with them on that AWP.
He's doing well. He replaced, what was it, Regali, I believe, like another...
Yeah, you're right.
And he got replaced. Romanian Orpers tagging each other in and out, and yeah, actually looking pretty decent.
He was making a whole list, you're right. Regali, Modo, Cello, I believe is Romanian as well.
Yeah.
Anna is Romanian. A whole bunch of people.
Yeah, just Orpers there.
Just creating Orpers.
All right, then. Let's have a look. Final round of the first half. OG looking down the barrel. Tournament elimination here. Nice flick from Moda. Doesn't quite connect. Spit control. Bear in mind, yesterday we saw Complexity barely take middle at all against Heroic. I think that's something they've really changed things up on their T side. You can see like you apply a lot more pressure across the map. You make the bomb sites weaker. I
think it's important.
Yeah, so that's something they really weren't bringing to the table before.
Oh, look at Keto. He's actually on a mission out from the B stairs. So if they slow this down here, Complexity, they could get shot at the back. We'll find out. Thomas, good little lineup. Good for the one. He lines up for a double. That's so much effort, but Keto, that flank is now... He can't really run here. He's going to give the game away. He needed his teammates to stay alive.
Need to decide if he's going short or ramp. He's actually got a pretty decent timing here. I think he gets the advantage on this first fight.
My God.
My God, that is a lovely shot. And Complexity are back on their feet. It's OG looking down the barrel of tournament elimination. They have one half to rescue themselves here at full groups. What's up, gamers? I hope you're relaxed. I hope you're doing well as you join us for the second half of Vertigo between a little complexity and OG here. It's wide open. It's 7-5, but it's OG. They lose this map. They are going home. They're going down to the showdown. No one wants to be there, Anders. How are you doing?
Doing well, Henry. What do you expect me to say? I'm sick of that question all the time, Henry.
You don't want to be asked how you're doing anymore?
Throw me under the bus. Like, what am I meant to say?
It's all right. I always hit you with the hard-hitting questions,
I'm just parroting the same. Like, yeah, I'm doing great, Henry.
All right.
How would you like it if I did it to you, Henry? How are you doing?
I'm doing all right. All things considered, having a good day.
All right.
Enjoying the Counter-Strike. I think there's been some good matches so far. Interesting storylines, the whole stand-in situation. We've casted 2 games back-to-back with stand-ins.
Yeah.
But it's led to some really exciting rounds, some big moments. Individuals stepping up. Ali just been putting on a bit of a clinic, especially on Ancients. But we'll see who comes out on top here. Horzok with the Julie. He's not quite the gunslinger we were hoping for.
No, he probably could have been satisfied with that first kill and make it a 4-on-4 and just kind of fell back to his teammates, but he wanted to do more. Timing here, just as he jumped up. That's a very hard shot for Elige to hit, I've got to be honest, but he did his job well. Grim goes down, trying to sneak for the smoke, and now Elige on the back stab is not going to be working out. Floppy against the world here. No kit. Yeah, just taps the bomb just to try and force them out. He knows he has to do this so quick because it's a 10-second defuse. Thomas will get him instead, and OG will win the pistol on the second half. This is setting them up quite nicely to have a bit of a run at it.
Oh, yeah. Nice pistol. Much needed for OG. Floppy didn't have much chance to retake that one. The bomb was already too far gone.
Yeah.
Got himself the first kill in the 3-on-1, but yeah, the flashbang made things very difficult. Just on the edge of the smoke. Fiku catches Grim. He said Elige hit a bit of a banger coming on the flank, but the damage is already done. Full eco.
One flash on JT here, so you know what it's going to be.
On the ramp, I guess.
Surely, right?
Hey, we haven't had that disastrous full eco victory as of yet.
No, you're right.
Let's see if it's now. They are there.
Maybe a little bit too soon on the flash, but there's no way to know. Obviously, you're just rolling the dice on it, so they're so deep on the ramp that they can sort of duck and hide, and they're probably going to be fine with it. Floppy was on the other side. Not much you could do in this round. That's going to tie up the game. That's going to make it a 7-7 scoreline. What if OG bring this to a third map? I mean, for complexity, like we said, they barely won that first one. It took a massive comeback with Elige basically going nuclear on Ancient to even get them here. What happens if they have to play Anubis all of a sudden? Like, the team doesn't mentally seem to be that strong at the moment.
I mean, they would still be the favorites. They should be. They would probably still win it.
Changes nothing.
There's no way of knowing for sure. I don't know what to tell you. I don't know what you want me to say. Yeah, I would still
read the future.
I would still have them as the heavy favorites, quite frankly. But that is 2-0. Closing that gap. Tying it up, in fact, as we go 7-7. First gun round is here. Slight bonus situation. Actually, maybe quite a significant one with 3 Galils and the MAC-10. Meaning that you've got your lesser weaponry for the first gun round. If you can win this round with the Galils, the MAC-10, to put you in a fantastic financial position, but we'll see if they get there. Up against the M4s, cold.
Letting go of a couple of bullets down there. Horzok. Oh, at.CEST, that's just the Galil. And he's cracked open that A ramp, no problem. He took no damage even. What do you do for complexity? Do you just try and save immediately, or do you stack up on the bomb side?
Not just yet. Like, the fact they've got those Galils, they haven't planted the bomb yet. You're still interested in this one. You've got the talent within your roster to find a couple of kills. Players like Grim, looking much better today than what he did against Heroic, that's for sure. There's the first kill, there's the second, then we're back.
Boom. Flipped it around. I thought they were going to maybe stack Elige over on this side too, just to make absolutely sure, but they're not even doing that. Elige over at B, just to make sure no one's sneaking away. 3 versus 3, with Grim being on the brink of death here, but still alive. He's relocated himself a little bit further away, and they don't have any HEs either that they can just dunk on him, so in that sense, he should be safe back there. 25 seconds. Got to be careful about the Molotovs, though. Could still catch him, so I'm sure he's going to try and move out of position, and they'll get too close here. Yeah, all the way back. It's Floppy to catch a stray headshot.
For those Grim going down, the fact that Floppy is the one to get dropped, it's a bit of a nightmare because now you got Grim on 4 HP, Elijah 100. Yeah, now you are going to save.
That's unfortunate.
Yeah, just as Grim did all that work to bring it back, it was still so fragile. Floppy goes down with nothing, and it's going to be OG taking the lead here.
Was that Fiku swinging short and just finding him?
Yeah.
Well done. OG, they're going to be with a 1-round lead now. Complexity will have to chill out a little bit more before they can really start to put some pressure on. Is he going to try and see if he can shoot right through?
If he had a nade, you can do something with it. You can spam.
Still think you can spam through, yeah?
Yeah, but it like, there's barely any damage. But you can grenade, then spam.
You can do it on this side too, where Elijah is to shoot towards the outer railing.
Okay.
On the B-bomb side.
Okay, yeah, it makes sense. I know what you mean.
There's a similar kind of garbage event or whatever it is.
Yeah. The shoot.
The shoot.
Raise and chopper.
He's not as mad as we're used to seeing. Normally he's like punching his own leg as hard as he possibly can. Like punishing himself when he goes down. But he looks relatively calm.
Maybe bring like a punching bag. I'm sure that's under the tournament rules. You could probably do that.
Yeah.
Great workout too while he's playing. Well, here we go. We are in the 16th round. And Complexity, they've slowed down a little bit. It feels like there's a bit of a break in the game for them right here as OG starting to make a bit of a comeback off the back of winning the pistol. Good flash here. And Elige.
It's dicey, but he gets away with it.
It wasn't an easy angle, was it, to fight at?
But it's actually looking pretty promising right now. Need to be careful not to give up isolated kills to the T's. Work together, play the advantage. That smoke is far from ideal. Follow-up headshot's okay. Equal trade and man advantage.
Desk were mentioning that Hole Circus is by far and away his best map, so you want to see him get more than just a single kill here and there. You want to see him step it up a little bit further than that. 3 versus 3, but Thomas being low on health, but Grim on this outside position. He got a double kill last time he was here. The flash falls way behind him.
Nice kill, though. Well handled, difficult shot. Same story for Elige, gets it second. Fiku now just leaving Modo alone on the bomb side, taking damage. Good God. A fortunate frag through the smoke, but a spectacular one at the same time. That leads into a round victory. My God, Complexity are going to be broken. Another headshot delivered here. 1 versus 1. Floppy known to clutch. He's got the advantage. Only 18 points of help on Modo, and thankfully he comes out on top, but the damage was still done there. Financially, Complexity had a really nice round brewing there. Great shots, though. Modo, that first kill.
How has he done that?
I don't know. Just like lightning fast reactions through the smoke, instant headshot. And it cost them quite a lot, Complexity. Sure, they win the round, but now that's the loss bonus being chipped away up. One player surviving is still going to have some concessions. Didn't think they can bring out the AWP just yet. Timeout called by Lambert.
Okay, well, it's crunch time now. Very, very close round, down to the 1 versus 1, so it cost everyone quite a bit. Yeah, if he would have won that, that would have been a full tilt moment for the T side, no question about it, over the CT side. Look at it. Early start here into a 3-on-3, but this is just tosses the bullet into the smoke.
Disgusting. Nice kill.
Sick attempt.
Floppy, though, normally holds his nerve in the clutch. I think they meant to smoke the ramp, but it's actually bounced back in the elevators. Not the best start there, but... Oh, he's dead. Oh, JT, I don't know how he gets away with that one.
I have no idea either. He should be dead.
100%. Nexus had all the advantages in the world there. He was not ready. He was still drawing his weapon.
He's going to know it as well. Pretty sure he's going to be knowing, man, that was an opportunity.
Now they've slowed things down. Bit of a scary round there. The missed smoke. In-game lead almost going down for nothing. Somehow, some way, they've actually stepped up and got the man advantage. 8-8 here. Very important round. Complexity can't afford to lose this advantage. Money just isn't there for them. And speaking of which, No real loss bonus garnered, of course, for OG, considering they had such a flying start. They lose this one with no plan as well. They're down to eco, so this one is everything. Comes down to the timing on the boost here, and they are more than aware of it. Thomas with a show-stopping shot.
I think
there's another player there as well. They've actually spammed Grim down. A 4-on-5 advantage. It's been cut to size. Even keel now might have in favor OG with the position they've got. Fiku certainly seems to think so. Finds Grim and an open A-bomb site.
Yeah, they don't have any more smokes either, so a little bit tricky with the bomb plant. Nice shot from Thomas, but immediately traded. There is a flank coming in from Elige, but again, he needs Floppy to stay alive. Otherwise, as soon as Floppy dies, they're going to turn around and look for Elige almost immediately. They might do that anyway. Kido's right there by the sandbags. It'll be Elige to win the fight, and now they know at least Floppy's going to be dead, and Elige hunting to find someone early on here in the retake. He does not have a kid at the moment, and Moto will take him down. It's a very, very close round once again, but like you said, no money on the CT side, so kind of a devastating round to lose here.
Oh, absolutely true. Elige knows it as well. They had that one. It was looking so good. And all of a sudden, the round changes. The boost was a nice idea, but as soon as Thomas, he realizes two players, they find a lot of control of the bomb side. Fiku's ready to pounce from short. There's a lot of damage here.
Nice!
Frustration starting to kick in.
Sick boys, come on!
It's a big, big round, though.
Yeah.
OG in the driving seat, more ways than one here on Vertigo now after going down 7-5 in the first half. It's looking very likely they'll post double digits first here, go 10-8. No Kevlar to speak of apart from Elige.
It's such a different energy for OG. I mean, obviously, like we said, they have much less to lose than Complexity, but still, whenever they're winning, you see Thomas and Moto shouting, like they really are trying to ride that wave as much as they can.
GamerLegion teased Fawn early, so not that does anything for them, yet to be seen. I can't really think of what he could do with it. It's just information, I suppose, that they're not holding middle. They expect a fast commitment, which is coming through. Here come the MAC-10s, making light work at the first. It's going to be JT, known for his Desert Eagle, only good for one. And again, that safe plan comes through. Nothing can be done.
Yeah, they're going to be in a prime position right now. Like you said, first to double digits. The upgraded pistols, probably the best case here is you try to steal an AK right at the end here. Get anything you can on that side. They really don't have a lot of money either on Complexity, so... Okay.
Cheeky.
It's Floppy with one. Clean shot to take down Fiku. It's a start. Can you make it even more expensive here, Thomas? Looking for a way to exit the bomb site. He's going to know that he's being hunted. And Elige waiting down the bottom of the ramp. He knows what corner they're going to be stuck into. He might try and make a run for it right at the end, hoping that they take a little bit more damage. Not going to be successful in that one either. So a 10-8 scoreline. They're getting there. 3 more rounds, and Anubis would be the deciding map. And a timeout.
Right then. First timeout for Complexity. You can see they're trying their best to keep the mental together today.
Yeah.
Hold it together. Focus on the objective, not get too frustrated. They're still in a okay position. It's not amazing, but win a couple of rounds in a row, get the finances back on your side. Should be okay, but in terms of the individual duels, has to be said, the likes of Fiku, Modo, they're looking very potent right now. Delivering. Nothing to lose. Oh, come on, get the fist bumps going. No handshakes here.
Yeah, Grim was in his own little world for a minute there.
All right, then. So no orb still for Horzag. Like, he'd love to get that going, but they just haven't had the finances for it.
Yeah, no orb, or even the AUG he was picking up for a minute. I mean, just something to change the game a little bit. There's a very early HEs coming around the corner there. Didn't really do too much damage. The second one just might. Oh, and the spray is magnificent. Horzag on the double.
Here we go, then. Just what the doctor ordered. It's a shame that he goes down straight after that. He goes down. I get what he's doing, but when you've got a 5-on-3, especially, like, you don't even need the intel at that point. But Floppy maintains the advantage. And we'll get ourselves what looks to be a guaranteed round to set out bated breath, because it's getting a little bit dicey out there. Floppy just needs to stay alive now. Grenade will do some damage, doesn't matter too much. Doesn't want to give his life away for nothing. Firing off the shot gives him a chance to reposition. And nice work from Grip. So there we have it, Anders. A pretty clean round.
Yes.
Couple of moments where it felt like it could have got out of their grasp when Elige got dropped at the top of the steps. You were a little bit worried, but ultimately, we've got another timeout here. Bear in mind, it's tournament life on the line for OG. And fair enough, I think they've shown the best of themselves here. Like, the fact they played against Team Spirit opened things up. Like, what did anyone expect? They got them to, what, like, double digits on the first map?
Yeah.
Got owned on... No, it was like double digits on the second map. They got owned on Dust 2. But still, like, they've had complexity on the ropes throughout this series.
Yeah, it's such a... I mean, for OG, it's such a weird tournament that...
Yeah, and it's
putting up any kind of a fight.
Taking anything away from it. From what we've heard, Thomas is not staying after this little run. It's like, what are we doing? what's the point in this?
It is very hard to sum it up like a
Especially
coherent
like, when you've got the in-game
narrative.
leader Kita, he should be stepping up and going, obviously I'm going to lead.
Yeah.
This bit of mixed team, like I'm the captain.
Yeah, the fact that he steps down immediately makes me think, well, so when Thomas leaves again, you're like reluctantly back in the
Yeah, exactly.
Like,
So you're not cut out for this, and like you're not even like one of our stronger fraggers. Like, yeah, it's a really weird scenario. I was flabbergasted when I heard about that. All right, well, this is a difficult buy, Anders. Deagles, Galil's, Mac 10s. Lose this.
You're out of
Might
money.
be the start of the end for OG.
Could be.
They were banking on this Moto AWP. The fact they could bring this out. He's glass cannon, though, I should add. So he has no Kevlar to speak of whatsoever.
Honestly, he's been playing very well. Him and Thomas right now leading the board for them. Is possible that he could do it, but sure is risky. JT back here. Behind the sandbag, spots out one and is good for the early kill on Nexius. They know where he is. He's kind of very active. I feel like he could probably have just called in a couple of teammates there to help him out. JT, I don't think you have to swing for that fight almost immediately. There still is a 4 versus 4. Holzerg is smoked out on the other side, just waiting for that smoke to fade. Does he have any teammates? Ooh, that should be a free kill. Holzerg, he nearly messed it up. That is so scary, but he does get the kill, but even better in return as he does go down, and Grim will be dropped by Moto on the glass cannon AWP. Leaves Elige and Floppy. It's an extremely strange round here for Complexity, I have to say. But this flank from Floppy, I mean, it could work out.
To hold on. Brought it back to the 2-on-2. Bear in mind, it's such a weak buy, Anders. 25 seconds, an advantage Complexity, more ways than one. Go for the plan here. Elige's not going to be tempted by that. He knows exactly where the last player is. Does a little bit of damage. Should be enough, but it runs out of time and space. And Floppy's gone for the long.
And bullets, yeah, 3 left. He didn't reload that whole time, so he had to get the headshot on Keto almost immediately.
Bear in mind, you can't access this area now to the left. You have to go all the way around.
Yeah. There is a smoke, and there must be a kit somewhere on the ground, I think. But he's going to go straight for the fight, crouching in, sees the shadow from the floodlight, but it's not enough. Keto will be able to win the round, and that's devastating for Complexity.
It really is. They had these openers once again, up against the Mac 10s, the Galils. Holzerg had this kill, as again, Holzerg, he always has his moments like fall back, take the advantage, but he always has to have one more peek. And we will see a very disappointing round.
Just Kino content right here, Henry.
That's peak.
This is why I get up in the morning, I've got to be honest.
Wow.
Brilliant work.
Very nice. That's a massive round. That was Complexities all day long.
Yeah. So that was the Complexity, we will rock you kind of moment.
Exactly. That's so unfortunate for Floppy. Like you said, he had the shadow advantage. Looked like he had all the intel. The flank. Oh, this doesn't work out for him. Heartbreak. The Complexity. Money's still weak. This could decide our winner of Vertigo this particular round. The little guns with the big dreams here for Complexity. UMPs. MP9s.
Doesn't really get any more uncomfortable than this as you're counting on questionable weaponry to make it work, but you know what?
All right.
Floppy gets the first one. There's a kill for Nexus in return, but at least they've managed to defend the B stairs for now. Kind of forcing OG to run back across the map. Holzerg, always tempted. Moving. He's got no helmet here. The Mac 10 is probably favorite in this fight. He really wants it, doesn't he?
He's dead. Oh.
That's awkward. He might still be dead, though. Again, it's the MAC-10. No helmet. Deleted immediately.
Looking likely to be map points here, ladies and gents. Third map of Anubis might be required.
So far away. Nice shot there for Grim. If you could do that one more time, then maybe there's something to fight for, but good timing for Nexius to step it up. But Elige, you could see him like shaking his head down there.
And now we're getting into that territory I complimented before. They're kind of keeping it together in these kind of awkward rounds, but
they're not keeping it together, Henry.
Not maybe, not right now.
Oh, look at...
We can see it, Anders. You don't have to say it. We can all see it.
I was going to say, look at the sunshine on, like...
Exactly, there you go.
The view's beautiful up here.
Look, we all want to see Complexity do well. But it looks likely to be a third map.
Yes. Yes, it does. Thomas with 17 kills, Moto on 18, Nexius on 16, and Fiku on 16, and Keto even up at 12. So, like, between all 5 of them, like, they're all playing pretty good Counter-Strike at the moment, and Complexity not able to stack up to it right now. And this is their whole map. Like, this is the map that everyone knows that they're going to be good on. About to lose it to OG, who are in complete disarray when it comes to the lineup.
Feels like we're done here on Vertigo. Not gonna lie to you guys. Complexity got weaker and weaker as the second half continues. Overzealous with their advantages at times. OG capitalizing upon mistakes, hitting some brutal shots. And finding themselves up against a very frustrated Complexity now. The cracks starting to form. Didn't think there'd be a world. They gave this one up after the first half. They looked locked in.
They just need one more round, OG. It's doable. They got the weapons. They got everything they need here on the T side. Not quite the same for Complexity, but of course, they could still fight for overtime. 3 rounds in a row. And I mean, it can be done. If they win the next 2, then they probably get the third one almost for free, because I think then OG are probably going to be very nearly out of money. A lot of grenades towards that short side. Also continuously aggressive on this one, even though he hasn't necessarily found the success that we're hoping for. But he wants to triple down on that commitment. Smokes are up. Trying to buy some time. Elige with the 1 AK here, the power weapon that they've got to play around with. Again, been a pretty decent performance from Elige.
Oh, yeah.
He dragged them back on that first map. Maybe he could drag them back again and get it into overtime.
It's been unfortunate, though. You think to it, like, there's been a lot of 1v1s here and really key moments of the game. Like, similar to what happened against Heroic. Like, they're in the driving seat. It's all looking good. They lose a pretty massive clutch.
Yeah.
Sabotage is the money.
So many rounds where they have advantages, but they don't really do anything with them. Flash to set it up here, but Holzerg again. How long do you want to stick around for? It feels like you get punished every time you try this. Hasn't reloaded either, so... Gotta be careful you don't get into a long fight with 16 bullets in the magazine. Deagle first in line. It's not going to be working out for JT. Holzerg getting overwhelmed as well. Grim, the last defense, getting wiped out. OG well on their way to getting us that third map. Thomas to take care of Elige, leaving Floppy alone. Might as well try something here. Gets the first shot. Need 3 more of those, and it has to be lightning fast. There is no kit here, so you're just going to have to go for it. Well, maybe there's one on the ground up there, so maybe he can run and pick it up by himself. 5 more seconds. Doesn't sound very compelling when you put it like that. Yeah, they know where he's coming. You don't have to be silent about anything. They're just going to be waiting back here. Swings wide. Another good headshot, but it's too much. Nexius will take him down. And OG defeat Complexity on their home map.
Yeah, dude, coming into this, they were 17-3 in the last 12 months, but now back-to-back days they have lost Vertigo to teams with a bloody stand-in.
With a bloody stand-in, Henry saying. I share the sentiment of disappointment coming out of Henry right here. Another loss for Complexity. It's not over for them for the entire series, but again, Bobski, we have to address it. It's disappointing. You're losing your own map pick against a team with a stand-in.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard for this team, right? Because they constantly remind themselves that they are a top team, right? And they go out to the talking behind the scenes right out in the great weather here in Copenhagen and speak about, like, okay, so guys, let's just do what we normally do. We're used to being better, but, like, there's no answers to all of the issues right now they're playing against. let's be honest, mediocre teams, like they are playing against Heroic with a stand-in.
Yeah.
Now they're also playing against OG, who is also with a stand-in. So it's kind of confusing how a team who could finish the season so well can struggle so much.
It is kind of puzzling in a way, but let's start with the positive, and then we can always dive into complexity afterwards. I think Thomas and OG played a good game of Counter-Strike. We're speaking of a stand-in. Thomas, top of the scoreboard, 100 ADR. He's being brought in as a stand-in to in-game lead the team. He said he had around 7 days of practice with the team. They want to play 6 maps, and yet they're still able to produce a decent showing. They pressured Spirit yesterday on Mirage. They take off a map from complexity now. Thomas and the boys from OG are doing a good job.
Yeah, and I mean, from the scoreboard, you would think Keto is still the ideal, right? And I think it speaks volume that Thomas is able to actually, as a stand-in, both dictate the pace of the game, but also actually individually show up to this level. I think we've seen Thomas before have glimpses of things where we're like, okay, he deserves a shot at the biggest stages into the beat and all these sorts of things. But now he's sitting at the biggest of the biggest tournaments, right? He's sitting against very well-known players, right? At least one of the best players of all time, and then he's sitting here delivering those type of performance as a stand-in. It's quite remarkable at this point.
It is quite remarkable, and we gotta give credit where credit is due. Thomas with a great showing. I think it goes to speak for the entire team. I think OG did play as a team. They did look slightly more structured than I would have anticipated. You spoke about, A ramp on Vertigo, the control, the way they were taking it. We saw Holzer kept on pushing and pushing and pushing. Yeah. At certain times he was successful with it, but it felt like OG were in control. They were playing calm, collective Counter-Strike, and they were punishing the mistakes from complexity.
And the good thing they did about this ramp was that they were showing presence, right? They threw the deep smokes. They showed up, okay, we are close here, use your nades, but they constantly just backed down again and was waiting for the re-aggression of complexity, because complexity in this matchup wanted to play with information. They constantly wanted to fight the ramp to get them early information so they could stack properly, but they didn't allow them to do so because they would constantly just fall back on the ramp and just hold the deep pushes. And I think a guy on the opposite side falling deep into the pit of this bait that Thomas created is Holzerk.
Yeah, well done by Thomas, well done by OG as well. I think another player we can bring into the conversation is Moto. We spoke about him on map number 1. We spoke a bit about him on Spirit yesterday as well. I think this guy is growing on me right now. Every time I see him play, I feel like it's a player that makes few mistakes. It's a player that seems to be quite assertive on the server, and the individual output he's showing so far has been great.
Yeah, I mean, I think this is also the mission for OG, right? To find who is the future pieces going to be, because right now they are still in a rebuild phase for their many times, right? And I think those two names, when we talk about Fiku and Moto, is potentially names you can build around. And that gives also a certainty that you can attract talent. If you have an Orpep having a really good showing, all of a sudden more people want to join, right? Because they feel like he can have impact, he can win games for me. I'm not saying Moto is at that stage, but I'm just saying other teams have the luxury of having a star player, and it attracts talent.
If anything, it's a player we have to keep an eye out for right now. Just before we start to focus on map number 3, try to describe for me, how big of a disappointment is it for you to watch complexity play after having seen them 2 days in a row now? They've lost to Heroic with a stand-in 2-0. They've now given up a map to OG with a stand-in as well. How big of an issue, how big of an alarm signal is ringing right now for complexity?
I mean, relatively, I'm a friendly guy. I feel like at EWC, I would say, okay, M80, maybe the local thing played in. Maybe they were not in their mind. Yesterday, they maybe had an off day, but then today, there's no excuse, right? They should have figured out the things. They've had a week's boot camp coming up to this event. Yeah. There's no excuses like why the playbooks be so thin. And we see a couple of good things, right? I think the boost is one of the things that we saw in Vertigo. So they are creative, but it's just the individuals being so lacking. I think Holzerk in this game just takes so much credibility of why it went wrong.
Yeah, of why and you spoke about the boost right here, you spoke about the creativity. It did look great for complexity in the beginning of this game. They came back after losing the pistol, and you think to yourself, they're going to dictate the game, they're going to have it under control on the T side. That wasn't to be the case this time around. We are heading to a short little break. We have Anubis coming up. Don't forget that loser of Anubis, loser of this game, will be eliminated from the group stage right here. So a lot is on stake. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back soon. find out who will be eliminated from the group stage. Will it be Complexity or will it be OG? Anubis is the map that we're heading into. Anubis is probably the map that these players right now are discussing and slowly but surely focusing in and zooming in on. It's a map that I think Complexity, historically speaking, have been quite decent on. It's a map where OG, given that we don't really have that much data and the data we have are a lot of losses, we can't really figure out whether or not it's a map they feel comfortable on. Your initial feeling heading into Anubis, is it still leaning towards Complexity being the better team, or do you think OG have a realistic shot of actually eliminating them from the group stage?
I mean, if we just take them from practice, I think 10 out of 10, or maybe 9 out of 10 times, I think Complexity is actually going to be the better team. But now we're at the stakes where they're relatively high. I mean, lose, you're out. And OG, no expectations to this tournament. I think they were happy if they could get a couple of maps. They've already taken one. So I think, however, it plays into the team psychologically, how strong the coaches and the team behind it is. Because this is not a fun situation for Complexity. Because if you win this map, you're just going to be like, that was just what's supposed to happen, but if you lose, there's like a mega crisis inside the team, right? So it's kind of a rough spot.
And let's play with that idea. Let's play with the idea that OG were able to make an upset right now.
Yeah.
How big of a disappointment would it be for Complexity?
I mean, due to the format, I think they'll say to themselves, okay, it's not fully over for the season, or it's like not a catastrophe.
Still a showdown.
Yeah, I mean, it's a showdown potentially, right? But they're going to be looking at Cologne and be like, if we fail Cologne, like, the team will implode, right? They need to have a good showing there. This is also a spot for them to actually prove that they serve to be inside the top 10, because from what we've seen now, there's no way these guys should be top 10.
No, I would definitely agree with that. The way they've been playing at the Esports World Cup and the way they've been playing inside this studio so far has been way under par. There's one player that we keep phrasing and we keep talking about when it comes to Complexity, and that is Elise, specifically looking at Anubis. His average rating on the map the past 3 months is over 1.4, and his T-side rating is 1.55 over the past 3 months. How important is it for Complexity that Elise is having a good game now?
I mean, I think it's very cliche to say that it's Alpha Omega, but I think the reason why his stats is so good on this map is that often on Anubis you have to util your way out of things, or you can trade things relatively easy, right? We see in the cave positions, you're going to see JT go in front of Elise, and Elise just gets the trade kills, right? And I also rather want Elise in a 4v4 than JT. I'm not saying that, but I'm just saying Elise is also very easy to set up to success on this map because he's so good individually. Flash in A main, like the flashing connector, you can do plays around the middle area. I think there's a lot of opportunities for especially thinking about for JT. He has in his mind, like, what puzzles do I have to work with right now? And right now I probably only trust Elise. How do I set him up to actually be the difference maker?
Okay. How would you set up OG to be the difference makers? If you're Thomas right now, you're the stand-in coach, in-game leader, whatever you're being hired to do, how would you approach this game if you're OG? Are you coming out to play proactive, aggressive Counter-Strike, or will you be a little bit more reactive?
I mean, I think it depends a lot on the knife. I don't often say this, but I think if they can actually manage to start on the T side,
you want to start on the T side?
Yeah, T side a lot easier for them to actually, because they can dictate the flow of how they actually want to run things. I also think it's going to be a little bit more forgiving. If you give an entry on the CT side, I feel like you always have to save almost. But on the T side, you can still figure out a plan, right? Do the B execute, do the A contact. There's a lot of mid-round situations where you actually have an option to do different things.
How important would you say utility usage is T-side Anubis? Is it more important that you have individuals winning your duels, or can you force out the CTs with your utility?
I think on the CT side it's way more important, because if you're going to be that scared player who's just going to smoke off once you get the contact, you're not going to have enough time to shove off all the seconds of the round, right? So you have to be careful. Is this a bait, or is this guy actually trying to force my spot?
Sure.
And I think a guy to look for in this position is Floppy, because on the A side we see in the A main constantly Molotovs flowing in, flashes being bounced, and you really have to trade your nades. And I would love to see, even if they force Floppy to use his util early, go over to the middle guy and just be like, hey, give me your nades, I need them for A, or at least stack with me.
Okay. You've seen a lot of Complexity so far the past 2 days. You've seen a fair bit of OG. You're feeling right now, heading into Anubis, know what you know after the first 2 maps. Who is your predicted winner of this matchup? Who will be eliminated after this map?
I mean, I still have to go for Complexity, right? They are the better team. If I would say OG, I would be a little bit of a lunatic, I would say. I mean, they've not shown much at this tournament, let's be honest. They played against Spirit, they got their ass clapped, now they're sitting against Complexity, right? And they're doing a decent showing. But objectively, Complexity is the better team. It's all in their heads, in my opinion, if they're gonna lose this one.
What are the odds of them doing that? Do you think OG have a realistic shot of making the game competitive at the very least?
Yeah, I mean, I think if the comms, as we often speak about on Complexity side, is relatively low, I would be scared them not being proactive in the middle of the map, right? Especially in mid-round situations. And I think OG actually won the knife, which is good news, I assume.
Okay. They won the knife. That's a good thing. You said starting the T side is highly important on a map like Anubis. Now, we have seen Complexity be a bit fragile. We see the body language. We're standing in the studio as well. Do you think it's as simple as saying that if OG were to get off to a good start, let's say they're up 4-1, 5-0, do you think that's enough to crack Complexity given the current state of the team?
Yeah, I mean, when you're not feeling it really individually, you kind of need to play a little bit smarter, which I think is going to be at the edge in this game, because individually, I don't think they are actually far from OG of what they've shown this tournament. So if the comms is low, you're not going to get that proactive CS that we really like to see on the CT side. Like, where do we see the signals? Do we read the patterns? Do we want to stack something in the middle round due to what we've seen earlier? I think this is where Complexity distanced themselves from OG.
It's been a while since I've seen a team being so fragile. However, both of these teams right now are playing for elimination. Winner proceeds and will still be alive, still have a chance. Loser will be eliminated from the group stage and will head down to the showdown. I'll bring you Anders and Henry to take you through the action on Anubis.
Thank you, Jacob. Yeah, final map here. Loser going to the showdown. I'm not sure, Anders. At this point, I still consider Complexity to be the favorites. They are very good on Anubis historically.
The odds agree.
The odds are through. Yeah, the odds do agree, but there is a massive but here. They are not looking themselves. You can see frustration leaking through right now. Hulzerg especially, it seems to be affecting him the most. Every time they're finding an advantage, he's overstepping the mark. Like I said, I think the word I use is overzealous. When they find these 5-on-3s, he just has to have one more peek every time. It's like, bro, relax. These rounds are not coming easy. We need to make sure we hold on to the advantages we have. Bear in mind, we have plenty more Counter-Strike coming at you today as well here at Blast Premier full groups. After this series, we have Vitality and Astralis. Game of the day, quite frankly. And then we've got GamerLegion Falcons as well. Still will be an excellent Counter-Strike showing, considering how good GamerLegion have looked. So let's get into it, ladies and gents. This is the deciding map. And they said the knife is important. You assume OG won as they've sat on the T side here. They're going for a straight-up A attack. You're looking for smokes towards camera and Heaven. Molotov with the bricks. And Liege is ready. 3 players on the CT side, mowing them down.
And the bomb's lost.
Oh,
to make things even worse.
Most convincing round of this series, I think.
Surely must be. Nobody even dies on the CT side. They had 3 bodyguards helping out at that A-bomb site. That's pretty sick.
That looked like a bit of an anti-strat.
Yeah, that looked like you've done a little bit of prep work. Maybe they like the strategy a little bit too much, OG. Maybe you look back at some of Thomas' other teams and said, you know what? Maybe this is going to come out. Either way, it could not have been better. Well played. That should set them up. Again, the energy on that Complexity team is a big sign of worry for me. I want to see them. They don't necessarily have to shout the way that Thomas does, but just try to get a little bit fired up so that everyone starts to feel a little bit better, because they seem to quickly sort of fall back into the frustration. Okay, well, that's a headache.
Yeah, max damage grenade pretty much. JT confirming the canals are clear. Oh, taken down by the Glocks. No alarm bells yet. Hulzerg getting fired up with that UMP. Goes onto the spray. Gets himself a plethora of headshots. 2-0, but that was the full eco. It's almost calming a lot right now, knowing this is an important round coming up next. They're on the T side. Just to reiterate, it's the most T-sided map we have. And getting a fantastic start like this in the CT side, great asset.
Oh, yeah.
Get the 3-0 potentially early on, alleviate a lot of pressure. Difficult round to win, though. You've got the FAM assist and the UMP. Otherwise, M4. So, still looking pretty good. You can see they've sacrificed a lot of utility for Thomas and Fiku here. They would have deployed a smoke at the start, at least. But we're going to have 2 players in towards A main. Challenged again. ROG. Flash goes over, and they are full sending this one, and it's an absolute thing of beauty. Again, though, the advantage was found, and maybe overstepping the mark. Still got the 4 versus 3. Damage done to Nexius, so a little bit unfortunate for Liege.
Yeah, but I still think you're right. That's one of those scenarios where it could have been a pretty easy 5-on-3 that you win 90+% of the time. Given 1 kill back, I mean, it could be the start of something here. Flash goes over. They're still peeking. Oh, and Thomas with a double headshot. Still back into a 2 versus 2. They try to get a little bit more, and Thomas catches Hulzerg jumping down. What a shot that was! We're going to need to see the slow motion replay of that one.
The reason he's running, making all that noise, he was inviting him to jump down.
He took the bait as well. Floppy arrange, and he can't defeat Fiku. What a turnaround from a 5-on-3, Henry, into Thomas, absolutely wrecking them.
It's a masterstroke, don't get me wrong, from Thomas, but yeah, just again, a 5-on-3 advantage. You have this amazing play. There was plenty of time to fall back here. This is the moment, for me, you're getting out of there then. You get 5-on-3, both players at the mouth of A main. Hold on to those advantages. And sure, he only gave one up, but then the round collapses. Hulzak leaps into the arms of Thomas, who, like I said, was inviting him to jump down there. He's aware of that play. That's such a huge round for OG to steal away.
Look at what it does to the economy. They bought 2 M4s and AWP, and they got 2 pistols as well already. So Complexity get to enjoy none of that early luxury of having won the pistol. They pretty much are right back into this economic hell. There's not a single helmet, so that Mac 10 there on Kido can be very interesting to play around with, or even the Galil on Moto. And they're going to apply a bit of pressure early on to the A-bomb side. Blowing open that smoke, hoping to catch somebody, but it's also on the other side. Now it'd be a great time for him to really earn that paycheck and win the round with that AWP.
Difficult duel there for Elige. Comes out on top. Finds Fiku. Another 5 versus 3. Need to start converting these now. Sub 1 minute. Thomas, though, finding a pretty decent gap. I think you'll hear Elige rotating through. This could be a bit unfortunate. Thomas could find a double kill in the back here, but he's taken a little bit too long. They'll start to be aware of that possibility. Let's see if it works out for him. They're not giving anything away in that regard, so he's not going to find the instant double. Oh, he did the spot 1.
He knows Elige is over there somewhere, but he's just not quite sure if there's anyone else on the side. Oh, he finds the headshot. They take down JT as well. Back-to-back 5 versus 3s, reduced into now another 2-on-2 here with the bomb being planted. It's absolutely disastrous. Complexity, they're already a fragile team. They cannot afford to lose these kind of rounds. Hulzak and Floppy, it's on them to try and rescue the mental state of Complexity. Maybe of all the NA fans watching as well. Looking for the swipe here. It's going to be Floppy trying to take the fight, but Thomas will shoot him in the back. Another triple here for the British player. And Moto will take down the last. It's absolutely disastrous. What on earth has happened?
I don't know what to say. But that might be it for Complexity. That might be the straw that broke their back. Another 5-on-3, and they had all the time in the world to reset. I mean, how is no one discussing the idea that that could be a possibility?
Oh, look at it.
I was just going to say, it was a good, like, 10-15 seconds. No one's watching middle at all. Elige went through CT spawn. They were kind of set up for it. Like, they weren't giving frags away there, but still, he's able to find 2. It is a disaster. It's early on, early days. But still, these ones just hurt the morale so much.
They had to go find Thomas, the Italian countryside. Bring him on a plane to play the game, and currently he's completely marked Complexity. What's going on?
Dude, that's a wild maneuver. The fact that it's like no one's considered the backstab there shows you the comms are a little bit off. Like,
yeah. I definitely agree.
Because like you said, he had Elige and CD spawns. As soon as he gets that first kill, he knows Elige's going to come in and try and get the trade. That's neither here nor there. Let's see if Complexity can do anything with this. We've got the man advantage. No rifles recovered as of yet. They've got the pistols still, but a 4 versus 3 in their favor. Sub 1 minute. Fiku leading the charge here and towards B. There's 2 players lying in wait. It's a bit of a split as well. I think they can see.
Yeah.
See his little knee sticking out here. So Fiku's got a pre-fire.
How you do it as a USP and not the Deagle, so they dodged the only 2 Deagles that were on the map because they're on the other side.
Now all they can really do is try and pick up those rifles. Try and find them. See if they can save anything. The round is over.
You said this, I believe, in the first map, that you kind of wanted Complexity to win because you didn't want them to lose to 2 teams with stand-ins.
Back to back.
Back to back.
It's already been a difficult season for them. As the boys said on the desk, like, crashing out this tournament, it's not the end of the world. You get to come back for the showdown. Yes, but they would love to win a series, for God's sake.
Yeah, something to look back on a little bit more positively and say, all right, you know what? we had our moments here, but it's been tough. Like, their moments have mostly been Elige just taking over a game, which is cool in itself.
And that's the problem against Heroic. He didn't turn up, and they looked very flat then.
Yeah.
So yeah, you need him firing on all cylinders to get this team to those map victories, which is a cliche thing to say at this point, but it does ring true time and time again. Good shot.
It's a really good shot. Again, this is a T-sided map. So you've got to say, at least for complexity, going a little bit behind here at the start, you can kind of frame it through that lens and say, all right, it's just losing the 5-on-3s again that does so much damage to the mental state of the team. They've done it twice already in 5 rounds. Don't want to see another one of those lost. Mac 10 to lead, but more firepower behind as Nexius will find it. And jumping through the Mac 10 is always a good idea like that, because your teammates just have such an advantage in taking the follow-up fight. Elige standing his ground, and it was too much.
They love this strategy. That they can just run that time and time again. OG pretty much did that in the pistol round. They tried it again in the first gun round. And it works very effectively. You're getting flashed in from the guy at Rugs. He does a double flashbang over the top that goes to the skybox, or the what would it be called? Not skybox, kind of the open piece of A main, whatever it's called. It goes flying through there. Thanks for helping me out.
It's more fun not to.
Yeah, you just sit there in silence, and it goes through the skylight is what I was looking for. The skylight goes to the skylight of A main, and then at that point, double flashes in. You got Molotovs and smokes getting thrown in on the move. And yeah, it's going to be a 4-on-2. Nothing that Complexity can do, as JT and Grim once again have to sit back and wait. Another save here as we go 4-on-2 overall.
Yeah, this is a very uncomfortable. It's the way that we got here. It's the chances to win those 5-on-3s that just, it stings, doesn't it?
Yeah, having those nice little set pieces for this sort of team. And you've got like a standard in-game leading this call. Let's just do the fast A execution. Double flash in. Molotov, smokes landing. Here Nexius gets a cheeky kill on Horzerg. They go for the smoke bravely as well. Everyone's like, they're on the same page. Right? No one's going through isolated fights. They've got multiple numbers making their way, and this shows the comms are very good.
Timeout. That makes a lot of sense. I think probably now a good time to try and recover the game.
Thing is, now you've conditioned them to that side of the map, and you've shown you can do that.
Okay,
does Thomas dare call it again?
Sometimes that is the right call, you know, because it's so bold, right? For Complexity, you might say, he's not going to do it one more time, surely. That's exactly what you do. So there is a way, I guess.
If you are just joining us, this series decides the fate of these two teams, who will be the first squad eliminated from the tournament here at Full Groups 2024. FG24, some people are calling it. And you would have thought it'd be OG all day long with a stand-in. Complexity looking for some redemption here. But yeah, after a nice pistol victory, we're looking at a barrel of a 4-2 scoreline. Now bear in mind, it's a T-sided map. Expect OG to show some promise on the T side, but it's going to be another opening pick. Grim goes down. Biku doesn't want to give up that lead. Doesn't need to force those fights. JT blind takes a little bit of damage from the Molotov towards the pillar.
Getting a little bit of information towards that dark position. And this game is making me very nervous for Complexity. They had a bit of a start winning the pistol. You think, okay, all right, that's it. Now we're on track for something, but they're unable to keep it alive like this. No real spark on the team at the moment. And they're gravitating back to the A-bomb side. So they didn't straight rush it, but they still favor it over the B-bomb side at the moment. Only one single player here defending. I think it's Floppy inside with a single flashbang as well. I don't know what he's meant to do. Molotov on the one side, Smoke on the other as they encroach on the bomb side. They've got everything they need right now to make this work. And Floppy, he can call it out because his hand is not even on the mouse. He knows there's nothing you do. Oh my god.
Dear.
That's unfortunate.
Just as he was about to make his move.
Yeah.
He was calming a lot. I think he was waiting for a flashbang.
Yeah, he said, I'm already in position, guys. Just get here and we'll... Oh, never mind.
Yeah, as soon as Kiza pulled the trigger, like he's like hitting torso shots and... Yeah, did max damage, 3 bullets, and he was out. And there we have it, dude. They're kind of running away with it now. Getting a little bit awkward. That's straight up 5 in a row. Yeah,
Yes, it is.
They're officially on fire, as indicated on the HUD right there. 5 in a row.
I don't know what to say, but I mean, surely for Thomas, it's got to increase his stock a little bit in terms of leadership and everything else. Like, what a bizarre curveball he's been thrown. Like a week to try and get something going with the team, and he's making it look pretty decent, to be honest.
Do you know what? I think I picked OG in the talent predictions apples.
Wow. There we go, Henry.
This could be unbelievable.
Yeah, that might be the best call of the day. Well, you are the only person I know with like a diamond coin from
Paris.
From Paris, yeah.
Yeah.
So maybe not too unsurprising there. Oh, JT gets one. There's so many players in Dark right now. They're not ready for it. They keep streaming out. It's the entire team practically on the B bomb side. That is a giant stack. I just don't think they were ready for that many players, so...
Oh, well done, well handled. Just this one was starting to spiral with 5 rounds in a row. They posed the cleanest round you could possibly ask for there. JT getting it done. Don't leave him hanging. There we go. Let's go, boys. Start to wake up here. It's never too late to arrive.
Yeah, but this is kind of my problem on a longer time span for complexity. Even rounds like these, it just doesn't seem to generate any momentum for them, right?
Pretty sick little idea there. The run boosting Nexius. They didn't work out, of course, but yeah, it's creative. Exciting. Apparently they're ready for it, though. Still plenty of cash for a nice strong buy here. The orb's out. Seeing a lot more of these approaches these days. Smoking off towards T-steps and sending players like Grim down towards the rugs. But as we just saw, Keto more than ready for it. So not having a very clean round. They've got to fight for this one. Alige will go down towards B main. Zerk.
There's nobody on B.
Oh, you're right. JT is done for as well. If Nexius can just hold his nerve, which he does. Well, back-to-back clean rounds. This one in favor of OG.
Yeah, I mean, I kind of like the attempted aggression there from Complexity, but obviously the problem is when it backfires, it's so hard to recover those rounds.
It's a nice idea. You can smoke the T-steps from the A-bomb side.
Yeah.
You're smoking middle in the traditional way, then the mid player jumps down, and then they've got a little path to go backstab someone towards rugs, ideally, or towards A main. Thing is, Keto's just ready for it. As soon as you see that smoke go down, I think it's just common protocol. Now, wait for the push. I see he's probably up to something. It was like very exciting. We first saw that a couple of months ago, but yeah, you can see these top teams ready for it. Popping the smoke with the orb and getting that first pick. That's a real nice play. That's where JT was dropped. Bear in mind that they kept 5 players alive in the previous round, though, so their money should be fine. Double orb setup. Alige deploying the heavy artillery antlers. You don't see this every day.
Hard to feel like this doesn't come off the back of some sort of desperation, but
that's normally when the double orb is deployed in general. It doesn't matter who's holding it. Yeah, normally these days you just don't see many double orbs. So
doesn't have to be a problem, right? But I guess retaking is where things get really awkward if you're having a double orb retake on a map like this one. But if you get the early kills, then theoretically you can just siege your way in on the CT side and never really have to go for too many fights. Here he is. Cam position on the other side. Modo, who has been, I would say, very solid with the AWP, but Alige's going to be a little bit quicker this time. You can see that was a very favorable fight for him. He's going to win that one. Fall back to the next corner and wait for somebody else to try and challenge him. If he gets one more kill, that's it. Like, that kind of justifies the double orb attempt.
See if they can stick the landing here. Good job. Alige, Zerk, shutting down this A-bomb site. AWPs hitting the mark. 3 kills between them. Gonna try and recover the AWP now. Surely they can't lose this round. 30 seconds, 5 on 2. Looks like we're gonna be saving. Coming to the dying embers of this first half. Because 6-4, a couple more rounds left to be played.
Yeah, but to be honest, also finally a round where Complexity don't try and push after they have the advantage. Like, that was the problem in some of the other rounds, you know. They would get a kill and then they'd move forward and give some of those kills back, so Good to see Leash back to the next corner. No real risks being taken. Well done.
Yeah, very nice from Leash. Having to do it all. Gets the orb, double kill.
It's his fate, you know. Again, they have 4 rounds now on the CT side. That is probably enough. If you're good on Anubis, you can make that work come the second half. And they can still do better even. So, as much as it obviously sounds like we are doubting complexity here, they are getting enough rounds on the board to make it interesting.
Yeah, even 4 is enough on the CT side. It's just the context of this particular matchup. Losing to Standard yesterday. This is another good map for complexity. All signs point to them being the favorites. It's just they found themselves in this run of poor form this season. Haven't had many wins to speak of. A disappointing crash out of EWC. Losing to Heroic with the coach playing yesterday, and now in the 3rd and final map. Down to OG as well with the Thomas stand-in situation. Like, it's just not what we expect from once used to be like one of the most exciting teams in CS2, like making it to grand finals, playoff runs consistently. Especially once, especially like of Sydney, right? Grand finals there against FaZe, gave them a really good run for their money.
It's got to get back from this player break. I know it was not that long ago, but got to shake off the rust and start to make this team look alive again.
Right.
It's been disappointing.
A couple more rounds to go, Anders.
Yes.
Money's tight. Thomas will be operating with the Desert Eagle. Double up setup still remains true. Popping the smoke open, no one there.
Or at least OG kind of know that double up is in play, so it could also change the timing of their executes in sense that they might just want to speed up if they find an opening and not allow too much rotation coming in. Also playing it close, but it's Modo on the other side. Orp versus Orp here. Also is going to be favored in that one. And again, he doesn't re-aggress. That's great. Smoke it off, leave it alone. Does go back on this side against the Thomas Deagle. We'll shut it down. Double up's absolutely been working out for them, my god.
Yeah, very nice round from him. See if he can close things out with an ace here, potentially. Both players on either side of his scope. Can't hit that one, though. It's the 5-on-2. And looks like it'll be closed out quite cleanly. Final round of this half is going to be hamstrung for OG. They'll have little to no money after that full investment, even with a player on a Deagle. No bomb planted. Great work from Hulzerk. Probably his best round of the series so far. An important one. It's now 5 rounds to their name. Probably going to end things up at 6-6, Anders, which, all things considered, on this sort of map, it's a pretty good half. For a CT side, getting 6 rounds, you take that all day long.
Oh, absolutely, yeah.
That's if they get it. They're up against the Tech-9s now. Not going to be their famous A-rush execution. They're going to be heading towards middle. Looks like a double nade, triple nade. Nice reaction, though, from Leash.
Yeah, he knows. Trying to be hunted down. That actually hit Thomas as well, that shot. And maybe even Modo? Is that really possible? I'd love to see the replay. Was that a grenade that also hit them in the middle? I'm kind of confused. Either way,
possibly.
Great work for Elige. He's repositioned himself. Smoke is up. He's going to get that flick right through and take down Fiku. The bomb, not really in anybody's hands at the moment. I think Modo's finally picked it up, but doubtful if they can win this after plant. Good little Molotov that'll buy them a couple of seconds here. Sprays in, and still some bullets left for Grim. Okay, a bomb plant, and they've stolen an M4. Still a very hard round to win here for OG, but it'd be a miracle if they could.
You never know, Anders. The bomb's ticking away, coming up to the halfway point here. First kill should be no problem. That's going to be Modo dealt with. Second, no problem as well. Grim, time to mow them down. Looks like we have done a very good job of bringing this half back to life. It's complexity. It looked like they were the team about to be eliminated, but they pull it back, pull their socks up, and we split things right down the middle at 6-6.
It's all tied up at the half.
In half.
Tied up at the half. At the half. Half.
It was.
They're making fun of the commentary team. And
as they should. We should be mocked. Pathetic casters.
That's a bold thing to do for a player.
Yeah,
any idea the power that we wield from these microphones?
It's all tied up at the half. I agree.
Especially for Americans to do that.
Yeah.
Well, we're back into it. Nexius goes down. Looking good for America at the moment. 4 versus 5. The bomb is being planted here. Complexity, they can win this round. It's on. Back again. Elige with a headshot to take down Moto. And a 3 versus 5. This does not look winnable for OG. And again, even though the scoreline looks even, and if it's all tied up at the half, but still, it's not really that even. Complexity, great. Why are they trying to throw us off like that?
Well, you're right. Your point does stand. Yeah, it's a very T-sided map. Complexity, definitely the favorites coming into this into this series, but at times hasn't looked like it. But now winning that pistol on the T side should be fine. Should be in the opposite word there. Nice work from Horzak. Starting to come to life towards the end of that first half. Very clean pistol. Nice B split.
Keto's had a rough game. I hate to say it because we've been kind of banging on about it for a while now, a couple of days, but 3 and 12 at the moment. Normally, if you say, okay, I'm giving up the in-game leader role, then I can focus on the franking. Like, that's what I'm doing.
I mean, he had that nice ace.
Yeah, he did have that.
So
there's a lot to retire from the best of 3 after that.
They lost the map, but he did have that nice ace.
Yeah. It's like, that's it, job done.
Yeah.
Nobody is at the bomb site.
Yeah, it's wide open.
Fish cake's going to get blown up, Henry.
The fish cake is no more. Also, chomping at the bit to get some padded stats here. He gets 3 of them as they run through T-spawn.
It all counts. Nobody knows after the fact if you were getting...
Yeah, that's why they do it. That's why they go for him. It all counts. So, Thomas, look at the strat book.
Can we enhance those glasses and see read?
Enhance.
They had that technology in the early 2000s, CSI. How do we lose it again?
Yeah.
It's only a 2-round difference, but this first round here for OG, their buy round, is going to be monumental for them. If they can pick it up, I think this, obviously still a conversation still to be had. I think if they lose this one, it could slip out of their hands incredibly fast. But we'll see. Keto throwing the smoke, playing the anti-flash position. He's got 1 teammate behind him. They don't have very many grenades. You could already tell that they're already running low. Oh, nobody saw that. Don't worry about it. It's not important. They will lose JT at the start. That's Nexius. And Elige actually does take a fair bit of damage. I actually have no idea from where. It was a Molotov that he walked backwards into. I don't know how that happened. 4 on 5. A minute on the clock, and Thomas, I think he's missed. I think he might have an idea, but I don't think he actually saw them. So it's a pretty good job that he even gets the 1 kill there. And that's because Elige took damage from earlier, and I still don't know how. Keto and Moto coming back into the round now, leaving Horzak alone.
Very impressive round here. OG stopped the momentum in its tracks. Horzak left to just try and do a little bit of damage to the finances. That's pretty much it. They've got 4 players alive and well, 3 of them waiting inside this A bomb site. He might be able to find the first towards its fountain position. This is the 3rd and final map elimination game here. Complexity can't afford to lose to back-to-back mixed teams. Teams of stand-ins. Simply will not do, considering how their season's gone thus far.
Yeah, because that is the headline. That will be the headline, right? It's like, back-to-back against teams that don't have their full lineup. It's a weird feeling. Okay, he's going to save the Galil. I mean, he probably couldn't have done anything anyway. Nexius getting that first one, which is fair enough. Thomas kind of close to maybe getting the double. That could have been wonderful. But still, they'll win the round. And I think that puts them back in contention to do some real work here.
Yeah, it's anyone's game still. Just because the T-side of the map doesn't mean you're guaranteed the rounds. 8-7, 1 round in it. Both teams fully invested here. Nice clean gun round. Smoke down towards the T-steps, gives you a bit more freedom towards the canals. Suggest you can drop down that window in middle as well.
Floppy catching a bit of shrapnel. Other than that, a slower start to this round. Molotov to get some mid-control, but counter grenade comes out, and it looks like they found a way through. Flash around the corner. Ooh, that was also a team flash somehow. Otherwise, I think that's an easy kill.
It looked like it was a done deal, didn't it?
Yeah.
Thomas is thanking his lucky stars. And he gets away with that one. Let's see what can be done, though. Sub 1 minute. A lot of the round already expired. Thomas will re-coordinate himself back towards his double doors.
They're going to go for the B-bomb side, but Thomas could be there very quickly in the middle if they're distracted even for a second. It's kind of the advantage of him moving up, so we'll see if that plays out. Elige makes the drop down. Thomas is right on his tail, and they're focused on Dark right now. Oh, but he gets caught. I don't even think he touched the water then. That's a sick shot. The same thing Thomas did in the first half. Moto will get a couple of good shots, though, and only 25 seconds left. The bomb, it's on the back there, but they need to find a way in, and they will. Clean their way through. That's powerful.
All guns blazing here on the B bomb site. It looked like they were in a spot of bother there, but it will be Keto, as you mentioned, hasn't had the best showing here on Anubis. Gets 1 kill, but that's about it. Strong finish from Complexity. Assertive. Hit their shots. Compromised position. That's all they could do. Everyone delivers.
Thomas getting a taste of his own medicine.
Absolutely. Like we saw that in the first half, right? You use that sound cue knowing it's very audible, but you're hoping they jump down behind you, thinking they get an easy frag, but Elige hits an absolute banger. Second tactical timeout. Do or die time. I'd imagine the money's pretty compromised.
It's got to be, right? Yeah, I think for Complexity winning that round, that's huge. Started off well enough, but they're back on track. Lambert getting a lot of time to talk here in the overtime, so rallying the troops. Very well done.
One outside cave. They're going to be.
You can't complain too much. If anyone knew that was possible, it's Thomas.
Yeah. Yeah, you can complain after you've done the call, right? Like, that's the priority.
So, as mentioned, not much in terms of resources here. Looks guaranteed to be double digits. Opening kill suggests that's where we're going. JT through the smoke to find Nexius. Aids towards these steps. And bullets towards Floppy's head. He's dropped. Lovely shot there from Keto. Whether they'll find any more is yet to be seen.
Cool idea for Keto to peek as the grenade is landing on them.
Yeah, because it kind of veils their vision.
Yeah, it's just frustrating. You kind of move a little bit slower as well. Like, it's a frustrating experience if you wanted to get out of the way, maybe. Say 9-7 scoreline, and we are in the 17th round. They are gathering all the troops and heading back towards B. Thomas is there. TQ is there in the corner, but they didn't have very much to work with at all. You can see Thomas not in the favorable position. Nice to play behind the fire. I mean, it's a good idea, but JT's making quick work of it. A nice quad kill for him.
Yeah, very nice. It's more like it from JT. Stepping up when they need it most. It's pretty much a done deal anyway, but a very fancy way to close things out. Very snappy with the aim. Assertive once again. And now double digits have been found. It's going to be difficult to contain Complexity at this point. Cruise control.
Oh, yeah.
Going to close this one out. Kind of comes down to this round. You lose this one, money's busted again. Have to be converting it. See Grim. Willing to take the jewels. Holds on towards Temple. Popping the smoke. Yeah, I was going to say it looked a little bit too deep. It still gives him some vision.
He really wants to put the pressure on. Deep grenades now landing. Molotov on top. This is a lot of trouble in the back. He's already low. It's JT. He got the quad in the last round now. A double opening. It's still pretty good, even if there are a couple of returns here. I don't think anyone's going to be checking Floppy. Moto is 3 steps away from being dead. You could see from the way that he's moving and the noise that he's making, he had no idea someone was going to be there. And they're in a lot of trouble here. They don't have any money in the bank. If they give up these last 2 rifles, then that might be it for the map. Bomb planted, and yeah, you can tell they're moving away. So 11-7 complexity. They're dragging themselves back through this. I mean, Holzerk on this map has been terrifying. Even if you subtract some of the easier kills he got in that 1 round, it's still an 18-5 scoreline on him. Fueled by frustration.
Well, it seems to be firing up the engine quite nicely.
Yeah. Yeah, I've got to say, this is great work. It's right there for the taking. They just need a couple of more rounds.
Literally.
Again, you know, just throw it back to the early 5-on-3s that they lost. Like, just stop doing that. And then this is so much easier. It's not a close of a game. They probably have almost won the map by now if they don't lose those rounds. Last time out for OG.
Last chance saloon as well. Elimination. Waiting in the doldrums for them. Creeping ever closer round by round. It's been a pretty impressive showing, all things considered. They almost took a map off Spirit. Took one off Complexity today. They've got 6 days crack, new in-game leader, and stand-in. So the fact they've looked as good as they have shows you there's talent within this organization. There are young players that can step up and deliver when absolutely required, but there's never going to be much hope they were going to make it to the finals with this roster.
Yeah, we knew that from the start pretty much, that this was going to be very, very, very difficult, but...
Boost working for...
Yeah, you're right. We've actually managed to get that going. JT should be a 3-kill nearly, and it will be on Thomas. He was expecting a different angle there. JT wants to push on forward. Molotov to force Keto a little bit further back, and JT's very low on health, so I don't know if he's going to be able to get this next fight in, but the AWP almost does. Holzerk still wins the fight in spite of getting very low, and it's a 2 versus 4, at least for a moment there. Fico showing up at the right time, but we'll see if Holzerk can bring it back. Molotov is going to be careful he doesn't get burned on that corner.
They've actually done pretty well to keep this round alive. Good rotations, but it does suggest B is open now. The names that have rotated over. Holzerk will find yet another kill, his 2nd of the round, and wow, Nexius, all right. This was looking like a done deal, Anders, and all of a sudden, the round turns on its head. Sound cue made, Floppy with the advantage, and just about gets it over the line there.
That's very close, to be honest. Maybe the MP9 could have won that fight on a different day, but not this one. Yeah, you're right. They did a great job recovering the round, OG. It looked like it was going to be straight over. But yeah, fist bumps are coming out. Complexity summoning that last bit of strength. The analyst did say it. Complexity should be the better team. And as the game has tracked on, they're showing it in
they should rounds. They categorically should be winning this series and comfortably, given the context.
Yeah.
The fact it's a team that's weaker than you anyway. They've got this stand-in. Yeah, sure, you're in a bit of a slump right now, but yeah, definitely should be converting this one. But Nexius, he ain't going down about a fight. Oh my God. Head on a swivel. JT and Grim breach the B bomb site. It looks like we might be done here, ladies and gents. The first team eliminated from 4 groups, 2024. Has to be OG at this stage. Complexity got everything going in their favor. In terms of the incendiaries, the smokes, they don't have much left to work with, and they've done it. Crisis averted. Complexity live to fight another day. It was a long and labored affair. A difficult series. You've got to commend OG for stepping up time and time again, but ultimately, they are the first team eliminated from the tournament.
Yes, indeed. A Complexity to survive for another day. Unfortunately for OG, that will be all they wrote for them this time around. It wasn't necessarily a close game here on Anubis. I think we were both hoping for a bit more from OG. At certain times in the first half, you could argue that there was a chance, but I think it's fair to say that Complexity were the better team on Anubis.
Of course, but what you see on their faces right now is not excitement, right? I think everybody was just like,
yeah. It's
okay.
a relief.
Yeah, it's a relief of not disappointing once again.
Sure.
I think they've shown actually some sense of good Counter-Strike throughout the series, but it's not been consistent enough. One guy we have to mention just quickly is like Holzerk. Difference of a world. When he's there, we saw on Vertigo, missing a lot of openings, also giving a lot of entry kills on the ramp area. All of a sudden, he finds his footing. He just makes a massive difference against the likes of OG.
Yeah, you gotta give him credit. I think Horser played a fantastic game. I think JT, as an individual, not only playing great, the calling was also great coming in for him. Overall, it must, you know, feel good for Complexity that they were able to have this kind of relief feeling winning the game and staying alive. However, for OG, I'm not sure if we can use the word disappointment. I think it's more so that what we expected, right? It's a team that is coming in with a stand-in. The stand-in is in-game leading. You're going up against a formidable force in Complexity, and you lose out. They can't really allow themselves to be disappointed, but I guess it's never nice to lose.
I mean, I think many of these players, when they got announced the groups, right, I don't think many of them said, okay guys, we're gonna advance from that one. I think they took their chances and potentially looked at it and said like, okay, if we can maybe get one BO3 in this format, I think we've done our work, right? We are in a position with a stand-in. This is where I'm just the most baffled still, that it's Thomas coming in as a stand-in, but I did think it looked pretty well, considering circumstances, like with Thomas as an IGL. I think they could build upon what we just saw. I mean, I think we look at a guy like Keto, I think from his point of view, considering he was the IGL before, I think Thomas brought a little bit more life into the T-sides.
I would agree with that, and I like that, you know, train of thought. Is there anything positive we can take away from this OG performance? It probably would be Thomas. We saw him on map number 2 on Vertigo play fantastically well. We saw him here as well, I'd say, on Anubis having a couple of rounds where he was the one finding the impact. And how much can you realistically expect from a stand-in coming in as an in-game leader?
Not very much, right? But at least when you're in the backlands of OG, you actually think, okay, who do we want to build our future around? I think when I look at this team, I actually have a couple of names you feel comfortable could at least be like a top 20, top 30 contender consistently. And if you build around Thico, Thomas and Moto, you all of a sudden have somewhat of a team who has a little bit more balance, in my opinion. Right now, I think Nexius and Keto underestimated their powers at this tournament. Didn't really play up to a level where I feel like it was acceptable, considering the circumstances was still rough. But I still need to want to see more from OG, right? It's not a team that I can say, oh, it's all about being a part of the tournament. It's also about delivering a little bit.
For sure, for sure. Thomas told us a couple of days ago that he didn't necessarily join and said yes to the stand-in role to join the team. However, we have James catching up with Thomas after the loss as well, and maybe he's changed his mind.
OG do put out one hell of a fight against Complexity, but it won't be enough. And Thomas, I had to grab you because obviously you tried to do a lot with a very little amount of time. I know this one stings on the Ancients specifically with how far ahead you were. Why were you unable to control it when you flipped over to the second half?
So I think controlling the T sides are much easier. Obviously, I'm able to actually implement the game plan, and you know, everyone was really happy with it. And I think overall we had a really good T side across all maps so far during this event. But on CT side, you know, I think we kind of lack the firepower in comparison to like most of these teams. Like they've got star players, world-class players, and we just, you know, like sometimes they are just, you know, they've got that edge, you know, and obviously we haven't got a fully CT side system sort of going. You know, we tried our best, you know, the time we had 8 days before, like setting all of this up, and yeah, it's kind of brutal.
Kind of brutal, but then on Vertigo, you were the one doing the damage. You were the one stepping up as a star player, and I was saying, what the hell is going on here? And then you managed to take it over the line. That on its own, though, must say something to you like, okay, I'm doing something right, this is working.
No, like Virgo T, you know, Vertigo is a great map for myself for my entire career. You know, I watched a couple of Cypher demos earlier, you know, I was thinking, Joe, I can do this guy's job. You know, like I'm gonna try it today, and you know, it worked out, you know, definitely.
It did work out in a big way, but let me look at this now because, okay, you're eliminated here, but you did the best of what you can with it. I know you're probably not going to be satisfied with it, but what would you say just about the experience?
Oh no, it's been a fantastic experience, you know, coming to Blast. Obviously, we knew we were the underdog of the tournament, you know. But it's definitely an experience. Learning what these OG guys are doing different in comparison to like what I've previously done in my teams. It's definitely something I want to like integrate into my own sort of like view, and like I really learned like a lot of from these guys, and also dealing with personalities and stuff like this.
Nice, man. Thank you very much.
I can't help to love what I'm hearing from Thomas right here. Obviously, a very tough task for him to come in as a stand-in for OG, but he's using everything he can and he's making the best experience out of it possible. Unfortunately, OG has been eliminated from Group A. They have no further chance of advancing. They will drop down to the showdown, whereas Complexity is setting themselves up for another game against Heroic. What you saw right there in the brackets, is that what you expected coming into Group A as well?
I mean, if I was a player on OG, I would have been very happy to see that interview. I felt like he was pretty honest and saying like, yeah, things weren't great. I learned a lot about myself. So I also learned that there's some personalities inside the teams. I think he showed resilience, at least on the individual side of things, considering he was actually the IGL of the team.
Sure.
I think for me, Thomas actually aced this one. I mean, I know it's hard to say when you bump out as last place, but like being asked to be the IGL of a team you have no understanding, you never built the team, you never understand the principles of why certain players were picked. I think they did well.
I think so too. Unfortunately, we're not going to see OG anymore. However, we do have more Counter-Strike coming up for you. Astralis taking on Vitality after a short little break.
You're watching the Blast Premier Fall Groups. It's day number 2, and we're back with Group B in the afternoon. We just got to see what happened with Group A. Pimp and Babsky are out. They have left the building, and I'm going to be keeping you company. I'm your host. My name is Tickle, also known as Sam. I got Cadian with me. Of course, he's been benched by Liquid, so we got him off the bench to jump on the Blast desk for the week. He's going to be sharing all his insight as we get into our first matchup. It is a winner's match, of course. Vitality up against Astralis. This one is going to be insane. Both of these teams are looking really good, or at least were coming into this. We had a couple of wobbles with Vitality yesterday, which we'll talk about, but first, I want to hear from the team themselves, so I know that Banks caught up with Spinks. Let's find out how he's feeling coming into today.
Spinks, yesterday was, I guess, a close call game up until Dust 2 against GamerLegion. I want to find out what you guys talked about after that game as a team.
Well, we talked about the mistakes and what we could do better, but mostly like the mentality of the game, kinda, because I think this is what we were lacking yesterday. And yeah, it was a really close game. They beat us on Anubis. Mirage could go either way. It was a really close game. We won, luckily, but could go either way. And I felt Dust 2 is the moment we came back kinda to the game fully. So we just talked about it that we need to start from round 0, from the first map. We need to be there 100%, and that's it.
Do you guys know why sometimes you have this? Because I've spoken to Apex before, I've spoken to Flames before. You guys have told me that, yeah, we didn't see the same vitality come into it, but this is now becoming maybe too many times this happens. So what's going on?
Like, I think it's happening to many teams, but for us, it's not an easy fix because it's not like you can just point, we do this or we will do it and it will get better. We're just trying to work on solutions. We don't really know like, you do this and it's fixed, you know? It's not that easy, but we are doing the best and I think we will be on the right track pretty fast.
Hopefully so. And I also want to look at your personal performance because you pretty much single-handedly alongside Flames saved the day on Mirage. You looked really good. But we still see with your individual level, sometimes it's a bit up and down. How are you feeling right now? How do you feel coming back into the season?
Coming back to the season, I feel pretty okay. I think overall the T-side lurker role is, I don't want to say changed, but definitely harder. It's not rewarding as it was before. I think you can see, I don't see many lurkers pop off like they used to. I think Gympat is doing a really, really good job, but I don't think about anyone else. So I think it's a harder role right now. And of course there was also other stuff, but I'm working on it, the team is working on it, and yeah.
In terms of this game against Astralis, the map pool is very good for you guys. You take out their best map basically with their Ancient, their go-to. The rest of it, I guess you have full confidence. So is it a comfortable team for you guys, do you feel?
I don't know if they're a comfortable team for us, but yes, we are comfortable with the map pool we have. I think we don't have many weak maps, kinda. We feel pretty confident. So yeah, I like the map pool, but in terms of Team Astralis, I don't think about it.
All right, well, we'll see you on the server, man. Thank you very much.
So obviously there was a little bit of a shaky start from Vitality yesterday up against GamerLegion. They lost that first map. It was very close on the second, but they were able to close it out on Dust 2. And in no small part to this gent on your screens, he had quite a good performance yesterday, and I think it made the difference for them.
For sure, and he's saying that maybe not that many lurkers are having as much impact as of late, but for sure the way that he played in the second map, Mirage, he showed that it is definitely possible to do this. Also myself, I played a few phases with Spinks, and if he needs some tips on how to lurk, I can show him.
I mean, I don't know, Cadian. I think he has more trophies than you.
Oh yeah, maybe a few.
Fair enough. I mean, this is not going to be the Vitality that we saw yesterday. Astralis can't come in here feeling like maybe they won't be at their full performance. I think yesterday was a big wake-up for Vitality. They might have won it, but GamerLegion really gave them a run for their money.
For sure, but sometimes it can also be a positive thing to kind of play within that stress and not have a cruise control game. I will say that Astralis was also contested through some periods of especially Ancient. They had some clutches coming their way, which definitely gave them a bit more room to breathe. But overall, I think that kind of playing within that tense environment and being used to it and being in the zone is good, rather than having to shift into an extra gear when facing a tougher opponent like today.
Astralis 2-0 against Falcons, and like you said, it wasn't this incredible pop-off performance, but I also feel like they didn't look too stressed. It's kind of like they're managing expectations, not coming in big on the first day. I also felt like there were certain comms that we saw in the game where I thought, look, they've put in the homework a little bit during this player break, during their boot camps. They look quite strong.
Vitality?
I'm talking about Astralis.
Yeah, I was about to say, yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's still early days. We must not forget as well that they have been playing yesterday against Falcons, which, truth be spoken, is not in the best shape currently. They did have an upwards trend, actually beating both Ents and the Mongols to finish off the season before losing the final to Complexity. But Complexity was playing with Elish on a
absurd level in that final. So I think that game kind of goes out of the equation a little bit. But I think Astralis so far is looking really good. But today is going to be the test for how good they actually have been working in this break.
Are we going to see a different level of Counter-Strike today from both of these teams than what we saw yesterday?
This is the game we have to be excited for, you know. Way more superstars in both lineups. This is not an OG complexity. This is it.
Cheeky little comment there from Katie, and our casters are ready, so let's get into the first game.
Yes, please, Sam and Katie. And I'd love to jump into this one, Mo. We got a couple winners in the server. Vitality by the skin of their damn teeth on that Mirage GamerLegion matchup yesterday. But now they've got Astralis, who personally, I think of the matches we covered yesterday, I love the amount of team play and just kind of the tenacity that Astralis brought into the server, their ability to trade frag, to dogpile whatever kind of happened in the heat of the moment. It was a very electric Counter-Strike that Astralis started the season with.
This was the hard one for me to predict, I think, today. The closest game because of the trend we saw. Vitality could have been a situation where they lost yesterday 2-0 to GamerLegion. And that's not to say GamerLegion were bad. They were very good. And that might be proven even further today. But they got time to warm up. We had one weird map from ZywOo in the middle, and overall, you know, not that much in the opping department. So still some problems for Vitality, but they also improved CT side on one map. That was a nice sight for them. And for Astralis, well, I don't know. I saw only good things. So I think that even though I'd still say Vitality are favored, I still picked them to win. It's by a hair, honestly. I wouldn't be surprised if Astralis could take this one.
Buckle in, folks. We still got 2 best-of-3s to get through on day 2 of the Blast Fall groups. And this one could be the banger. T-side for Astralis. Run smoke. Block off main, and ZywOo unable to catch a headshot. Whatever he did between map 2 and 3 yesterday, hope he did it this morning. Mezzy is the first blood. Stare trades him out instantly. We get the bomb plant front sight, so Spinks' attack out from heaven, which hasn't been noticed, doesn't stop the plant. Jabby goes downstairs, into the USP, back up the ladder, into the duel towards heaven, then Spinks is found out, so Stown knows this site is swarmed. Bomb is planted for him, but there's a player up above. They don't know where he's at, and it wasn't a stick, which means now ZywOo's back on with no kit on the play. Shots up towards heaven don't connect, and it is Vitality's retake to kick it off.
Yeah, they'll pull it off. That was, you know, Jabby in that situation going down the vent. They weren't spotting heaven, didn't expect Spinks to try to walk out, and that can be a situation where you're doing a little bit too much, but he ended up getting a material exchange in the vents at least, so that almost made up for it. But no fragging from there on out, and this kind of two-piece between Mezzy and ZywOo was what kept the numbers in their favor.
Fucking lost.
Lost, he says, but
yeah, this can be one of the maps that's, I think, interesting to watch for ZywOo, and sometimes in a troubling way, where it's the CT side where he should be dominating on this team, on this map. And when Vitality were at their best, they were streaking on Nuke, they were dominating on CT side. But again, he has not been opping, and that's something that he could get away with sometimes. But when it's Apex who's getting most of the kills outside, fighting most of the time, that was not working. So I'm hoping that Vitality go back to ZywOo taking more of the outside map control, and Apex supporting him in doing that, and also seeing ZywOo op more.
He kicked it off with a nice USP kill on his own outer in the pistol. And that pistol's bomb plant gets Astralis into an early buy. Oh, good dink, ZywOo. Just a few stray bullets, and that's going to take poor bro down to 3 HP. Confirmation on a cross like that. All of a sudden, they want to bolster the lower sight ahead of time, but there's still a lot of floating going on outdoors here for Astralis. And that contact that they're still looking for has Spinks repositioned. Narrow angles in the face of a Desert Eagle on the other side. And all the while, too, right? Okay, you've got the Deagles to shoot at you, but these Galils have yet to be spotted. We'll see if anybody's caught off guard. Speaking of the Apex support, here he is with the Scout. Himself supported by SMGs. Bit of a split going on for Astralis, and that little contact downstairs is going to start to transition back into the upper sight now. They want that A hit and the commitment that could be, but delayed by ZywOo, who goes down empty-handed despite good bits of damage. That damage turns into team kills. How does Stown drop 2 teammates in one?
Never seen that before. 2 headshots on 2 teammates, and it's a little bit messy outside.
Excuse me?
All right.
One more, and I think he gets kicked. Isn't that how that works?
Valve? Yeah.
Yeah. Daddy Gaben gets the spank stick.
It's right here.
Oh. Oops.
He was trying to protect.
Honestly, headshots at least.
Nice boys.
Don't kill yourself!
Suicide?
Don't commit suicide. Everything gonna be all right.
That was definitely murder, though, not suicide.
Yeah, significant difference, actually. Both frowned upon, however.
That's true.
But only one's illegal.
No, actually, they're both illegal.
Oh, okay. Well,
this is not advice.
It is tomfoolery.
But last round, what we saw was you could see that without utility, even just showing yourself will change the CT's position. They'll slowly fall back. They'll turtle up a little bit, and that's all Vitality wanted, or Astralis wanted to do, is just get them to fall back, turtle up, and then create a single point of failure, and then try to attack it. And they nearly got that in the upstairs take. So pretty good for not having any smokes or flashes coming into the round.
Farming them. Down connects with the Deagle. And he may be the last man standing at this point. So nice start for Vitality's CT side. And down he goes. Flamesy's going to finish this one off. So 3-0 the start. Vitality looking to have a better day than they did yesterday, Mohan.
Yeah. I mean, I think we're all glad we got to see the third map where they like brought it back and dominated, looked a lot better.
Yeah, definitely changed the tone of the day.
And ZywOo at least got the chance to show like him opping on Dust 2 and that he can still hit his shot. So I think a question in this T side is like how scrimmy our Astralis is going to be. Because with device IGLing, they definitely have like a free flow type of philosophy to a lot of these rounds. Open-ended defaults, a lot of fast plays, but stuff that's clearly sort of made up based on what they feel like the conditioning is leading them into. They don't try to like force their style on their opponents.
This affinity for outer comes through once more. And it is a much quicker move from Vitality here, getting ahead of the pack, but the timing of the Molotov is excellent for Astralis. Apex no longer has the vision, but does have the right idea, right? Good damage. ZywOo, however, very quick execution of Stown. And as he comes back, perfect timing as Stair drops down into him. ZywOo's going for thirds, and that'll be the end of him. Flamesy doesn't want a piece of the action. But all the while, we've got no ramp play.
Yeah, that's a nice outfound, but if Jabby's going to go towards heaven, then this Torta takes the wind out of this lower take, so it looks like they're going to slow it down first and see what Jabby can do.
Oh, man, and nobody's exposed to him, I don't think. No, because he's tucked in garage. The main player should be the first point of contact. You can see the upper A player watching for the heaven wraparound, but that doesn't protect this, right? If he had climbed up the ladder, that's one thing, but Jabby, fantastic timing found, and suddenly Mezzy, he wanted that fight. He lines up two to nearly take it back. Oh my goodness, what could have been? A moment to draw it back, a desperate Flamesy exits vents and wins that duel. No way.
And throws low.
All that damage early on sets up Flamesy for the 1v2. And Vitality, after the double Jabby backstab flank, still win the round.
Yeah, man, that was as good of a play as he could have made it. And he kept it in his mind's eye, an inventory that someone was still probably in big garage, even though he hadn't heard a whisper from him. Maybe that information was corroborated from the secret players. But it was still good awareness on his part. Nice try from ZywOo and the bait from Apex outside to make this round a little bit easier, but it should have been the Jabby play that ended it. I mean, Flamesy getting out of the vent. That is like the #1 hardest fight you could ask for. Somebody's in heaven staring at vent, seeing you come up. They're going to get a free few bullets, and he still wins his duel.
Because of course he can take his timing ramp. I wouldn't take
I think they're just talking about the fact that you know, Jabby got spot. How did Jabby get there? Apex says, well, it's obvious.
You know what? Small detail, though. Apex not flustered about it because they still won the round. So just some quick fine-tuning. Very serious tone from Dan.
Very lurker so far. Very tricky. The walkthrough's coming in, but Spinks is aware.
Yeah, but he's not aware of the second. Jabby catching everybody off guard. It's Apex in the same spot that Mezzy did damage from last round. Lets him anchor backside. He gets 2 targets to shoot at. And as his team falls around him, Mezzy puts up goes in for the reload. They could close the gap. He knows he's still in a pickle. And now it's ZywOo into the clutch. A player backing to vent. That's a good chance. But he doesn't see because the
gun
model
but then it also
him.
doesn't matter. It's like, oh my god. Zany situation.
We're getting some ferocious CS. I like the tempo and timings coming out from Astralis. To me, it's like it's what we got versus Falcons yesterday as well.
That's
lively CS.
Yeah, definitely. That's earliest I can remember. That's a Fury lurk where they double up to go into mini. They send one first, make it feel like it's just one player, and then to stagger the entries so they don't run in both at the same time, get sprayed down or spotted. So I mean, the tempo from Astralis definitely extremely entertaining. They are doing lurks, but it's usually very aggressive. They're not really waiting for the last seconds of the round. I think for Vitality, they're like, well, just stay aware. Just we're going to have some gaps when we play active CT sides.
Yep.
We're going to have a ramp gap. We're going to be not watching outside every single round, so just be individually aware.
Very tricky stuff from Jabby thus far.
That was a nice hold from Mezzi, and that's definitely something I'm always watching for. So I've been quite critical of him in some of the anchor positions, but like getting two, it's really hard, obviously, to do, but that's definitely going to be his job upstairs. And especially when a team's lurking, that's when your job is a nightmare, because they're going to be throwing utility just to get you to pull out your own utility, and then they're going to be walking out into positions, and you got to be on top of everything. But he definitely was that round.
Honestly, even ZywOo's timings was looking good, but that one came down to millimeters. I think what was unfortunate was Apex in the position Mezzi played the round prior. He's the one that drops with no kills in that hold. I believe he kind of taken a nade out. It was the close hut attack that didn't...
It's like if I have my eyes closed, no one can see me type of strat when he's sitting up there in fur.
Yeah, like playing hide and seek with toddlers.
Yeah.
You know?
Actually, ZywOo's hair and Device's hair quite similar.
And what do you make of that?
I mean, those are two good players.
Okay. Go on.
Two good players. I don't know if Device is not, obviously, he's not in his peak right now, but ZywOo's also looking for like a little extra in terms of form.
Okay.
I'm trying to try some kind of correlation here that would lead to the conclusion that this is great for ZywOo, but...
Oh. What happened?
Fits his brain cells.
Haha. Live in-game chat updates.
Nice. Now there's no longer FOMO when you hear that ticking from the in-game chat.
You have to make a promise to us, Blast. No filter, no matter what they say.
Anything.
Expose it to the masses.
I mean, they always got to be careful with that because it's in the demos.
Yeah. Did you see that image of, what was it? I think it was Monacy complimenting, I want to say it was Blitz. It was definitely one of the Mongols players.
Oh, yeah. He's like, nice shot.
Nice shot.
Blitz shit. Okay.
Okay.
If you thought so, loser.
Yeah. Oh, that old thing?
That wasn't even my best work.
Forget about it. Float like butterfly. With the lean. It's always good to find one's inner peace.
Mm-hmm.
Get outdoors. I took Henry G on a nature walk the other night.
Henry in nature?
I took Henry out into the nature walk. Our hotel here in Copenhagen has a nice little natural park type vibe next to it. You know, we were walking out there, and as we're walking along this path, we see a fence that has a metal opening and a sign. We walk over to the sign, and it says, inside this open area field, you will find semi-wild horses and cows. They kind of big old pasture they can just roam, you know? And we looked around and we saw nothing. I said, Henry, you wanna go in the cage, huh? You wanna see if we can find some livestock? And he goes, no, Connor, watch this. And he whistles really loud. You know the 2-finger outdoor whistle?
Yeah.
Gives it a rip. Wow. Excellent whistle. Nothing happens. We wait 5 seconds. He gives it another one. Nothing happens. So we said, screw it. Let's get in there. They might not even be here. Honestly, could have been a Danish lie. We walk inside, and within 5 seconds, 15 feet of the gate, 6 white horses come stampeding around the corner of the trees, running towards us. Henry G turns in his tight little jeans, starts running towards the door. Get out of here! And jumps over, leaps over the fence to exit.
You literally summoned the...
He summoned 6 white horses with a whistle, like a cowboy. And then we tried to coax them into getting closer to us with a carrot we found on the ground. They were having none of it.
And they did just come to hang out.
They looked at us for a little while, realized we were 2 very uninteresting people.
With no food.
Who happened to know how to whistle, and then walked away.
Wow. Keeper of the light.
Henry G.
was present.
The rider of Rohan. And then he complained about the bugs, and we had to go back to the hotel.
There he is.
That's the Henry I know. Double nade top silo. Vitality looking to trot along in this CT side. First round from Astralis on the board. Can they convert it? Ooh, they're gonna quiet walk in as he ran back. He's not ready. Nope. Nope. You left that door open.
Yeah, with the reloading, missed jump as well. And no one spotted here from Jabby just yet, but it's going down lower. Apex on the back foot and dies. 3 CTs die in quick succession. Lower sight gets trampled. Zaiwu alone.
He'll lose more than half his health with the kill on Jabby, and he doesn't even anticipate Stown, who doesn't get that kill, but pretty much guarantees the Astralis second round win. They will just exchange some bullets and walk away. Poor Flames gets mangled as Astralis go charging down into the lower sight through him. But, I mean, he's the one that dangled the carrot in front of him. He made that fallback audio.
He's that carrot dangler.
That's what they call him.
Oh my God.
And Device goes bowling.
You ever launched a bowling ball down the alley? Had few too many beers?
Nope. Nope. But I've also never used the ramp.
The ramp?
The assisting...
The little slide?
Ramp? Yeah.
Yeah.
Hugo Byron still uses that every time he goes bowling.
The ramp for like 5-year-olds?
Yep. That's a lie, but you believed it.
I did, which is already, unfortunately, a bad thing for Hugo.
Yeah, sorry. Sorry, Mr. Byron. Ooh, nade, man.
Wow.
That could set up some Deagle extravaganza. But... Oh! Wow. A little extra Ganza on that one.
Yeah, wasn't on his screen until that moment. Nice one, Zaiwu.
Little nerve-wracking all of a sudden. You're down a man.
Yep.
Luckily, the death comes in on Silo. You know the CTs aren't getting that gun.
It's at this moment everyone wishes they had armor because, well, they got the 5v4, but it still should be a calm situation for Astralis. The only thing that they could do wrong in this spot is just take too long waiting for a mistake and no push comes out. But they have plenty of time to pick a site to exec on. Let's see if they get too stringy with it.
They heard that.
Yeah.
A little bit of damage on Sphinx, so they're going to be on high alert for somebody front hut, but will they expect 4? First 2 line up. Ooh, all too easy for Jabby. Zaiwu comes back in from outer with another Deeg shot. And he is 2 Juan Deegs into this round with 2 more to go. So definitely cost effective here for Vitality, but unfortunately, even with everybody stacked on top of one another, it just made the AK spray all the easier. Zaiwu's going to give this one the old college try. Bro better not turn his back a second time. Has no reason to now that he's out of utility.
Zaiwu gave him a second. I wouldn't be surprised if he's about to come hard clear this, but
Sir, Bro a little bit further out, and in doing so keeps 2 up for Astralis. Again, they would have liked it to go a little smoother, but considering that flubbed grenade at the start of the round and the instant deeg in the 5v4, you take that, you walk away. You're not doing half bad.
Yeah, and with the bomb plan, it's nice. So far, so good here. For Astralis is a real test for Vitality coming off of yesterday. We were trying to figure out what Astralis' form is going to be like this season. And there have already been some impressive moments.
Apex keeping the pressure up early for outside, but yeah, steps into the op with his pistol out.
Yeah, the flash goes a little bit too far.
Nice setup. Ooh. Spinks comes up from Secret. He'll take that one right back. And Vitality, not the first time they've been trying to throw things up Secret stairs. Flamesy to be tested again, has to deliver and gets a good duel versus Jabby down to the half health. And Jabby's gonna falter this time around. So Flamesy shutting the door on ramp, calling for support to boot. ZywOo, that drawback from ZywOo towards ramp for a second, that's what has allowed Stair to at least cross over Secret.
They're good at finding the gaps, but sometimes at the cost of a few opening frags.
But knowing that they lost vision outside, hearing the utility rumble.
Oh, they're gonna allow the bomb to cross maybe.
Quick push down into the lobby as well for Vitality, so they...
I mean, going lower, they have no smokes here, so it's got to be kills before the plant if they can find him. But Spinks, he's been on fire.
Had a massive game yesterday against GamerLegion to keep Vitality in that series.
His control window broken.
As he hears this, and he's going to find a back turn to him, so easy pickup on Bro, and the half-health Stairs up next. Trajectory of the grenade gives Spinks all he needs to go in with the third piece of the puzzle in this one. Beautiful round from Spinks considering they go down 4v5, and he makes sure Vitality's CT side keeps winning.
They've been really taking advantage of that, and I love when the CT teams are playing Secret, especially versus Lurky outside plays. I thought I had a heart attack. It's just some great rock music.
Okay. Let's rock and roll. All right, locking in. What were you saying? Nice cross outer once more. Should be no surprise for Flamesy. This is a big possibility with the wall of smokes that Astralis threw out. But feeling awfully quiet. Goes for the jump spot, confirms them, and excellent grenade damage on that one. Tech 9 for Jabby, the limitation.
Rotations are in the perfect spot here, lower. Free coming. But Tech 9 headshot.
Things getting a little awkward. Flamesy tries to peek in, and that puts his head on a silver platter for Stown. ZywOo's great timing is going to be able to draw it back. Jabby getting Lurky out through Secret. Excuse me, Squeaky.
Yeah. Wow, they're already upstairs, but can they? Did they get the bomb? No, they can't get that bomb back, right?
Still on the control panel. Thing is, Jabby, he goes out Squeaky, through Ace Sight, through Hut, back to Squeaky. Feels like somebody pushed lobby on him, and he's not wrong, but he just missed the timing. Grenade again. Oh, God, poor Bro's just been pelted by the utility. There's a Molotov there for ZywOo to just re-up on the flames. Does that at 15 seconds, and then peeks down behind it. So this one just gets completely iced out because of bomb control, unfortunately for Astralis.
Yeah, and this is one where it gets, it gets very individualistic, and of course it's a round where they don't have a full investment, but maybe they had a better chance of taking lower if they had all been sort of together, or only had one lurk upstairs maybe on a round where they didn't have that many guns. But you could argue they got more out of it than they thought they would in the first place. Rugged using this timeout to listen. People talk too much.
active listening is an incredible skill that all of us should practice a little more often. And if it ain't broke, don't fix it. So he lets the Astralis boys talk it out amongst themselves. 6-3 the score. And unfortunately for Astralis, more pistols in the middle of this one. Hero AK purchased by Jabby and given over to Device. Maybe trying to test Flamesy again.
Device took a timeout to explain to him why this is a great idea.
Said, guys,
an investment you won't regret.
Said, whether or not I have a 1 in my name, I can do this.
Okay, it changes hands over to Stair.
Based. Luckily, there are more sets of Kevlar across the board here. Anybody picking that up off the front runner. Oh, but Flamesy stops the entry. And this one's going to be tough to pick back up. Bro gets his hands on the AK. A little delayed in that effort because there's just so many bullets flying. But the flashbang was perfect there to shut down the entry. And, well, they got to pick who was going to entry. Stair was the #1 choice by the looks of things. And he's also the guy that eats that Flamesy flash.
So the half now starts to get away from Astralis a little bit after a few good rounds out of them. We've got another half investment. So 1 AK again here, this time for Bro, who maybe was the chosen one on that last round, getting 2 kills.
Yeah, unfortunately, it feels like, you know, the tail of the economy here kind of getting swooped away from Astralis just as they were figuring things out on this T side.
And there is an upstairs, actually, almost forfeited. That smoke comes in. No deaths just yet. Maybe a plant comes down.
Gonna go for the front site plant. CT is challenging out. Bomb is planted, but Stound's dead. 2 players already up in heaven. Look at the health here for Astralis. Not the best flash, but Mezzi's gonna go charging forward nonetheless. And this one falls on the final 2. The only interesting piece here is that Device is wrapping back around heaven. Now, bomb is planted front site. Nothing he's really going to be able to do about this one. And unfortunately for Device, he knows it.
Yeah, if it was next round, maybe he'd try it, but no chance. Device will sit on this one, so nicely done. I mean,
oh no!
Oh, well, it's just a Tech 9.
It's more about the embarrassment of dying after the time to a guy jumping out heaven. True. But yeah, if anything goes better on the bomb site for Astralis, then maybe Device comes through with some unexpected clutch. But they clear him out.
Curious what the final call is going to be here for Astralis, because we've seen a lot of defaults, a lot of fast stuff outside. If somehow it feels like they might have made one wrong buying decision in there because of the amount of half buys and ecos that they've had to play. It feels like one too many, but I wouldn't be surprised if they continuously try to go for secret control again, look for their kill that way. But the counterplay from Vitality, starting secret, having Spinks come up, and having Zywoo come up, has worked out beautifully a number of times already. And they once again haven't had to rely on this op at all. They've just active rifling, and it's actually paying off.
It's looking good. And Flamesy, despite that one hiccup where they trounced him on the ramp, has still had himself an excellent half, 12-5. Slowly but surely, despite all his repositions downstairs in B, comes out with a strong score line. Deep wall of smokes here for Astralis, but that instant lobby control, I mean, Flamesy's going to be on high alert.
Yeah,
that lobby flank is getting into position. His timing peaks up. Bullets coming at him, gets a little antsy. Tries to keep the damage up, and unfortunately doesn't find all too much. Zywoo will chip away at it. It's a CT scramble downstairs, and it's an instant push coming out from Astralis. They're not going to waste a second. They are just storming that bomb site. Apex keeping his head down. Nice deep position from him, and Mezzi's got a double. So that B hit that seems so free for Astralis steps into the wrong place. And Mezzi with Apex, 2 kills apiece. It's a rock-solid B defense in the end. And a desperate attempt with 45 seconds for Jabby to 1v4.
maybe a little too loose here from Astralis as they tried to kind of chase one kill. They got the frag nice and early, but they got it at the tip of secret.
Agreed. Jabby takes a ton of damage with the first fight, so Apex doing an excellent job of throwing himself into the flames of this 12th round of the half. 22 HP, 2 players with a crossfire on the site, and the third one in vents if you even think you can go upstairs. So locked in, shall we say? It's meant to be a fake back. Ain't nobody falling for this one. 9 rounds on the CT side is an excellent one for Vitality. They'll finish the half on fire and be banking on that second pistol to close this early map out.
Rugger, Stare, Device. First of all, how are you guys doing? You have a good player break?
Yeah, it's been good.
Ready for this season?
Yes, ready to get back.
What were your first impressions when you met Device, when you met Stare?
But back then, my impression was that he was a big talent that grinded his way through, you know, what we called the gathers and stuff back then, and made a name for himself pretty fast. And for Stare, like I knew him a little bit from watching demos of him, but he's like, I instantly could see that he shot a lot of hits, so that's always a good first impression.
Now, going into the 2025 season, a lot of things are changing. They're going to be introducing the bounty. Have you have an idea of how that's going to work? You know, like they'll put money on top of your heads and teams can fight for it and take it, Stare smiling away. What do you think of it?
I think it's funny. I think it's creative to make it like that, and I think like you have to like be bold to take like the top teams, and there's a reason for it now, right?
Yeah.
So I like it a lot. It's been a long time since we had that much of innovation in the tournament format, so it's always fun to see how it turns out.
Looking at changes we've had to Counter-Strike since CS2's come in, we're back on MR12. MR12 is, some people love it, some people hate it. Are you happy with it being in the game? Do you think it's changed too much? You don't like it?
I mean, in the start, I thought it was like not good. Like, I thought it was like not that many rounds. So like with ecos and stuff, it wouldn't be that nice to to play the game. And I think now I've got used to it. I think it's okay and it's pretty good that the games are shorter. For me, I think the only issue I have is that you can still like be full reset with the 1400 loss bonus. I think that's my only concern. Yeah, like for me, it's linked to the best of one part, where normally before in MR15, you know, you could make the comeback, like let's say on Nuke, that you had a rough half, you could still make it back with maybe 1 or 2 rounds to go, or to give away during the match, whereas now it's all or nothing the whole game.
We meet loads of fans from around the world, right? And we get some awesome fans for sure. Have you got like a wholesome fan interaction you can recount?
The one that moved me the most was we had a Make-A-Wish with the old Astralis team, which was really touching and difficult for everyone in the team.
Of course.
But it also was really special. I take like what is called public transport in Denmark, and then like when you know they're like for real excited, not just someone that wants like a signing at a signing session. That's what I like. When I started like casting on Danish TV, I realized when I started like walking down the city, I got so much eye contact with men that I've never had before. Like normally you can glance around and people are not looking back, but I had like eye contact with like 50 to 100 like men, and I was like, okay, it's big now.
Awesome. Well, thank you very much for your time, guys, and good luck going into the event.
Thank you. Thank you.
One hell of a half, gotta say. Vitality looking like maybe they'd leave something on the table for Astralis, but nope. CT side shuts it down with 5 straight. Phenomenal half out of Flamesy in the end. ZywOo's got it despite no op in hand.
Yeah.
And, well...
It's only a problem when it's a problem, right? I mean, he can rifle. They've got good setups around it. So, yeah. And we'll see on Dust 2 for sure, which is coming up next, that ZywOo will be opping more. We saw it working extremely well yesterday. I don't know. We haven't really seen a top team with, like, you know, no CT op presence on Nuke. It's, like, normally the litmus test for all the great operas that we've seen in the game. But when you have the 9-3 half, what are we really complaining about here? They did a good job with the secret plays, the re-aggressions. Like, their game plan so far was beautiful. Most of those shots weren't even hard, right? It was good timings.
Yes, sir.
Out of Sping, ZywOo, and the setups by Apex.
Yep. And we still got that liveliness out of Astralis. I think some rounds with quite quick tempo that we saw yesterday too. So
we also saw, though, you know, when it gets a little too loose.
Agreed. That B hit that could have been a little slower. But now they're on the defense and trying to stave off the B hit themselves. Device, nice couple of USB headshots. And a 5v2 looking like a real comfortable spot, so Spinks is going to try to take the cash. Sell when you can. 5 alive. Beautiful. You get the bomb plant for Vitality, but Astralis going to be happy to be hitting shots like those.
So on the round right before we went to the break, it was where they went downstairs because they killed Flamesy at the top secret. That's the one time that CT secret reaggression didn't work. If you got Flamesy and you killed him on control steps when you're coming downstairs, that's a totally different kill because the rotations take way longer to communicate and get in place. But when you kill a guy at top of secret, you can't necessarily run from all the way to from the tip of secret down the stairs, fan control side and decon, and then take over the site at the same time. And then what we saw was Vitality got into positions really early. Like they had lots of notice. So it was kind of fine that Flamesy died at that spot. So it's just moments like that where Astralis can be opportunistic, but you know, when Vitality are this good, obviously at a map like Nuke, they're not really going to make the mistake of leaving a gap open that long.
Again, Astralis keen for the gunfights. Oh, Mezzy finding one with his back turn. So a gun to be grabbed back. Now you've given Mezzy something to work with. We said this one could have fireworks, but with how clinical that CT side was from Vitality, Astralis have to be cautious as to not make missteps now. Nades come pelting through the squeaky door, but it's all right.
Mezzy is a great guy to have on these pistoling rounds. Like we saw him yesterday put that P250 3K on Anubis. He really shows off his aim in moments where they don't have like the best guns ever. And well, he's already got one, even though we're not working with armor.
Site players leaning back. It's down, caught in transition here. Ooh, Apex.
Whoa.
2 Deagles out of main. Too bad Zywoo can't post one of his own. Apex had already used up the Jumba Juice. Just the 2. And that is all. But it's still costly.
Was that the Fortnite juice?
Yeah, Chug Jugs or...
The Chug Jug, that's what I'm thinking of. Yeah, I love that noise.
They got Nuka-Cola in Fortnite right now. Fallout crossover.
Oh, okay.
Crack a Nuka-Cola with the boys.
What Fallout item would you like to see in Counter-Strike?
A Fallout item in Counter-Strike?
Yeah. Probably Nuke would be a good map for it.
That's true. You're not wrong. Give us the Fat Man.
Okay. Come on, Valve. Add Fat Man.
Oh, nothing, huh, bro? Standing out in the open. 2 instant duels, right? Vitality feeling lively in this one.
That's not a great way to lose ramp from a rotator position. Wide open. Vitality still trying to piece it together, though.
Yep.
How good is this opportunity? But, like, here's a moment where...
Nice contrast, right?
Yes, exactly. Like, maybe Astralis would have run this down, just taken that thing and not overthinking the rest of the round. But look at the rotation they would have run into. Now, if you pause, you get the rotation, but you don't overcommit. And they have now ramp control and threaten both upstairs and downstairs at the same time. So, next move is Astralis. Vitality going to add 20 seconds to the clock, wait to see if there's going to be a CT push. And every good team is going to look for information, just a matter of where.
One quick glance through hut. Nothing spotted. Device tries to get something going, and that's going to cost him. Now we're talking 4 players still grouped up on ramp, ready to go hit that B site. Evident that the CTs were trying to find the stack. Jabby, massive ask here.
And spotted.
Yeah, he's going to go down with nothing. So the next player in position would be Stown. Once more, massive. Oh, but he gets himself the second. And that's what they needed, right? A little X Factor. Stare comes out. That's from Decon that he gets his job done, stopping the bomb plant and pushing Stown into a maybe winnable 1v2. They've got a separation issue. Vitality trying to group themselves up in the final 14 seconds. Stown feels like maybe they're coming to him. That bomb is still yet to be picked back up, but if they can go plant it behind Silo, it is safe. Nobody to stop it. Stown's looking for the duels, but he's allowed the plant to go down. And as he watches the right side Silo peek, the planter is locked in, stagnant on that backside. Stown trying to inch out, gets the fight. He wants it, he snaps over, but Flamesy's got him. It's an excellent effort, but not quite there.
Yeah, 100%. Almost picked the perfect timing to peek back up through control as soon as Flamesy went to go grab the bomb. So nice try out of Stown. in that spot. But a lot of this comes down to Bro, unfortunately, dying in Turnpike. In the beginning of the round like this, it's kind of one of the worst ways to go, right? The smoke that he throws is so deep that he can't actually watch the end of the smoke. And so you're just hoping there's obviously no rush in the situation, but they get caught in the middle of a different sort of game plan. They were not expecting a fast ramp whatsoever. And that's kind of a punish that Astralis can't afford at this point in the game. Third timeout's going to be called. But it's a pretty calm situation for Vitality. Winning on a pretty simple strat.
I love that the round did showcase exactly the point you were trying to make about maybe the weakness of Astralis' T side, right? That pause in ramp feeds device to the Wolves. And it's good to know that Apex can, when he needs to, rule with the iron fist. Everyone stop now. And that little bit of a squeeze puts Astralis in a very difficult spot. This is a force buy they're coming in with, 2 MP9s and pistols to try and stave off Vitality's 11th, and a save on the other side of it to deny a 12th, or it's forces down to the end. So enough early success for this T side with their very first gun round to maybe wrap up Nuke nice and easy. 5-7 lineup sees a ton of bodies. Got to be careful about a potential boost, a stack that could be had. Bro, one and done as the fire spreads to his feet. Now Stare has a very interesting position as he lurks back around the ramp pit and catches ZywOo off guard. They'll spam him through the smoke. And now Stound's going to try to get his back. Oh, but he gets bested by Apex, who's got himself some pretty critical kills throughout this map. Man advantage for Vitality. A very patient Flamesy back towards T-spawn, but a Stare that doesn't seem like he's going to fall victim to this.
I think they both are aware that they've hurt each other at some point, but eventually Flamesy's composure.
It's all about the duel.
Yeah.
And now Jabby tasked with another tough one.
They have no idea where he is. With the 2 out of 3 of them low, they want to
they're coming
keep together, but yeah, they are coming.
Good off angle, but
nice
even better headshots. Flamesy puts down the last 2 defenders, gets those duels cleaned up, and has absolutely proven his value tonight already. 15 kills to 17 frags with those last 2. A 17 and 8 half so far. What more can you ask of him?
Yeah, I don't know. Not much more, to be honest. I feel like Flamesy has become the player that they have been looking for in the, since joining the team. It's a lot of development and a first team of this caliber that he's played for, and he's really risen to the challenge. He's got the best T-side stats. He's looking a lot more consistent overall. And even in those playoff games, showing up big time.
Force to the end. That's the dire situation Astralis find themselves in. Ramp players trying to run at this fight as all 3 players for Astralis fall in their opening duels. It is just great individual levels coming out. 5-7 will try its damnedest, but everybody from Vitality putting left foot in front of right to keep the march steady. That is a 12th round with absolutely no contest and another weak bye for the Danes. Feels like all too many around in this map have been a struggled economic spot for them.
Yeah, we would have had a very skewed perception, I think, of Vitality if they didn't get to play the 3rd map yesterday, but since they did, we saw what they look like when they get warmed up, and they're definitely back in form, so I think, there was maybe a chance for the upset, but this really shows the level of difference here from Vitality to Astralis, at least for now. Nice shot.
There's a little something.
This is Astralis' map pick. And we'll see who puts on more of a masterclass. If it's going to be ZywOo open from car or device from his, core position.
Yeah, because Dust2's around the corner.
Yeah.
Back turn to the USP. Oh, Flames just whips it on him. And it's one thing to lose 13-5. It's another thing to lose the 3v5 to end this game. They go full lobby control for Astralis with a player on the rooftop. Flamesy has carved control of outer. Still a very strong amount of utility if they head downstairs and want to go for the B site.
Yeah, they've got the smokes. They've got a healthy amount of time to walk the entire way. There's no resistance down there, and information's getting searched out, but they're going to realize at some point no one's actually turned the corner into mini, so it's just that rotating down is going to be hard. They're going to assume Vent is already being watched, so it might be time ticking down to their defeat. We'll see if the secret flank is timely or not.
Jabby just hoping to find one player with their back turned.
But now he turns into a potential Vent player, so they're going to be watching him.
Could catch a player up in control. He hears the util. But it feels like Astralis maybe missing the timing.
Wait a second, they planted for control side. They didn't have control of control side.
Whoa, that's awkward. And with it, Astralis do get that 6.
They came in from decon and then planted for control side, and they were at the top of the window. They weren't even watching the door.
I thought they were going to be hyper aware of all that timing.
Yeah.
They end up throwing caution to the wind, and it just looks a little awkward. Oops, teehee. Yeah, that's...
okay, it's backside, but it's definitely open to both.
Yeah.
They were worried about the fact that ramp wasn't open, but they had smokes coming in.
Well, you win some, you lose some. They've lost 1, and Astralis lose 2 in the opening seconds of the round. All of a sudden, that last one doesn't feel like much.
They're here to beat up on Bro. They're coming to ramp every round.
Yeah, they have bamboozled him. In contrast to the flamesy consistencies, stair swings, doors open. A 3v5 demanded of Astralis. It's a fake plant out of ZywOo to see if he can get something going, and they will make their move. Jabby and Stair are doing this from control. Oh, Lord. 3v5 taken to the 3v2.
And it turned into a fake plant, so no committal downstairs. Tees are actually still in a great spot. Look where Apex is.
But down a man.
He's here to hold their attention.
But as he backs up, Device has found a good timing on his flank. So we're going to put ZywOo into a 1v3 clutch, and he's going to have a lot of space to go for this bomb plant. Unless Device starts running heaven now. Oh, these are those ones, aren't they? Fast ladder movement, ZywOo off-site, Molly burns him out. He's going to try to wrap back around towards Squeaky. Vent, not occupied. Total redirection from Astralis into heaven. All 3 players. ZywOo surely won't expect this, but as they put their heads on the platter, he misses straight up. And with a 3v5, Astralis keep this map going.
Yeah, just real honest fight there, running up control side, taking a battle with whoever wanted to, and well, Vitality were just not ready to stop that. So Astralis kind of stabilized a little bit here economically. After these 2 kills, but I mean, that was a round pretty much done. 2 opening frags plus ramp once again, as they've been looking for in the first 10-15 seconds of the round.
ZywOo taking responsibility for that lost situation by not going for the plant there when he says, that was me, that was me. Sorry, that was me.
I guess it's possible.
Maybe would have put Apex in a good spot, seeing as he has ramp control and nades, but cut your losses and try to go for another one of those smashes that put you in a 3v5 to begin with. See if ZywOo can make it up for them. Yeah, again, another 5v3.
These rounds are looking so easy.
Yeah.
Oh, right in between 2 of them. And then take the bullet between the eyes.
Feels like Vitality are just, you know, giving Astralis a couple pity rounds with these last 2.
Maybe one more for the road. They come into this with 2 AKs. Not a great look here for Astralis on their map pick.
Unfortunate. CT side really hasn't had too much. Not out of the gate any round. Poor Bro's trying to get into the action. He's just thinking, at least they didn't rush me. He'll try his absolute damnedest.
They're out of utility now, so they have to scale.
It is just Deagles, though, on some, and unarmored for Flames. It's not an impossible retake. A 2v5 retake to keep them in nuke. AK's picked up by the pistol players. A tap of the bomb to try and cause a ruckus. There's a kit on Stair still. Nice frag, but Flames swings out And of course it's Flames. Star-studded performance from the young Israeli tonight. Vitality will take Astralis' map pick and set up a duel on Dust 2.
Well, there you go. Not the Vitality we saw yesterday. They look cool. They look confident. I mean, Cadian, I'd argue easy for Vitality on that one. It never
You said it was not possible, Sam. That because of how they played yesterday, you said, what shape are they in?
When did I say that?
We all heard it. It's there on Twitch TV. Blast.
I'm pretty sure what I said was this will not be the same Vitality we saw yesterday.
All right. I'll give you a little bit of slack. It's all right. I mean, they definitely played good. I think just taking it a little bit methodical from the first half, Astralis actually did have some really good T rounds. One of the main issues with trying to play a really good T side on Nuke is that it can be hard to string rounds together because you have to outplay your opponents with communication, decision making, and so forth. I was standing next to Astralis in these rounds, and I actually think that Device made some pretty good calls. They did outplay them in a few rounds. Also, they had the call where they made a quick A explode. No Vitality players on A, 5 versus 5, and they just get completely shattered. There was a timeout after this. They tried to address it, say that we need to be more decisive, more communicative within each other. So ending up with 3 or 4 rounds is not enough. And when we switched to the second half, I think Vitality was playing very proactive CS. They were playing some decisive CS as well. And I have one round that I really want to describe a little bit for the viewers at home. Yeah, there we go. So here we see Spinks being very aggressive. Last round of the first half, he's just solo pushing into door. At this point in the round, now he calls to everyone that lobby is clear. Small chance someone could be ramped, but Flames here trying to peek up above the molly. After this first contact, should probably retreat. One of the main points of this round for me is that when Spinks clears lobby, this is a round that Vitality must not lose. Then, listening to the comms of Astralis, they knew that Apex jumped into the window. He shattered the glass, he made a lot of footsteps, but they don't manage to kind of play off that, like, how do we kill this guy? Stair walks up a little bit unaware. The guys on side is also not trying to provide help, whether that's Stair having to wait for them to go and have contact on the window from other positions inside or whatnot. I'm not sure, but definitely some miscommunication in this round, and you could see a little bit of frustration within Astralis as well. I think maybe one thing that could be interesting for the viewers at home as well is that Apex on this first half was very talkative, and also in the rounds where they were winning, he was looking, how can we improve even more? He was like, yes, but Shaha, in this round you should still be communicating this to me, you should still be doing this. He was constantly being active, searching for them to up their level, maybe having a little bit of a nightmare from yesterday with how the communication was, but I think he was doing it in a good way, where he was still having the positive tone, still leading his boys in a good manner, and yeah, this is some good CS. This is where a lot of the players can shine.
Well, this is the thing. So Vitality, obviously, like you said, Apex, he was. I don't want to say he was fixing things. He was simply going, hey, we need to be better here. We need They were working on improving while they were in the game. On the other side, you have Astralis, who's having those miscommunications, like you said, and obviously a little bit of frustration, I'm sure, coming in there where things aren't working and you're up against Vitality. I don't think Astralis necessarily played bad. They just, when they made those small mistakes, Vitality's in there taking advantage of them.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, but this is the kind of game between two top teams. Those kind of small mistakes is going to decide it, because also listening to the Astralis comms, there was still these small positive affirmations like, yes, Device, that's a really good call, or yeah, peek on me, like all these kind of small. So it's not like I'm saying they were completely out of it. That's not the case at all. I just think it's the small marginals which is going to decide these kind of games.
And it's so difficult to get those small margins just right. Vitality got them right, though, and also we had a chance to see one of my favorite players pop off. Flames, he had a fantastic first map there.
Yeah, I mean, he's a good player. He's a good guy as well. Someone that you always look forward to seeing the face of when you go to an event, because he's always smiling, he's always making jokes, and his mechanical skill is oftentimes something that's, I would say, severely underrated. He is a guy that likes to run in. I'm not sure if he always likes it. I think he does, but he's running in first a lot for his team, where Apex back in the days was known for being this very traditional entry fragger, always running in first. We've seen the newer generation of some of, maybe the older generation, you know, the Kerrigan, the Hooksy, these kind of guys, always running in first for the team. Apex does that a little bit less, and that requires another guy in the team to do so. And Flames does that, and he does it excellent.
I think he's a fantastic addition to Vitality from like a long-term perspective. I don't see him dropping off anytime soon. I think he's only going to get better.
Yeah, for sure. But like, you have the IGLs who's standing a bit further back, offering the grenades, the flashes, but then you need the guy who has the bravery to still run in, because that's the difference in kind of leadership styles and so forth. But like, I know Saivu is also sometimes hungry to run in. I was standing next to them in the last round. Messi kept saying, Mathieu, I have a deagle, let me go first. And he said, no, just let me search. So he's also talking a little bit about the confidence level of Saivu right now. We saw him ending yesterday on Dust 2. Phenomenal game, so I think he's also feeling the game a little bit more right now.
We saw a little bit of a push from Astralis there right at the end on those 2 CT rounds, trying to string something together. What is the conversation that you think is happening right now when they're standing outside, figuring out how they're now going to move on to Vitality's map pick?
I mean, I think they're just going to try to talk about resetting. I think they're going to talk... We talked about yesterday, like, how do you handle these kind of in-between map talks? And I think with kind of listening to their comms, they will be addressing that they want people to communicate more, make more plans within each other, play within the chaos. Device was talking about the ping pong CS. That's also something we talked a lot about in Heroic. So they are going to address this, but they're also quickly going to shift on to how are we going to approach Dust 2? What is going to be our game plan? We saw a lot of positive tendencies from them yesterday against Falcons. I think especially the CT side, the kind of aggression around short and middle is something that we should hope they can do again today.
We want to talk a little bit more about Astralis' map pool, so we're going to do that after this.
Normally you would do that on Ancient, your go-to pick, but they take that away from you with their permaban. How confident do you feel on the rest of your map pool going up against them?
I mean, I think we're still pretty confident. Like, of course, they take Ancient, but it's not our only good map. We have a couple of picks up our sleeve, I would say. We have a couple of maps we really like and would like to play, and we think that we might be, like, or can beat at least the best teams in the world at those maps. So, yeah, it doesn't really scare me that they banned it. We're ready for it.
Maybe I'm reading too much into this. The might be okay. Not quite the confident speak that we are better than these people on these maps. I was a little bit apprehensive there, and that is why I kind of wanted to talk about Astralis' map pool in comparison to Vitality. I feel like Vitality just has, I don't want to say a deeper pool, just a better win rate on a lot of these selections.
Yeah, I mean, they have, but also I think that usually when having kind of two top teams, like both of them are two teams within the top 10, both of them more or less every time will have maps where they feel relatively comfortable. It's not as frequent as it maybe was a few years ago, where someone had a map that they would just never win on. Kind of nowadays, people are so good at studying other teams, copying strats from other teams, that even if you're not the most innovative team yourself, or you don't always realize the exact philosophies of a map, you will look at some of the teams who are successful and you'll try to break down why they are so. So yeah, I think definitely a bit of a shared map pool, which is also why you potentially saw Astralis picking Nuke and Vitality stealing it, because both teams know how to play this map.
Fair enough. Now we move on to Dust 2 though. We got to see Vitality on Dust 2 yesterday. It was against GamerLegion. They looked really good, but it's a different level of competition. And then I do think we actually got to see Astralis as well on Dust 2, and again, up against Falcons, so not a lot to compare. But what do you think about both of these teams and how they'll play this out?
Yeah, I think one of the interesting things is, for me, the veto when you come back from a break. This is the first tournament that both teams play, is always a little bit more risky and a bit more jeopardy, because usually when you're in the middle of the season, the team played a tournament 1 week ago, 3 weeks ago, and you can kind of, you know their tendencies, you know, okay, they can't just fix the map that they're not so good on, or the map that they usually go to pick, they're probably going to keep leaning into. Where after the break, we know for sure that Astralis has been boot camping. You don't know exactly what maps have they been looking at. If they've had a map maybe where the record was a little bit bad and they anticipate other opponents to pick it, they are going to put a lot of emphasis onto that. And the interesting thing is that both teams played this map yesterday. They won both of them pretty convincingly. So there is fresh material to look at. The things that you and I saw yesterday is also things that they for sure have been studying against each other for today's game. But yeah, it's going to be an interesting one, because like I said, there's a level of relatively advanced way of playing Dust 2 as a terrorist, but there's also the simple style with just the B execution and the long rushes.
You spoke about that yesterday, but now if you have to pull out your crystal ball, Katie, what type of Counter-Strike do you think we're going to get from these two teams coming into this map?
I hope that we'll see Astralis fighting back with the capabilities that we know they have. I think they are not satisfied with how the first map went, and they'll have some hunger to come in and prove that they are way better than what they just showed. So yeah, for me, for the viewers at home, I hope that we can see a game where the individuals of Astralis is firing a bit more off. Maybe we'll see them also 5-10% more energized, but that is also easier when you're winning multiple rounds in a row. I remember always hating a little bit when my coaches and mental coaches is like, yeah, you guys just weren't as hyped this map as some of the other ones. Mate, we lost 7 rounds in a row. I mean, am I just going to stand up and celebrate us losing yet another round? You know, like, that can be super difficult. So I think here, hopefully they'll get a little bit of momentum their way, and it will be easier.
This is just a very random question, but I've actually always wanted to ask it. Do you find sometimes with the mental coaches that, no doubt in my mind, they do incredible work?
They do.
But can they sometimes, in these moments when, you know, you're between maps, get in the way of it? Where you kind of, as a team, are like, hold on, shush, we just need to deal with what's going on in the server?
I'll say I personally work with the Troll Trouble, who's in NIP now. Then I worked with Lasse Sven, who's still in Heroic, and I worked with Edward in Liquid, and all three of them has done a tremendous job. All three of them have learned me different things. I don't think any of them has come in the way of kind of resetting or like, this is also their home turf. So also it's, I think you also need to realize, is this something that I'm an expert on, or will other people know more? And that's why I've always been leaning into the mental coaches in these areas and trusting their guidelines.
I've always found that fascinating. So thank you for entertaining my personal interests in the mental game. But now we're going to get into the actual game.
Yeah, you guys go mental, and we'll get to the real Counter-Strike, shall we, Mohan?
I think you'd be a crazy coach, Cadian. A mental coach.
Yeah. He'd have the energy to pull through.
Yeah.
Yeah. If broadcasting doesn't work for you, Cadian, there's always options. Bet Boom. Oh, not Bet Boom, excuse me. Got something on my mind. GG Bet. Woof. GG Bet odds here for Vitality. Obviously, map up Mohan, moving into Dust 2. You expecting another ZywOo show like yesterday?
I actually am, I think. I'm just a little bit... Yeah, I mean, we didn't get him opping last map. They won. So that's fine. We go into Dust 2. ZywOo will be opping. I'm going to assume. He was doing great CT side yesterday on Dust 2. I think the competition is a little bit higher with Device on the other CT side. He'll be competing in different halves, I think, but that'll be a very fun element to this game. It just feels like Vitality showed that they're a much stronger team as, you know, a team with a system, with a caller with more experience, the players who understand all their protocols. And Astralis are on a self-discovery journey here in the last 6 months or so with Device trying to figure out what brand of Counter-Strike Astralis are going to bring to the table. And I think that, well, that's going to make it hard to just dominate this game. But if there was a map for Device to really shine, I think it would be Dust 2.
Put in a strong spot to get one, but unfortunately can't connect with the USP peak lower. Apex hears you running. Oh, and Stair was almost given a chance as Apex wanted to chase the second player in Stown. Can't win his second duel, but the entirety of what remains of Vitality ready to go up Cat. Device will be given a second chance. Couldn't get it done from Catwalk. Will clip Flamesy and then come out with the frag to ZywOo. CT scrambling over. Oof, Mezzy just out on a pedestal, and the jumping USP not quite there. Spinks does get dropped down to 14 health, and the flank comes out to kill him. So between Stown's frag and Device with a couple, it is Astralis taking pistol.
Yeah, you love to see that. Another good CT pistol out of them. They'll pull off that retake. Vitality will happily take the bomb plant, and of course, as the meta goes, this just means the buy can come in early, and Astralis had to buy accordingly. And once again, like we saw with Vitality yesterday, they were incorporating the new fast cap boost into their Dust 2 play a bit. And sometimes people are jumping up there just to fight with the sort of over the looming threat that they could jump up and go for a cat retake. But sometimes they're just going up on the boxes to get better vision on the site players in retake situations. And that alone has made it interesting to watch.
Taking a cheeky gander. Little peek over the neighbor's fence. Just like ZywOo tries out of the gate with this spawn, but doesn't stick around in the doors. Doesn't force the issue. They do force the buy. 2 AKs in the Galil. Tons of grenades for Flames. Make sure he doesn't die, or else that whole belt's going to evaporate.
Probably not that much spawn utility in this round, but there is a little bit of an assembly line going towards the B site here for the T side. I was thinking maybe they would want to test Cat. Nice one from Bro. Instant headshot.
Very good. One of the players without a helmet. Popped and dealt with. Smoked out of the execute. They got another volley of utility here, Vitality, so if they are very adamant about that tunnels hit, with a potential Flamesy mid-split, he's going to try to set them up. CTs drop another tunnel smoke, though, and that one's going to take a bit of wind out of the sails of Vitality on one half of the split. Flamesy still looking to try to make something. Checking him out, pushing around now. He has managed to cross in middle. And as he crosses in between players, Bro just awaits the rest of it. Spinks connecting to the headshot. Flushes a player out through the doors. Flamesy never overcommits to the mid play. Tries to come back through tunnels to join his teammates, and unfortunately has nothing to offer us now. Solid stuff from Bro.
Yeah, very nice from the back of the site. 3 frags. Shut it all down. That was the one idea that Vitality wanted. Couldn't get it this time. And now, is there a chance that Flamesy dies after time? Looks like no. So far, so good here for Astralis. And even though it's not an eco, they make their money, keeping so many alive.
Let's see Bro off to a bit of a better start. Didn't have much fun over on ramp last map. So, picking up some easy ones. Astralis will convert. Ooh, bit spicier here. ZywOo looking for Cat, and that's just Stound floating around after his first kill. Kind of left himself out there.
He did, for sure. They could have absolutely run lower like they just did.
But he also seemed to sense that player locked in top mid, so it was
actually awkward spot. No one on long control right now. They're going for the Cat retake flashes. Excellent.
Yeah, not quite. Doesn't get himself the third one. Spinks is hanging on for dear life.
Yeah, but look who's coming. Apex up from behind, however.
All
that's
good.
The bomb dropped at the cross.
Could have been a triple for Device. Ends up being Stairs. 2 kills to close it out, but 3-0 is the start here for Astralis.
And we did not see much of a T side out of them because they actually impressed themselves with a excellent CT side overall. So starting T is already going to make this interesting for Vitality, where their problems before the break were essentially that, well, their CT sides on good days were very active and I think full of ideas. And then on bad days were extremely passive and cramped and slow. And I think they've made specific improvements to try to keep that activity up, which I think comes from a lot of communication. Keep the communication high, the ideas will flow, the moves will flow on TD side. And they've shown some good improvements there. But if you focus too much on one half, maybe you lose a bit on the other. We'll see if Vitality have lost anything when it comes to their T side.
Oh, there's no fluidity in CS without constant comms. Jabby, ooh. Thought maybe he'd get the back turn there. There was a little shadow getting spotted as they taked a little bit looked through CT spawn. Device is so locked into this position right now. Nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. Just gotta hold him off. Oh, and Mezzi with the long-range AK headshot with that takes over the B site. And, well, bomb plant, no contest. Vitality on the board.
And it's also Vitality here starting out with their very quick strats on T side, where in the struggle maps versus GamerLegion, they were kind of slow to like go to default, would come through with ideas late into the round, and that's when they were actually losing the most. So they come out scrappy early, and it looks really hard to stop. Jabby has no idea how close they could be. Put full trust in Flamesy to find that kill. Where's Dust 2 for you right now in terms of your favorite maps in the pool? Is it down there?
No, it's kind of up in the middle.
The middle.
Lower half of the middle pack, you know?
Yeah.
Definitely above Vertigo.
Amen. Nothing's higher than Vertigo.
Good shot out of ZywOo. Just nice to see him with an op every once in a while. But he was swinging with it last night once they hit Dust 2. Hitting hard. Nobody seemingly wants a piece of ZywOo. Spamming away in middle. Well, there'll be no surprise the op's out there, and Flamesy taking a glance towards Cat.
So here's that classic position from the Device. And these timing nades on Cat are massive. Like, this is where a lot of your util damage is going to come out on CT side. Cash grenades and spawn waiting for timings, and then it's all to support Device, who eventually, you know, can be the star of the round if they end up going for the full split. No decisions here made just yet for Vitality. They're still sussing out the situation, but it's Astralis who haven't re-cleared into mid. They haven't poked around the door whatsoever. And now the attention goes to Stair. This is a very standard map for Astralis. And Device is feeling suspicious that there's a split on the way.
Kind of floating between both his options. Utility on the corner. May nullify him. Flash comes through, but oh, it's a second too late. Mezzi's got the vision. Device winds up blind. Good on him. Staying composed on the fallback, dodging bullets.
Relying on Stound to hold his fallback. They aren't watching Cat whatsoever. This smoke is running out of time. And time is just going, 15 seconds.
Oh, they've got to press through. Device hangs on, and Spinks comes through with a clearing of the CT spawn. They got the CTs corralled into the site. No bomb plant needed, Mohan.
Some teams beat themselves, and
they squeezed.
It feels like this is a round where, like, Astralis didn't give them any vision into middle doors. They didn't fight the doors. They didn't go for an NOA boost. They didn't have an opera there ever. They just sat and waited, and Vitality were sure that they were going to come through with some aggressive option. They never found it. And if you look at the clock, I mean, they only need 1 or 2 kills to end up sort of delaying long enough that the bomb doesn't go down. But luckily, everybody fights, and they all die as well.
Nice tag out of Zywoo. USPs across the board. Desperate times now for Astralis. Kind of already. Ooh, nice. Finish him off. Get him out of here. And on to the next one. Flashbacks to Nuke. CT pistol win for Astralis. Conversion for Astralis. Gun rounds making a world of difference. Yet again here on map 2. You know, and even in that last round, when you're saying, right, you just need a kill or 2, but they left the door open with the lack of guarding of mid doors. Spinks was really, if things go south, Spinks in a spot to clean it up. You know, it's that franticness that sometimes on a T side looks good for Astralis. I like that they definitely pounce. They're on the ball, no doubt, but sometimes also just exposing themselves to mid rounds of Vitality, whose composure is reigning supreme in this head-to-head.
I mean, I think when it comes... Okay.
Don't worry about it. Whatever you're looking at.
Crazy ending to the round. Yeah, I think with Astralis, like, it comes down to how much runway they have to sort of make this work with this 5. Because I think at this point, I don't think anyone has really said they need to make a roster move, or there's like a roster move that makes sense for this team. They still have untapped talent with Stair that he'll continue to get better. Bro looks like he fits in super well into this composition. Then they've got the star player potential, and if Device is intent on IGLing, which is the main question mark of this team, how much time before they decide if it's working or not? And it feels like, you know, they are giving him time. It does feel like they've never really been a team to rush in that regard. I mean, they've really, like, played things out. But it's a very competitive field right now. There was the break, there was the first half of the year, and the results actually technically only atrophied slightly, right? They only got slightly worse. It's not to say that they were horrible from the jump, and they were actually kind of impressive to kick things off, but they definitely, you know, want to see improvements day by day, and we're still seeing some of the same issues.
First half of 24 is definitely a season that they shouldn't be ashamed of, but did leave them wanting more.
They still weren't a tournament threat.
Yeah.
You know, by the end of it. Which it's a lot to ask, especially for how many new things are happening on the roster. But again, nobody's suggesting a roster move.
Just feels like we're all hoping for a strong second half of the year for them. Little creepy crawlers here in round 7. Vitality have gotten a whole pack of players.
That bomb is just so far away from the action.
Oh man, you're right. Shame, because bomb on one of these players in a play like this, they feel like geniuses.
This is ridiculous. Oh my god, that actually works out so well.
I mean,
Astralis just had this massive gap on Cat. They had no idea what was happening. No one even watching into mid.
And yeah, Zywoo saw that. He's going to clear the corner. He just saw, I think, the barrel of Stair as he came out through the doors. It is jaw-dropping that Vitality get away with 3 players on A site, no bomb possession, and that double kill. Astralis never see it coming.
They never see it coming. I would have to look back to see if they threw nades on Cat, because if you're playing long, you can still hear some of the flashes, some parts of the default taking place, and it looks like they went through with some kind of Furia walk all the way around up to the top of the site and didn't see anything, so they said, hey, let's continue with it. That would be more than a surprise.
Yeah, it's a good thing Device is in good health, or else that's a heart attack.
Yeah.
But man, what really sucks, I mean, it might not be a heart attack, but it's a broken heart. That's the full buy you were waiting for, right? You go 5 USPs the round prior.
Yeah, they're leaving some big gaps here. I mean, leaving Cat open and keeping long is normal, but they don't have Cat, and they've never played in mid. And they've never pushed to top mid control either.
Well, they're trying it now here with the slight upgraded pistols. Bomb in the doorway, ZywOo crossing back, 4 players out long for Vitality, and it's Mezzi, the T-spawn anchor, who could always come back and help out. They don't know about the suicide push, but it doesn't get them much. No scout frag yet. But an over-defended A bomb site in anticipation of a commitment here from Vitality that may not come. We were praising Vitality back on Nuke for some of their T-side mid-round stalls. This one looking likely yet again.
And it looks like they'll just feed into their hope that it's going to end A eventually as they reroute to the other side of the map, leaving ZywOo in the pit. Here to farm his $100 frags.
ZywOo versus Device, though, I won't complain.
And another clean call here for Vitality with an open map.
Oof, there it is.
Nice.
Spinks gets popped. ZywOo's trying to run over to join them. No lower control for the T's. ZywOo gets in position. Calls it frantically that they're making it over. But again, we are talking about majority unarmored teams. Device with another scout headshot. Love to see it. But he's going to fall there. So 3 members up in Vitality on fire. The conversion from the pistol and nothing yet since.
Yeah, we're definitely missing a lot of action inside of middle right now here from Astralis. So we want to see lower pushes. That's something that gets spammed on this new version of Dust 2 and hasn't been used at all by them. Trying to punish cap presence early on. And we saw that default where Vitality were like chilling in mid, waiting for a response, and there was just no one there to even watch them. So we're getting rounds where Vitality could even mid-lurk as they go forward with something else, and there would be no response to them. So pretty kind of flawed setups here overall from the CT side, at least in Vitality's eyes. They're taking advantage of everything. We're going to get the reroute here for Device to flash first down to re-clear. This is a very normal timing. They'll actually peel back off it. He says, I just don't want a part of this right now. Well, there's no one on the corner on the off at long, so does Mezzi try to walk out?
It's a good flash. Could have been an opportune chance for Flamesy to pounce, but
literally waiting for this rotation.
Another chance for Device to post up. He's going to keep him at bay with the Molotov, but Flamesy's ahead of that.
They're giving him too many outposts. Okay, so now we see Device coming in. This is potentially the fight that matters the most. If he wants to go back to long, but the Astralis are really guessing. You know, Vitality are lodged in. They have outpost positions, and they have time now. Still a good amount of utility here for the CT side. But there's the mid-B rotation. This makes A weaker. It's all going to come down to Device.
Oof.
And he's got no flash support at all.
Nope. Tough job. Apex in the front. Jump over. And the IGL goes down. 20 seconds to the clock. Can he slow them down at all? No. He is hit by that flash. Blind as a bat. And with the smoke grenade there, there's no jump up chance.
Oh, man.
ZywOo ends up smashing him out of the round. We've got this deep pit control still for Stair. Long range duel that Flames is barely still standing in. And a missed chance from ZywOo that reopens the door. Jabby tears him apart. Beautiful tap. 2 line up on ramp. And Mezzi could have gone massive. But it's a clean retake for Astralis, considering Device only gets the 1.
Yeah, it was a bad miss out of the ZywOo, even though he took out Device right there. And I thought we were definitely in for a Mezzi clutch in that moment. 1 clean, 1 down long, but only 2 in total. This is still, I want to say this is still a pretty rough round for Astralis overall when it comes to the setup, how easily this bomb gets planted. And you know you've tricked the team looking at the map and seeing the mid-B player, not at Game Helper, not at Car, not doubled up on Goose. If Astralis were really convinced it was going to be that split, then Stown would have been there to support Device. They just play with so little information. And now they're starting to open up a little bit more. We've got Jabby and Lower taking over Tunnel's control.
Nice. Also got Vitality looking to go for something early, right? How much of a setup did we get from them in the last round in contrast to this?
But they pretty much know it's long. They've cleared everything already.
Good. Good on Astralis, getting just as active in this one, but it's gonna still boil down to the frags. We get Stair locking in, and he will stop the climb up of Flamesy. Looking to go deeper through the Goose off the flash, and that's gonna get punished. Spinx keeps it on high alert. Mezzy connecting one through smoke. Down to the half health, drops lower. And with smoke all over sight, what's he gonna get into? Mezzy planting on the box, it's fine. The two remaining CTs looking to jump back up in a moment. It was a fake plant that doesn't elicit any kind of frantic reaction. Another piece of util. Pop comes the op. Zywoo. Ooh, he's gonna shut it down. Nice 2 kills from the Woo, denying a follow-up from Astralis.
Yeah, so that's, well, a better round from Astralis when they get the info on all the empty areas of the map early on, but it's versus 5 long, which on Dust 2 is always viable. It's still going to be a fight.
Nice! Nice, Matu. Bro, I'm so fucking unlucky, bro! Putain! Il utilise mes full blind,
Tons would kill to be in your position, Apex. You're not unlucky. Oh, another nice one here for Zywoo. Versus in, I don't know who was saving on this round, but it looks like Device didn't spend much.
Looks like Bro grabs his scout. See if he can get anything out of it. Jabby get this M4 into the back line of long because Spinx has actually missed the timing. This could be a big one from Jabby, but he's going to have to be brave about it. He's got to remain proactive. Spinx is starting to double back, and that's where things could go down because it's pistols on the other end of it. And so Jabby's M4 never gets to come into the mix. Had he flanked when they tried to fight sight, maybe, but unfortunately the playmaker is left out of the play. And that's going to be Vitality taking a 7th.
They're getting outclassed, man. They got outclassed on Nuke. They're getting sort of outclassed again here on Dust 2.
And that round was clinical.
Yeah, definitely.
Zywoo out of the gate on cross. Again, the biggest issue is Jabby gets positioning towards long, but you see it, even Spinx closes down by waiting for it, so well aware of what could have been.
This time Roga gets involved.
They're now uncomfortably aware of what could be. Another lopsided half here. 8th round queued up for Vitality if they want to take it.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot to, I mean, I don't know. I think the one thing they can stop for sure is the cap presence that's going to be there early. Let's see what idea Astralis have on this round. We're looking for activity as much as possible.
Seen Stown blindsided from the lower peak, but it's a little bit more delayed, and he doesn't float around either.
So I think the first time that Device has decided to op over the smoke in mid. We've got a lot of variety out of Vitality when it comes to mid B, tempos, cap plays, long hits. They've had it all so far this half.
This forward stance from Astralis on the A site, a little bit different.
Yeah, this is definitely different. The CT reclears have been super meta right now. But in this position, it doesn't look like they're going to inch forward unless time goes too far down and they need to find something.
And maybe if Astralis get lucky, there's going to be a Vitality scramble.
He's turning the corner.
They make it.
Now they're worried about mid B because they see this.
Yep.
But is it too late?
Going to be key. They're trying to boost over top of it, get that op in position. The pack is making it pass, but Jabby on his own. 3 kills with the A1S. Bro locks down the tunnels, and it's a big one from Jabby to help Astralis get that oh-so-coveted 5th. Looked like the site was going to get swarmed, and Jabby's got other ideas. He's aware, he's on presence and sharp as he peeks wide. No! A taste of the full English! A 1v3 from Mezzi for map point!
I'm William Merriman, also known as Mezzi. Growing up in Birmingham was fun. I think it definitely shaped me as a person growing up and being grateful for everything I had. All my family and obviously my partner is the most important people in my life.
I'm Fiona Elliston. I'm Will's girlfriend, well, fiance. Are you ready? We met each other back in high school. He asked me out. He started it saying, I know you're probably going to say no, but will you be my girlfriend? And I really liked him. And he's the same person, you know, 12 years later.
Gaming's always been a part of my life, growing up with 3 brothers and a dad who also played Counter-Strike Source. Seen my dad go to like these UK lands as well and just show me that way of life. And my brothers like have that competitive side as well. You always want to be the best at whatever you do against your brothers. You're always the most annoying to play against.
If it wasn't you, it was going to be me.
Just seeing these big tournaments, these majors, it was like people are actually going to these events to spectate and to see these players perform, and I want to be that guy that's in that chair. When a team or an organisation like Vitality come in, it's like you kind of just have to say yes. It's just the start of the journey, and it's a new journey with Vitality, and now I have the team and the organisation backing us.
1, 2, 3, Vitality!
This is just the start of my path, and like my turn to try and win all these tournaments that I've participated in.
Whatever you want to do. Charging in. Mezzi for the back of the platform is delivering a lot of impact. It's just Mezzi polishing his crown, and the king pulls him in.
We will go to these events and we will win them, and hope that we can build this legacy in this era within CS.
What's the cause? He peeks wide. He gets
It's a cheeky triple sprinkled in by Jabby at the end of that half, but Vitality still looking for the 2-0 sweep of the Astralis game tonight to lock that spot in for the Group B final game, sending Astralis down to the consolidation final.
Are you happy for Vitality that they're showing like this form? Are you
I'm always happy, man.
Are you disappointed that Astralis are like not like as starting off as hot as we saw yesterday?
Everybody's looking like they're having fun. It's a great day.
That's true. Nothing to be upset about.
Nothing to be it. No, I am a little disappointed that Astralis haven't made the series more competitive, but this T side could be the one that gets them in. You know, right here, right now type beat, or Mezzi and Apex combine in the bomb site and everybody gets shredded. Because Vitality, I think, more than anybody else, more than Astralis, needed to turn the conversation around after the GamerLegion best of 3 last night.
Yes, definitely.
So.
And after this year, I mean, this year, right? It's all about like gearing up for the major at the end of this year for Vitality.
A team that needs a trophy like them should not be coming into the second event of the season. Sorry. Start of the season and faltering like they did.
Yeah.
You know, what was it?
Yeah, you had 2 flash there.
At EWC?
They won 1 game, lost 1 game.
Yeah.
So.
Oh. Brutal format.
Yeah. Yeah, hardly a warm-up.
Now they'll definitely get the officials in here in Copenhagen. But, you know, there was a time, I feel like a lot of that first map for Astralis. The one thing that disappointed me was the economic situation for Astralis at the tail end of Nuke. Just felt like that kind of ended their game. They put themselves in a bad spot. They made those decisions. We'll see if Zywoo can tap into what he was doing yesterday. Hell of a Dust 2 performance. Tonight it's been a collective contribution from the team, and I think that's a vitality we all prefer. Flash here for Spinks to swing. He's got a whole pack of players. It's a feast, or it could have been. Device looking to tag somebody up with the scout. It's a lot of bodies spotted for Spinks. Information is king. But Mezzi will be key. Leans back Platt, not gonna fall victim to a potential scout peek, not gonna get deegged. He lets him come out. A little more runway than maybe they want to give over, especially as the Glock gets a double kill.
Okay.
Stown wants the bomb plant, hands on the M4, 5 bullets in the mag, down to just 1. Not enough to kill either player, so Flamesy keeps the heat up, and a 9th round secured for Vitality.
Yeah, semi-sketchy round there with the Glocks. Nice kills overall, but that's all they'll get. These are very small prizes to win near the end of a game that's almost over.
See if these buys end up being far and few between.
No. Straw's looking for a big idea. It's looking like a very quick cat. Corner's already being turned. Like we're watching a race in F1. Speedy play. That's the Freiburg drop here with Stair.
Ooh. Yeah, because I was on high alert for it, so he's going to hunt him down. Instantaneous triple kill across the board for Vitality. Flamesy himself has 3 at this point.
When did Astralis do anything like this?
Oh.
Yeah. On that CT side, they just went for a long flank. That didn't happen a single time in the first half for Astralis.
Ooh, long flank.
Yeah.
Got me shaking in my boots. Not. Flamesy, meanwhile, can't be contained. And I think, unfortunately, just a little mechanically outclassed this evening. You know, yay, Jabby, you get a triple kill in the last round of the first half. You got 5 kills on the map, brother.
Yeah.
You know, and he was pretty lights out on Ancient versus Falcons yesterday. Apex gonna very quickly shut down any hope at a 1v5 clutch if there was any at all. Big one from the Flames.
There are levels to the situation, and Vitality are showing that they want to be the team on CT side that's feared because of their aggression, because of their activity, and they have shown us nothing but that so far in these last 2 days.
Just a shooting gallery for Flamesy, and double digits for Vitality. Kind of losing that little bit of energy that they've been playing with thus far in Copenhagen, that pep in their step. Astralis a little too slow. A couple rifles in sight with a fire at the feet of the bush. Apex, Spinks, Mezzi, they got this one locked down. Your pistols will get nothing. Astralis not putting up too much.
Yeah, not putting up too much. Getting more simplistic.
And getting berated.
And getting berated, yes. I mean, this loss would be hard. It is, you know, it's a groups. So this is sort of where you get some practice in, get warmed up. But this is not a great showing to bring back, to look at the tape, to see what went wrong. I mean, there's definitely a lot of teachable moments in here for them to learn from themselves.
Red like your fucking book! Nice voice on me.
But their expectation should have been higher for this, right? It's not that this is a loss. That's acceptable, but in this fashion.
Spinks gets clips, down finds one. Zywoo's got the trade towards long at least, and Tunnels belongs to the T's.
And here's a moment where they actually
set up a decent situation, but one trade back keeps this round alive here for Vitality. And they're still playing active on both sides of the map. Ooh.
Oh, but they lose on one end.
Okay.
Very critical headshot for Bro. That's going to be a clean push to the A site by the looks of things, with smoke to guarantee the cross. So they push on both sides, but only one half of that aggression goes well for Vitality. Apex opts not to throw out the frag grenade to pop the smoke. He'll want to put it on the site to stop plant instead.
It's a little shallow. Obviously a teeny tiny incendiary these days.
His nade goes a little deep, and the save is called. So
they played with the exact same energy as last round, but they come through this like multi-pronged sort of like attack where they're hitting long, they're pushing out B. Device hits this wicked shot into the site. This was not an easy one whatsoever. And they shut down more aggressive plays from Vitality. That's good. I think there does seem to sort of be like this, you know, let's call a round that's just going to get us back on our feet. And if we can't do that, then we're not even going to think about the slow-paced rounds in the future. Like, let's try to build some energy back because Apex is yelling at us now after winning momentum rounds, winning the fast calls, winning without losing majority players. So let's see if this is the round that gets them back on their feet.
few claps and a fist bump. Nextaz gets out what he needs to. Apex said he read him like a book, but then Device showed up with an op the round after.
Yeah.
And that B site suddenly didn't look so rock solid. Dane's locking back in.
This is kind of how it felt watching Vitality yesterday before they got to their third map, but we might not get to see that chance. Oh, or maybe we will. Another opening here for Device. As usual, they're going to take it and run with it. It looked like they're trying to sort of remake a similar round. Tip of the spear on Cat. No one dropping just yet, and against a 5v4, so they'll pause. It's all about controlling that door rotation, make the CTs commit to something they don't want to commit to. But this early in the round with so much utility, it's hard to guarantee that. One flash can help you cross. They can smoke the door if they need to. It's the B split coming in. Flamesy stays inside towards the A site. Look, a good setup here for Astralis.
Sounds making it awkward, but Flames still tries to chug along. Oh, it's gonna be a desperate one in the B site, but at least you've got majority here. ZywOo so far out of the play. Spinks, beautiful spray, 2.5. Apex still holds back sight on a very wounded Opper. He's hoping for help out tunnels. Apex almost gets it all. Device has to go for the peak. He's gonna try to catch ZywOo, and he does. Oh, he goes deep.
Oh, the nasty 1v2 with the great opener out of Device, taking rounds into his own hands.
ZywOo just trying to skate up along the wall, wants to play the cheeky 1v1, but no surprises. Excellence from Spinks on the A4.
Yeah, this is a very formidable hold. They are defending with 4. They're defending. It's a 3v5 for a second when Flamesy comes out of the mid smoke with a flash. So that's Apex getting 2 frags. That's Spinks getting 2 frags on the door. You couldn't ask for much more from the B side players. It had to be the clutch.
This Device in cruise control was so certain of the ZywOo run up. Slams him against the wall.
game just got interesting. Deciding not to pop around the corner just yet. The rumblings of the cat presence can be heard, so if you're Vitality, just keep your head down, because this one could very well fall into your lap. Ooh, good flash, but Stair's gonna hang on to it. Shaves a player off. They don't know about the M4 of Spinks just yet. He wants to get this blue box player down, but Mezzi's gonna get the job done instead.
They're still coming A.
Oh, they've got a door open with the lower player that does call the bomb back, and with Apex dead on A, they're still going to take that departure. Device confident, Beast clear for the taking. All is good.
Well, we've got a game now. Yeah.
3 rounds the difference.
Yeah. 3 big rounds with Device. Leading from the front into a crushed economy for Vitality. Into now a buy-save situation. Let's see if they can cut down the lead even further. Oh my god. As he aims so crispy sometimes.
Saw it in that 1v4 attempt earlier when he just one-taps all the way down long into pit.
Yeah. Also, is Mezzi playing B? Well,
He
it was
has been.
Spinks and Apex that last round.
Yeah, but he has been previously.
Oh, okay, okay. Holy.
He's laughing, but he wants to cry.
Oh yeah, that previous round he got shot through the smoke. I think he got offed on the cross.
Offed on the cross.
Yeah, life of the B player.
Shit happens. Ooh, flashes. Oh, into Apex with the wide swing into Device. It is a very quick trade frag though, and as usual, right, Astralis, they move forward with that.
They're trying to definitely skip and just take Cat as fast as possible every round, whether they use it or not. And so far, it's been fine. Astralis have to be sensing the opportunity now.
And vacant B site here for the defense. Mezzi trying to bolster the mid door while Zywoo's looking to take a glance down Cat, but
see, these are the active CT setups that we've been loving seeing out of Vitality recently, and pulling the goalie on B. Oh, off the corner of the scope. Zywoo goes down, and this is a massive advantage now to Astralis.
Best op in Denmark's looking for the pry towards mid. This whole time, Mezzi's got to think about the possibility of just losing B straight up. He's stuck in behind it. Stair getting around the smoke as well, but not trying to be shy about it, making noise. Flamesy hopping up.
Imagine if he jumps up.
Oh. He's got it. New Dust too. The op's still in mid, and Stown trying to lock that other defender in sight. It's on Mezzi, and he comes through fire. Jabby, how dare you? Bro locks in the round. And Astralis from silence to an attack across the entire map in the split second. Flying through fire comes Jabby.
Yeah, that was definitely that could have been the round if Mezzi got that kill for sure. That was a nice play from Flamesy to do that sort of boost on fast cat to catch there on the lurk as he's been kind of prepping and waiting for that opportunity. Starting out rounds quickly, but yeah, Astralis have good control of the map. There's a good reaction, but it's the opening kills that are making the difference. And so, opening kill this time goes to Vitality.
And he gets out with the AK. So now we're talking 3 rifles here for Vitality. This isn't the worst half buy we've seen.
A little bit more damage too.
Just a little sprinkle. Crack that pepper. And they're going to remain active. This is not just Zywoo walking up solo, but the Deagle to set up Spinks. Confident that they've won long, they will. Put bodies in the right position, dodges the flash as it comes around. Support from the rifles, great. Good enough to maintain that man advantage.
They just need more setups like that, right? They just need one kill.
Zywoo's gonna get going. Oh, but he gets caught out by Bro. Here comes the hit. Flamesy locked in behind Car.
Smoke at the end of tunnels lets them swing out. He's got Spinks to try to work with. This could be Astralis walking into their deaths. Flamesy's chance next. No, sir. Device double Tech 9. And now it has to be the Apex clutch. The plat player sees him in the window. Bro's got 2. Device with the double, and Astralis continue to close this gap.
5 straight for Astralis. Now we're getting some X Factor, some good rounds. And this is a round where there's not much coming into it, but Vitality still had a good situation to actually pick that up. And now I'm loving both sides here. We got some good ideas coming out from Vitality on low buys. Lots of that same CT activity, but the X Factor coming out of Device as an opper. More of the individual plays working here, and the T-side map looks way better than we saw in the first half on their CT. This whole game is way more alive. Maybe we do get a third map. It's possible. A second timeout now called for Vitality. And I mean, I think they just shouldn't be doubting themselves. It's not that any of the ideas so far have looked bad from our perspective. They've looked good. But we're getting some big plays out of Device and Astralis now.
Astralis just reeking of momentum.
Not gonna put this one away for free.
Nobody behind that shot. Going for the long control again. Flames trying to press up soon. Dangerous game of Flames versus Bro. And a potential op duel queued up between ZywOo and Device in middle. Device has hands down been the better opper, so let's see. ZywOo's gonna play it more patient.
Yeah, it's interesting that he's inside the doors. There might be a good fight coming up. Device, oh my God, he switches! Oh no, the second he thinks it's time to do something different, ZywOo peeks into his angle.
That is heartbreaking and potentially for 12.
He was sitting on the right angle, the right position, up until the right millisecond. And they need a Device to get to this position. Can they do it without him now? 45 seconds, and these guys have to make a choice. B split's still up for grabs. We got 3 CTs over on A.
Nope, you're right. They're going to leave Bro towards middle. It's going to be his job to hang on to it. He could press out through the doors, and there's another smoke that comes down from the T's. It's going to have to be the B defense, but an incendiary ahead of them at 20 seconds. Double molly back sight. They're going to try to charge out as they have before. Spinks, it's awkward. Mezzi, just the one. 15 to the clock. Bro, back of the shot. And now he holds on with another through the door. But still the sight is theirs. 8 seconds. And sure enough, Spinks almost does enough. We've got Stown into the bomb site, but what's he got? The M4 up. And Apex tries again to the clutch. He swings it out through doors. He steps into the open and takes that 12th. Despite Bro's double, despite it all, Spinks slows it down and Apex closes.
Oh man, they almost made up for it. Device going down, and that very unfortunate moment in the doors. 4v5 Astralis with time ticking down, nearly pulled off the B split, but Vitality finally get theirs after 5 rounds straight. Takes it on the chin, and his team moves on from it. But what happens now? They're on match point. Pro plays his lurk perfectly.
Nice. Let's go, boys.
And Apex is amped.
Bro's been valuable these last couple rounds. Multiple 2Ks. Nearly holds off the entire retake.
It's tough, man. That game plan was good. That was ZywOo walking right into that shot.
I thought he was a sitting duck.
Yeah. We'll never know how close that was. But just like with Vitality, who couldn't win a round, even with all of those great setups, Astralis now shouldn't doubt themselves suddenly just because they lost one. Yeah, not a great map for Stair, and he's just been sent out on these mercenary missions up Cat to either try to go for a lurk or just to get map control. And they're actually not following through with full Cat takes behind it almost ever. I think they're viewing it as just like free map control. Oh, it's so fast.
Fed to the wolves. ZywOo best Device in back-to-back rounds. Stair, it is a tough map, but Jabby comes through. He's done it before. ZywOo, though, finding a back turn to him, just stuck in the corner. He's gonna pop the door open. Sees nothing for the time being.
Javi barely alive as he charged through that edge of the smoke, but he's gonna tuck behind box. Flames, he's executed. Apex has the trade. And bro, critical 2Ks in multiple rounds, but can he post himself a third? He's looking for the tunnel fight and gets that, turns back, windows his, just lock it in! Another 2K from Bro!
Oh man, he gets some shine. That's beautiful from Bro. Shot missed from ZywOo inside the window, allows for the 1v2. But that was not an easy one to pull off. Glad he got his flowers before this match ended. Now, one away from potentially tying up our Astralis. Looking for a chance to close out in overtime. Everybody's excited. Did this start out 5v3?
Did he get legged? ZywOo missed a shot.
Yeah, he missed a shot from the window.
Yep. Apex gonna bounce in. ZywOo's got the wall. And it's Bro back in with a little more impact. Down, he catches Apex, maybe getting a little too excited, oversteps through the doorway.
Wow, 133, already 4 players dead. Device walking up on this.
Maintains, seconds in. Oh, it's a jumping MP9. It had to be desperate, but you're not gonna expect that. Deep position from Bro.
Down to Flame.
So critical in the later end of this.
Are they just gonna run into B? Because that's what he wants.
No, no, no. He's ahead of the utility. He's stuck behind the car. Bro doesn't read it, and the bomb's down on the ground.
Not like this.
Stown had the Apex kill, but what about Flamesy? Can he just clutch? A missed shot first, a duel in the open, and all that effort for naught.
They could have waited.
They could have waited more than once. We talked about it all series. Some of these mid-round moments from Astralis looked good, but they walk away to this one with a bit of egg on their face.
It's a learning moment.
I know we're supposed to like analyze the game now and talk about what happened there. Can we just talk about how rad it was that we got to see such an epic game of Counter-Strike on Dust 2? That was so much fun. If you're a fan, you're going to be getting super hyped about that.
For sure. A lot of very intense moments, clutches back and forward, 2v2s, both teams sweating, 1v1s. Exactly what we wanted to see from these two teams.
But at the end of the day, of course, Vitality closes out the series 2-0. They're going to be really happy. This is not the Vitality we saw yesterday. We spoke about this. They came in looking very hungry.
Oh, you saw that, Spinks? Oh.
I missed it. What just happened there?
Yeah. I mean, you got to look for it, but I saw some things.
Cheeky Cadian, he'll tell me later, obviously. He's not going to say anything now. Someone's going to be quickly jumping back to see if they can clip that. It looked good from Vitality. A few moments here in the second half of Dust 2. I thought they had closed it out, but Astralis putting up a really good fight, and we're seeing, I would say, like moments of brilliance from Astralis. They get me really excited about this lineup.
Yeah, for sure. I think that we had, again, kind of the contrast with ZywOo, where yesterday on Dust 2 he was completely owning. This time he was 9 and 12 at some point, at least I saw, and in that situation where Bro pulled off the 1v2, he missed him with a free shot from window, so ZywOo having a little bit of some strugglesome. But as we can see in the statistics here, pretty evenly spread around the board. Apex having a pretty untraditional Apex game, 21 kills, 13 deaths, but he was fired up today. I think you could see in a lot of moments he was very energized. He was being very decisive, he led the team well, and as I also praised him for some of the kind of small adjustments he did and the positive affirmations he gave to his teammates yesterday, he played a good game.
There is a player on Astralis that I think is kind of underrated a lot of the time, and we got to see here on Dust 2 the difference he can make, and that's Bro. I think he doesn't get spoken about nearly enough. I believe he's a critical piece to this puzzle, and he does such a great job, and we got to see that.
I think he's punching above his weight, for sure. But at the end of the day, if this Astralis roster wants to contend and win titles, we're not going to be standing here talking about Bro. I'll just be frank,
That's fine.
frank with you. No,
I'm trying to be a fan, and he's like,
no, he's doing
got to
good.
be honest.
He's doing good under difficult circumstances with his roles and with other people taking space and so forward. But Astralis themselves has publicly also said that it is Stown and Javi that we want to make comfortable, that we want to be making sure that they can do their best in the roles that they're given. We want to see Device shine. These are the three players that, in my opinion, needs to punch very hard in order for Astralis to not just win a game like today, but to win trophies. So we can talk about Bro punching above his weight, which agree he did. He played very well. He had some crucial moments, the 1v2 inside B. Also the way he played the lurk position in middle when they did the B split, where he called one guy pushing the smoke. He did the spam on Flames through the door. Definitely did a lot of good stuff, but it's the three others that I personally expect more from.
Device, though, I mean, he did out-AWP, I would say, Zawu here, and we saw, I would say that the table started to turn when he came online and started making the difference in a few of those rounds.
Yeah, I mean, I think we have one of the rounds actually rolled up where we can see one of the very crucial impact rounds that Device... okay, we don't have that right now, that's fine, but... he did a 1 versus 2, which kind of kickstarted the comeback of Astralis. And one of the things which was very interesting when standing here was that they saw on Deathcam that he was peeking window, but Device was just too fast with AWP. Did an amazing 1 versus 2. You could hear the celebration from the Astralis guys that they were pumped up. They were still believing in this. So a lot of crucial moments. Also, I saw him coming out with the Tech 9 and B in a crucial round, which is super awkward as an AWP player, putting off 2 very important kills. So I think he definitely delivered in a lot of moments as well.
So we've spoken a lot about Astralis, but I know what everyone wants is to hear from Vitality now. So let's find out what Apex has to say.
Apex himself was on fire, and Vitality got a very clean 2-0 win. And I'll say it was clean until the end of Dust 2, but I want to start all the way back on Nuke, because Nuke, it looked like you were in full control the whole way around. I want to just ask what you said to the team before this, because you had been having these slow starts to games.
Well, I think the problem yesterday is we felt like a big difference in the sense that we, I would say, didn't give our best in some ways. Like we underestimate GamerLegion and the way we were acting, not in the game, like in the way we were playing, but in the not cheering for each other or not screaming when we win around, like just the Vitality DNA. So we just tried to focus on that yesterday, talking about it. And today we said, guys, anyway, right now we didn't win a trophy yet. We're not the 2023 team, so we need to fight for every single game. And today we showed up, and that feels good.
It definitely feels good, but it got very scary on Dust 2. Your pick, and it's been a very good map for you guys across the board, but this was almost slipping away from you. Just talk to me through some of these CT rounds that were so back and forth, because it was trying to manage that economy, trying to manage those force rounds.
No, but we do so well at the beginning of the rounds all the time. We have the advantage, and then always someone fuck up the round, and it was always someone else. Like the last one was me, and it was pretty bad in that way. But we have to, we have to step up for that, because as I told you yesterday, our CT is the issue right now, and I think we do better. We make more decisions and we play better. But we need to clear this rounds. We need to win this round. It's way too important. Otherwise, we're not gonna win games.
Thank you very much for your time, Dan. GG's.
I love the honesty.
I mean,
doesn't hold anything back. He's like,
spitting facts.
Yeah, he says what needs to be said, and I think that also, I mean, it showed here when you were listening to their comms a little bit. You even said it, like he was calling, saying, "Hey, we're making mistakes, so let's not do this." There's a lot of confidence coming from this team, though, and I think after yesterday, this is a good sign.
Yeah, I mean, there's always a difference between kind of looking for the perfect rounds or just celebrating them, but he was definitely looking for things he could improve on, and that's what he said in this interview as well.
Astralis is still here. We'll still get a chance to see them a little later. Vitality gets that win. We are going to take a quick break, and when we return, it is GamerLegion up against Falcons. Heartbreak and disappointment is being served for dinner to one of the two teams we're about to see play, because the loser is going home and they will be out of the Blast Premier Fall groups. It's our final game of the day. My name is Sam. I'm going to be keeping you company on the desk with professional player Cadian, who's taking a hiatus to come here and chat to us. GamerLegion up against Team Falcons. GamerLegion looked really good against Vitality yesterday, even though they lost Cadian. Falcons, on the other hand, continues to look a little bit sad.
Yeah, but if we look at who the toughest or most informed teams, according to yesterday, was Vitality, who felt a little bit of the pressure and played very close with GamerLegion, came out very strong today. So there's a chance that we'll see that coming out from GamerLegion as well. Personally speaking, I think that I'm not sure if you can directly say that it's a season-defining game for Falcons, but in some sense it is. If they once again kind of stumble and don't make it out of Blast here with any positive signs of life, I think it's going to be very difficult for them to raise up and perform good for the rest of the season. This is a game that, in my opinion, is a must-win for them. Yappy said the same thing when playing against Falcons yesterday. He said in the Danish interview, playing versus Falcons is a must-win. Falcons playing GamerLegion is also a must-win for them.
Really quick, there's a one-word answer for this. Did you have Falcons as your GG bet prediction to win this?
I sure did.
Okay, great. Me too. Just wanted to make sure we were on the same page.
Well, you stole one of my lives, so I'm not sure I'm going to talk about
Well,
these
that was because you were a bit
predictions
mean to me yesterday on the desk and said that you were going to get your predictions right. So I'm going to take all your lives if I can. But we're going to get back into the action now. Let's find out how Zonic is feeling after his team's dismal performance yesterday.
Zonic, the game yesterday, I think, still left us trying to understand exactly what's going on with Falcons. So I wanted you to try and help shed some light on like how you viewed that game, and maybe if you felt like it was a progression or it felt like it was towards what you're aiming for.
I think, not gonna lie, let's be honest, last season was not good enough. I was hired in to put Falcons on the map and also to win trophies, and the level we showed last season was, as I said, not good enough. And I think I saw some light at the end of the tunnel with us in ESL Jönköping. Obviously, it's not without disrespecting any of the teams there. It is not the level where we want to be. We want to be much higher, but at least I saw improvement, and it's about us, getting that puzzle working for us and fixing it. And unfortunately, yesterday against Astralis, I felt that a lot of these 50-50 duels didn't go our way. Off to a bad start in those two, couldn't really punish their aggression. And yeah, even though we talked about it, with the new way of playing those two, we kind of expected a little bit more of ourselves. Didn't happen, but it's not the time to sit and cry. We need to be a little bit more humble and also accept that we are not where we want to be and take it from there.
I know you had this problem as well back when you first joined Vitality, right? It took a little bit while to get going. Are you noticing some of the same similarities, or is it a very different feeling for you?
Yeah, and I also had in Astralis. I mean, the first 9 months in Astralis wasn't pretty either. Maybe it's around the system that we are creating. It takes time for all the players to adapt to. Obviously trying my best. No one wants to suck for the first 8-9 months of a team. But I also do think that nowadays in modern Counter-Strike, you can't just assemble a team unless you have maybe 3 or 4 of the best players in the world. You can't assemble a team and then just expect it to just roll from the beginning. Now we had some issues in the beginning when they went international, so it's just tough nowadays. Not gonna lie, but we are working on it, but we are also, something needs to happen this season. We need to provide better results.
In terms of something happening today and getting you a better result, this GamerLegion is very young, very hungry. We can see they were willing to take some fights. Is that something where you guys need to focus on that, how much they're going to want to be able to take it to you and how much probably this win would mean to them?
I mean, they are playing good. I mean, the rebuild that they did, obviously they lost a bunch of players back in after we faced them with Vitality in Paris. And now they've been rebuilding, and then G2 came and grabbed up Snacks, and now they're at it again. I think they're playing really well. I saw the game against Vitality yesterday. They are playing some decent CS, and they have pretty good talent. Paying much attention to Flamus. He's playing really well, so I think they are a team that you should definitely not underestimate. But again, they are a newer team than we are, so what is our excuse this time?
I like the words. Good luck on it. Thank you very much.
Obviously, you can see the results from Falcons at the start of the year. It hasn't gone well for them, but it does kind of remind me of old school football, specifically in the Premier League, which is when a manager came in, they had time. So Alex Ferguson, to me, is one of the greatest of all time. He had a long time of bad results before he was able to make magic. We saw similar stuff at Liverpool. And now times have changed. Now if you don't bring results in, you must get out as fast as possible. And modern day Counter-Strike is starting to feel the same way, right? So this team has been together for 6 months. It hasn't been great, but we're already going, okay, changes must be made. You're not doing good enough. Do you think that maybe the game has changed such that we do demand excellence too soon, Cadian?
I mean, you can talk all you want about United and the Sir Alex Ferguson era, but they've had a few managers since then, because that's been a struggle. And I don't think that the first position that Falcons is going to change is going to be Sonny, because he's been proven his worth on not just Astralis, but also Vitality. Building projects is something that he's done multiple times now. He has the longevity, he has the tactical knowledge, and he also knows how to motivate and how to hold his team accountable. So there are some players who's also going to be under a lot of pressure. There's the scrutiny, there's the pressure from the community, but also when your coach is speaking publicly like this about results needing to change, that is going to be a little bit extra weight on your shoulders to be able to perform. But then again, why would he go out and lie? This is not anything that Falcons can be proud of or wants to be proud of. They need to do way better, and that has to start today.
How much time, though, do we give them to build? I think that was the point I was getting at. Is like, we've seen that it took him a bit of time with Astralis, a bit of time with Vitality. Does he need more time with Falcons, or is it now do or die?
I mean, again, like, I don't think his position is in threat, but there will be player changes. If they don't make great results this season, if they don't qualify to the major, maybe even make a top 8, I think there will be changes to the team. I think they are probably already looking at the market and seeing what is our possibilities. Maybe it's just a match of like players or different playing styles. It's just not working, but I think he already thinks that this lineup of 5 has had enough time.
So we move over, though, to GamerLegion, who has had the rebuild, has all of their good pieces taken away from them over the last few months. And now what we got to see yesterday was a group of young players who look really hungry for success. It's a very different type of team to Falcons, coming in off the back of lots of losses. GamerLegion's coming in. We've only had a chance to see them once, and they went up against Vitality, arguably one of the best teams in the world, and they held their own.
They sure did, and I think one of the things touching upon what Apex was saying in the interview was that they were not cheering each other up when winning rounds, and on the contradict, that was exactly what GamerLegion was doing. They were super pumped, energized, doing all the best things they could to kind of lift up the energy, and that's something, again, what is it going to be here? Falcons is in a little bit of a rough shape. GamerLegion playing in a new setting for their pride, for showing their worth as younger players. Falcons need to match this energy to have a chance today.
You've got Falcons, who are feeling all of the pressure, and on the other side you have GamerLegion, who are probably still riding the high from yesterday. Now they face off to try and stay in the competition.
Yes, that's right. Trying to stay alive here at the Blast Fall Groups. But where have we found ourselves, Mohan? ZTR versus Falcons. Where have I seen this episode before?
Again, it was the episode with the special cameo with Simple in it. Online at the Blast Showdown earlier this year. ZTR with a new lineup as well. He did that with Metasport, and now he's arguably got a stronger team overall. Yep. And Falcons don't have Simple, so I mean, this should be a walk in the park for our boy ZTR.
All too easy. GG Bet odds have, of course, Falcons as the favorites, has to be said. I feel like
I really wouldn't, though. Really? Yeah, based on just yesterday. Okay. That's enough for me to say I would have put them as favorites. At least, maybe if it was very close on odds, that would make more sense to me, but I think it's brand value, essentially, that's keeping Falcons high up in the sort of like belief in the odds. And, you know, yeah, it's like on their best day, sure, maybe they'd be their favorites, but based on everything we saw yesterday, and recent results are really king in Counter-Strike. GamerLegion, and ZTR is literally called versus this team. Like, yes. he understands. He definitely prepared well enough to beat this team once, so I mean, he's shaped up GamerLegion as well. It's just about, can they do it 2 days in a row? Was GamerLegion's peak yesterday, or did we only witness the beginning yesterday?
I think for me, you know, we see Vitality win that third Dust 2 like it was nothing. And seeing GamerLegion get beat like that reminded me, like, oh, maybe there is a chance that they do just kind of trip over their own feet for the rest of the event. So I hope not for their sake. It felt like they had a lot of promise to offer. We'll see if they can do it. Promise dropped through the smoke. Slend will return the favor. Madden's got one. Nobody's seen each other yet. Until now, Dupree keeps it clean, taps down Volt. See ya. And the attack back through Canal is turned away. So excellence out of the Dane in Dupree. And with it, looking like a Falcons pistol.
Sneaky Slend in the back, waiting for his opportunity, and another kill through the smoke. That's a lot through the smoke, but beautiful stuff. Very active defense. And you've got to take shots like that. When you know the timing's coming, that choke point's only so wide, and everyone's turning specifically that right corner. So it's not totally random that this works out, you know, as easily as it does. And you see both of the kills end up on that left side of the doorway from the CT perspective. But the aim looks good here for Falcons to kick off the day, so that's a good sign.
Call. We watch Vitality power up game to game, so why not Falcons too? Loser of this one's going to the showdown. Do you think you could pay all of GamerLegion with one Falcon salary?
Wow.
Yeah, chew on that.
I have to think. I have to reference Maui's list. I didn't see where Falcons were on that.
I got a backlog of Maui tier list to get through, actually.
Hours and hours of content.
Yeah, I think I'm sitting on Minecraft pickaxes, or was it Pokemon as Counter-Strike pros?
Yeah. I've got some Minecraft content you can learn from as well.
Okay. Nothing like a good old diamond farm. Easy. This one's smooth. They had nothing to really work with. The fact that Flawless gets a single Glock kill raises an eyebrow. And we say, see ya. The guns come next.
And as impressive as GamerLegion were yesterday, they did still lose in the end. So there is that.
Lost badly.
Badly on Dust 2.
Yep.
Yeah.
You know, I want to throw that out there, right?
Yeah.
Like Promise versus Vitality in two great maps, but
that's true.
Man, map 3 was rough.
And Flawless was quite an interesting player to watch. I feel like for me, he's sort of, if he becomes real and this team becomes real and everything like that, he's going to be like, sort of like, is he the config and bust type of player, or is he going to be like the exertion? I think is like, would be the better ending, I think, to his story, where he's got like all the aggression, he's got the confidence, he's going to take opening frags, but is he going to be like too intent on just trying to like ego win his duel, or is he going to repeat his positions too often because he's just obsessed with killing? Like he doesn't even care about the round as much as he does being the better player or proving it in the server.
I think his reaction when he got that beautiful 3K top Mirage yesterday instantly turns and looks at the coach. You know? Like a child to a parent looking for approval.
He just wants to know if
someone
saw it.
Did you see that, Mom?
Yeah.
And to be honest, my jaw was on the floor too. So it was a beautiful clip, but yeah, you could see it in his pep. CTR blocked by the Incendiary. There's a few bodies bouncing around inside of that site here for Falcons. There's a third one in the back line too. Nade comes out from a window, no contact, Magisk patient, and the troops start to lean towards A.
Falcons re-clear though, quickly. And then now GamerLegion know they've got to move fast if they're going to want to take it to the A site.
Good protocols from Falcons. Just
they're doubting themselves. That was their one idea, to try to push him back out of dark. And they saw Nade coming in from behind him. There's no actual rotations that took place though. This is where confident calling needs to come out from ZTR.
It's the right utility piece, so they will take it back themselves.
And that's all they'll do, just that. And again, there hasn't been a single rotation in all these exchanges in utility.
Oh man, Magisk.
Oh, he has no idea.
They sold it.
Oh my god, it worked.
That Molotov and the smoke grenade they also added to the platform.
Yes.
Two pieces of utility that convinced the CTs. Yeah, ZTR's called this well. Snappy, that's your teammate. And Sunpius comes through with a double kill.
No way.
All of that just to maybe lose. Slend, he's got 2 frags, 5 seconds. Volt's got to chase him. He's got to run for the ocean. Get in that boat and go.
Oh,
1 second left and Falcons win it.
No way.
What did we
Like this Freeze running. Oh my god.
What a round.
They just ran through the camera smoke because they would have just lost otherwise. Oh, the call worked out so well. Magisk just ran right through the site. They thought for sure it was the other side of the map. That's the Donkey Kong run.
Damn. Some pious bit of a madman coming down through that camera smoke. I mean, he did that so suddenly that even Snappy was in heaven watching the smoke because he heard someone sprinting. Some pious in the thick of it. And GamerLegion being thinned. Everybody falters on the attempt to hit the site. And that is a 4-0 start for Falcons. But that's going to keep Snappy on his toes because ZTR called a really well, really well.
He won as a caller in that round, yeah.
Yep.
His teammates just didn't watch the smoke, essentially. They weren't ready for the
Spanish Inquisition.
The nuclear option,
yeah.
Essentially. Just like, we need to just do this now. We need to go forward with this retake now.
No one ever expects the Spanish Inquisition. Bree takes a little peek. Tough.
The flame calls him forward.
Are you gonna stick around this time? Nope. Jumps back, gets out.
The interesting little bit that they had last time was taking over middle late for the lurk, on top of pushing them back out of dark control, so there was layers that made it feel like that round was unlosable. Of course, they still found a way. And Flamus is still loitering, waiting for his opportunity to strike.
Oh.
Oh my god. Well.
That was bomb too.
Uh-oh, that's uncomfortable.
Not what Dupree's looking for. Maybe Madden can save him for his error. Dupree's still hanging on for dear life. Player on backplat can't get much done, but the spray does connect to Ondu. And
what is happening?
Snappy is also just fragging through the smoke here. Unfortunately for GamerLegion, they put down the bomb, but their entire team gets shredded.
They have no smoke. They do have to be careful.
Volt's gonna try to come back from dark. Oh, and he hears the reload as well. He should know there's a second. That player was not reloading that he frags, so high alert maybe for the platform. There it is, and Madden comes out swinging. Gets himself the frag, 10 health for Volt. Oh, another 2 kills. It's a 10-second stick. He has 3 frags into the ace, but this stick from Sunpius is gonna go all the way as Snappy comes in deep to clear it.
Ooh, Snappy actually almost
Falcons
went
on fire.
Snappy actually almost went so wide that if he crossed the pillar at the same time, just to peek the planter, maybe there's a world that round gets lost to time. Nice try for Volt. That's another round, though, on that site where Falcons getting tons of kills through smokes. And again, you could call it random, but to be honest, you need to get some damage in positions like that because you're going to be smoked out of your main defense positions. That's actually the hard part about the site in the first place. So it's good to see those kills coming out from the Falcons. Right now causing GamerLegion a lot of trouble. They've got a very pragmatic offense coming in right now. They just want to secure dark control, whether it's to go B or go A, to cause some doubt, and they have done that a couple times, but they haven't won any rounds. I guess the bomb on default, it was safe.
Still a superb 2-person spray down there from Volt. Flamus trying to get ahead of the util. Magisk climbing to Fountain. Oh, and Snappy knows what he wants. Keeps ZTR on 0 frags.
Nice refrag.
Right down there with Andu.
I mean, they got to be mad at ZTR. We probably would have seen more simple Falcons if not for ZTR.
Mm-hmm. Maybe.
Well, definitely at least one more best of 3 in the showdown.
Yep, that's fair. Objectively, you are correct, Launders. You win this time.
We would have seen one more.
Oh, you...
CS2 simple best of 3. If not for ZTR.
Dupree. Ooh, hey there. Madden's gone down in middle. Dupree's going to keep this flank rolling. Doesn't decide to jump the gun. Looking for the guaranteed frags, but he's going to let him split out towards camera. That's all right. Sunpai is handling the heat. And Dupree, slow but steady, drops that bomb. Nice nade as well to just clear the board for the 6-round streak.
They're having fun.
That's a first.
Yep. Always welcome sight.
See. Poor ZTR having a rough go of it. He was the top performing player on the first map versus Vitality yesterday.
Yes. Map 1 dropped like a 1.50.
Yeah, plus 20 frags. Now sitting 0-6. We also saw an unfortunate taper off from Andu on Dust 2 in that very grueling third map of the series. 0 kills on the first half, so nice to see him get his first. He's on the board. But, I mean, just getting torn apart right now. This B site has just never found early success. Sometimes bomb goes down, but it's always costly with these smokes and the sprays. Ooh, Dupree bending bullets. Sunpius comes through with the big green. And the Pistols are going to get absolutely nothing going here versus the Falcons. Charging them down with 5 alive and another 3-piece from Dupree, who is now 12 kills deep.
Today is a new day. And not in the best way here for GamerLegion.
How about today?
The 2-map era, maybe. And again, what's crazy is it could have ended in those first 2 maps as well. It might not have been this matchup today.
Oh, I mean, our pregame would have had to be completely different had they just been able to close out Mirage. And if not for Spinks going massive,
oh yeah,
that map was in the bag.
ZywOo on Dust 2.
Ooh, he would have had a lot to prove today in the loser match. And we would have gotten Vitality versus Falcons. So that universe not far from ours, but here we are. 7 rounds deep. Mid is looking quite clear for the taking. We've seen Falcons go into the 3 early B, but this time it was 3 at A out the gate. Out the gate. Just, can't manage to hang on, but Sunpius has been strong. Anticipates the Heaven Peak, won't be able to turn that one down to the close sight kill instead, so our GamerLegion on the board. Snappy comes up from storage. Little Heaven duel for him to handle. Plenty of teammates right behind him. All that remains of Falcons, in fact, and it's a well-timed duel from ZTR to get his very first. Bolt down in the smoke to play bomb. Long A control and a late camera play that could very well find Madden's back turn to it.
Oh, beautiful.
But he gets the one off site first. Opper on the flank is going to catch him off guard, and poor Snappy now feeling pulled apart between the last 2 players here. We're past the 10-second mark. He misses his chance at the spray down, and sure enough, it's the 8th round that gets GamerLegion their first.
At least they're on the board. That's good. Never too late to start a half, that's for sure. And Dupree. Oh, how are you going to stop this? 12-3, 130 ADR, fresh new beard. Dupree. So much respect for Dupree. Winning a quarter of all the majors in CSGO. That is just such a crazy stat.
Every player's dream to win one.
Just one.
He's like, yeah, I got a quarter of them.
Oh, it's like, hey, you want to win one, you better play with me.
And if
again as yesterday, boys, expect them to come out of the gates really confident, okay? They're not going to show respect. They're going to want to fight you and show who's boss.
Yep.
All right, if we lose some rounds, we need to come back, same promise as before. Win a bad round, win the next one straight away, okay?
Yep.
If we have a bad start as well, fucking 9-0 down, we do everything we can to get the 3 to give ourselves a chance to come back. Yeah, no matter how bad it is.
That's the
from the beginning of the round?
That's the voice, maybe the round prior.
Oh, it's the beginning of the map, I should say, yeah.
To be honest, that's the voice Volt should be in this team. Volt's played a major grand finals.
Oh, that was Volt?
That had to be, I think.
Had to be, I think?
Had to be, I think. He should have the most British accent, right?
Could it have been Ash?
It was, literally Ash.
Okay. Volt is Romanian now in HLTV, okay?
Oh, he changed his flag? Okay, doesn't count.
So he said, Mezzi, Mezzi's got you in good hands. I can be Romanian now.
I forgot Ash was British. Well, that's the voice that Ash should be. He's been to a major grand... It's all still... See, you know what I mean? It's all... Definitely.
Well, you didn't say it was him for sure. You said it was definitely him, maybe. Which
Cover your tracks, kids. Magisk trying to track him on the cross, but Andu's down in the bomb site, so another bomb plant as Snappy shaves him off the bomb site. No following frag. Oh, Snappy, good second. Slen's on the fountain, looking for a chance to come back as the flashbangs rain in through the windows. Nice support from Volt out long. Swapping to the M4.
Oh, he could just...
Grabbing the kit. Spray comes through. There's also the close push out of Slen's off, and that right there is all Slen needs.
Dude, slippery Slen, he does that.
Excellent chance to close.
He knows when he needs to walk through a smoke, even with that op. And
possibly, maybe.
Possibly, maybe.
Perhaps.
So it didn't have to be a 9-0 start here. GamerLegion is already getting back in the game.
Nice! Good job. Let's go!
And this is what Cadian talked about. They've got that youthful vigor where they're just ready to go. They're ready to make a comeback. Everything's new for them.
Life hasn't dragged them through the mud just yet.
Yeah.
Waking up with smiles on their faces.
And Cadian said that's what Falcons will have to be, right? That's what they're up against. On top of what we saw yesterday, which was a solid team with seemingly solid chemistry in a debut.
Yep.
Oh, that's so good. That nade does two things. That's beautiful. That's just a
That's a Swiss Army.
Like that's something that couldn't happen in CS1.
Oh, Dupree, that's so cheeky. Gives him the jiggle, but on the fallback, he's kind of in the middle of the crosshair. Oh, wide swing out of Madden's going to get nothing going. And Slen's catching the rotate around. So they're toying with him, trying to put him in the scope of Sunpius, but I want to see if Slen ever peeks that. Snappy tries to get the flank going.
And they're going to leave surely now. I mean, Sunpius is way back there anyways. Yeah, you can molly out Dark for us. Very nice here for GamerLegion. Now, that being said, it is Anubis T side. They're supposed to be up, so staging a comeback is good. But still, only so many rounds they can get.
Nice boys. Very nice indeed. Finally, like one of those B-sides hits where they don't lose 2 players on the entry through smoke.
This is the nade that does 2 things.
A short story by Mohan Gandasamy.
That was my Don Cherry moment of the day.
Sonic wants in.
Sonic does the counter motivational speech. It doesn't matter if we go up 7-0 and they come back all the way through the half. We just got to give it a little bit more stamina, polish those tennis balls on our walkers, and get out there.
Forget about your mortgage payments. Don't think about changing diapers. Youthful vigor, boys.
It's time to play CS.
And my God, they did. I mean, honestly, if you had told me that was going to be a 12-0 half, I would have co-signed. Falcons just got to tap right back into it. Very convincing out of the gate. We're shutting GamerLegion down through smokes. But things are going to get a little stringy here towards the end, right? They've kept enough money in the bank account while still giving Sunpius a chance to shine on the op. It's poor Dupree who's got to play it out with the 5-7. They give Magus the AK to play solo A. No early overcommitments. Snappy just gets the free one up close. Makes the most of the 5-7.
It's a decent setup here for Magisk, who has that AK.
Madden trying to throw himself into it. If Madden can go get that 5-7, he would suddenly be a little more lethal. But it's a pretty quick mid play out of Falcons. Then they just split right back to the B site. They don't see that liveliness from GamerLegion per se.
Yeah, I think ZTR is just corroborating the info that he heard 2 rotations coming out to check on stuff. But the thing is, they're already back in position in the site. Now, I guess GamerLegion could assume that Dark is going to be easy to take over. Let's see if they walk in or if they go full utility. But Sunpius could be eating good.
Yeah, nice peek. I like that he's still hunting. Doesn't just get into sight and hold. Rather looks actively for something. Slen posts up and predicts the repeak. Oh, Flawless is planting safe. Dupree's 5-7 trying to catch something, but it's going to be so tough to get in with these 2 pistols. AK nowhere to be found just yet. They're waiting for that flank, and because Magisk is quiet, Flawless, the opposite, decides to go big. Deals with 2 of the 3 in the post plant, and that's 4.
There he is. Yesterday energy, and there's 4. Definitely solid recovery. Now Falcons hemorrhaging a little bit after the 7-0 start. It might only be 5 on the T side if they can get it, but it'll be 5 with some momentum.
And that momentum could be real valuable. Not far off, Sunpius insta-drops. Trying to challenge the stairs, and it works. Nice utility usage out of the A site, too. Yeah. Molotov, the bottom of the staircase, flush him back. And met by a smoke on the other half of the map. But that's spam. Oh, he slid off. And it would have been perfect. Oh, nice adjustment out of Slens.
Said, give me a second chance. Let's rock.
Flawless up above Magisk, who doesn't clear it.
This
does get by.
Yeah. That's a pretty big timing miss, especially if this round comes back towards the A side. They are not going to know about Magisk.
That could be a round-ending position. Flawless. He's thinking about it. Oh, yes, he does.
Okay, nice.
Knows his protocols, and also clearing it just before they come down the stairs. So very well timed on his behalf. And forcing this man advantage into the A site at the 35 seconds. Snappy on his own. No util, just the A1S. They molly back sight. They try to get over. He does shave one off for free. Comes back for second servings. And he's doing good damage. Buying time for the challenge out from camera. That's both CT's positions known. Hanging on for dear life as Madden will clear the planter off the site. Slen given one more chance, but Snappy is the one to put up that wall and just sprinkle in another round for Falcons. Falcons hanging on as Snappy posts a strong defense to end out the half, but it's a T side that's supposed to succeed, Mohan. GamerLegion gave us something to talk about, but definitely wanting more after that performance against Vitality yesterday. Our expectations were just so high.
So high. I mean, and the maps that they did it on too, only to get crushed on Dust 2. I think definitely recentered our hopes, but I thought that this game would still be them slightly in the lead, if not taking the map. And Falcons, they started out so strong. But Ash's words rang true, and they did stage some sort of comeback.
Yep.
And didn't look at the score at the top, didn't let that dictate their confidence.
Pistol stack. It's the same pistol from yesterday out of GamerLegion. Exact same setup with the dual Berettas, 2 of them stationed inside of B. So no surprises offered up, but a result that may not favor Falcons nonetheless.
ZTR's fragging, unfortunately, has been a problem.
Yeah.
Compared to yesterday. And it's not an unlucky 1 in 10. He's definitely struggling a bit.
Luckily, he's still got the smoke in the kit for the retake, so all the tools for the job, but you need more than tools, you need frags, and some bias is starting to bring him back. He's down to 29 health, 3 kills, 4 for Sun Pius! And with that, he sets up Magus to try and close, but you want to talk about people struggling in the kills. It's Magus. What? Tapped out of it by Slend. Don't make eye contact with the Slender Man.
Oh, the Slender Man spotted you. And there's nowhere to hide. What a shot. Who was it? Was it CEST? Remember back in the day, overpass with Navi, and he would play headshot on overpass, and he would like look down and then look up really fast.
Yeah,
or was
barrels.
that Keto or something? Was that a big player? Or was
Could have been Keto.
Yeah. That was sort of the same type of energy right there. Very hard flick.
Keto, Crimbo, Tabson, someone.
One of them. Tizian?
Tizian.
It was Tizian, wasn't
Tizian?
it? I think so.
Process?
It's disgusting. It was disgusting, that's what it was.
God be. All that effort from Sun Pius as well. Nearly aces the pistol to get Falcons T-side on track. They like the idea of the force off the bomb plant, and they're down to the 4v5, but this bomb site is blanketed in smoke and fire. Andu content to sit within it all. CTR comes swinging out from camera with 1, but we still got a player on the site, or we had. Snappy's Tech 9 tears through 2. And with Dupree still on 100 health, bomb on his back, and a site to plant within safely.
Whoa, time. So much time.
They're going to make a move.
And they will not get away with this, actually. Bolt spotted. Yeah, but since he was following his teammate, I think they're really concerned about it. So what was Dupree going to be able to do? At least he can assume they'll split up.
Going to start running, but Flawless is just so far ahead of him that he'll catch him off guard. Just catching it. Not wasting enough time coming out from camera. Sucking the life right out of that attempted 2v2.
Was it Flawless who also spotted? Was Flawless who spotted him and then ran over? Or
no, the other way around.
Oh, okay.
I think it was the other teammate that was still alive. Yeah, Bolt.
Yeah. Well. A close pistol round, but then a close follow-up. Both going the way of GamerLegion. Makes this game potentially winnable once again.
Little lineup here for Madden, but no contact. Still making moves. Falcons just trying to talk things through. Getting squeezed. Madden's going to try to put the scout out. Saw some aggression. Why not go for it? But sure enough, that one bullet rings out and they tuck back into the site. But at least the Falcons benefit. The pressure has stopped. Nobody else peeking outside of B.
Yeah, there's a lot of gaps right now, but it looks like the mid-cross now from camera is covered by Slend, who is actually coming forward.
All these shots have missed, though.
Oh, that HE is beautiful.
Oh, 3 off the A1S. Single mag spray. It's all good. Tech9 grabbed in a desperate attempt at a plant, but a third layer for the A site in ZTR. He'll grab the M4, make sure that moves forward. And GamerLegion, formidable CT side.
Formidable CT side. Last round looked good. This one's a little easier. Slend looked very comfortable right there. Good HE, good patience. And this could have been a gap, but he watched it.
Conserves just the right amount of bullets to get one more burst in. Cleans up that third kill.
Well, this game was a wash for a second. Now it's a full-on comeback.
From 7-0 Falcons to a near-tied game. Off the mark.
Being watched properly by the T side, but the fan out. Oh, is denied. Dupree, nice one.
Baited in by Madden on the back line.
Yeah.
They thought they had him in a 2v1. Little do they realize Dupree in the corner with the aim. Getting back to the top of the charts for Falcons, where he seemingly belongs, but as he walks around the corner unsupported, he offers one back to ZTR.
Yeah, this kind of slows the round down too. I don't want to fearmonger here. It is still just ZTR alone on the B site, but the odds change a little bit.
The world is ending.
1 kill half into now 5 here, but it looks like, he's tempted to take that peek.
The lineup's real. They come to him. ZTR getting his second of the round. It's man advantage, maintain Falcons. Close enough to just burst it on the site. CT's nowhere to be found, so felt like really needed to be all ZTR.
Yeah.
Instead, Falcons about to add one to the tally. Tough retake to justify with how far removed they are. So they've let this one go. Falcons get to 9.
This is just a matter of Flamus not clearing a position that he could have after he swung out and just getting hyper-focused on the first guy that they saw. But it's a nice bait setup that they use. But yeah, he got a little antsy.
And he knows. Oh, he knows. Those are those kind of little minute things that we expect a team like GamerLegion to get punished for. 3 19-year-olds making their S-tier LAN debut. Zonic with a hauler. Falcons 4 away.
Love to see if Ash is contributing here. So they take a second timeout. He's got some words for the guys. He's got some very highly edited YouTube content out there.
Oh, does he?
To learn a little bit about just from the coach's perspective, analyzing teams play, and it's really beautiful to watch. I
didn't know.
I had trouble finding. Yeah, it kind of came out of nowhere. Dropped a couple of videos. I can't remember. It was like really hard to find it, to search for it on YouTube. But
like all the best content.
Yeah, maybe you can search like British coach CS:GO Paris Grand Finals something. Analytic, see it too.
Maybe throw Ash in there too.
Ash, that might be good.
That might help. You're like, God, this is so hard to find. Dumping a bunch of nades here, GamerLegion. Unfortunately for them, they're not softening anybody up. Falcons kind of leaning back a little bit here in round 17. Into the long A control. Bomb passively dropped in the dirt. Couple M4s out there. That's what GamerLegion are banking on.
People aren't always going to block on the A side on these eco rounds, so they do want to be careful, but they're sending Magics in because they're not feeling like there's any counter pressure, and yeah he doesn't see anybody.
Well called. They saw those grenades out of the gate, and it was just about finding the stack and heading into the A site safe enough. Could even take these rifles away if you really want to. But I suppose money's not flowing for Falcons. Better to play it safe. Bomb picked up, 30 seconds. CTs look for their exit, and Falcons will take that 10th. No sweat on the brow here in this one.
You're on your own.
Madden just getting team flash while he's trying to help his teammates. Bro, okay, it's cool. Let it go. Rough game for Magisk.
Yep. That is true. And in general, he's actually been struggling. But yeah, I mean, that's Falcons. There haven't been too many bright spots for them. But the brightest ones are the most recent.
Exactly, right?
Anything.
Ending the last season with the grand finals in Jönköping.
And it was them who beat Mongols? Or was it Complexity? That I would have to.
I feel like Complexity always lose to Mongols. That's just a rule in life.
Yeah.
But 3D Max also beats Mongols.
Yeah.
Makes sense of that.
Yeah, true. Not gearing up at the rate I was hoping for Shanghai.
Yeah.
But they did actually go up in the rankings after that event.
Hell yeah.
For whatever that's worth.
Till sails over. Ooh, Flawless just getting that. I think right at the perfect time because now Dark Control and a jail position from Volts.
Yep, it's a perfect spot to be in. They have Dark Control and confident about it.
Getting squeezed and instead of shying away, just forcing their way into a 5v4 and keeping Falcons out of it.
Very awkward. Lose their op, and then they don't have re-smokes here for the site. They've only got Madden with one.
It's a bit of a waiting game, hoping maybe CTs kind of fade off of this B site.
Oh man, I think they might just try to scrim into the site here. I mean, they got one smoke they can make do with that for sure. With the and they make some noise.
They threw it twice.
Yeah. I mean, CTs are here waiting.
They know what's up. It's just going to come down to a matter of hitting the shots. There's also a Molotov on ZTR, but he ain't here yet. Flawless. He knows those angles too. The same ones that punished GamerLegion on their entries. This is just desperate. And desperation doesn't look good on Falcons.
Nice adjustments there for GamerLegion, the way that they handled that initial sight hit. Flamus, good round. Oh, he's about to yell. There we go. Okay. As if they're not all sitting, but Sonic's like, why'd you say fuck me for?
I love that he consciously stays quiet, does his fist bumps. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Gonna stay orderly. And the intrusive thoughts do win. Intrusive thoughts, much like GamerLegion, seeping out as this game goes on. Slowly racking them up. 7-0 start for Falcons. 10-8 game at this point. Luckily, Falcons had created a little buffer of cash, and that means Sunpius is looking for revenge as he was stuffed empty-handed last round.
Yeah.
I like this. But he got spotted.
Oh my god.
Oof, doesn't matter how rough a game you're having, Magisk with a magical 2 kills slides out and slams it, and there is nothing GamerLegion are going to do about that.
You could call that a game winner right there. That's a massive round. Ooh. The boost is obviously a risk, but of course behind the smoke you can't always anticipate that you're going to get flashed like that.
nor that you'll get seen if you just try to keep your head down.
Yeah.
You know, if Magisk was a second later, maybe he doesn't see it, maybe he doesn't spray. But also, I'm gonna give him extra credit.
Some flashes are empty.
He just slammed that headshot after too.
Yeah, he did.
Second kill is the nice one.
Yeah. We have seen some good tactics from Falcons in this map. They had their little bait set up outside of A. The Dupree's 2-in-1 HE grenade. Splash. He's got to wear the Pokemon hat one day.
Okay. I was just thinking how many times he's probably heard that. You know, it's like when I introduce myself back home in Canada.
Yeah,
it's Connor. And they go, oh yeah, Connor McDavid, or I get Connor McGregor.
Connor McGregor, yeah.
or John Connor. Like, shut up. 30 years I've been hearing that joke.
He just needs to show up with like a bottle of Heinz, just be Ash ketchup.
Okay, dude, shut up. You used to be funny, man.
You're still laughing.
Okay. Luckily, you lose the A site that fast, you come into the next one with full guns. Nothing but a technicality. Just don't let Magisk shred you twice. Tried to highlight him as a weak link, and he posts what could be one of the more critical rounds as Falcons get within touching distance of that 13. Good utility pressure. Gonna unravel the forward advancement there. GamerLegion trying to cause a ruckus on the bridge, but it all cools off. This overstacked A site. Oh, are they gonna regret this? Incendiary bounces back at him.
Another chance for Slend, who has had an overall great map. Sneaking into position. But this round is not ending on his site. How are Falcons going to set this up right now? They're just going to wander back towards B, or are they actually going to sell some kind of fake? I mean, this lurk is, like, the lurk in A won't be that effective. Surely they're just going to have Magisk fight a little bit, right?
Yeah, ZTR.
And try to pull one rotation.
Seemingly got the read, moves us into the right spot.
Yeah, sort of a strange map right now. I mean, the utility's here for Falcons. The time, not really.
Maybe very well just boil down to the kill.
15 seconds, make a choice.
Sheesh, trying to get out. They will burn the plat. CT's feeling a little squeezed. You've got 3 seconds left to get that bomb into the site. And sure enough, just putting it down in time. The plant comes out. They knew what they needed.
No way.
Calculated.
Calculated from beginning to end.
Magisk never had to move a muscle.
Yeah, here's this part of the play.
Comes out late, clears the op off the field, and puts Falcon into the 12th. So, sketchy? Yes. Stressful? Yes. Successful? Indeed.
Yes.
Snappy does know what he's doing. They had Molotovs to blanket all the positions, essentially. Little disrespectful. The tail end of this one. Falcons 4 map points to close GamerLegion's pick.
Yeah, they definitely rolled the dice right at the end, but they did get organized and had all their nades in the right place somewhat. And most importantly, fragged. They had to get all these kills, basically. 3 players on the site within 10 seconds, and they made it happen.
I mean, hell, even Sunpai is stopping for that op kill. He's got the bomb. Misses that one. Sub 2 seconds to spare.
Yeah, or if he jumps across with the bomb out.
That's it. It was stressful, but it wasn't sloppy. And it's a lackluster buy here for GamerLegion to try their damnedest to hang on. We didn't get that Big, powerful performance out of ZTR like we did on Anubis versus Vitality. He led the charge in that upset on map 1 yesterday.
Oh my god.
Snappy's pouncing, trying to get ahead. Slen's got his op up. Out on camera, but he just lost his teammate in the sight,
now
and now the util comes out.
Yeah.
It's going to be pressure. Luckily for the CTs, Dupree gets clipped over on the other half of the map. Molly's going to burn Slend out of position. He's worried about Bridge, and he's got a reason to be. Bomb planted, post-plant in position, and Magisk takes over the op.
Oh man, they came in with nothing on contact, so they have 2 smokes left over as well.
Some nasty plays from Falcons in the dying seconds of this first map. Madden just really buying his time here. Camera smoke gets naded, does a bit of damage on Flammus. Sunpius is gonna get dropped by the pistol. Here comes the retake, and it's looking strong. Tag through the wall. Snappy's got a double. Madden's got the flank. Player on top of the bomb gets smoked out and slayed, but time is of the essence, and he knows he doesn't have it. Slen's gotta walk away with tail tucked as Falcons find 13.
Well, there you go. That is, I'm going to parrot myself. I said this about Vitality early on. Let me say it about Falcons. Not the Falcons we saw yesterday. They look a little bit more energized. And on the other side, GamerLegion, quite demure, I think is the word. They were very quiet. They just never were able to find their footing. Tried a little bit in the second half, but I think the 7 rounds on the trot from Falcons right at the start kind of, it gets a little bit difficult after that, right, to feel motivated.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, it was a little bit of a weird game in the kind of way that the pace of the game was. First and foremost, Falcons go 7-0 up. Look unstoppable, look like the super team that we all thought they were going to be. And then they kind of hit a rough string of rounds, lose 4 in a row, end out the half with winning 1, lose the pistol, and you're like, okay. You can see GamerLegion, especially Flammus, starting to get loud. The comeback was mounting, but they show Falcons here that they are the more experienced team, they are the better team. Also, just looking at Dupree in the pistol round of the CT half, the kind of 2 taps he's doing with the USP, this is the individual level we want to see from them, and they played better than they did yesterday.
Why did they struggle so much on the T side, though?
I think, I mean, if you look at it, they lost the pistol round and the following 2, and after that, when the economy was a bit more established, they actually managed to win 5 out of the last 6. So I think the struggle was not as big as maybe you tried to make it right now, Sam?
Well, I suppose it's the scoreline, right? So you kind of see them running away with it in the beginning, and you kind of want that momentum to continue.
Yeah.
I suppose for me as well, I want a dominating performance from Falcons.
I mean, if you're 7-0 up, why not freaking continue? Why not make it a 13-1, 13-3?
It doesn't always work like that, right?
It is true, and also you have to say that like Slint was doing some pretty good moves again. We've complimented him a few times, especially now it's being a little bit of a trademark that in these 1-on-1s, 2v1s, he's moving around, no scoping with the orb around the smokes, not afraid of kind of playing a little bit more of a risky game, and he's been successful with that. But we talked about ZTR yesterday. First map against Vitality, 1.5 rating. This game, he's 7 kills and 16 deaths. Again, this is kind of the roller coaster life, a little bit of the IGL, but he didn't hit the same level like he did yesterday, which was a big part of why they had that 1 map win against Vitality.
So do you think it does come down to ZTR's level in this, that maybe also didn't help with the GamerLegion performance?
I mean, you have 2 guys who are struggling a little bit individually, but then again, I think overall, you could see in the way that they were moving Falcons that they played really well. Also, Sunpius nearly pulled off an insane pistol round ace on the T side. So they just seem to show up as individuals. And when you look at the names on paper, if the Falcons players are showing up, then they should also be better than the 5 guys of the GamerLegion side.
Was this convincing enough for you when you look at Falcons, though?
I'll take it. I'll take it.
You happy with that?
I mean, then again, what is the expectation? And Sonic said this himself in the interview, like, let's be real. Let's try and put the bar where we're at right now. We are not a top 10 team. We're not a team which is capable of fighting for titles. They want to take it step by step. And I think, you know, winning this 13-8, relatively convincing, I would say. I didn't really feel like the game was getting out of hand at any point. It's a good sign for them. Now again, we're heading into map 2, and we need to see more of this. We can't just accept 1 good map from Falcons.
I want to focus in on Slend. We spoke about him earlier, but let's focus in on him again, because I'm always curious about AWPers that come up into this level, right? Yeah. Into the tier 1, because it is a very different ball game when you come in here. And it doesn't matter how good you are in your online cash cups. When you get here, it's a very different vibe. He's had an opportunity now twice to play on this stage, and both times he's really impressed me. And I think there's a lot of potential there. It's almost like GamerLegion knew. I mean, they knew what they were picking up when they saw it. But has he surprised you at all, or is it kind of the level you expect when you come into this sort of arena?
I think he's done good. I'm not sure if I'm like falling off the chair and being like, whoa, he's the next thing. But I think considering his position and what team he's playing, he's been doing well. But like you said, there's a big difference from kind of playing in the Tier 3, I would say, which he usually does, to now playing against Falcons and yesterday Vitality, which is Tier 2 and Tier 1. Because of the way that people, I would say it can be hard to kind of express to the audience at home. But if you play a regular Faceit game or matchmaking or whatever, and you are scoped with the AWP, people just walk into a crosshair, all you have to do is click and be relatively fast. When you play on a Tier 3 level, okay, people will throw some grenades, maybe they'll jump for each other, but then when you go into the Tier 1, people are constantly jiggle peeking, making small micro moves, using that extra flash, being patient, stressing you, and knowing how to make the life of an AWPer very, very tough. So far, he's faring well, but if GamerLegion wants to win, well is just not enough.
Fair point. Well is not enough just yet. They've now lost their map pick. That's going to be sitting heavy on them. We're going to take a quick break, and when we return, we'll take a look at map 2.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. We are kicking off the decade with the Blast Premier Spring Series. We are going to be here live from 3 Mills in London. We do have the very best in the business, the best in the world competing here at Blast Premier.
Who were on the way up and up last year.
I'm hoping that we get some good Counter-Strike.
We've had to take everything online. Blast have run into this challenge head on. We are pushing the limits of what's possible with the online broadcast.
1 versus 4.
For 754 days, we've been without a stage, without a stadium, without a crowd. But now Blast is finally back where we belong.
This is an incredible electricity in the air. Can you let me hear you roar?
Today in Lisbon, we will show everyone that we live and breathe Counter-Strike.
The return of the Royal Arena and a chance for a new monarch to now be occupying the throne.
Send off 2022 in proper fashion. Let's do this, Abu Dhabi!
It all comes down to this, to define how we end the last season in CSGO.
It's time to make your country proud. Get loud! Abu Dhabi, make some noise!
It feels like the stage has been set wonderfully. It is you who sets the stage with us. Make some noise!
Ash, yesterday was, I would say, an impressive showing from this new GamerLegion coming in. How do you view it?
It was a good start. I think it was a good start. We had, obviously we don't really know what's going to happen with the first game, so it was probably thrown in the deep end a little bit, but I think we did a great job.
I know it's very early to say, but how does this compare to like the previous season GamerLegion?
I mean, it's more fresh for sure. We've got a bit more energy for now, but obviously we've got heights that we want to kind of reach and surpass. So it's just a good start, but I don't really say that we've done anything so far, so we've got a long way to go. So.
Okay, very reasonable with your response. I like that. Now, looking at your team, it's a very young team though, right? Who was the person in charge of like looking for these players in this direction of kind of what I think is building for the future?
Well, it was kind of my direction in the way. Kind of, we've looked at where can we make the next step. Talked with GamerLegion about it, and we kind of looked at the way the youth players are kind of standing out right now. It doesn't seem to be as big of an issue as it has been in the past. So that's kind of the direction we want to go with, and now we'll try to keep the team together as long as we can and build something rather than just selling on players. So it's going to be a long-term direction to try and make the bridge, and hopefully backing myself to help develop the players and Adrian and kind of see how it goes.
How hard is it to build a team like this GamerLegion to go and scout those young players, find all those different pieces, bring them all together and hope like hell they click?
Yeah, it's definitely difficult, but that's also why I praised GamerLegion and the staff yesterday, because I think they've made some very clever moves, not just in terms of what they can expect of results, but also the financial decisions in what kind of players are you signing. You see a lot of teams out there trying to overspend a little bit, being a little bit too eager to try and lift the trophy. And matter of the fact is, there is just only one team at every tournament that can lift it. But there's plenty of teams that goes in with the hope that they are the one. And I think right now, GamerLegion is settling for a little bit less. I think in terms of signing young players, it depends a lot on kind of what is your protocols and how much in depth are you trying to go with the interviews. But then again, one thing is interviews, another one is when shit hits the fan and you're playing, how do people behave, how do people act?
How risky is it though? I mean, and for GamerLegion, they've just gone through this, right? They find these young players, they give them an opportunity. All these other teams come in and just pick out their best parts and they have to rebuild again. Ash, the coach, mentions there about how, you know, we're looking for long term. We don't want that to happen, but it is a huge gamble that you take because there's always these bigger organizations with their eyes on what you're doing.
Yeah, for sure, but then again, that's also kind of just part of the food chain, you know, like you sign these guys, you have them on a contract. If someone wants to buy them, they gotta pay up. And that's also a way to make good and quick and easy money. That's what we like, the easy money, right?
The easy
that's why
money.
you and me are standing.
Yeah,
right?
that's why we're on the desk
yeah.
and not playing anymore,
Yeah,
right?
exactly.
There you go. I never played.
You had to fight for the prize money here, you get the pay no matter what. Easy life.
Yeah, there we go. See, Cadian's fixing. He's figuring it out. Now we move to Nuke. This is Falcons' pick. They've obviously got one in their pocket. They won another one. And I have to be honest, I did see Falcons play Nuke just before the player break at ESL Challenger, and Dupree was absolutely incredible. I think I proposed to him at one point. I was like, can he just marry me? That's how well he was playing here.
Yeah.
And it is a map that I'd be... You're looking at the stats though going, hold on.
Yeah, I'm just saying, like, the last 6 times that GamerLegion has played Nuke, they won every single time. They are on a 6-map win streak.
It's a bit of a change in calling, new IGL.
Yeah,
really
sure. I mean, I'll put it like this. If you pick into it, like, I think it's also part of the, like, Sonic's philosophy, which is that, okay, if they played it a lot, we will have a lot of material to look at. But then again, I think also Nuke is one of the maps where if you are the better team, the more clever team, you can really manipulate rotations. And a young, inexperienced team communicating in English, this is where Snappy should shine. This is when they should be outplaying their opponents.
So yes or no, Falcons going to take this 2-0?
Yes.
Confidence from Cadian. Let's find out if they can do it.
Nice to see a confident Cadian. Nice to see, I'd say, a confident calling from Snappy towards the tail end of Anubis as well, right? Had them figured out, smash GamerLegion against the wall, and now we have this. The GGBet odds extending into the favor of Falcons because map up and heading into their pick.
Hitting into their pick, and even though GamerLegion have this win streak, Falcons also their best map on paper, so we're expecting good things out of Falcons, more of just a continuation. Episode 2 of a very strong start and a very strong season maybe here for the Falcons. GamerLegion showed us 2 really good maps yesterday, ended up losing the series, and ended up losing 2 maps. Even though the second map was good, they still lost that. But they can impress at any moment, I think is the takeaway for sure. And I mean, if they show us what they showed us even on Anubis, where they lose, but they still have really good rounds behind it, they didn't let the game be a stomp, then I'm still willing to believe in the project. And we got some nice words from Ash to actually try to signify a point where he feels like now they're going to have the chance to build a roster and not just sell off pieces. Now, I'm personally doubtful that, you know, that's up to him whether or not they sell off pieces, but it's nice to know that he's thinking about that, and that's what the team wants.
And what he wants, right? To build up again. We'll see. Time will tell. For now, full focus on Nuke, where they're down to the 3v5. T's tearing through this A site. Slen can't do it all on his own. And the Heaven player gets insta-gushed, so not easy for Andu, but he's not the only player tagged. Snappy on the full bar, sits in main. His 2 teammates down beneath in the bomb site itself. Andu was hoping somebody would try to come take a peek, but no reason to. Doesn't feel like Falcons are going to give him a thread to pull on. Sure enough, straight to the A site, straight to business. It's a pistol win for Falcons.
And Falcons, again, I've been talking about them lacking style, you know, like having sort of feeling like they're trying to build a base, but not really have anything that stands out about them. But when we talk about CSGO, Snappy, and ENCE, and you know, a year ago, the way that they were playing CS, there was a signature style. It was set strats and very fast ones. That was the 2 ways in which you could distinguish a Snappy call from anybody else's. It was repeating upper hits. It was repeating sight hits faster and faster each time.
Yep.
That's something that we haven't actually seen that much so far.
You know that classic quote of his? If a rush doesn't work,
try it faster.
Oof, rushing into Magisk. Maybe not what the doctor ordered, but USPs, no problem. 4 frags for Magisk. Easy anti-eco. Get them stats up. He had some pretty good impact towards the tail end of Anubis. That very critical 2K that smothered the A site. That really was the beginning of the end for GamerLegion back on map 1. So enjoy the freebies. Guns up for the GamerLegion.
Slen has no armor with this AWP. 3 rounds in.
Good luck.
Armor is for cowards anyway.
That's what I always say.
Anything beyond a butter knife is an admission of defeat, as far as I'm concerned.
Sounds like some Dark Souls elitist propaganda. Flashes towards Andu. He's going to drive down towards the bottom of the ramp and hang on from here. Ooh, Madden. Nice presence of mind to keep eyes towards Garage. Jumping Mac 10, why not? Come on, man. Give the kid a chance.
That icon, though, looks like it was made for the Mac 10.
Mm-hmm. Flamus comes out from vents as he hears bomb being planted. Doesn't dive the door just yet.
That's not the Flamus I know.
Right. Posting up, trying to get Volt in on the entry. Makes sound on the approach. He's got a Smoke grenade, flash to work with to try and get them out, but he tries to go out dry in a well-timed peek from Magisk. That upgraded M4 that he found off the MAC-10, and not enough of an opening here for GamerLegion to chance it. They'll save the 2 weapons, hopefully. Falcons 3-0 the start.
And they've been a team that has been super good on retakes. You know, when they take their time and they decide to like organize something slowly, like most of the time I feel like they set themselves up in good spots. And we saw like Flamus, for example, you know, throw a couple positions where it was like a 5v5, like that connector round on Mirage, where he does always want to fight a little bit. And here's good patience, but he can't really get involved if they're not going to be able to take ramp control over again. So this Magisk kill is all they need.
It's the one that locks it all in. Couple bells and whistles added to the 2 saved guns. But it's going to have to be Slender Flamus. 2 names I look to nowadays for GamerLegion, but a missed shot and an instant pounce. They know what they want.
Oh, yeah.
This ace site taken by storm. We see bodies trying to be added up to heaven. CT, wow, comes through smoke. Luckily gets cleared by Madden, and Snappy joins out from Hut. Snappy stops the bleeding. Looked chaotic enough for a second there. But they're not able to make too much happen. Slend has a tough ask. A 1v3 on sites. Or you walk away and save your op again.
And the best rounds they had versus Vitality were the ones that went slower. When Vitality started speeding up, they had a little bit of trouble stopping the really high tempo rounds. And again, Falcons, what better roster to do it? This is a bit of their old self with how fast they're going.
Perfect response, right? Kind of the disrespectful tempo that we got back at the beginning of Anubis, too. Just remember Ash's wise words. Not going to respect us unless we give him a reason to. And looks like Falcons are looking to take that map 1 win and snowball in through Nuke. Sonic loving what he sees out the gate.
Imagine they just did it again. Oh my God, they're doing it again. Oh no, they're just going for the drop. Uh-oh, they're getting away with everything.
All the way down.
Oh man, 3 players downstairs.
So good, that's such a good call.
That's rough.
Yeah, I love counter strikes. Oh, that's so good.
Damn, no HEs on the doors. They're kind of out of utility, but the CTs didn't get to use anything. They were ready for upstairs, sort of.
Maybe, kinda.
They had 3 guys coming up heaven. But they couldn't get any spam through the players trying to exit. They couldn't HE them as they were getting out. And the opening kill, even though it goes to Falcons, it is in a point of the round where it's pretty much lost.
Sampaio's been flexing his AK talent lately.
That's true.
No chump on a rifle, but not going to be able to survive this one. Bomb drops Madden and Ondu, who was in hell. Tagged through the window and blown to smithereens. But, God, that was clean.
Yeah, that's satisfying to watch. For sure. People get away with a play like that. It's equally satisfying to see 3 players get drilled through the smoke with a silenced M4 on the rush, but they just didn't see it coming. Maybe they did see it coming, couldn't stop it.
This is really all there was to it. Bunch of guys diving down the vents.
Said, hey, what's the fastest way to get to the B site again? And that was the call.
Sorry, sir. I'm from out of town. I'm looking for some directions.
Take the ladder. You snake.
Ah, what was that?
What was that?
Who did that? As Slend is tasked with going into a hut peek, you block the poor guy. It's a slightly slowed lobby crunch set up. AWP sees nothing so far, but Insta wall of smokes, insta secret control. No immediate follow through downstairs just yet, but it is most certainly there for the taking.
Yeah, rotations are going to be a little stiff. It's very hard to get that info when you don't have a full buy. So no surprise there, but just a very lucid call here. Very pragmatic from Falcons on the anti-eco. Take advantage of outside and lower. And oh my God, what a peek out of Andu.
Lamas gets burned out of his corner, down to half health. That's not ideal. Already players in sight. He gets popped by Sunpius. It's a retrieved AK from Andu, earned in lobby. They do smoke one side and exit out of the ramp door, but nicely cleaned up. Snappy's gonna do it again. Madden catching frags elsewhere, and Slen sees no real attempt at an entry, so Falcons just one step ahead once again.
This is one of those games where I feel like GamerLegion would be like, yeah, we knew what they were going to try to do on this round, right? The upper rush came, and they're like, okay, this is an ENTS type of half. The upper rush is coming again. It's coming again. But in the most successful, ENTS type of half, you can't stop it. And then on the anti-eco, the call is perfect. And the pace has just been really high throughout. They barely burned any calories in this match. Falcons getting away with it all. And they're sort of playing the CS you want them to play if they feel like they're the better team, right? Which is something that Falcons haven't really been doing for a few months.
Yep. Not every matchup they maybe feel like the better team because there is that self-doubt. In this game, they're just throwing it out there. Second timeout already used here from Ash. 6 rounds into the game.
He said, guys, listen, last map was a 7-0 start. Okay, this is an improvement. Right before this pause, we're going to start the comeback now.
It's a good spin.
It really had to twist.
Is that Sid from Ice Age on Flomus's mousepad?
Oh my God, is it? What? Or is that a monkey from Lion King?
Are there monkeys in Lion King?
Aren't there? Or no, I mean, who am I thinking of from Lion King? That's got the...
You're thinking of Rafiki.
No, not Rafiki, though. Is it orange and brown fur?
That's a lion.
Is that a lion from Lion King?
Wall of smokes again thrown up. Oh, Magisk, how'd you pull this off? He's over towards Squeaky, just fragging out. Poor ZTR has been getting bullied in this series. Oh, and the walkthrough as Slend has the scope posted top silo. Madden just masterfully walks through that smoke. And he's gonna get away with it too. Disengaged down to secret. Shadow advantage onto Flomus. Oh, the Falcons can do no wrong.
Oh. This round was a clinic. A walk around default into a bomb plant. 5 dead. Falcons 7-0. Off the tack pause from GamerLegion. Does nothing. Well, we need to see that mouse pad up close. Oh, it had some print on it. Oh, okay. We don't know what it says.
It's not Rafiki, though.
Is that there, Simba?
Oh, new angle for Slend.
Ooh, shot too soon.
Yep, and already 5v4 yet once more. Molly behind him, Andu forced into it. Down he goes, Sunpius ready for that, and...
He said, I want you to push.
I was gonna say, a peek here would be crazy. It's not the wrong idea.
That was on him.
Just... bullet not quite thick enough. Snappy surprised by that one. Another player to push a smoke right here. Whoop. Whoop, Madden didn't notice.
Ships in the night. Doesn't really do much here for Flomus. He just turns into a mini player once again. When will the carnage end here? Falcons.
Might not. Looking much better Looking like a Yangshiping Grand Finalist. Now poor Slend could end up dying if Madden takes the route towards ramp, but wants to join forces and split the site. There it is. All he's looking for, a bit of contact. Ooh, don't worry about it. How'd that happen?
The amount of team kills today.
Oops.
The only kill is a nade from a teammate. Falcons are on it right now.
Good. They need to be.
Yeah, good.
We need to see this from Falcons.
Okay, what is Falcons stabilizing? What would that mean? I mean, tournament threat is like a whole different league, I feel like.
To me, I would just say touching the Katowice success again. Making top 8. Make top 8 at another you know, world-class LAN.
I mean,
get to where you did with Boros.
Yeah. I mean, the price to performance ratio is obviously way off. So they do kind of have to make, like, you know, you would expect. I think the expectation when they formed was every top 8, you know, at least quarterfinals.
Especially because of what ENCE were doing.
Yeah, and now that
getting top 8.
Right. And then you take like 2 players from Vitality and you think, okay, no, it's a surefire shot. Obviously, we're so far away from that, but is the expectation at least two more top 8s?
Yeah.
Is that too low though? You know what I mean? Like, don't they have to make accelerated progress?
Make up for all this lost time.
Yeah.
Yeah, you raised a good point. Oh, Madden, come on. Poor kid just wants to get an op shot off. Oof. This is like watching Dust 2 against Vitality yesterday. The fact he clears that.
This is a paddling. Oh, come on, give him a kill.
Man, it's barely legal. At this point, Volt, poor guy, has to just make a break for it. Just slowing him down. But no, maybe you are right. Maybe, you know, I say just make another top 8, as if just making a top 8's why this team came together. But
doesn't do anything.
You had a tournament-winning core of ENCE, and you sprinkled in, due to not acquiring the G2 superstars.
Yeah.
You know,
which, to be fair, that did make it a lot harder. That was,
of course.
that was the most important part, probably, of the whole roster.
We lost half of a major grand champion team, and we lost the ENCE of 2023 to make this Falcons.
Yes.
So at the very least, it should have just been what those teams were already producing.
Yeah, yeah.
And the point was to get even more.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, that's why the expectations and the pressure are so high. And then you sprinkle in all this kind of, I'll say it, wasted time.
Mm-hmm.
AKA money.
But they brought in 5 more majors in Dupree. And
there we go.
He's actually been a great change. So,
and now they're absolutely stomping GamerLegion out of the groups and into the showdown, where ZTR historically has done his best work at Blast.
Yeah, true.
So
we should crown a real, you know, a true king of the showdown when it's all done, you know, after this year.
It'll be the last showdown.
Yeah.
Wow. Be sad to see them go. Seen so many players have their hearts crushed at the showdown. To me, it's still, yeah, it's still got to be 9Z eliminating Vitality and retiring RPK.
Oh man,
that was
crazy. That overpass match.
That was
and then
one.
And then Pain qualifying to Lisbon over Furia.
Oh, that's another good one.
There have been some big moments in the showdown. Very fun ones. On top of all the heartbreakers and funny moments, including Metasport Falcons.
Yep. The spoiled return of Simple. MP9 from Control. Can they get one? 1.5? Maybe just one? Bomb stopped. Back sight. 10 seconds, though. Dupree's going to punch it in.
Well, they kind of have a man advantage. So Pius is in an interesting spot. I mean, he can't get flanked from Decon, so maybe this actually works out. Oh, they gave him the space. What the heck?
Wadu. Flashbangs for Magisk and Dupree, but AK's out at the halfway point. Here come the CTs, just running it forward. Magisk is gonna mow down 2. Pius is covered 10 in a row.
Damn.
Hot damn.
I mean, I would never say they're going to get the 13-0. If they did, that'd be nice revenge for Snappy over ZTR, right?
Nice, boys.
After what happened this last spring. I mean, Ash said if it's an 8-0 start, we'll come back. He didn't really say anything about 10-0.
Nor 12-0.
Nor 12-0.
They shall not be stopped. Damn, I mean, they shall not be slowed down. Pius making it over to Secret. Team Falcons doing what they damn well please. A missed shot for Slend won't make this any easier. They'll turn around. ZTR's got his ear pressed against the wall. Flash goes deep, but he still turns slightly, and Madden smashes him. 5v4 off that one. Minute to the clock. We've got another player in a corner. Potentially another spanner in the works.
Nandu can't do much to help out Heaven from this position besides let him know what he hears.
Oh, man. He just pulled the trigger, popping out onto Madden, but there's still players above him. Player backside so desperate. Volt, oh, and he turns from it, just trying to check main, and you knew they were up in Heaven.
Now he's just stuck down here.
The certainty was Heaven.
Yep, couldn't beat him up there. Now he's just got to listen.
Staring up the ladder, wishing he was able to hang on to it. Now, bomb is still on Sunpius in Garage. Things could get a little weird. They're getting weird. He gets charged down by Dupree. 15 seconds. Someone's got to grab that bomb, run it into the A site. You got to go knife out. Time is of the essence.
It's far.
I don't know if he's got this time.
Slend just got to hit one shot.
Oh, he doesn't. He doesn't have the time.
Sure? Oh.
Missed it. Pretty sure he missed it. And with it, GamerLegion take one.
They screamed. Please tell me that was Flamus. No egg tonight.
Oops.
Oops.
One is in garage, they're taking garage. Leave two at double. Leave.
Doesn't seem overjoyed about it.
Dana 13-0. But they did lose the first round when you first said 13-0.
I said I wouldn't say it.
Just saying. Nice shot. Slend finding a slot behind a red box. Oh, almost, but he unscopes and Dupree comes out with the trade frag. And one doesn't necessarily mean two. They try to get downstairs ahead of what could be the cross, but with bomb all the way in the back here, I don't think Falcons are as adamant about Secret as they have been. Of course, GamerLegion about to figure that out.
Oh, that's one guy in the back.
So gross.
Flamus trying not to make noise here.
Gets dinked. Oh, okay.
For very little.
Hanging on. 11 health in the op, survives the frag grenade, but Sunpius takes his head off. Man advantage taken back to Falcons, bomb on their back, and a Magisk entry into the A site that should guarantee at least a plant. CTs don't even know what site's gonna get hit, so unfortunately they'll be downstairs trying to scramble back into the game.
Might be a quiet finish to the half. The night, in fact.
What was that 6-map win streak Cadian was waffling about?
Yeah, that's what Falcons are on. It was 5. Maybe now 6. No. What was he talking about?
I think he was saying GamerLegion's on a 6-map win streak on Nuke. Hence why maybe they have a chance. Flashback sight, player tuck box. Sorry, boys. Falcons ain't gonna let you touch them on Nuke. 11-1. Bomb fumble sprinkled into the mix, if not a flawless half. Falcons simply looking cut from a different cloth. 2 rounds away from kicking GamerLegion into the Blast Fall Showdown. Falcons have turned it up a notch coming into Nuke. An 11-1 half that poises them for a very quick close tonight. But GamerLegion never gave up yesterday, and they won't give up now.
And during the break, Connor said that he would shave his head hanging from his balcony if GamerLegion make this comeback right now.
Hold me to it.
We're all cheering for a pistol. Let's go, GamerLegion. Usually Connor doesn't make good bets. But this time it won't cost him money, it'll cost him pride.
Oof.
Oh.
Ain't gonna cost me jack. Senpius. Beretta's ready. Main player's trying to flush him out. Magisk has that covered off. Ooh, Slendon Volt. Oh, Slendon Volt. A 2v5 evened out. And Beretta's grabbed off corpses.
Oh, I thought it was time to drop vent. Was that not the spot to do it? Oh, okay.
Boy, oh boy. Little 2v5 pistol in the face of a man who's won a quarter of CSGO majors. Yes, indeed.
We got that pistol.
2v5.
Wow, amazing. It's not a CSGO comeback, Connor.
No chance.
It's only 9 rounds. Look how happy they are, for example.
If we get at least 7 rounds, I heard Eric is buying kebabs to everyone.
Yeah, that's for sure. I'll give you guys more than a kebab. That's
if we win the game, I'll get steak for everyone.
Oh, so not only will Connor be bald, but Ash will buy everyone steak.
He did say win the game. Very safe bet.
Yeah, they have to win the game.
Nuke and Mirage. Oof.
Nuke and Mirage. Yeah, okay. They're making this comeback, and you're shaving your head, Connor.
Seven rounds for kebabs. That's not a bad deal.
Yeah, that's not too bad.
Ooh, Madden.
Oh. Oh.
Snappy, though. Is that a little false sense of hope I feel in the air?
No. I mean,
Molly down to the
an
staircase.
anti-eco.
They've got the bomb possession. Luckily, Flamus picks up a kill in lobby.
He ain't gonna let go.
Snappy, it's a little brazen. Ooh, Volt.
Wow.
Yeah. What are you doing? Trying to step inside of the fire like that?
We're not losing to this team.
Ten to go.
Look at Flamus' energy.
Yelled so hard.
They're taking a vein popped.
Anybody else see stars in here? Anybody else smell toast? Started with a couple nice pistol kills.
Yeah, were those impressive to you?
No, they were okay.
Oh, their tilt, they're so mad already. Oh, save it again.
10 rounds to go. The reps are a good thing. Can't take it away from GamerLegion. I do think, again, we kind of talked about this yesterday. I think worth mentioning now versus Pistols. Like, they are one of the more interesting roster moves in the offseason, right? To go for a completely fresh-faced 19-year-old trio.
I mean, you know what? Like, you could even put them over with, like, the blockbuster moves, per se.
Sure.
Like, I mean, maybe you're excited about JKS Ultimate or something like that, but those ones are sort of like, who knows exactly what's going to happen.
This is GamerLegion bringing in completely unknown entities.
Yeah, where they sort of had to, they couldn't really do wrong by making a move because they had to replace an IGL. They had to make something happen. They're expected to take risks. They've made some good scouting in the past.
Yeah, this is the same team and coach that understood Shuhei's value.
Yeah, seriously.
Brought Ime to the forefront.
They could see Shuhei's value. That mouse couldn't even see, like, what the hell?
Yep. Sold snacks to G2. first team to give Snacks a full-time position in a very long time. You know, that was Snacks looking for a team for a while, right? Did a couple stand-ins, notably under Snappy with Ents once.
I think a lot of us were hyped about that.
Yep.
Less so hyped about the, the move up after what he did on GamerLegion, because it wasn't much.
Sure.
But it was at least experience, and well, the quality of players is of course different now as well for Snacks. And in the process, GamerLegion have lost A-Core, and was there one more who just is teamless? Kioz as well, who is just teamless now.
And Isaac, who went to Ninjas.
And Isaac, who went to Ninjas, yeah. Wow, they've really done well in that regard.
Showed us some very real potential versus Vitality out of the gate, a team that they would have had plenty of time to prep for in anticipation of the end of the player break. Capitalized on ZywOo's off-map of Mirage, went toe-to-toe with a world-class performance out of Spinx.
Yep.
And made Falcons sweat after a 7-0 deficit on the opening map of this series. Anything they can do here on Nuke, well, that's just bonus. I have high expectations for them if they were to head down to the showdown. And it's Kebabs at 7. A bald Scrawny at 13. Clean entry into the ramp. Dupree's gonna tuck on doorway. Nade's coming all around him, but he hangs on, and there's no overstep just yet, so he can't challenge the bomb site because Flawless is here, and oh, the entry is so fast. Flawless does have that little extra X factor. For better or for worse, some of his aggression throughout these last 48 hours. It's been a pleasure to watch. You know, I think Slend, on a mechanical level, we have at least seen good things from each of the pieces, the new pieces of GamerLegion.
I think so. I mean, I think watching Slend has been pretty nice overall. He looks like really reliable. I feel like he's not made too many clear mistakes or anything like that. I don't know. It's been pretty good. Yesterday, I think there were more highlights between him and Andu.
Yeah.
Overall. And yeah, they haven't actually played Nuke with this lineup yet, so this will be the first go around. Their last games, they all won with Snacks on the team, though Flamus was there.
Ramp, exploding me ramp.
Oh man, tilted, slouching back in the chair. I mean, they've pretty much given up, Connor.
You calling this one over?
Yeah. Weren't expecting that, yep, or yeah.
Hit that. They've got Falcons shelled up outside. No garage control, Dupree in main. Wall of smokes that'll have nothing really crossing behind it. See what kind of a reaction elicits from Falcons. Dupree taking another peek out from main. We've got Snappy on the jiggle. He was absolutely overrun in the previous gun round right here. They could do it to him again because we've got Flawless up
letting
close.
him walk up.
His entries are clean. Molotov, though, in front of the pack. That's going to soften him up, but look at this deep one here from Flawless. Snappy takes a nade to the head. Madden will win the duel downstairs, and while ramp has to be conceded, Falcons have man advantage.
That's the one moment where Flamus definitely could have been more aggressive and gotten away with it, but he's worried about Turnpike. Op shot in for Sunpius.
Tries to follow up. The pressure's on. Ooh. He's not going to give it away for free. Tries to get out of the flames. Burned down to 6 all the way.
Hot like the sun.
Slend peels him off of lobby. It's a 2v5 needed from the T's. One kill deep already. 15 seconds is going to make this one extra weird. Hands will be busy on the plant. It's going to be the opportune moment to strike. They try to spam down the planter, and they find him. 12 to the board for Falcons. No sweat, no stress.
It'll have to be overtime. Fine. That is a better round. Oh, Flamus. If it is better. I bet he's regretting not being aggressive for once in his life.
I'm shocked that he didn't go for that. Like, Snappy stuck around for far too long.
Yes, he had no idea if Llamas was there, he wouldn't have been fighting, and he could have even taken shots at how Snappy would have even noticed exactly where it was coming from, and that would have been a kill to change the round.
You're telling me this is the same Flawless that died 27 times out of 30 rounds on Mirage regulation yesterday?
Yeah, we missed him so bad.
Who swung top mid Mirage 12 rounds in a row?
Like, he's got a similar scoreline, but with half the energy.
That was a fantastic chance to pounce onto the ramp and to deal with Snappy 2 rounds in a row. They'll set themselves up to go for it again by the looks of it. We'll see if Snappy leaves the door ajar. Sunpius being thrown over here could be the solution. 17 and 8 thus far here on Nuke. Peeking in and perfection. Misses the flick over. Snappy's got a player blindsided. Support inbound, and Sunpius not letting him in. 2 kills out of him. Man advantage for Falcons. ZTR once again kind of lurking on his own, but it's been such a slow series. Total contrast to Vitality's game yesterday. Sure, Volt reopens the ramp room and can dive downstairs with Bomb, but there's a player back sight. But as he throws out the molly, he doesn't follow forward. Volt's got options.
I mean, Dupree's calling this fake for him, so 2 kills. Volt, he's had some good rounds over the last couple of days.
Big health advantage for Madden, though, back A. It's all about Volt's path here.
There's just no trick that happened, unfortunately, in his eyes.
Down to 15 seconds. The B burst, no longer an option, walks wide and dies. As anticipated, Falcons close. As expected, after that masterclass of a T-side, total domination on their map pick. It was a great opening series from GamerLegion, and I can confidently say they have left me wanting more. I think that's all you can ask from a core of 19-year-olds making their big LAN debut. Falcons, today is not the end of your run.
Fantastic job from Falcons. There it is. They get their 2-0. But I do want to talk about GamerLegion, much like Scrawny and Launders were talking about them there, Cadian. We say goodbye to them, but I think today wasn't a true indication of the level of talent that's in this team, and maybe a little bit more development could go a long way. But I think that they showed us some signs of brilliance against Vitality and something to be excited about for the future.
GamerLegion arrives at Blast. New captain, ZTR. Plays the first map versus Vitality, reigning major champion from Paris. Win the first map, go into Mirage. Da-da-dam, overtime. Win some nice mid-round, clutches, Slender's on fire. The fairy tale is all the way up there. But you know how it is, Sam. Every fairy tale story, it has an ending at some point, and that ending was today. And it was far from the level that we saw yesterday. They were struggling individually. They were struggling with decision making. They were straight up being disrespected by Falcons in majority, especially of the Nuke game. They were just strafing outside, taking a lot of risk, a lot of chances, and yeah, they couldn't handle it.
They couldn't handle it, but obviously now, I mean, back home, time to do some work to see how that goes. Let's talk about Falcons, though.
Yeah.
I mean, they looked really good at the start of Nuke. I think it was 10 rounds, uncontested.
Yeah, I mean, this is not the first good T-half that Snappy has called on Nuke, and it is probably not going to be the last one either. They had a lot of good T-halves on Nuke and Ends. It was a go-to pick, always a big threat. You saw them here using the vent dives, the fast A hits. They had the protocols of how to use secret, going mass people secret, and how to exploit it and how to come out on the B side. So yeah, that was a really, really good T side by them.
Let's be a little bit harsh maybe on Falcons now, though, is that...
Today?
Today?
Give them a break, Sam. Come on. You're harsh to them every day of the week, and now they go with the 2-0 victory, leading 10-0 on the T side of Nuke, and you want to keep on bashing.
I don't bash, to be clear. I am probably one of the biggest Falcons fans in the sense that when I say, not Falcons, but the team itself, right? I love this lineup. I've done millions of soliloquies about the need that we all want as fans to see them improve, and then they just don't deliver. So I'm concerned that, yes, it was great. We got to see them play against a young team who's relatively inexperienced with a brand new IGL. I don't think that they would be able to do the same on Nuke against, say, a Vitality. And that is where I get worried. Because like Zonic said, the time has come. Falcons needs to deliver now.
Maybe not one-to-one the same things, but hopefully some of their strategies and the way that they're exploiting the map will still work the same. Of course, if you're standing next to a Saivu, you made the example of Vitality, it's different playing versus Saivu or playing versus Slend. And I think you're right to a certain extent, but I think that Snappy and Sonic also and his teams has always had a good grasp of how to play Nuke. So, and I will also say that when you play these lesser teams, you better freaking disrespect them. Like, you better show who you are. Don't play scared, and they played with a lot of confidence in this map.
Very quickly before we go to the interviews, we've spoken a lot in the green room about the mental game that comes at playing at this level. It's something I'm really interested in. And I do think that when you take a look at Falcons, as much as I say, okay, maybe it's not a Vitality, this is good for them. They're going to be feeling really good. That the fact that they could feel like they could disrespect a little bit, there's a confidence boost that comes from that, which I think this team is desperately needing at the moment.
Question is if it's going to be true confidence or fake confidence, because, like you said, it is GamerLegion. I will.
But I'm the one that's being.
No, but I will give you that. But hopefully it's gonna swing some momentum their way, and I would say being in Astralis' position now, that's personally one thing I hated about some of the formats. Also, you guys, Blast. I'm sorry, I'm putting it out there, but having to play against the same team within such a short time span. It's always more difficult for the winning team because they had more chances of looking at what worked and what didn't. And they came down here. They played GamerLegion. They had the 2-0. They're coming in with full momentum, with smiles on their faces when they're leaving now, while Astralis was leaving in a bit of a different state of mind after being, destroyed is probably the word by Vitality a little bit.
Like you said earlier, it's not easy money though. Tough luck. You play Counter-Strike, get used to it. It's going to be tough. One of the players though that has stood out for us, ZTR, the new IGL for GamerLegion. Banks is with him now. Let's find out how he felt about the competition.
GamerLegion will find themselves being eliminated here for the Blast groups, and I guess this one is a very different affair because it felt like at times, especially on Anubis to start off with, you guys couldn't get going in the same way, and they were also almost disrespecting you at times, pushing constantly. What was going wrong to start off with?
What went wrong, I will start on Anubis. I just think we forgot about maybe like the things we talked about staying calm. We had some advantages in the early bar rounds, which we could have transferred, and then I think we would have a much more convincing Anubis. And on Nuke, yeah, they just disrespected us. We had pretty much no answer to it. But yeah, we are still not that sad about it, to be honest. Or I can only speak for myself, but I don't think we should be too sad about this event or this performance.
I think the good thing as well, what I looked at and what I observed, is that your heads didn't go down too far though, right? Even when you were getting some rounds trying to fight back, despite how many of you're 10-0 down at one point, you still had the energy in there. So how do you view just your first outing as a team?
There are a lot of positives and negatives from this game at least, but I would say it's overall really positive. We shouldn't be too sad about it, and I will of course say this to my teammates as well.
Definitely, that's what a leader should do. I like hearing that as well. And now you get to go back and get some extra practice and get yourself refined right for future events coming in. But is there anything you want to say in terms of just the learning experience from this? Because obviously from one game, everyone got super hyped around you, and then we look at this game and you go, okay, what happened here? Is there anything you want to touch on the fact that maybe it was a kind of up and down in just learning experience for you at this level?
No, I think it was like I've not even been in the team for 1 month, I think, and so it's bound to we are bound to be inconsistent, and I think we showed our really high peaks against, for example, Vitality, and also now today our really low lows, which with time I believe we will easily fix.
Easily fix. I like the sound of that and very realistic. Thank you very much, CTR.
Just to summarize what he was saying there, keep this in mind. Brand new IGL, less than a month with the team, and they have said in numerous interviews that he is rebuilding all the systems. That is the decision that's been made. So when you think about all of that, the foundation, the floor might be low, but they're building. That's what they're trying to do.
What is step one for a captain of a team that just lost a tournament? What's step one, Sam?
As someone who has never captained a team that's lost a tournament?
Yeah.
I have no clue.
No. You go there for the losing interview and you put your face out there and you speak truth and you stay composed and you look further ahead, and that's exactly what ZTR did in this interview. You know, talking about that there will be inconsistencies, especially in the beginning. True. That they did play very well and showed some peaks and some potential against Vitality. True. think it was a good interview from Satya here, so props to him. One guy I want to give a little bit of props to as well was Sun Pius. I think that we talk about him as this AWP guy. We don't talk a lot about his rifling, but I think especially on a game like today, you could see that he is actually very snappy, very good with his first bullet. You saw him running around, tapping people, controlling the spray very well. I was very impressed with the way that he performed, especially on the AK today.
So impressed with Falcons overall, right? They came in here, they did what they needed to do, they knew what the job was, much of what we expected. And also, I was quite impressed with Zonic being very honest in his interview, because that's something, like you said, as a captain, losing team, you stand up, you take the hit for your team, you do the interview. Zonic as well, being honest with fans, saying, hey, we know what we need to fix.
Oh, what's happening? People out here being honest, no fake news being spread on Blast TV, eh?
Who knew? Yeah. Let's take a quick recap of the day's events. Let's look at Group A first, or Group B, whichever one production decides to throw at me, because it's fun. There we go. We'll look at our games first. Obviously, you had a chance to see the game against Vitality and Astralis. Vitality looked very, very strong today, which is exciting if you are a Vitality fan. And then, of course, the game that you just saw. We say goodbye to GamerLegion. They drop out of the competition. But Falcons lives to fight another day, and they're going to have their rematch against Astralis.
Yeah, they are. And give me a quick prediction. I'm not going to say mine publicly here, but who's winning that game, Sam?
Already? You want me to do this now?
Yeah.
It'll be Astralis.
All right. I'm not saying nothing, but it's going to be definitely an interesting rematch. And I think hopefully it's also going to be a little bit more competitive than the other one. And then we have Group A.
I love how Cadian's gone into host mode. I will sit on the middle of the fence, not make a prediction, but I'll throw you in the lion's cage to do it. Here we go in Group A. Spirit once again making short work of their opposition and making their way through to the group final. And then, of course, we got to see the Complexity OG game as well.
This is a group which it's probably the group that has me the least excited currently.
Least excited?
Yeah, I mean, OG.
You don't like watching the fiery crash that is Complexity as it rains down into Earth to explode into a million pieces?
I mean, OG for a little bit, for quite a while now, has been a little bit of a farm team at these Blast tournaments. It's always one of those that when you had them in the group, you were always celebrating a little bit.
Wow.
Then you have Heroic playing with the coach, Complexity not at their peak, and we'll have to wait a little bit to see Dunk doing his thing. So not my favorite group, I'll just say it.
Fair enough. Let's take a look at the GGBet predictions to see how all of us are doing at the moment. You can see there that I think for the most part we are... Oh, Cadian, did you lose another point there?
How?
You said Astralis instead of Vitality. This is amazing. Remember yesterday how you said that you were going to beat me at predictions? This is very embarrassing.
It's not worse than picking OG though, like Anders and Henry. Just saying.
So you know that Anders and Henry play the long game. So they try to take like ridiculous decisions in the hope that there'll be an upset so they can steal points from other people. That's exactly how they play it. Trust me, it's like it's a strategy. It's a weird mind game. It's less a mind game and more like a weird bet that you take in the hope that it pays.
Anders has always been full of conspiracy theories of how to kind of do this and that. So I mean, maybe he's gonna be the one laughing in the end. Who knows?
Fair enough. Okay, let's take a look now at our traded plays of the day. We got 3 for you, and starting us off, a little bit of fun, right?
Yes, for sure. Let's see here a little bit of Suntek's amazing movement. You know, he gets flashed into B lobby, he wants to escape, he escapes through the wrong route, and you can see here he's not too satisfied. And as you guys are sometimes asking, do you guys ever chat with each other? Shus asking him if he's blind. Sometimes I'll say that when Shus is asking this question, it is probably because he was, you know, he knew it already.
And then our second play of the day, of course, coming from OG Esports, even though they're out of the competition, was Kido with this incredible ace up against Complexity on Ancient. It didn't really matter, though, because Complexity was able to get it in the end and 2-1 the whole series.
And you told me in the green room that you like the sad faces of Complexity, guys.
I mean, I do. Unfortunately, I just love depression and negativity, clearly. So I just enjoy watching people cry.
Well, I like to see Device pulling off some good kills with the AWP, and that's what we're going to see here. The first one of those lovely timing shots through the smoke. Here, this is such a difficult shot. You don't know if the guy is going to jiggle or strafe. Gets him 1v1 versus Saiwu, and is very decisive with what he wants to do. Instantly scopes, peeks window, and clutches for Astralis.
So there you go, your plays of the day. We had some fun, and tomorrow it is going to get even better because we have a whole new bunch of teams coming in that we get to watch. This is what the schedule looks like, and let me tell you, the game that you want to see is the one right at the end. So join us bright and early in the morning because we get to see Virtus Pro take on the all-new Liquid lineup.
Yeah, but also the first time where we see the new Cloud9 lineup in play. And at the same time, the same thing goes for Big playing the first game with Regan. So there is some new faces that we're going to have to be familiar with throughout this day tomorrow.
Cadian's being very nice. We all know that you want to watch that Liquid VP game as well. But fair enough. I think that the Cloud9 phase one's good. So you get your ready early, you get to see that. You stay the whole day, and you just get a bunch of cool Counter-Strike, right?
Sounds like a good plan.
Good plan. We will see you tomorrow. We'll see you tomorrow. And make sure you're here bright and early.